You are undeniably an unmatched Shura war god. Yet you were imprisoned for sticking out your tongue while eating. However, various forces took this opportunity to target your family. Not only did they make your sister eat and sleep with pigs, but even your parents had to endure being trampled by horses all day. At this moment, as you watch the live stream on your phone, a murderous intent surges within you. But in the next moment, several scheming old men began to advise you, Shura, hold on a bit longer, you will be released in just a few hours. If you leave here now, the War Department will have grounds to punish you. You exude a terrifying killing aura and shout at the old men to get lost. The terrifying Wang Jianjun from the Weisher formation made several people retreat, with blood even flowing from their lips. Boss, what happened? A ghostly man appeared beside you. His name is 11, the 11th among your 12 life and death brothers. Before you joined the border army, he led them to conquer abroad and established a superpower called the Fifth Nation. These 12 brothers are incredibly strong. Any one of them could easily defeat the top experts of any country. 11, come back to Jiangzhou with me. Your voice is icy, filled with an overwhelming killing intent. However, just as your words fell, 18 men in uniform suddenly appeared around you, each exuding an unparalleled terrifying aura. The 18 Rakshasas, why are they here? Wang Jianjun was shocked to see these 18 men in black. These 18 Rakshasas were super strong beings who gained fame in the empire over 20 years ago, dominating countless powerful figures for a full decade. Until 10 years ago, they all declared their voluntary service as guardians of the empire, stationed in the capital. You have some nerve, your sentence isn't up yet. Do you want to escape? The leader said coldly. Facing the leader, 11 did not respond, only a single word, kill, echoed powerfully. In the next moment, 11's figure transformed into a shadow. After a few breaths, 11, wielding a knife, followed closely behind you. The invincible 18 Rakshasas all fell to the ground, with deep knife wounds in their throats gushing blood. As they watched you disappear from view, the old men finally realized who the girl in Shura's phone was that made him so furious. Moreover, Shura has such terrifying experts under him, if they return with him, the empire is likely to be thrown into chaos. At that moment, Wang Jianjun sensed a strong whiff of conspiracy. Just after Wang Jianjun spoke, a few people beside him expressed confusion. General Wang, it seems our signals are being jammed, even the special intercoms are dead. Wang Jianjun cursed angrily. Even he, no matter how foolish, understood that someone did not want them to leave early. Meanwhile, on the other side, after you killed the 18 Rakshasas and 11 left, this news quickly reached the capital of the empire. Soon, an order was issued from the capital. The war god Yi Shura has betrayed the empire. The War Department announces the removal of Yi Shura's status in the border army and issues a global wanted notice. As soon as this news broke, it shocked the entire Blue Star. Some previously hostile countries immediately convened meetings to investigate whether this was true. Meanwhile, Shuri also received this news, and he was instantly filled with rage. The content of the message was simple. The War Department regarded you as a traitor and had dispatched various experts to kill you. 11, furious, laughed in anger, his eyes reflecting a murderous intent. The boss had previously given up the Fifth Nation and its supreme power due to a promise. He disbanded hundreds of thousands of steadfast brothers and thousands of top experts. He resolutely joined the Empire's border army, guarding the borders for 3 years, resisting foreign enemies, and protecting millions of citizens, achieving monumental accomplishments. But now, not only the people from the Empire's war zones are pursuing him, even the top war gods from other war zones have begun to mobilize. In addition, experts from various factions across the Empire have also mobilized to put you in an inescapable death trap. This humiliation is intolerable for 11. Well then, if you sincerely seek death, don't blame me for being merciless. 11 then sent a message using his phone. The content was simple: the Fifth Nation, just you wait. In the instant this message was sent, members of the Fifth Nation scattered across the world received the news of their boss's family being tortured and that their boss had become a traitor to the Empire. Under an iceberg in Jia, a tall and muscular man, bare-chested, effortlessly tore apart a giant bear and was preparing to find his next target. Suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated. When the man saw the command on the watch, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from him. Not far away, the experts responsible for monitoring the man from the Xiong Nation all changed their expressions dramatically. In the next second, the man suddenly appeared beside them, saying, "I'll borrow your plane." The few experts from the Xiong Nation were so terrified by the killing intent that they couldn't speak. As the plane took off, they finally reacted and quickly sent out a message. Yi 13 bomb of the Fifth Nation has left. The reason is unknown. At a volcano in Donggara country, there are many tourists. Originally, there were many visitors here. Tourists are taking photos just outside the warning line. But at that moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the erupting lava. This sudden scene stunned the surrounding tourists, and after a long while, Someone tried to take a photo but found that the figure had already vanished. Among the tourists, someone responsible for monitoring quickly sent a message: Yi 12 of the Fifth Nation has left. In the country of Nyen, an ordinary-looking man annihilated nearly 100 fully armed mercenaries, then instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting out of the jungle. Shortly after this person left, a figure appeared in the jungle. He quickly sent a message: Yi Shur of the Fifth Nation has left after exterminating the entire lone wolf mercenary group. At this moment, the Fifth Nation, which had disappeared for 3 years, fully awakened. The powerful members of the Fifth Nation hidden in various places began to gather frantically upon receiving the order, filled with soaring anger. Upon receiving the news, all countries became extremely tense, as they all knew the terror of the Fifth Nation. 10 years ago, the Fifth Nation was just a small force, but since the previous monarch's death, it began to grow rapidly under the leadership of the new monarch. In just 1 year, it unified all maritime forces and, in the following 3 years, surprisingly developed weapons that rivaled those of the 4 great powers. Because of this, the Fifth Nation was recognized as a country by everyone, and its name originated from this. However, just when everyone thought the Fifth Nation would soon become the strongest presence in the entire Blue Star, the mysterious monarch suddenly disappeared, and shortly after, the Fifth Nation announced its dissolution, disappearing completely thereafter. But now the Fifth Kingdom has suddenly become a reality and is gathering frantically, causing all nations to mobilize. They fear that the resurgence of the Fifth Kingdom is a sign that they will target all countries. At the same time, UN-11 had just taken off. Suddenly, several shells were fired into the sky, heading towards the plane you two were in. Seeing this, UN-11 quickly grabbed the pilot and jumped off the plane. But just as you landed, thousands of imposing experts appeared before you. All around, countless armed soldiers and tanks were present. They were the personal guards of the White Tiger War God. The White Tiger War God has always been at odds with you. The western and northwestern borders originally belonged to his territory, but you suddenly descended from the sky, repelling the enemies of the hostile nation and achieving great merits, even splitting off part of the already limited territory of the White Tiger War God. All the merits and territory were taken by you, leaving the White Tiger War God resentful. After receiving orders today, he immediately dispatched the White Tiger Guards to stop you here. If he weren't currently preoccupied, he would have certainly come to capture you himself. At the sight of the White Tiger Guards, you vanished from your spot. Meanwhile, the knife in Shur Yi's hand was unsheathed fiercely. Minutes later, only the bodies of the White Tiger Guards and the wreckage of the tank remained, along with a group of soldiers who were already stunned with fear. UN-11 then hijacked a car and rushed towards Jiangzhou. However, not long after the car started moving, you saw images of your family being harassed on your phone. Feeling your boundless anger, 11 dared not say much and floored the accelerator. Finally, a day later, you both arrived at Jiangzhou, and at that moment, your phone suddenly received a video. In the video, you saw your sister and parents placed on an examination table by a group of people in white coats, and they were being injected with various unknown substances. Before long, your sister and parents began to scream in agony. "Boss, you must hold on, our people will be there soon. He can sense that you're in bad shape right now, and the journey has only worsened your already injured state." Just as 11 finished comforting you, 4 figures suddenly blocked your path. They were none other than the Qinglong, one of the 7 war gods of the empire, responsible for guarding the 4 corners of the empire. The Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu war gods. The empire has 7 war gods, including the 4 beast war gods, and the Qilin war god, who guards the heartland of the Central Plains, and the Qingtian war god, who protects the capital. Additionally, there's you, the newly appointed Shura war god. Yi 9, you dare to come here? You can stop here. The Qinglong war god looked at you with pride. Yi 9, you killed my White Tiger Guards, I must slay you today. The aggressive White Tiger war god stepped forward, ready to attack, but he was stopped by the Xuanwu war god beside him. The usually calm Xuanwu war god glanced at you before speaking. Yi Shura, considering your contributions to the empire, surrender now. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. Before the Xuanwu war god could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a powerful aura locking onto him. In the next moment, a figure shot towards them like a streak of light from afar. The Xuanwu war god spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. He was heavily slammed to the ground. At that moment, the streak of light revealed itself to be a short, dark-skinned man, saying, "What kind of scum dares to bark in front of my boss?" This sudden scene shocked the remaining 3 war gods. The Qinglong war god, suppressing his fear, asked, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent locked onto him. The Qinglong war god's expression changed dramatically. He tried to move but found himself completely immobile. "You trash dare to threaten my boss?" A voice suddenly exploded in their ears, making them feel as if their eardrums were about to burst. In an instant, a plain long knife shot in from a kilometer away. Before anyone could see clearly, they heard the Qinglong war god scream, and one of his arms flew off. At this moment, a figure reached out and caught the long knife that hadn't even hit the ground yet. At that moment, accompanied by several explosions, the remaining white tiger guards suddenly shot up into the air like cannonballs, then came crashing down heavily. Behind the two, a burly man appeared out of nowhere, saying, "A group of trash dares to block my boss?" Seeing these three, 11 finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were Knight 10, Knight 12, and Knight 13 from the Fifth Kingdom, who had met the boss. Almost simultaneously, the three of them cupped their fists and bowed to you in greeting. At this moment, 11's phone also received a message. After reading it, 11's expression changed again. "Boss, our people have arrived at the Empire's offshore, they can act at any time." "Who the hell are you?" the Qinglong war god asked, suppressing his fear. The strength of these people was terrifying. As the four strongest war gods of the Empire, they couldn't withstand even a single move from them. More importantly, these people referred to Yi 9 as their boss. At that moment, the Qinglong's phone suddenly emitted a rapid alarm sound, which only rang when the Empire was in danger. Simultaneously, the phones of Baihu and the others also began to blare the same piercing alarm. The phone displayed that the aircraft carriers, warships, and fighter jets of the Fifth Kingdom were approaching the Empire's offshore. The three top experts of the Fifth Kingdom, Yi 10, Yi 12, and Yi 13, entered the Empire 3 hours ago and are currently untraceable. After reading this message, all of them felt their heads ringing. Even if they were foolish, they understood at this moment that the three who suddenly appeared were the top experts of the Fifth Kingdom, and all three of them referred to Yi 9 as their boss, meaning Yi 9 was the legendary mysterious lord. At this moment, a storm surged in the hearts of the four war gods. The Fifth Kingdom was recognized as the strongest force among all the launching countries, yet they were attempting to block the lord of the Fifth Kingdom, going so far as to become his enemies and even seek to kill him. At this point, 11 stepped forward, looking down at the Qinglong war god. "Are you still going to block us?" The four war gods, once regarded as deities by countless people, were now too frightened to speak. "Seal off Jiangzhou, don't let anyone escape." After giving the order, you directly got into the car. The three from the Yi family quickly left after receiving your command. 11 started the car, speeding towards the city center of Jiangzhou. Off the coast of the Empire, countless aircraft carriers and warships of the Fifth Kingdom formed a battle formation, completely sealing off the Empire's offshore, causing a huge uproar. Is the Fifth Kingdom about to go to war with the Empire? It's very likely. Withdraw all our personnel immediately. The Fifth Kingdom and the Empire going to battle is not something we can participate in. Withdraw our infiltrators in the Empire immediately and order the troops to head to the outskirts of the Empire. As soon as the Fifth Kingdom and the Empire engage in combat, once they are both weakened, we will deploy our troops at the earliest opportunity. Such orders were issued by the highest command in various countries, each hoping to take advantage of the conflict between the Fifth Kingdom and the Empire to reap the benefits. Meanwhile, in the office of the highest commander in the capital of the Empire, Long Outyen was furiously smashing the items on his desk. Just a few hours ago, he received news that someone had issued an order in the name of their war department, stripping Yi 9 of his title as a war god and labeling Yi Shura as a traitor, placing a nationwide bounty on him. As the highest commander of the War Department, he was completely unaware of this order. By the time he learned of it, he found all means of contacting the outside world had failed, and he was imprisoned in his office. As Long Outyen was seething with rage, the special door of the office was violently broken open from the outside. "Boss, are you alright?" Several of Long Outyen's personal guards rushed in, followed by Wang Jianjun and others. "What on earth is going on, boss? Why did you label Shura with such a heinous crime?" Wang Jianjun couldn't help but ask as he entered the office. "I didn't issue such an order. I only learned of this news a few hours ago. When I tried to investigate, all means of contacting the outside world failed, and I was trapped in this office." "Why did you only just return?" "We wanted to return sooner, but there was no access to planes or trains along the way. It seems someone didn't want us to make it back. We used many means to finally return." "What on earth is happening? Why did Yi Shura leave early? He was just hours away from being released." Long Outyen was puzzled and still did not understand why you left Kunlun ahead of time. "Because someone targeted Shura's family," Wang Jianjun said as he took out his phone and showed the video he found to Long Outyen. After watching the video, Long Outyen's body trembled with rage. "Damn it!" At that moment, he understood why you were so furious. Having made tremendous contributions to the Empire, it was infuriating that your family suffered such treatment. Anyone would be enraged in your position. Who on earth is bold enough to target Shura's family? It's still unclear. Wang Jianjun shook his head. But given the current situation, someone deliberately wanted to provoke Shura to make him leave. He then detailed to Long Outyen the events that unfolded after he met you. I felt something was off at the time. It seemed someone was scheming behind the scenes for some hidden agenda. Now it appears things are developing in that direction. After hearing Wang Jianjun's analysis, Long Outyen furrowed his brows deeply. Who could possibly issue orders in the name of the War Department, inciting everyone to hunt down Shura? What do they want? Wang Jianjun also pondered deeply, suddenly recalling something. Oh no, there's a powerful mysterious expert beside Shura, one who can defeat even the 18 Rakshasas. The ones who tried to block them on the way must have all been killed by that expert. What? Are you sure that expert beside Shura is that powerful? Long Outyen asked in terror. Absolutely. We witnessed him slay the 18 Rakshasas, and it was instant. Wang Jianjun nodded emphatically. Upon hearing this, Long Outyen's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Someone is trying to use this humiliation, along with that mysterious expert beside him, to annihilate all the elite forces of our empire. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Long Outyen's forehead. I need to see the monarch. At that moment, someone rushed in, panic-stricken, shouting, "Boss, it's bad. I just heard some news that the Fifth Kingdom has suddenly stirred trouble and has appeared offshore, seemingly ready to go to war with us." What? This news shocked Long Outyen, causing his eyelids to twitch and his body to tremble. Why is the Fifth Kingdom suddenly attacking us? Long Outyen was filled with confusion. They had always coexisted peacefully with the Fifth Kingdom, and just a few years ago, the Fifth Kingdom even helped the Empire resolve many issues abroad. While Long Outyen was confused, one of his subordinates suddenly said, "Boss, Elder Lin and the others need you to take command." Now these bastards remember me? Why didn't anyone come looking for me when I was locked up? Long Outyen cursed angrily as he hurriedly left the office. In the conference room, several elderly men with graying hair were seated. They were the high-ranking officials of the military. At this moment, these men were all pale with fear, having received news of the Fifth Kingdom's appearance offshore. As soon as he entered the conference room, Long Outyen began to curse. "Why didn't you old fossils come find me sooner? Now you want me to take charge again? If we really get wiped out by the Fifth Kingdom, you old fossils will be remembered as eternal traitors." Faced with Long Outyen's wrath, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Now is not the time for such talks. We need to quickly command the troops to respond. An elder from the Fifth Kingdom stood up and advised. Long Outyen shot the elder a fierce glare and ordered, "Immediately inform the 4 war gods not to pursue Shura. They must all head to the southern border and prepare the troops for battle. Other forces should immediately depart for the southern border." Just as Long Outyen finished speaking, one of his subordinates fell down in fear. The Dragonhead had just received news that Night 10, Night 12, and Night 13 of the Fifth Kingdom had already entered the Empire's territory 3 hours ago, and they appeared in the river a few minutes ago, severely injuring the 4 war gods with one move. It is estimated that the 4 war gods have already fallen at their hands. What is this? This news is really shocking. Everyone's face is pale, and there is a voice in everyone's heart saying it's over, completely over. At this moment, the entire operations conference room was dead silent. The 4 war gods were not a match for the enemy's single strike, all severely injured. Without the command of the 4 war gods, the military morale would surely collapse. They were simply no match for the immensely powerful Fifth Kingdom. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Why were we unaware of the presence of the Fifth Kingdom's people within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom? Long Outyen roared in furious disbelief. Dragonhead, the experts from the Fifth Kingdom are too powerful. They appear and disappear at will, and we simply cannot track them. One subordinate said. Then why did they appear in Jiangzhou? Are they also here to hunt down Xiu Luo, or to kill the 4 war gods? Long Outyen was very puzzled. Logically speaking, if the Fifth Kingdom wanted to take action, their battleships and aircraft carriers could sweep everything away. Why would they send experts alone to Jiangzhou? Moreover, how could they accurately know that the 4 war gods and Yi Xiu Luo would be in Jiangzhou? No, they are not here to hunt down Xiu Luo. They must be here to help Yi Xiu Luo. Wang Jianjun suddenly thought of something and said in terror. 11. Yes, 11. The person beside Xiu Luo calls himself 11. He refers to Xiu Luo as boss. Could he be E11 from the Fifth Kingdom? Wang Jianjun's words left everyone in shock, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. So, does that mean Yi Xiu Luo is the mysterious lord of the Fifth Kingdom? Someone said in fear. It seems that when Yi Xiu Luo was declared a traitor, the Fifth Kingdom suddenly emerged. Another added. And now, the Fifth Kingdom's aircraft carriers are gathering off the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, with Yi-10, Yi-12, and Yi-13 appearing simultaneously in Jiangzhou, severely injuring the 4 war gods. Someone else supplemented. Only the 12 super experts under that mysterious lord of the Fifth Kingdom could possess such terrifying strength capable of instantly killing the 18 Rakshasas and severely injuring the 4 war gods, Wang Jianjun added. At this point, everyone found it hard to imagine further. They felt their throats dry, their hearts filled with an indescribable fear. At this moment, the entire operations room fell silent again, a pin drop could be heard. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, drenched in sweat and panic-stricken. Dragonhead, we just received news that after the 3 experts from the Fifth Kingdom severely injured the 4 war gods, they took the highest commander of the Jiangzhou inspection hall hostage and sealed off the entire Jiangzhou, while Yishio Luo and that mysterious expert entered the Jiangzhou city area. As soon as this person finished speaking, boom! Everyone felt as if their heads had been struck by lightning, their minds blank. Long Outyan and the others collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, they all confirmed it. The war god Shou Luo was indeed the mysterious lord of the Fifth Kingdom, and they had ruthlessly regarded him as a traitor, pursuing him throughout the nation, while his family had suffered the most brutal torment. What had they done? What had they done? Everyone began to panic, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking their clothes. They all clearly understood the power of the Fifth Kingdom, the invincibility of the Fifth Kingdom. They had offended the most powerful lord of the Fifth Kingdom, and so severely. Now, tens of thousands of troops from the Fifth Kingdom stood offshore, tensions high. They dared not imagine the consequences, and their hearts were filled with endless regret. Originally, Yi Sholuo was a part of their dragon country, a border war god who fought for the dragon country, protecting millions of its citizens and achieving great merits for the nation. Originally, Yi Sholuo could have led the dragon country to its peak. Originally, the Fifth Kingdom could have become the strongest ally of the dragon country, making them the most invincible existence in the world. But they drove away this most powerful person in the world, and regarded him as a traitor, pursuing him throughout the nation, treating this most powerful lord and his family in such a manner. At this moment, everyone felt the sky was about to collapse. Puff! Long Outyan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale to the extreme. He was enraged. What do we do now? Someone asked in panic. Now, the warships of the Fifth Kingdom were stationed in the outer seas of the dragon country, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. Faced with this behemoth of the Fifth Kingdom, no one had the confidence to defeat them. Even if they could defeat them, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory. By then, those countries that had been eyeing the dragon country would definitely not miss this opportunity. Thinking of this, Long Outyan became even angrier. All of this could have been avoided. But because of some people, for their own purposes, deliberately provoking Yi Feng and issuing false orders, it led to such a great crisis for the dragon country. Report, Long 2, we just received news that countries like Japan, Bear Country, India, and Korea have begun to mobilize troops, positioning themselves in international waters. It seems there is some action. Upon hearing this news, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Everyone clearly understood what it meant for these countries to mobilize troops at this time. It was obvious they intended to take advantage of the situation for their own gain. Immediately put all our troops on high alert. Long Outyan ordered without hesitation. You go find the national leader and investigate who is behind this, who issued the false orders. Long Outyan roared. I will go to Jiangzhou to calm Yi Xioluo's anger. Now, what he could do is to plead with Yi Feng, to appease Yi Feng's anger, and prevent a conflict between Yi Feng and the dragon country. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone. But just as he was about to leave, the national leader called. I already know everything. I will handle this matter. You just need to remember that Sholuo is the monarch of the Fifth Kingdom, and you must keep it confidential, absolutely not revealing a word. National leader, what exactly is going on? Long Outyan asked, confused. We will talk about this later. I will call Sholuo to explain. You personally go to Jiangzhou to cooperate with the local military department and help Sholuo with the aftermath. Remember, even if Sholuo breaks the heavens, you must not stop him, and act secretly. By the way, take this opportunity to eliminate some of the forces in the Central Plains. They have been too excessive in recent years. Understood. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already arrived in the city center of Jiangcheng with 11. Boss, according to the video analysis sent from the phone, the ones who tormented the princess before are these scoundrels. 11 said while driving, handing the phone to Yi Feng, showing several photos of people. These individuals were the ones whose faces had been pixelated in the previous live broadcast, and now all the pixels had been removed. According to the information we found, the leader among these beasts is Bai Nanshan's son, Bai Haoyu, the number one in Jiangcheng's underworld. They have appeared in a villa in the hills of Jiangcheng. The beasts Yi Feng saw on the phone exuded a murderous aura, their faces icy cold to the extreme. Accelerate! 11 slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the car shot forward like an arrow, racing towards a villa area on the outskirts of the city. Just then, Yi Feng's phone suddenly rang. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. It was a call from the national leader of the dragon country. Yi Feng answered the phone, and immediately the voice of Long Zhenghua, the ruler of the dragon kingdom, came through. Azura, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. We failed to protect your family, and you have suffered such great harm. But I can assure you, the slander against you was not our doing. Someone has spread false information, treating you as a traitor. We have already begun investigating who is behind this. You must have noticed that someone is trying to use your identity to create chaos in the Dragon Kingdom, inciting us to turn against each other while they profit from the turmoil. Rest assured, I will uncover the mastermind behind this and give you an explanation. Yi Feng's voice was icy to the extreme. No need. You have already disappointed me greatly. Years ago, my grandfather was slandered, stripped of his title, and exiled to the border. My entire family was killed, leaving only my sister and me to flee. In the end, I was hunted to the point of desperation and forced to leave the Dragon Kingdom. Yet my grandfather still believed in you. He guarded the border until he died in battle, and in his final moments, he asked me to continue protecting the country he loved. At that time, I also believed you would help clear my grandfather's name. I chose to follow his wishes, helping you guard the border, defending against powerful enemies, and protecting millions of citizens. But what was the result? You still failed to find those responsible, and now they have returned, tormenting my family again, and once more you treat me as a traitor, hunting me down across the nation? Now you want me to trust you? How can I believe you? Yi Feng was once a member of the Yi family in the capital, and his grandfather was a war god of the Dragon Kingdom. But 10 years ago, his grandfather was framed, stripped of his title, and exiled to the border. Without his grandfather's protection, their family was wiped out overnight, leaving only him and his sister to escape. Yet those people still would not let him go, continuing to hunt him down. He was forced to place his sister in the care of an ordinary family in Zhang City. After diverting those pursuers, he was also forced to flee abroad. During his years abroad, he successfully joined the organization known as the Fifth Kingdom, and in a few years, he made it the strongest force. Just as he was preparing to lead the Fifth Kingdom to attack the Dragon Kingdom, he received news that his grandfather was injured. He returned to the border of the Dragon Kingdom and saw his grandfather on the brink of death. His grandfather urged him not to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom and asked him to protect it. In the end, Yi Feng honored his grandfather's dying wish. He abandoned the Fifth Kingdom and joined the border army of the Dragon Kingdom. Starting as a lowly soldier, he defended the Dragon Kingdom against countless powerful enemies over 2 years, achieving great merit. He was revered as a war god by countless brave souls at the border. Yet despite this, he was imprisoned in Kunlun on baseless charges simply for not following certain orders. At that time, he still believed that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom would clear his name. But what was the outcome? Instead of justice, he faced a repeat of the past. His sister was found and tortured, and he was treated as a traitor, hunted down by the entire nation. Azura, I know you feel wronged. Please don't act impulsively. I have already uncovered some leads. The people who framed your grandfather seem to have some connection to the Qilin war god of the Central Plains. Please give me time. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, find the mastermind, and bring justice for you, your grandfather, and all those who have died. Yi Feng coldly refused again. No need. You have completely disappointed me. Since you lack the ability to uncover the true culprit, I will take matters into my own hands. I don't care how powerful they are or how deep their background runs. I will leave no one alive who participated in the plot against my grandfather and my family. With that, Yi Feng hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the capital, in an office within a large courtyard, Long Jinghua looked at the hung-up phone and sighed helplessly. Beside him, an elderly man with white hair had a cold expression. This Yi Xiaolua is too arrogant, isn't he? National Lord, should I go deal with it? Long Jinghua shook his head and said, no need, let him make a scene. We owe his family too much. Moreover, those people in the Central Plains are no longer obeying orders. They are sitting as kings, pretending to comply while actually going against us. They think that with the support of those old fellows, they can do whatever they want. It's just right that those people were involved in that matter back then. Letting Xiaolua deal with them can be considered avenging Yi Lao. What about those old fellows from the outer heaven? The elderly man asked with some concern. Long Jinghua sneered, if they want to die, then let them act. They have long reached an age where they no longer care about worldly affairs, yet they still foolishly attempt to control the court and meddle in secular matters. Since that's the case, let them fight with Xiaolua. But will Xiaolua be a match for those people? The elderly man asked. Long Jinghua looked indifferent. Rest assured, Xiaolua's strength far exceeds our imagination. Understood. The elderly man nodded and quietly left. After the elderly man left, Long Jinghua dialed Long Outyan's number. Outyan, the matters in the Central Plains are up to you. No matter how big a scene Shiolawa causes, do not intervene, just handle the aftermath. Yes. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and 11 had already arrived at the entrance of the highest villa in the half-mountain villa area. Who goes there? Several black-clad bodyguards guarding the villa shouted immediately. 11 said nothing and swept his long knife. The terrifying blade light swept through like the scythe of death. These black-clad bodyguards didn't even have time to let out a scream before being cut in half. In the next moment, countless armed individuals rushed out from the villa. As soon as they emerged, they unhesitatingly pulled the triggers in their hands. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets poured towards 11 like a dense rain. 11's long knife swung rapidly again, and several terrifying blade lights swept out. Wherever they passed, the dense bullets were all destroyed. Not a single one could cross the blade light. Puff puff puff. Accompanied by muffled sounds, the terrifying blade light cut down all the gunmen. With no obstruction, 11 and Yi Feng rushed into the villa. Upon entering, they were hit by a strong smell of blood. The hall of the villa was covered in blood, a complete mess. Yi Feng recognized that this was the place where those thugs had tortured Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents. Looking at the bright red bloodstains on the ground, Yi Feng felt a pain in his heart that made it hard to breathe. Soon, 11 finished searching all the rooms and ran back. Boss, there's no one here. But in the next moment, 11 reacted, wait, if there's no one here, why are there so many bodyguards arranged? Quickly, 11 noticed that the wall ahead seemed to have a problem. He swept his knife, and the wall collapsed with a loud crash, revealing a huge passage leading underground. A strong stench of decay and blood wafted out. 11 and Yi Feng rushed in. Below was a massive basement, completely resembling a slaughterhouse. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and various decaying, pungent odors, with bright red blood splattered on the walls, and various severed limbs and broken arms on the ground, along with various instruments and drugs. In the corners, there were many iron cages, inside which were many emaciated individuals, barely resembling humans. Most were young people and a few children. In the center, there were several operating tables, on which lay people who were barely alive, tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. They were all connected to various instruments. On the bed in the very center, a girl lay there, surrounded by several people in white coats, holding scalpels, seemingly about to perform surgery. Who are you? At that moment, someone noticed the intruder, 11, and shouted sharply. 11 swung his long knife, and those gathered around the girl's bed were all cut in half. Blood rained down. Two people rushed forward, only to find that the girl on the bed was not Yi Xiaoxiao, but a girl of similar age. The girl was still conscious, and upon seeing Yi Feng and 11, she recognized Yi Feng. Instantly, she cried out excitedly, "Wow, brother Yi Feng, I finally waited for you. You know me." Yi Feng looked at the girl, realizing he did not recognize her. The girl hurriedly said, "Brother Yi Feng, my name is Qin Yao, my brother is Qin Tian, he used to be your subordinate." Yi Feng remembered that subordinate from his time in the border army. Loyal and dedicated, he had made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, but a year ago, when Yi Feng was imprisoned, Qin Tian was expelled by the War Department for standing up for him. How did you end up here? 11 looked at Qin Yao in confusion. Qin Yao quickly explained, "My brother and I are neighbors of your parents. Today, Xiaoxiao was captured by Bai Haoyu, and my brother received a call for help from Xiaoxiao, so he rushed over to save her. I secretly followed my brother here, wanting to help take evidence of the Bai family's crimes, but as soon as I arrived, I saw my brother chase after them. When I was about to follow, I was captured by these people. Brother Yi Feng, you must go save Xiaoxiao and my brother. The Bai family is involved in organ trafficking, and Xiaoxiao and uncle and auntie must be taken away to have their organs removed." Upon hearing this, a murderous aura surged uncontrollably from Yi Feng. 11, with a fierce expression, asked, "Do you know where they went? I have my brother's location." Qin Yao quickly took off her watch and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng glanced at the location on the watch, and in an instant, he dashed out of the basement, a single command echoing in the room. "Immediately have 13 come to handle the situation here." 11 quickly sent a location to Yi 13 and hurried after Yi Feng. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, the eastern gate tower of Jiangzhou was surrounded by countless armed inspectors from the Jiangzhou Inspection Bureau and numerous station troops, forming layers of encirclement. Everyone within a 5-kilometer radius of the tower was evacuated. No one was allowed to approach. Countless citizens inside and outside the city were bewildered, panicking. They had never seen such a grand display before. The once mighty eastern city gate had now become a pile of ruins, completely blocking the entrance to the city. On top of the ruins stood Yi 13, one person with a single knife. All the military and police had their guns aimed at Yi-13. Yet, facing the countless gun barrels, Yi-13 remained unafraid. The military and police, however, did not dare to fire. Not long ago, Yi-13 had suddenly appeared beneath the eastern city tower, swinging his knife, causing the tower that had stood for countless years to collapse with a thunderous crash. Countless inspectors rushed over, wanting to eliminate Yi-13, but were horrified to find that he was completely unfazed by the dense bullets. They had initially considered using more powerful firearms, but then learned that the highest commander of the inspection bureau had been captured by this man. Yi-13's demand was simple: the inspection bureau must completely seal off Jiangzhou, allowing no one to enter or exit. Not only was the eastern gate facing this situation, but the northern and southern directions were experiencing the same. At this moment, in the midst of the countless military and police outside the city, the high-ranking officials of the Jiangzhou government and the station troops had all gathered together. Mayor Chen, who on earth is this person? So terrifying? The highest commander of the station troops in Jiangzhou, Wang Qing'an, nervously asked Chen Hui, the mayor of Jiangzhou, who was standing nearby. Wang Qing'an had been training with his troops when he suddenly received a distress call from the Jiangzhou government. He hurriedly brought his troops over. As soon as he arrived, he saw the patrol hall personnel trying to subdue Yishir-san, only to be swept away by a single slash from Yishir-san, sending hundreds flying. Countless patrol officers immediately opened fire, but the dense bullets couldn't harm Yishir-san at all. He seemed like a deity, effortlessly blocking the bullets that fell like rain. I don't know either. Chen Hui was equally puzzled. He had no idea who Yishir-san was. He had been in a meeting when he suddenly received news that the city gates in the southeast and north of Jiangzhou had been destroyed by 3 terrifying individuals, and the highest commander of the patrol hall had been taken hostage. These 3 demanded that all patrol officers be mobilized to completely seal off Jiangzhou. Chen Hui had no choice but to comply. Initially, he planned to have Wang Qing'an kill the 3 upon his arrival, but then he received a call from the War Department instructing them not to take action. They were to follow Yi Shirsan's instructions. Mayor Chen, I've just received a call, the War Department personnel have arrived. At that moment, Chen Hui's secretary rushed over. Hearing that the War Department personnel had arrived, Chen Hui was instantly delighted. Great! Let's go welcome them. The group hurriedly ran to the street corner, where several War Department vehicles sped towards them. As the vehicles came to a stop, the highest commander of the War Department, Lin Jinghua, jumped out. He opened the back door, and Long Outyen, who had rushed over from the capital, leaped out of the vehicle. When Chen Hui and the others saw Long Outyen, they were all taken aback. Although they didn't know Long Outyen, they were astonished to see Lin Jinghua personally opening the door for him. Upon noticing the shining stars on Long Outyen's shoulder, they realized his status. Hello, Commander. Wang Qing'an immediately saluted Long Outyen. Long Outyen spoke up, anxiously asking, what is the situation now? Wang Qing'an quickly replied, report, Commander. That person is still blocking the city gate, not allowing anyone in or out. He demands that we seal off the entire Jian city and not let anyone out. Upon hearing this, Long Outyen quickly stepped forward and addressed Yi Shirsan, who stood amidst the ruins. Mr. Shirsan, I am Long Outyen from the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. I have come to resolve this matter, please allow us to enter. As soon as Long Outyen finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, and their hearts were stirred with tumultuous waves. They never expected that this incident would attract the attention of Long Outyen, a top figure in the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. Even more astonishing was that Long Outyen was actually pleading with Yi Shirsan. This made everyone even more curious about Yi Shirsan's identity. However, what left everyone even more incredulous was Yi Shirsan's cold response to Long Outyen's humble request. He simply uttered one icy word, get lost. The word get lost thundered like a clap of thunder, clearly reaching everyone's eardrums. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their ears and couldn't help but tremble. Their hearts surged with overwhelming waves of shock. This person didn't even regard Long Outyen, the top figure of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. Faced with Yi Shirsan's indifference, Long Outyen showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he continued to plead, Mr. Shirsan, this is all our fault, we were wrong. Please let me in, I need to see Mr. Yi. I am here to help you handle this matter. I said, get lost. Yi Shirsan's voice grew even colder, and a terrifying killing intent emanated from him, spreading outwards. Long Outyen dared not speak further and quickly retreated. He knew that if he continued speaking, Yi Shirsan would undoubtedly take action without hesitation. Seeing that even Long Outyen had personally arrived, this person showed no respect to Long Outyen and even told him to get lost, which left everyone in utter shock once again. At the same time, they became even more curious about Yi Shirsan's identity. Lin Zhenghua, standing nearby, asked curiously, Dragon Head, who is this person? Chen Hui, Wang Anqing, and the others all looked at Long Outyan, wanting to understand who Yisher-san really was, to make Long Outyan so terrified and fearful. Long Outyan coldly shouted, don't ask what you shouldn't. And now everyone must follow my orders and implement the highest level of confidentiality. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. The fear in their hearts was palpable. Implementing the highest level of confidentiality indicated just how terrifying this matter was. This situation was no longer something they could control. All they could do was obey orders. Immediately arrange for a helicopter. I need to get into the city. Since they couldn't enter through the door, they could only use a helicopter to get into the city. Yes. But at that moment, Yisher-san received a call from 11. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of light and shot away. Watching Yisher-san disappear at high speed, Long Outyan felt increasingly uneasy. This is bad, something must have happened. He shouted at Lin Zhenghua, quick, come with me into the city. Then he yelled at Chen Hui, Wang Anqing, and the others, you stay here and seal off the airport, bus stations, train stations, high-speed rail, and subway, all exits to the outside world. Not even a fly is to be let out. Yes. Although Chen Hui and Wang Anqing didn't know who Yisher-san was, they could tell that someone who could make Long Outyan so anxious must be an extraordinary figure. It seemed that something monumental was about to happen in Zhang City. They didn't dare to neglect Long Outyan's orders and began to execute them strictly according to his commands. Meanwhile, in a private room of a bar in the center of Zhang City, Bai Haoyu and a group of elegantly dressed young masters and ladies, who had previously tormented Yi Xiaoxiao, were wildly twisting their bodies to the rhythm of the music. On the table in the private room lay a lot of white powder and various pills. In the adjacent private room, it was unusually quiet. Only a middle-aged man with a shadowy gaze was present, holding a phone and flipping it back and forth. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly, the phone rang. The middle-aged man hurriedly answered the call. Mr. Chi, the person has been sent to the helicopter, but for some reason, Zhang City has suddenly gone into lockdown, and the military police have sealed off all exits. Our helicopter has also been intercepted. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. Understood, I will handle it. After hanging up, the middle-aged man casually dialed the phone of the mayor of Zhang City. Mayor Chen, what's going on in Zhang City today? Why is there a lockdown, and why are all exits sealed? Chen Hui's voice came from the other end. I don't know either. It seems the War Department is conducting military exercises. We've received orders to seal off all exits and cooperate with the War Department's actions. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Military exercises? Shouldn't there be prior notice for military exercises? This is making it impossible for us to live normally. Is there something Mr. Chi needs? Chen Hui asked. The middle-aged man replied, it's like this, our boss's friend is ill, and the hospitals in Zhang City can't treat him. We need to get out of the city, but our helicopter is blocked and can't take off. So I would appreciate it if Mayor Chen could make it convenient for us. Let my boss's plane go out. Chen Hui hesitated, Mr. Chi, I'm afraid that's not possible. The War Department's orders have been issued, and I can't let it go. Mr. Chi frowned and continued, Mayor Chen, the Bai family's capabilities are well known throughout Zhang City, and they have helped you quite a bit before. Moreover, the Bai family has recently allied with the Zhang family. The future of this river city will belong to the Zhang family. Doesn't Chen sure want to make progress? After a moment of silence on the phone, Chen Hui's voice came through. Good. Soon, a helicopter flew out of the river city. In the private room where Bai Haoyu and the others were, the atmosphere was still wildly chaotic. Some of the excited Bai Haoyu and others began to take off their clothes, performing the most primal actions in public. Boom! Just at that moment, the door of the private room was kicked open. A tall, imposing man, exuding an aura of iron and blood, rushed in. This man was none other than Qin Tian, a subordinate of Yifeng during his time in the border army. A year ago, after Yifeng was captured, he stood up for Yifeng and was directly expelled by the War Department. After returning, Qin Tian lived with his sister, and by chance, he learned that Qin Yao's best friend, Yi Xiaoxiao, was actually Yifeng's sister. After learning this news, he had been secretly protecting Yi Xiaoxiao's family. Today, he had gone out for something, only to find that Yi Xiaoxiao had been captured. After receiving a distress call from Yi Xiaoxiao's parents, he rushed to the hillside villa. But when he arrived, he found that Yi Xiaoxiao's family had already been taken away. He then tracked them down to this place. Damn! Who the hell doesn't want to live and dares to disturb my enjoyment? Bai Haoyu, a bit too high on excitement, had just placed a girl on the sofa, preparing for a deeper interaction. As the door of the private room was kicked open, Qin Tian rushed in, interrupting his enjoyment. Qin Tian stepped forward and kicked Bai Haoyu to the ground. Tell me, where did you send Yi Xiaoxiao and the others? Bai Haoyu did not answer Qin Tian's question but instead shouted, "Damn it, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I am Bai Haoyu, the son of Bai Nantian." Qin Tian was about to take action against Bai Haoyu when bang bang bang, a dozen black-clad bodyguards rushed in from the entrance. Qin Tian had no choice but to turn around and deal with these bodyguards. As a member of the border army and a subordinate of Yifeng, Qin Tian's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Facing these dozen burly professional bodyguards, he was not afraid at all. In just a few breaths, he had knocked them all to the ground. The young masters and young ladies in the private room looked on in shock at Qin Tian. They never expected Qin Tian to be so formidable. The Bai family's many professional bodyguards were no match for him. Just as Qin Tian stepped forward to question Bai Haoyu again, boom boom boom, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. This bar was a property of the Bai family, and each bar had many thugs on payroll. When Qin Tian suddenly barged into the private room of the Bai family's young master, they naturally learned of the news immediately. Qin Tian had no choice but to turn again and start dealing with these thugs. Meanwhile, in the next private room, a middle-aged man also came out. Seeing that someone had barged into the next private room and that the Bai family's thugs had arrived, he hurriedly turned and left. As for Yifeng, he followed the location given by Qin Yao's watch. He soon arrived at a bar in the city center. At this moment, night had fallen, and nightlife had begun. The bar was filled with many guests. Yifeng rushed into the bar, where shadows danced, and countless men and women swayed their bodies to the dynamic music. Yifeng scanned the crowd but did not find the presence of Bai Haoyu and the others, who had tormented his sister, nor did he see Qin Tian. Just as he was about to head to the upstairs private room, boom! Suddenly, the glass window of a private room on the second floor shattered explosively. A figure was thrown out of the second floor window, landing in the hall on the first floor, right in front of Yifeng. The deafening music instantly stopped, and the lights came on. Yifeng looked down, and his eyes instantly turned blood red, a murderous aura surging from his body, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop several degrees, because the person thrown down from the second floor was none other than Qin Tian. In the next moment, several figures rushed down the stairs, armed and fierce. "Damn it, kill that bastard for daring to touch me!" Bai Haoyu shouted hoarsely from the window of the private room on the second floor. But just as these thugs charged down, swish, a figure appeared before them. The tang knife in hand resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe, beginning to harvest the lives of these men frantically. They fell like cut wheat, limbs severed, collapsing one after another. Blood sprayed, resembling hell itself. Ah! Someone's being killed. Murder! The customers in the hall on the first floor screamed in terror at the sight. Like a disturbed beehive, everyone panicked and fled outside. Some timid individuals were so frightened that their legs went weak, unable to run. Others bent over and began to vomit uncontrollably. Within a few breaths, all the thugs were killed. Countless bodies piled up at the foot of the stairs, blood flowing down the steps, staining the ground red. The one who had just struck was none other than she, who had come chasing after Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng was crouched on the ground, checking Qin Tian's injuries. "Boss, I finally waited for you." Qin Tian, lying on the ground with several gunshot wounds, was bleeding profusely and felt an overwhelming excitement upon seeing Yifeng. Qin Tian, a tough man who had survived countless life and death situations on the border without shedding a tear, now had tears of excitement streaming down his face at the sight of Yifeng. Seeing Qin Tian, who had once followed him through thick and thin, now so gravely injured, Yifeng's killing intent surged even more, making the entire hall feel like a cold winter. "Kill them!" A thunderous roar shot into the sky. She transformed into a shadow, charging at the thugs who had rushed in through the door. "Boss! I'm sorry, I couldn't protect your family. I'm sorry." Yifeng's eyes brimmed with tears, wanting to say something, but his chest and throat felt blocked, preventing any sound from escaping. He could only hold Qin Tian tightly in his arms. "Boss, hurry! Hurry to save your sister and parents, they've been taken away." After Qin Tian finished speaking, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Yifeng hurriedly channeled his energy into Qin Tian's body, stabilizing his rapidly fading life. Puff! In the next moment, Yifeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned pale to the extreme, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. "Boss!" She was alarmed, swiftly dispatching the last few thugs and rushing to Yifeng's side, supporting him as he nearly collapsed. She could sense that Yifeng was in a very bad state. "Ah!" She let out a thunderous roar that shattered all the glass in the bar. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Yifeng's mouth, then shouted fiercely into the highest command channel of the Fifth Nation, "Are you all fucking dead? Why aren't you coming?" In the highest channel of the Fifth Nation, everyone heard Shi's anguished roar, knowing that he and the boss must have encountered something serious. At that moment, all the people from the fifth nation rushing towards the dragon country went mad, racing towards it at the fastest speed of their lives. Off the coast of the dragon country, the fifth nation's warships and aircraft carriers breached the border. The border guards of the dragon country were just about to intercept them when they received orders not to stop them. The actions of the fifth nation and the dragon country could not escape the monitoring of various international forces. When the leaders of various countries received this news, they immediately convened a meeting to discuss whether to take action. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the fifth nation went to war with the dragon country, 2 tigers would fight, and one would surely be injured, while the remaining one would not be a true tiger but a paper tiger. If they acted at this moment, they would surely be able to reap tremendous benefits. Of course, everyone was well aware that if they did not take down the remaining tigers in one fell swoop, and were counterattacked by the tigers, it would be something no one could bear. Therefore, many countries chose to watch and wait, not immediately sending troops. However, upon receiving this news, the higher-ups of the Star-Spangled Nation were very pleased. They directly issued orders to their subordinates, the Japanese and the South Koreans, to mobilize and prepare to strike while the two sides fought to mutual destruction. They would then launch a thunderous attack, eliminating the remaining people and seizing the border cities of the Dragon Country. Even if they failed, at that time, the Dragon Country or the Fifth Kingdom would only deal with the South Koreans or the Japanese, their lackeys. After receiving the orders from the Star-Spangled Nation, the Japanese and South Koreans did not dare to defy their master's commands. They could only quickly assemble their naval forces. With the mobilization of the Japanese and South Koreans, this news quickly reached the ears of other hesitant countries like the Bear Country. Although they understood this was the plan of the Star-Spangled Nation, they could not sit idly by. They had long coveted the land of the Dragon Country, all wanting to conquer this ancient civilization with the longest history. They could not let the South Koreans and Japanese get ahead. They all knew that the Japanese and South Koreans were mere dogs of the Star-Spangled Nation. If the Dragon Country were occupied by them, it would become the property of the Star-Spangled Nation. At that time, if the Star-Spangled Nation sent troops in, it would pose a threat to them. No one wanted a monster house appearing right at their doorstep. Therefore, they decisively dispatched their naval forces and also pulled more troops to the border. Who would have thought that with Yifeng's injury and the furious roar of 11, it would stir the nerves of countries around the world, setting the entire world in motion. An unprecedented great battle was almost on the verge of breaking out. In Jiang City, inside a bar. After swallowing the elixir, Yifeng sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to adjust his breathing. Bang! At that moment, someone in the crowd upstairs, among Bai Haoyu and others, suddenly opened fire. Bullets shot towards Yifeng. 11's eyes instantly turned crimson. The tang knife in his hand transformed into a streak of light and shot out. Ding! The tang knife instantly sliced the bullet in half, its momentum still unyielding. With a sound of breaking air, it pierced through the second floor, penetrating the incredibly hard concrete wall, and stabbed into the chest of the shooter hiding behind. The powerful impact sent the shooter flying backward. Thud! With a muffled sound, the tang knife pinned the shooter against the wall. At that moment, the entire second-floor private room fell into silence. Bai Haoyu and the others stood frozen in terror, their eyes wide, trembling all over, fear gripping their hearts to the extreme. Swish! 11's figure appeared in the second-floor private room. He recognized Bai Haoyu and the others. A few slaps sent them flying out, crashing down into the hall on the first floor, landing in front of Yifeng. 11 leaped down, stepping on Bai Haoyu. Speak, where did you take Xiao Xiao? But Bai Haoyu was already scared silly, trembling and convulsing, unable to answer 11's question. In a fit of rage, 11 crushed several of Bai Haoyu's ribs with a single stump. Speak! Overwhelmed with fear, and having taken drugs earlier, Bai Haoyu's body convulsed even more severely. In the next moment, Bai Haoyu's eyes widened, his pupils began to fade. He was scared to death. Ah! In a fit of rage, 11 stomped down, shattering Bai Haoyu's chest, blood splattering everywhere, covering 11 and the surrounding young masters and ladies. At this moment, 11 was drenched in blood, his eyes red, his body exuding a murderous aura, resembling a living llama. His gaze turned to another person. That person could not bear the sight and fainted immediately. With a swift kick, 11 sent the man flying through the air, crashing into a nearby wall and turning into a pile of mush. 11's gaze shifted to the next target. This boy was stronger than the others, suppressing his fear. They were sent to the Bai family. The other boys nodded in agreement. Yes, they were all sent to the Bai family. After receiving confirmation, 11 unleashed a series of powerful kicks. Those who had tormented Yi Xiaoxiao were all sent crashing into the wall, becoming a puddle of goo. Swish! At that moment, Yi Shi, who was guarding another city gate, rushed in. When Yishir saw Yifeng's condition, his eyes turned red. "Boss, are you okay?" After a brief rest and the effects of the elixir, Yifeng had regained some strength. "I'm fine. Lao Shi, you stay and take Qin Tian to the hospital, we must ensure his survival. 11, come with me to the Bai family." "Yes." 11 followed Yifeng as they hurriedly left the bar, heading towards the Bai family. Yishir quickly picked up Qin Tian and rushed out as well. Not long after everyone had left, someone entered the bar. Upon seeing the hellish scene inside, they were all left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Long Outyan entered the city, he was also searching for Yifeng's whereabouts. However, Jiang City was vast, and with Yifeng and the others being exceptionally powerful, they were impossible to track. At that moment, an aide beside him said, "Dragonhead, we just received news that Yifeng and the others appeared at a bar owned by the Bai family, where they are wreaking havoc." Long Outyan immediately shouted, "Quick, let's go." A few minutes later, Long Outyan and his group arrived at the bar. When they saw the hellish scene inside, even they, seasoned warriors who had seen many battles, couldn't help but feel a shock. Seeing the scene so brutal, Long Outyan knew that Yifeng's heart was undoubtedly filled with raging fury. He understood that Yifeng was not a bloodthirsty person. But now, with such a massacre and such ruthless methods, one could only imagine how furious he truly was. "Do you know why they are making a move here?" The aide quickly replied, "Dragonhead, according to the latest news, it was Bai Haoyu from the Bai family who tortured Mr. Ye's family and took them away. Mr. Yi and the others tracked them down to this place. Bai family, you are courting death." Long Outyan's teeth nearly ground to dust in anger. It was because of Bai Haoyu's torment of Yi Xiaoxiao's family that Yifeng had exploded in rage, leading to the emergence of the Fifth Kingdom and the potential for a two-sided war, throwing the entire dragon country into turmoil. "Dragonhead, we just received news that the aircraft carriers of the Fifth Kingdom have all entered our border," the aide said again. "What?" Long Outyan was shocked. "Have they started a war?" "No." Long Outyan breathed a huge sigh of relief and quickly said, "Good, as long as there is no war. Send my orders, under no circumstances should we obstruct the people of the Fifth Kingdom, and do not engage in conflict with them. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will be killed on the spot, but we must also be fully prepared." "Yes." The aide hurriedly left. Long Outyan then turned to another person beside him, "Immediately take people to the Bai family and clean up these scum, to quell the wrath of the Azura." "Yes." The second person hurriedly left. Long Outyan then looked at a third person. "Quickly issue orders for all border troops to enter a state of heightened readiness, to guard against actions from surrounding countries." "Yes." At the same time, "Ah!" a thunderous roar echoed from the Bai family estate. Inside the Bai family estate, Bai Nantian, the leader of the underground world in Jiang City, was furious to the extreme. He had just received the news that his son, Bai Haoyu, was dead, killed by someone. His body had been turned into a puddle of mush. Bai Nantian had only this one son, and he was a child born late in life. He grew up pampered and well-fed, surrounded by care. No one from the Bai family, nor anyone in the entire Jiang City, dared to speak harshly to his son. But today, his son was killed. There was nothing left of him. Bai Nantian had grown old, and his son was supposed to inherit his legacy. He knew his son's abilities were limited, so to help his son hold on to the territory he had built, he sought refuge with the Jiang family. The Jiang family was a branch of the Central Plains Jiang clan, both originating from the same lineage. The Jiang family dominated the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, disregarding orders, ruling supreme, claiming land as their own, and taxing the land they occupied. The family produced 3 kings, 2 high-ranking officials, 1 land deity, and 1 prodigy. The 3 kings were Jiang Xiong, who controlled the central and southern provinces and was known as the King of Might, Jiang Ba, who ruled the northern provinces and was called the Overlord, and Jiang Tian, who governed the central Heaven province and commanded 1,000,000 troops, known as the Heavenly King. He was also one of the 7 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Qilin war god. The 2 high-ranking officials were Jiang Shan and Jiang He, both holding important positions in the power center of the Dragon Kingdom's capital. The land deity was the ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhongyuan. Jiang Zhongyuan was a martial arts legend, and no one knew the true extent of his martial arts prowess. Those who had faced him were all dead, and he was later revered as the strongest in the Central Plains, known as the land deity. The prodigy was Jiang Xia, the grandson of Jiang Zhongyuan. He was a leading figure among the younger generation of martial artists. At just 20 years old, he had the strength to compete with many seasoned masters. His talent had already surpassed that of his grandfather, Jiang Zhongyuan. There were rumors that he had caught the eye of a powerful being from the outer heaven and was taken there. The Central Plains stands firm in the Central Plains, dominating the world's mountains and rivers. This was a saying that circulated in the outside world, and it was recognized by all. One can imagine just how powerful the Jiang family of the Central Plains truly was. Logically, with the status and position of the Bai family, they should not have caught the Jiang family's attention. But Bai Nantian seized an opportunity. Jiang Zhongyuan's eldest grandson, Jiang Xia, had entered the outer heaven, leaving Jiang Zhongyuan to dote on another grandson. However, this grandson was plagued by misfortune. Just after coming of age, he fell seriously ill. Jiang Zhongyuan sought out renowned doctors and experts from around the world, but none could help his grandson. In the end, Jiang Zhongyuan heard that they needed to find someone with a special blood type and organs to help with a blood and organ transplant to save his grandson's life. Thus, the Jiang family issued a bounty, searching for someone with that blood type and organs. But after months of searching the entire country, they still had not found anyone with that blood type. Today, however, Bai Haoyu unexpectedly discovered that the blood type and organs of Yi Xiaoxiao and her family perfectly matched the Jiang family's bounty. This thrilled Bai Nantian, and he immediately sent someone to inform the Jiang family. The Jiang family quickly instructed him to send the people over. Just as he had sent them off, he was waiting for the Jiang family to receive them, at which point he would announce that the Bai family was joining the Jiang family. He also planned to take this opportunity to pass on his position to his son. But before he could receive any news from the Jiang family, he was struck with the terrible news of his son's murder. I don't care who killed my son. I want him to have no place to be buried. I want all his friends and family to accompany him in death. With Bai Nantian's command, the entire underground world of Jiang City was set into motion. The thugs raised by the Bai family scattered throughout Jiang City began to gather frantically. With Bai Nantian's order, the entire Jiang City was stirred. As the controllers of Jiang City's underground world, the Bai family had countless thugs at their disposal. At this moment, all the bars, KTVs, nightclubs, and casinos in Jiang City closed their doors, and all personnel evacuated their posts. On the streets, countless aggressive individuals surged forth, armed and fierce, dressed in matching black clothing. Like a surging black tide, they headed towards the Bai family, causing pedestrians to retreat in fear. Many people recognized that these individuals were the thugs of the Bai family. This left everyone in utter shock. What on earth had happened, and why were the Bai family members gathering so frantically? On the other side, Long Outyan also learned of this news immediately. Upon hearing that the Bai family members were gathering wildly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. They are simply asking for death. Accelerate forward, we must capture these traitors all at once. Yes. Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, countless thugs had already gathered. On the vast lawn behind the estate, a formidable crowd of Bai family thugs stood, numbering over 1,000. All personnel have assembled, head of the family. Bai Nantian, radiating an overwhelming fury, stepped forward, his crimson eyes sweeping over everyone present. He spoke sternly, brothers, my son was killed today, his body unrecognizable, and the murderer is still at large. What should we do? Avenge the young master. Avenge the young master. Avenge the young master. 1,000 voices roared in unison, their momentum soaring. Bai Nantian's anger reached new heights. Yes, avenge the young master. I want the murderer who killed my son to pay 1,000-fold. At the same time, Yi Feng and 11 had arrived at the entrance of the Bai family estate. Boss, this is the Bai family estate. As 11's words fell, the guards stationed at the entrance immediately shouted at the two. Who goes there? Kill. Yi Feng only uttered a cold, kill. 11's tang knife swept out. A sharp blade of light cut through the air, severing several guards in half. The razor-sharp blade did not pause after dispatching the guards. It struck the golden gate of the Bai family estate. Boom! The golden gate, made of top-quality wood, exploded into a pile of dust. This sudden noise caught Bai Nantian's attention in the backyard. Head of the family, someone has intruded into the Bai family and killed our men. A subordinate rushed to report. Seeking death. Bai Nantian was instantly furious. What kind of existence was the Bai family that someone dared to force their way in and commit murder? Fueled by rage, Bai Nantian stormed into the front yard, with the black-clad thugs quickly following behind. In the front yard, Yi Feng and 11 had already entered. At this moment, 11 had dealt with everyone in the front yard. Bodies lay sprawled across the ground, blood staining the earth. When Bai Nantian saw this scene, his fury erupted. A person beside him shouted angrily, "You bastards, who are you to dare kill members of the Bai family?" Just as he finished speaking, his head was severed. The headless corpse fell helplessly to the ground. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. No one expected 11 to be so audacious, daring to kill in the territory of the Bai family. Bai Nantian's expression turned icy. He recognized the two. They were the murderers who had killed his son in the bar. He had intended to find them, but unexpectedly, they had come to his doorstep. Not only had the murderer killed his son, but they had also come to kill members of the Bai family. Bai Nanshan's rage had reached an uncontrollable level. He had no extra words, only 3 cold words escaped his lips. "Kill them for me." Just then, the Bai family thugs surged forward, ready to attack. But at that moment, rumble. The sound of helicopters suddenly echoed above the Bai family estate. Everyone looked up to see several armed helicopters circling overhead, their dark gun barrels aimed downward. At the entrance, countless fully armed soldiers from the Jiangzhou Combat Readiness Department rushed in, guns drawn. All around, numerous soldiers surrounded the entire Bai family estate. Then, amidst the throng of soldiers, Long Outyan hurriedly approached from the entrance. "Stop it!" The people from the Jiangzhou War Department suddenly appeared, startling Bai Nantian. He quickly stopped his subordinates who were about to take action and turned his gaze to the newcomers. Although he did not recognize the person at the center, Long Outyan, he noticed the shining golden military star on Long Outyan's shoulder. He also saw Lin Zhenghua, the commander of the Jiangzhou War Department, and several high-ranking officials following Long Outyan. Bai Nantian felt a surge of panic. He wondered why the War Department would suddenly show up here, and with such a grand display. Could it be that they had learned about his intention to ally with the Jiang family? Had they sent someone over because of that? Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, Long Outyan hurriedly approached Yi Feng and 11, looking extremely anxious as he said, "Mr. Yi, Mr. 11, I'm sorry I'm late." This scene once again shocked Bai Nantian. Although he did not know Long Outyan, he could guess that this person must be someone significant in the War Department. Yet at this moment, this person was actually apologizing to Yi Feng and 11, and his attitude was so respectful. Bai Nanshan's heart sank to the bottom. Lin Zhenghua and the other high-ranking officials from the War Department were equally astonished. Long Outyan was the top figure in the War Department, one of the core figures in the power center of Long Country. Yet now he was apologizing to 2 seemingly ordinary individuals, and his demeanor suggested he was quite fearful of them. Yi Feng and 11's expressions were icy. Yi Feng coldly spoke, "Long Outyan, are you here to kill me?" Boom! When Bai Nantian and everyone from the Bai family heard Yi Feng utter the name Long Outyan, they were all struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. They had just been speculating about Long Outyan's identity, but they never expected him to be the top figure of the Long Country War Department. Long Outyan personally came to apologize to the person who killed his son? What on earth was going on? At this moment, Bai Nantian felt even more panic. Long Outyan hurriedly said, "No, Mr. Yi, Mr. 11, we are here to help you. It was our fault before, we did not protect your family well, which led to your family suffering such misfortune. I apologize on behalf of Long Country and the national leader." After saying this, Long Outyan bowed deeply to Yi Feng and 11. This scene once again shocked everyone present to an unimaginable degree. What did they see? What did they hear? The top figure of the Long Country War Department was apologizing to Yi Feng and 11, even on behalf of the national leader and the entire Long Country? Who exactly was Yi Feng? What kind of status did he have to make Long Outyan act this way? Upon hearing Long Outyan's words, Bai Nantian thought of something. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, a chill spreading from his feet throughout his body. The people his son had kidnapped and tortured couldn't possibly be related to these 2, could they? The moment he thought of this, Bai Nanshan's face turned ashen, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, Long Outyan glared at Bai Nantian with fury. His voice was icy to the extreme. "Bai Nantian, hand over the person your son has kidnapped immediately." Long Outyan wished he could punch Bai Nantian to death right then and there, all because this bastard son had kidnapped and tortured Yi Feng's relatives. This had led to Yi Feng's explosive rage, summoning 1,000,000 troops from the Fifth Kingdom, poised to strike against Long Country at any moment. A battle could erupt at any time, potentially throwing the entire Long Country into chaos. Boom! Bai Nanshan's mind went blank, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, completely sank. Indeed, the people his son intended to deliver to the Jiang family were relatives of these 2. Bai Nantian, the top figure in the underground world of Jiang City, a powerful figure who could shake the city with a mere cough, was now so frightened that he fell to his knees, trembling like a leaf. The high-ranking members of the Bai family beside Bai Nantian were all terrified at this moment, trembling like leaves in the wind. Some were so scared that they lost control of their bowels. The stench filled the air. Long Outyan stepped forward, his powerful aura fully unleashed. "Tell me, where is he?" Bai Nantian regained his composure, shaking all over. I don't know. My son didn't bring him back. I don't know where he took him." Swish! 11 suddenly lunged forward, sweeping his knife horizontally. One of Bai Nanshan's arms flew off. Ah! The sound of his agonizing scream echoed throughout the Bai family estate.
11's expression darkened to the extreme. Tell me, where was he taken?
Bai Nantian, enduring the pain from his wound, managed to utter a few words. I
really don't know. My son didn't tell me.
Swish! 11 swung his knife again, and Bai Nantian's other arm flew off.
I really don't know. Bai Nantian gasped out a few words before completely fainting.
Bai Nantian truly did not know where his son had taken the person. He had entrusted the matter entirely to his son, hoping that the Jiang family would credit this achievement to him. 11 stepped forward, his gaze landing on a high-ranking member of the Bai family. That member was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground.
I don't know. The matter was handled by the family head and the young master. I really don't know.
A cold glint flashed.
The head of this Bai family member flew off.
11's gaze shifted to the next person.
That person turned to flee.
But after just 2 steps, his head also separated from his body. This horrifying scene plunged everyone from the Bai family into despair. They all collapsed to the ground, trembling, with excrement and urine flowing.
11's gaze fell on the third high-ranking member of the Bai family.
This person suddenly remembered something, as if grasping at a lifeline.
It's Mr.
Xie. He was with young Master Bai.
Who is Mr. Xie? 11 roared. Mr. Xie hasn't returned. He has been following young Master Bai.
The person replied.
Does anyone know him? 11's death-like gaze swept over everyone present.
No one dared to meet 11's eyes. Only one person showed a hint of panic and quickly lowered his head, but 11 caught it. Swish! 11's figure instantly appeared beside that person, a long knife stained with fresh blood, radiating a chilling aura, resting against his neck. The person immediately fell to his knees with a thud.
I don't know him. 11 struck out, shattering the disguise on the person's face, revealing his true identity.
It was the middle-aged man with a shadowy gaze who had contacted Chen Hui at the bar. Mr.
Xie, he is Mr. Xie. He has been following young Master Bai. With a sweep of 11's knife, Mr. Xie's arm flew off. I'll tell you.
I sent him out of the city.
To the Jiang family in Central South Province. Long Outyan, furious, asked, You fool, how did you let him leave? He was sent out by helicopter. Mr. Xie confessed honestly. Who allowed that? Long Outyan was enraged. It was Mayor Chen.
Long Outyan's face darkened to the extreme. He had already issued orders to seal off the entire Jiang city, yet someone dared to defy him and let someone leave.
Call him here to see me immediately. Long Outyan was furious.
As 11 moved, raising his knife, he was about to end Mr.
Xi's life. Mr. Xi panicked, threatening, You can't kill me. I am from the Jiang family. If you kill me, the Jiang family will not let you go. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and Long Outyan shot the man dead.
This dragon country belongs to everyone in the dragon country, not just the Jiang family.
Yi Feng frowned.
At this moment, a few people entered the door, and Chen Hui was brought in by several members of the combat readiness department.
Chen Hui, do you know your crime? Long Outyan asked angrily. Chen Hui was still a bit confused. Boss Long, what's wrong with me? What's wrong?
I ordered you to seal off the entire Jiang city, and you actually dared to defy my orders, letting people leave Jiang city.
Do you know? However, Long Outyan's words were not finished.
11 suddenly swept out with a knife, and Chen Hui's head flew up directly. Everyone at the scene was stunned, not expecting 11 to be so bold as to kill Chen Hui outright.
Long Outyan was also taken aback for a moment, but then he reacted. Well done.
At this moment, Yifeng roared, Get your helicopter down here. Long Outyan knew that Yifeng and the others were heading to the Central South Province, so he hurriedly ordered a helicopter in the sky to land. While the helicopter was descending, Yifeng instructed 11, Leave no one alive.
Long Outyan quickly said, Mr. Yi, let me handle this.
After saying that, he gave orders to Lin Zhenghua.
By family, leave no one alive.
Strictly investigate the entire Jiang city. Anyone who has dealings or colludes with the Bai family, Jiang family, or Jiang family, kill without mercy. The helicopter landed, and Long Outyan, Yifeng, and 11 boarded it. Not long after the helicopter took off, there was a flurry of gunfire at the Bai family. The thousands of thugs gathered by the Bai family were wiped out in a short time. Bodies piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Meanwhile, in a place resembling a paradise in Yongnan City, the capital of the Central South Province, there was a transcendent superfamily, the Jiang family. How powerful the Jiang family was can be summed up in one sentence. In Central South, if there were 10 pieces of money, 8 of them belonged to the Jiang family. If a drop of rain fell from the sky, it had to be surnamed Jiang.
When a Jiang family member stomped their foot, the Central South would experience a great earthquake. One can imagine how powerful the Jiang family was. The reason the Jiang family was so strong was that the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiong, known as the King of Xiong, was from the Central Plains Jiang family. The Central Plains Jiang family dominated the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, holding a strong military, disregarding orders, claiming supremacy, seizing land as kings, and taxing from the ground. The Jiang family was also rich in talent. Over the years, the Jiang family had grown even stronger and had now become the king of the Central Plains. Very few dared to challenge them in the entire Dragon Country. In the Jiang family manor, in the luxurious living room, a middle-aged man with a square face and an imposing demeanor sat in the main seat. This man was Jiang Xiong, the head of the Jiang family, known as the Lord of Xiong. At this moment, many people were seated beneath him. There were the governor of the Central South Province, mayors from various cities, leading figures from various industries, key officials from the military stationed in various cities, and leaders of various martial arts families and organizations. In short, all the heads of various industries and sectors in the Central South Province were gathered here. Jiang Xiong scanned everyone present and spoke indifferently. Everyone, where is the person I've been looking for after so many days? Everyone lowered their heads in fear. Humph, a bunch of useless people. I've given you so much time and so many resources, and you haven't even found a single clue. Do you know your crime? Jiang Xiong's indifferent voice fell, instantly frightening everyone present. The governor of the Central South Province hurriedly replied, Lord Xiong, the person you need has a blood type and organs that are too unusual. We have mobilized the entire province to search, but the time is too short. We really cannot find anyone with that special blood type. Jiang Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you blaming me for giving you too little time? The governor was immediately frightened and knelt down. No, Lord Xiong, that's not what I meant. Jiang Xiong coldly glared at the governor before looking at everyone. I will give you 1 more week. If you still cannot find the person I want, you can all come to see me with your heads in your hands. Yes. Everyone nodded in fear. After that, they hurriedly left one by one. Just after these people had left, a young man dressed in designer clothes, with a defiant look on his face, rushed in. He shouted, Father, good news, good news. The man's name was Jiang Qingyu, the second son of Jiang Xiong, a complete wastrel. Seeing his useless second son, Jiang Xiong frowned. What is it? Why are you in such a panic? What kind of behavior is this? Jiang Qingyu immediately became obedient. Father, I just received a call from the Bai family in Jiangchang. They said they found the people we need. Jiang Xiong was also taken aback. What? Are you sure? Jiang Qingyu nodded heavily, absolutely sure. I've already had the Bai family send those people over. They should be arriving in Haichang now. Jiang Xiong's face lit up with joy. Ha, good, good. My son is making progress. You hurry to Haichang and be sure to bring those people back. When the time comes, I will personally take you to the Central Plains to present them to your grandfather. That will definitely be a great achievement. Jiang Qingyu was also overjoyed. Yes, father, I will go right away. After Jiang Qingyu left, Jiang Xiong prepared to share this good news with the family. But after thinking for a moment, he ultimately decided to wait until his son brought the people back before personally taking them home, to give the old man a surprise. After all, over the years, the old man had expended too much energy on the illness of his second grandson. If he could bring people back to cure his second grandson's illness, the old man would surely reward him, and perhaps even allow his son to stay in the Central Plains for personal instruction. Although Jiang Xiong was also a member of the Jiang family, he had not received much favor from the old man. Years ago, he had been expelled from the Jiang family for making mistakes. He was even stripped of his surname and could only change it to Jiang. To return to the Jiang family, he had worked hard over the years, and after decades of effort, he had gained control of the entire central and southern provinces. Only then did he receive some recognition from the Jiang family, but it was merely recognition. Wanting to change back to the Jiang surname and return to the Jiang family was still far from enough. In the Jiang family, the old man had always valued his second brother, Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, due to his innate martial arts talent, entered the war department and became a war god in just a few short years. He later commanded 1 million troops in the Central Plains and now sits in the Central Plains, renowned throughout the world. Jiang Tian also had 2 sons. The eldest, Jiang Xia, had an extraordinary martial arts talent and became a martial arts master at the age of 20, making a name for himself in the Central Plains, eventually entering the heavenly realm for training. The younger son, Jiang Xing, also had exceptional martial arts talent, but his fate was fraught with misfortune. He fell ill with a strange disease just after reaching adulthood. The old man took him to seek out famous doctors and experts, but no one could help his grandson.
In the end, Jiang Zhongyuan heard that they needed to find someone with a special blood type and organs to help with a blood and organ transplant to save his grandson's life. For this reason, the entire Jiang family had been searching for someone with a special blood type and organs for Jiang Xing, but after several months, there was still no result. Unexpectedly, today, his useless son actually found someone compatible with the young master of the Jiang family, which gave him hope.
Hope to return to the Jiang family.
On the other side, Yifeng, Long Outyan, and 11 were currently on a helicopter, racing at top speed towards a subordinate city of the central and southern provinces, Haichang. According to the information Long Outyan had gathered, the plane released by Chen Hui was headed for Haichang.
Mr.
Yi, Haichang is the territory of the Jiang family, and Jiang Xiong, the head of the Jiang family, is known as the King of the North. He is a member of the Jiang family from the Central Plains, and this Jiang family.
Long Outyan detailed the situation regarding the Jiang family to Yifeng. When we arrive in Haichang, it's best not to have any conflicts with them. Their strength is extraordinary, even our war department cannot handle them. A small family, and yet you from the Dragon Kingdom's war department are helpless against them, truly ridiculous. 11 scoffed. Long Outyan felt a bit awkward and explained,
mainly because the Jiang family is an ancient family that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, with extremely deep roots. Moreover, there are people from the Jiang family in the outer heaven, and the old master of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhongyuan, is a martial arts expert with formidable strength.
During the war years, the Jiang family also made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom.
After the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, to express gratitude for the Jiang family's past contributions, they were granted the Central Plains as a fief. But over the years, the Jiang family's appetite has grown larger. Not only have they occupied the Central Plains province, but they have also taken control of the other 3 provinces surrounding the Central Plains.
They have armed themselves and declared independence, refusing to follow orders, starting to claim kingship and dominance.
Now they control 1 million troops from the Central Plains, with countless strong subordinates.
We also do not wish to have conflicts with them, as it would involve innocent people. Furthermore, they are not completely disregarding orders yet.
Incompetence is incompetence. Don't try to find such grandiose reasons for yourself.
11 scoffed again. Long Outyan fell silent. After all, the tasks assigned to him by the monarch had already been accomplished.
As for the outcome, that was beyond his control. Although 11 said this, he would not risk Yifeng's life. He then issued a command on the highest command channel of the 5th Kingdom. Everyone, head to Haichang in the central south province of the Dragon Kingdom. The boss and I will arrive in Haichang shortly. After receiving this order, the experts of the 5th Kingdom immediately headed to Haichang.
Meanwhile, at a military airport in the outskirts of Haichang,
Jiang Qingyu had also arrived there. This place was previously under the jurisdiction of the War Department, but since the rise of the Jiang family in the Central Plains, it had also come under the control of the Jiang family. The original War Department had now been renamed the Central Plains Army. They could hear the commands of the Jiang family and Jiang Xiong
booming.
At that moment, the roar of helicopter engines came from afar.
Jiang Qingyu quickly looked up and saw a civilian helicopter rapidly approaching in the sky. The people are here. Lift the restrictions and let the helicopter land.
The airport control quickly lifted the restrictions. In no time, the civilian helicopter slowly descended.
Jiang Qingyu hurried forward.
Several people carried 3 barely conscious individuals down from a stretcher.
And these 3 were Yifeng's sister and parents.
Good, that's great. Quickly get them on the helicopter and send them to the Central Plains. After saying this, Jiang Qingyu prepared to call his father to inform him of this good news. But at that moment, the head of the station unit said, "Young Master Jiang, we've spotted an aircraft from the Jiangqing War Department approaching." Jiang Qingyu frowned and said directly, "Tell them to get lost, or I'll shoot them down."
Isn't that a bit too much? If we shoot down the War Department's aircraft, we might completely sever ties with them.
The person in charge was somewhat nervous.
Jiang Qingyu, however, disdainfully said, "What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, this is the Central South Province, our Jiang family's territory. They came uninvited. If we destroy them, there's no problem. Besides, it's just a small aircraft from the Jiangqing War Department being shot down. It's not a big deal." I doubt the War Department would dare to say much. The head of the station unit didn't dare to say more. He directly ordered his subordinates, "Prepare for air defense. As soon as they enter Haicheng's territory, if they ignore the warning, shoot them down immediately."
Yes. In the helicopter, Yifeng and the others quickly heard the warning from the station unit in Haicheng, telling them to leave or be shot down on the spot.
Long Outyan was furious upon hearing this. These people were becoming increasingly arrogant. He roared, "Tell them, I am Long Outyan. If they dare to open fire, I will destroy them. If it were before, Long Outyen might not have dared to say such a thing, but at this moment, Yifeng, the great lord of the Fifth Kingdom, was present. He naturally dared to say this, and he even hoped those people would open fire, which would only add fuel to Yifeng's already raging anger. Below, the personnel stationed in Haichang were shocked to hear the response. They never expected that the person who had come was actually Long Outyen, the top figure of the War Department. However, Jiang Qingyu was quite puzzled and asked, "Who is Long Outyen?" The person in charge quickly replied, "He is the top figure of the War Department." "Humph, I was just annoyed by him. Since he's come to seek death himself, let's fulfill him. Open fire and kill him." Over the past few years, Jiang Qingyu had heard his father mention that the people from the War Department had always wanted to deal with them, but fearing the power of the Jiang family behind them, they had never dared to take action. Now, with the top figure of the War Department, Long Outyen, actually coming to them, he felt this was a great opportunity to eliminate Long Outyen. His father had always looked down on him, thinking he was too useless. Today, he decided to do something big. He wanted his father to see his strength. Killing the top figure of the War Department, Long Outyen, if this got out, it would surely cause a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom. The more he thought about it, the more excited Jiang Qingyu became. Meanwhile, the person in charge was stunned. Was Jiang Qingyu crazy? He actually wanted to kill Long Outyen. How bold could he be? Young Master Jiang, Long Outyen is the top figure of the War Department. If he is killed, it might provoke the wrath of the entire Dragon Kingdom. At that time, we might have to bear the anger of the whole Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Qingyu, however, looked down on this concern. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Open fire. The person in charge didn't dare to give this order at all. It was too terrifying. Killing Long Outyen was an unprecedented heinous crime. If the Dragon Kingdom was enraged, he wouldn't have enough heads to be killed. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyu directly pulled out a handgun and pressed it against the person in charge's head. "I told you to open fire, didn't you hear me?" The person in charge still didn't dare to give the order. Jiang Qingyu, seeing this, snatched the communicator from the person in charge's hand. He shouted, "Shoot that helicopter down!" Whoosh, whoosh. With Jiang Qingyu's command given, several surface-to-air missiles shot out from the ground, heading straight for the helicopter where Yifeng and the others were. At the same time, in the helicopter, when Long Outyen saw that the people below had actually taken action, he was also shocked. The reason he had said that earlier was that he thought the Jiang family didn't have the guts to really tear their faces apart. But he never expected these people to be so insane as to actually dare to take action. Yifeng and 11, seeing this, kicked open the helicopter's door and leaped down with the pilot and Long Outyen from mid-air. Just then, a terrifying blade of light suddenly appeared, shooting towards the missiles with an indescribable terrifying speed. Boom! A huge explosion echoed in the air. In mid-air, a terrifyingly beautiful firework bloomed. "Boss, I'm here." The voice of Yi Lu came through the highest channel of the Fifth Kingdom. "Kill! Wipe out those bastards who dare to lay hands on the boss." The furious roar of 11 echoed through the highest channel. At this moment, Yi Lu, appearing outside the Haicheng base, moved like a ghost, swiftly shooting into the base's entrance. Outside the base, Yifeng, 11, Long Outyen, and the pilot were all unharmed. However, the faces of the few were icy cold to the extreme. "Who are you?" The perimeter guards immediately noticed Yifeng and the others. The dark muzzles of their guns were aimed at them right away. The response they received was 11's terrifying blade of light. A flash of cold light passed by. Several guards were decapitated. After dealing with a few, Yifeng and 11 shot out towards the Haicheng base. Long Outyen took out his communicator and shouted angrily, "All troops, come to me immediately." In the rear, several armed helicopters that had been following Long Outyen and his group immediately surged forward at full speed upon receiving the order. On the ground, the tens of thousands of fully armed troops from the Jiangcheng War Department, who had already entered Haicheng, also advanced rapidly towards the Haicheng garrison. When departing from Jiangcheng, Long Outyen had already commanded all personnel to head to Haicheng. He intended to seize this opportunity to take Haicheng in one fell swoop. Inside the garrison, the sudden appearance of Yi Lu caught everyone off guard, leading to countless casualties in an instant as Yi Lu struck down many. At this moment, everyone quickly reacted. Countless soldiers picked up their weapons and began to counterattack. In no time, Yi Lu was surrounded by thousands of people. "Shoot him dead." With the issuance of the command, thousands of people opened fire simultaneously. The dense bullets poured down like rain, wildly descending upon him. Yi Lu, however, showed no fear. He tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand and swung it rapidly. The concentrated blade light quickly coalesced around him,
forming a massive, impenetrable shield resembling a large bell.
Clang, clang, clang.
Countless bullets struck the shield but failed to penetrate it, instead sounding like they were colliding with some hard object.
He's actually a martial artist. The leader in the distance furrowed his brow. Humph. So what if he's a martial artist? Go, bring me the weapon specifically designed to deal with martial artists' inner energy.
In Long Country, martial artists do exist. Some powerful martial artists, after reaching a certain level, can cultivate inner energy, which can take form and kill invisibly.
It can also provide defense.
With inner energy for defense, one can easily ignore attacks from firearms. Dodging bullets is a piece of cake.
Yi Lu's current situation is a manifestation of inner energy used for defense.
Of course, in various countries, there are corresponding weapons specifically designed to counter martial artists' inner energy. These weapons have all been specially modified, and their bullets can penetrate a martial artist's defenses. As a superpower, Long Country has many martial artists and naturally possesses specialized weapons to counter them. At this moment, everyone had emptied their magazines. When the bullets were not so dense, Yi Lu's feet trembled. The bullets that had fallen to the ground suddenly soared into the air. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Lu, causing all the bullets to shoot out at a speed more than double their original velocity. Thud, thud, thud.
In an instant, countless bullets pierced the bodies of numerous people around him.
These individuals were not martial artists and could not defend against such a dense and fierce barrage of bullets.
In a moment, countless people were turned into sieves by the bullets. Retreat, retreat. This person's strength is unfathomable.
The commanding officer, seeing this, was immediately alarmed. He issued the order at the first opportunity, but it was still too late. At this moment, with no worries behind him, Yi Lu swept his long knife outward. A terrifying blade light shot out like lightning, sweeping across everything in its path, cutting everything in two. Finally, this razor-sharp blade light landed on a concrete and steel office building 100 meters away. The entire building was sliced open, leaving a crack about 2 centimeters wide and bottomless. After dealing with these people, Yi Lu sheathed his knife and transformed into a streak of light, rapidly heading towards the airport outside.
What's going on?
Outside at the airport, Jiang Qingyu saw that the anti-air missiles had not hit the plane, and he was very angry. The person in charge was just about to respond when cries for help came through the communicator. At the same time, alarms blared throughout the garrison.
Enemy attack, enemy attack.
Then they saw fierce gunfire erupting from the rear garrison base.
What's going on? Jiang Qingyu was even more furious. Enemies have broken in.
The person in charge said immediately.
Jiang Qingyu kicked the person in charge and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and tear those bastards to pieces. If you can't get rid of those people, just wait to be shot by me." The person in charge didn't dare to say another word and quickly led a large group of people away. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu was also afraid that the invading enemies would hurt him, so he hurriedly called out to a few pilots who were still there. "Get these people on board and leave here quickly." The pilots didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly carried Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents onto a stretcher and loaded them onto a helicopter. The helicopter took off rapidly, breaking through the air. Just as Jiang Qingyu was about to board another plane, a terrifying flash of a blade shot towards him. Puff! The sharp blade instantly sliced several pilots in half. Bright red blood splattered all over Jiang Qingyu's face. He had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. After standing frozen for less than 2 seconds, he bent over and began to vomit violently. Swish! At that moment, Yi Feng and 11 appeared beside Jiang Qingyu simultaneously. They looked into the helicopter, but there was no one inside. Yi Feng's eyes turned crimson as he asked sharply, "Where are the people?" But Jiang Qingyu was so frightened that he couldn't answer Yi Feng's question. 11 swung his long knife, and in an instant, one of Jiang Qingyu's arms was severed. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the airport. "Silence! Answer the question, or die." 11's cold voice rang in Jiang Qingyu's ears. He felt 11's chilling killing intent and the coldness creeping up his neck. He had a strong feeling that if he didn't obey 11's words, the long knife would undoubtedly wipe him out without hesitation. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he replied, "The people have been taken away." "Where were they sent?" Yi Feng's voice was icy to the extreme. Jiang Qingyu trembled. They were sent to the Zhangnan Jiang family. Puff! 11's long knife swept out without hesitation, and Jiang Qingyu's head flew off. To Zhangnan. Yi Feng was filled with murderous intent and hatred, just a step too late. He was so close to saving Yi Xiaoxiao and the others. 11 nodded and jumped onto the back of the plane, which hadn't even started yet. But at that moment, his thoughts shifted, and he and Yi Feng both looked into the distance. Swish, swish, swish.
Suddenly, the air not far away twisted, and 10 figures cloaked in black robes appeared abruptly around the plane where the two were.
They surrounded the plane in the middle.
All 10 figures were shrouded in black robes, making it impossible to see their faces, and they exuded a surging and terrifying aura. At the same time, an indescribable terrifying pressure instantly descended upon them. Feeling this terrifying pressure and the overwhelming aura from these 10 people, 11's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "The envoys of the guiding temple." The envoys of the guiding temple were messengers of the guiding temple. This so-called guiding temple was an extremely special existence abroad. They claimed to be the rulers, responsible for controlling all martial artists in the world. Once martial artists reached a certain level of strength, they would be taken away by the envoys of the guiding temple. They would be controlled by the guiding temple. Years ago, when the Fifth Kingdom became powerful enough, the people from the guiding temple found Yifeng and wanted to take him away. At that time, they were unmatched in strength and claimed to be a strong nation, so how could they submit to the guiding temple? Thus, they fought against the envoy. But to their horror, apart from Yifeng, they were no match for the envoy. At that time, Yifeng directly annihilated these envoys. This completely enraged the guiding temple, and they sent even more powerful envoys to capture Yifeng. In the end, although Yifeng defeated those envoys, he was also injured, and that injury had not yet healed. After that, Yifeng joined the border army of the Dragon Kingdom, and those people never appeared again. Unexpectedly, today, the person from the Divine Temple of Guidance found this place so quickly. Moreover, the expert sent this time was even more powerful than the previous few divine envoys. Long Outyan's expression also changed dramatically. He naturally knew about this divine envoy of guidance. It was a messenger from the Divine Temple of Guidance. This so-called Divine Temple of Guidance was in existence similar to the heavenly realm of the Dragon Kingdom, responsible for overseeing all martial artists who had transcended to a certain level. The Divine Temple of Guidance was in charge of the martial artists from several powerful countries in the West, while the heavenly realm was responsible for the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom. This was a tacit understanding, and both sides had always kept to themselves. But now, the people from the Divine Temple of Guidance suddenly appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, even coming to capture Yifeng.
This made Long Outyan see the huge conspiracy behind it. Yi Xiu Luo, obediently surrender.
One of the men in black said, his words laced with a strong commanding tone and deep disdain.
"Those who stand in my way, die." The killing intent on Yifeng instantly solidified, shattering the oppressive aura surrounding the two.
Beside him, Shi was about to sweep out with his long knife.
However, Yifeng stopped Shi. "You go start the plane, boss." Shi wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Yifeng. "This is an order." Shi dared not disobey Yifeng's command and could only say, "Boss, be careful.
You bunch of scum, if anything happens to my boss, I swear I will destroy your damn Divine Temple of Guidance." But the 10 men completely ignored Shi's words. In their eyes, Yi Xiu Luo was merely a slightly stronger ant.
Shi was even less than an ant.
Yifeng had no time for extra words, jumping off the plane and heading towards the 10 figures.
"Humph, ant-like things, seeking death."
The leader snorted coldly, and a mass of black mist surged out from his body. The other 9 also emitted black mist. A thick cloud of black mist instantly enveloped Yifeng. Immediately, within this dense black mist, an indescribable terrifying energy surged, yet it did not leak out at all.
1 minute later, the mist suddenly dissipated.
The 10 figures stood still, without any movement. Yifeng also remained in place, motionless. A gentle breeze blew by, and the 10 figures turned to ashes with the wind.
Puff!
Yifeng, who stood in place, suddenly knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire being wilted to the extreme.
"Boss!"
Shi saw this and hurriedly jumped off the plane to support Yifeng.
Yifeng shook his head. "I'm fine, hurry to Zhongnan." Shi quickly helped Yifeng onto the plane. Just as he was about to start the plane, bang bang bang, dense gunfire came from behind.
The few turned their heads to see countless people pouring in from outside the airport, bullets raining down like a dense shower towards their position.
"Damn it!" Shi's expression turned cold as he charged towards those people with his knife.
Facing the incoming bullets, Shi swept out with his long knife. A sharp, cold blade light, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, swept towards the bullets. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and the terrifying gust of wind it created overturned everything in its path.
The dense bullets could not withstand this terrifying wind and were instantly shattered.
And this terrifying blade light showed no signs of stopping. In the blink of an eye, it fell upon the 100-strong group. The bodies of these people were instantly sliced in half, and the gust of wind brought by the blade light simultaneously shredded their bodies, turning them into a rain of blood.
Hiss! Long Outyan, seeing this scene from behind, couldn't help but gasp.
He had long heard that the experts under the ruler of the Fifth Kingdom were extremely powerful, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. And today, after witnessing the terrifying skills of 11 with his own eyes, he finally understood that the rumors were not false. Swish! At that moment, Yi Lu's figure also appeared beside 11.
Are you okay? 11 shook his head.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a series of piercing sounds suddenly came from the sky not far away.
11 and Yi Lu looked up simultaneously. They saw several glowing blue dots rapidly shooting towards their position. There were so many, at least 100.
Long Outyan, seeing this, was also shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, it's special armor-piercing bullets designed specifically for martial artists."
Without Long Outyan's reminder, 11 and Yi Lu recognized what these things were.
After all, these were invented by their Fifth Kingdom and eventually spread throughout the world. They never expected that the very things they invented would now be used against them. As the inventors, they naturally understood the power of these bullets. One armor-piercing bullet was enough to take down a Shen-level martial artist, let alone the more than 100 bullets now coming at them.
The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Shall we compare?
Then they both smiled and swept their long knives horizontally. Two equally sharp blades shot out simultaneously, their speeds nearly identical. The two blade lights collided with the hundreds of armor-piercing bullets in an instant.
Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, brilliant fireworks exploded in mid-air.
Not bad, you've made progress these years, they both said again in unison.
Whoosh!
But just then, from a hidden corner not far behind, a golden light suddenly appeared, rushing towards them with even greater speed.
Be careful! Long Outyan noticed the situation behind him immediately and turned to strike.
But at that moment, 11's figure appeared beside him out of nowhere, pushing him away. When he tried to raise his knife, he realized it was already too late. 11 gave up using his knife and lunged forward, actually bracing himself against the golden armor-piercing bullet with his body. Meanwhile, Yi Lu had already appeared at the corner, slashing down the ambusher with a single stroke.
Bang! An indescribable sound echoed as 11 actually withstood the special armor-piercing bullet with his body.
However, his chest caved in a bit. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. But he couldn't care about his injuries. Instead, he grabbed the carved dragon-patterned armor-piercing bullet in front of his chest, his face filled with confusion. It's the strongest dragon-scale bullet.
Why is this thing here? But he didn't have time to ponder this question.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The piercing sounds came again from afar. More armor-piercing bullets targeting martial artists rushed in.
At the same time, thousands of people surged in from behind.
Brother Lu, you go deal with those people behind. I'll handle the armor-piercing bullets.
Yi Lu said no more, his figure moving as he charged towards the incoming crowd. At this moment, the armor-piercing bullets were also coming in rapidly. Their speed was even faster than before. Holding his long knife, 11 swept it out, a sharp blade light shooting forth, colliding fiercely with the dense armor-piercing bullets.
Boom!
A brilliant blue firework blossomed in the air less than 10 meters above the ground. The terrifying shockwave instantly surged outwards, like a 20-level hurricane, spreading in all directions.
The surrounding trees were instantly destroyed.
On 11's side, he gritted his teeth and endured the shockwave.
Puff!
The price he paid was that he was shaken by the shockwave, blood surging up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not allow the terrifying shockwave to affect the planes and Yifeng inside them in the slightest. 11 had been crazily rushing alongside Yifeng, not knowing how many people he had killed. Previously, he had even withstood a dragon-scale bullet, which was several times more powerful than a regular armor-piercing round, with his body. At this moment, his physical condition was actually not much better than Yifeng's. But because of this, he would never allow anyone to harm Yifeng, who was currently focused on recuperating. In his eyes, Yifeng's life was far more precious than his own. In the distance, Yi Lu was already surrounded by thousands of people. And this group of over 1,000 was much stronger than those before. Yet, despite this, Yi Lu fought with increasing courage.
Watching Yi Lu and 11 desperately protect Yifeng, Long Outyan's eyes began to turn red, and he kept screaming into the communicator. Hurry up, you bastards! Hurry up!
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, another 100 armor-piercing rounds came flying in. 11 prepared to draw his knife but found that the tang knife in his hand had been broken after enduring numerous battles. Behind him, Yi Lu, while dealing with those people, was also paying attention to the situation here.
He shouted loudly, 11, catch the knife.
The long knife in his hand transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards 11.
With a swift motion, 11 caught the long knife.
Then, with a fierce slash, he swept it out.
Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of armor-piercing rounds were once again blocked. They exploded in the air, and the terrifying shockwave spread out again. 11 still used his body to block the terrifying shockwave. After this wave of obstruction, 11's face turned pale to the extreme. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still did not take a step back, standing firm like a javelin. Long Out Yen's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically roared into the communicator. Are you all fucking dead? Why aren't you here yet? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, more armor-piercing rounds came. This time, not only armor-piercing rounds but also more shells. Seeing this, 11 quickly moved forward. He had to block all these things from reaching the plane and Yifeng inside it. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of brilliant fireworks exploded in mid-air. 11's body still stood tall in the distance. Not a single shockwave could surpass his physical form. At this moment, his body began to tremble violently. The repeated impacts had already left him at the end of his strength. The blood at the corner of his mouth flowed like a stream, staining the ground red. Behind him, Long Out Yen looked at 11's upright figure, and tears streamed down his face. What kind of iron-boned man was this? What kind of willpower? What kind of courage? What kind of loyalty? Such unparalleled bravery and loyalty should be respected and supported by everyone. But because of some people, who sought their own selfish desires, they wanted to destroy such an iron-boned, fearless warrior. I, Long Out Yen, swear that I will not be human if I do not eliminate you scum in this life. Long Out Yen roared, trembling all over, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, blood flowing continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several dense armor-piercing rounds and shells shot towards them. 11 glanced at the long knife in his hand, which was already broken. He discarded the long knife, turned to look at Yifeng in the plane and Yi Lu, who was fiercely battling in the distance, his gaze gentle. Then, he smiled, blood still gushing from his mouth, staining his chest. Resolutely, he turned around, gritted his teeth, used his strength to leap into the air, and charged towards those shells, intending to use his body to block them. He would protect Yifeng behind him from any harm. No! Long Out Yen cried out in grief and anger, his voice filled with despair. He could not bear to see such a loyal and brave person die like this. If he could, he would willingly exchange places with him. Behind, Yi Lu saw 11 and instantly his eyes turned red. Don't! 11! Yifeng also looked at 11. His gaze instantly turned blood red as he shouted angrily, 11, come back! Come back! But for the first time, 11 did not obey Yifeng's command. He resolutely charged towards the incoming shells. Long Out Yen closed his eyes. Yifeng spat out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, Yi Lu had broken through the encirclement of those people and was rushing towards 11. Boom! But at this critical moment, the roar of helicopters suddenly echoed from afar. The voice of someone from the War Department came through Long Out Yen's communicator. Leader! We have arrived! Open fire! Open fire! Give it everything you've got! Long Out Yen, with eyes bloodshot to the extreme, let out a thunderous roar. Boom! In the sky, the weapons on several armed helicopters unleashed scorching tongues of fire, shooting towards the dense blue light spots and countless shells. But there were simply too many blue light spots and shells. A few still headed towards the ground. At that moment, 11's body bravely charged towards the few armor-piercing shells that were about to fall. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and once again, 11 used his flesh and blood to withstand the terrifying explosion and shock of those shells. He stubbornly prevented them from falling, protecting Yifeng on the plane behind him. On the other side, countless members of the War Department surged in like a tide. Countless firearms fired a dense barrage of bullets. Like a torrential storm, they shot towards those who had previously besieged Yi Lu. Boom boom boom. Countless shells launched from afar, rapidly descending towards the base. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Seeing this, 11 finally revealed a smile, his body seemingly drained of all strength, and he fell helplessly from the air. Yi Lu arrived beneath 11 and caught him. At this moment, 11's face was pale, blood flowing uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. 11, hold on, hold on. Yi Lu's eyes turned red as he shouted hoarsely. He took out the communicator and yelled frantically, the boss and 11 are seriously injured, where the hell are you all? Hurry up! Meanwhile, the powerful figures from the Fifth Kingdom rushing to Haicheng accelerated their pace once again. Old Lu, we have arrived. Just as the voice on the channel fell, two figures shot in from a distance. It was Yi 13 and Yi 12, who had hurried over after dealing with the Bai family and all those involved in the kidnapping and torment of Yi Xiaoxiao. The two quickly took out 2 pills and stuffed them into the mouths of 11 and Yifeng. Under the effect of the pills, both of their conditions finally improved somewhat. Yifeng spoke, 12, stay here and take good care of 11, 13, and old Lu, come with me to Jiangnan. Yes. Yi 12 nodded. Lan Outyen also addressed the head of the Jiangzhou War Department, clear out the entire Haicheng, and follow all of Mr. 12's orders. Yes. The plane sped towards Zhongnan. On the other side, the capital of Zhongnan province, Jiang family manor. At this moment, Jiang Xiong was in his room packing various gifts to take back to the Central Plains to present to the Jiang family. Soon, all the valuable gifts were neatly packed. He was just waiting for his son to bring back those 3 people with special blood types and organs. At that time, he could return to the Central Plains with his son and present the gifts. But after waiting for a long time, Jiang Xiong still had not received any news from his son. Just as he was about to make a phone call to inquire, a servant hurriedly approached from outside. Master, it's not good. We just received news that powerful warriors have appeared in Haicheng and launched a surprise attack on the Haicheng base. Then the War Department personnel from Jiangcheng suddenly appeared in Haicheng, opening fire on the Haicheng base, completely destroying it. Our people have been wiped out. What? Jiang Xiong was instantly furious. Are the people of Haicheng all eating shit? The subordinate hurriedly replied, Master, those ambushing warriors are too strong, and they appeared suddenly. We had no defenses at all. Plus, the people from the Jiangcheng War Department suddenly showed up in Haicheng, fully armed, catching us completely off guard. Jiang Xiong's face instantly darkened. War Department, you are courting death. Where are they now? The subordinate quickly responded, they are still at the Haicheng garrison. Jiang Xiong's expression grew even darker, courting death. Immediately mobilize everyone in Haicheng and eliminate those people. Also, gather people from nearby cities to support Haicheng. This time, I want all the people from the Jiangcheng War Department to die in Haicheng. Yes. The subordinate hurriedly left. With Jiang Xiong's command, the entire Haicheng erupted into chaos. The officials of Haicheng began executing Jiang Xiong's orders at once. The head of Haicheng, Zhang Ping, personally led the team. Whether in the underworld or the legitimate world, whether ordinary people or warriors, whether official or unofficial, everyone began to take action. In an instant, the entire Haicheng was filled with tension and alertness. Countless figures surged like a tide towards the Haicheng garrison. Boom! At that moment, a sudden thunderclap echoed in the sky above Haicheng. Shortly after, heavy raindrops began to fall rapidly. At the Haicheng garrison airport, the War Department had already wiped out all the personnel at the garrison, and aside from the airport, the entire garrison had turned into ruins. After dealing with the participants, all the soldiers gathered around, forming a large circle around the seated figure of 11. Everyone's eyes were red, their faces tense, they dared not make a sound, fearing to disturb 11. They had all clearly witnessed 11's recent actions. As soldiers, they deeply admired such a loyal and valiant man. They silently prayed, hoping nothing would happen to 11. Just then, a soldier rushed over to the head of the Jiangzhou War Department. Captain Lin, we've just received news that people from Haicheng are surrounding us. Before the head could speak, 12 interjected, you protect 11, leave the riffraff outside to me. With that, Yi 12 drew his knife and left the airport. At that moment, on a wide road outside the airport, hundreds of figures clad in uniform black armor surged like a black tide, marching in perfect formation, breaking through the rain curtain. Their momentum was overwhelming, filled with murderous intent. These were the official guards of Haicheng, the first to arrive. Leading them were a young man and woman, both dressed in black armor. They exuded a powerful aura, and a transparent barrier formed around them, deflecting the falling raindrops, not a single drop landing on them. Both were warriors, their strength reaching the earth level. In Manhwa, warriors are classified into realms of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, with Huang being the lowest and Tian the strongest. Withdraw now, or die. At that moment, amidst the pouring rain, Yi 12's calm voice rang out. The voice was soft but reached everyone's ears. All halted simultaneously, looking towards the rain curtain ahead. There, amidst the rain, Yi 12, clad in a long black robe, slowly appeared. He held his knife with both hands, walking steadily. Not a single raindrop fell on him. With each step he took, the water at his feet automatically parted, not a drop touching his black cloth shoes. Are you the one who ambushed the Haicheng garrison? Asked the leading male warrior, who possessed earth-level strength. Yi 12 did not answer but spoke again, withdraw now, or die. Being so blatantly ignored by Yi 12 infuriated the male warrior. I see the one seeking death is you. The male warrior shouted, his figure shooting out, piercing through the rain curtain, charging towards Yi 12. Yi 12 continued to stroll leisurely, and at the moment the male warrior closed in, he slightly lifted his foot and then brought it down. An inexplicable force landed on the male warrior. Bang! The male warrior's body flew back at an even swifter speed, crashing heavily in front of the female warrior and the hundreds of guards behind her, blood and flesh mangled. You are a celestial level warrior?
The female warrior looked at the slowly approaching Yi-12 in terror, her heart racing, her scalp tingling. Yi-12 did not speak, continuing to walk slowly, each step causing the rainwater to part automatically, not a drop touching his black cloth shoes. Each step felt like a giant hammer, striking heavily on everyone's hearts. Kill him. The female warrior could not bear the oppressive feeling and shouted in anger. The hundreds of guards behind her moved in response, charging towards Yi-12. Yi-12 moved his foot again, slightly lifting it. Swish! At that moment, the rapidly falling raindrops in front of Yi-12 all bizarrely stopped in mid-air. Then, as Yi-12 stepped down, the dense raindrops suddenly shot out like bullets, all changing direction towards the hundreds of guards. Puff, puff, puff. These raindrops were sharp to the extreme, swiftly piercing through the hard armor of the guards in front, then passing through their bodies, bursting into dazzling blood-red flowers behind them. The force did not diminish in the slightest, rapidly penetrating the bodies of the endless wave of attackers behind them, exploding into beautiful blood flowers as well. It was like an artistic feast. Moments later, all the guards froze in place. The female warrior, who had just witnessed that otherworldly scene, stared blankly at Yi-12, her eyes filled with intense shock. Are you human or a ghost? Yi-12 still did not respond. Instead, he calmly turned around. At the moment he turned, puff, puff, puff. The bodies of the hundreds of guards behind him simultaneously exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Nearly 1,000 bodies burst apart at once. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. The rain grew heavier, as if the heavens were about to break. The thick blood and flesh on the ground were soon washed away clean by the gathering rainwater. The once crowded road filled with black-clad figures now only had the female warrior standing alone in place. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She only felt herself growing colder, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. She struggled to lower her head, not knowing when her body had developed many dense holes, blood continuously gushing out. Bang! Her body weakly fell to the ground, turning into a pile of flesh. The rain quickly washed her clean. The rain intensified, the surroundings became foggy, and not a single drop fell on Yi-12. Soon, Yi-12's figure disappeared into the rain curtain. Before long, the heavy rain curtain was pierced by dazzling beams of light. Several war chariots came rushing in, at least 100 of them. Behind the chariots were several imposing figures, fully armed, numbering over 5,000. They surged forward like a torrent of steel. From the middle of one armored vehicle, several people descended. Leading them was a middle-aged man, who was none other than Jiang Ping, the foremost figure in Haicheng. Jiang Ping, originally named Zhou Ping, had once been the boss of the underground world in Haicheng. After Jiang Xiong unified the entire central and southern provinces, he recognized Jiang Xiong as his adoptive father and changed his surname to Jiang. Jiang Xiong appointed him as the mayor of Haicheng. Now, with his own Haicheng being invaded, Jiang Ping was extremely furious. Everyone, surround this place for me. Kill without mercy anyone inside, not even a fly should be allowed to escape. I want them to know what the consequences will be for provoking the Jiang family. Yes. But just as everyone was preparing to act, a voice, cold to the extreme, suddenly rang out. The voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of everyone present. An elderly man, dressed in an ancient long robe with white hair and beard, coldly shouted, "Which rat dares to play tricks? Come out!" The old man was the top martial arts master in Jiang City, his strength having reached the peak of the heavenly level, just one step away from entering the master realm beyond the heavenly level. He had also pledged allegiance to the Jiang family and had made significant contributions over the years. The old man's voice was powerful, causing the surrounding rain to momentarily still, the mist dissipating. As the mist cleared, everyone could clearly see a figure appearing on the road ahead. Dressed in a black long robe, with black cloth shoes, and holding a long knife in his arms, he was walking step by step towards their position. With each step, the rainwater beneath his feet automatically parted, not touching him at all. The old man frowned upon seeing this. He could tell that the visitor's strength had at least reached the heavenly level. Clang, clang. In an instant, countless guns were aimed at the newcomer. Yet he remained calm, strolling leisurely. Jiang Ping was about to give the order to fire when he was stopped by the old man. This person should be the martial artist who ambushed the station troops. I'll take care of him. Jiang Ping nodded. The old man stepped forward, his entire aura unleashed. The powerful aura stirred the falling rain, instantly changing its course. Not a single drop could fall within 10 meters of the old man. Seeing this, Jiang Ping immediately flattered, "Old Lu, you are about to advance to the master realm, aren't you?" Everyone present was astonished upon hearing this. Reaching the master realm meant completely breaking away from the ranks of ordinary people, earning the respect of all, and being revered by countless people. Old Lu's expression was natural as he looked towards the slowly approaching E12.
Kid, were you the one who ambushed the station troops? E12 did not respond, continuing to walk slowly, seeking death. As a peak heavenly level master on the verge of entering the master realm, Old Lu was instantly furious. As a quasi-master, he was highly respected in the entire Haicheng. Even Jiang Xiong of the Jiang family treated him with courtesy. Yet today, he did not expect to be so blatantly ignored by a younger generation. As Old Lu's furious shout fell, his figure appeared before E12. A powerful palm, carrying immense force, shot towards E12. Where the fist passed, a fierce wind was created, blowing the surrounding raindrops rapidly aside. At this moment, facing the rapidly approaching fist, E12 stood still, making no move. Seeing E12 remain in place, Zhang Ping couldn't help but sneer. Turns out he's just an ant, completely intimidated by Old Lu's fist. Old Lu also shook his head in disbelief. He had thought E12 was a worthy opponent, which was why he had just used all his strength. But unexpectedly, E12 was actually stunned into place by his aura. Just when everyone thought Old Lu's punch would kill E12, suddenly, E12 moved. He slowly extended his right hand, as if swatting away a fly, and lightly waved. Slap! An invisible force landed on Old Lu's face. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Old Lu's head exploded like a watermelon. His body was sent flying by that light slap, crashing hard against a nearby solid concrete wall. The wall collapsed with a loud rumble, instantly burying Old Lu's headless corpse. At that moment, the entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was petrified, standing frozen in place. No one expected that Old Lu, at the peak of the heavenly level and just a step away from becoming a master, would have his head shattered by a single slap from E12. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming, an incredibly surreal dream. E12 never glanced at Old Lu. His expression was calm, his demeanor indifferent, holding his knife as he continued to walk towards Zhang Ping and the others. I originally gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then die without a burial place. Kill him. Kill him. Zhang Ping was also terrified by E12's terrifying combat power, screaming madly. The thousands of people behind him also pulled the triggers in unison. Bang bang bang. The dense bullets pierced through the rain, shooting towards E12. Faced with countless bullets, E12 remained completely calm. Swish! He slowly drew out his long knife, exerted force with his feet, and his figure rapidly ascended into the air. With a sudden swing of the long knife, a terrifying blade light swept down from the sky. This strike was stunning and boundlessly terrifying, carrying endless killing intent, like a silent red serpent, rapidly descending. All the bullets and raindrops were shattered, forming a vacuum zone. The blade light, seemingly capable of extinguishing everything, continued towards the hundreds of war vehicles on the ground. Boom boom boom. Wherever the blade light passed, all the war vehicles were sliced in half. At this moment, the power of the blade light showed no signs of diminishing and shot towards the thousands of masters behind. The faces of those thousands of masters changed drastically. They wanted to retreat at the first moment but were horrified to find that their bodies were enveloped by that terrifying killing intent, unable to move at all. No! Someone cried out in fear. Puff! With a muffled sound, everyone was cut in half at the waist. Boom! Another loud sound erupted, the ground behind was filled with dust and flying debris, and the hard concrete surface was sliced open, creating a trench over 50 meters long. The bodies of those thousands of masters all fell into the deep pit, filling it up. At this moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of raindrops continuously hitting the ground. Behind, the members of the Jiangzhou War Department, who had appeared at some point, were now as if petrified, their expressions dazed, their hearts shaken. Is he a man or a god? Someone murmured in disbelief. Captain Lin also came to his senses. No matter if he is a god or a man, from now on, he will be my object of admiration. Everyone, gather immediately, and clear out all the remnants of the Zheng family in Haicheng. Remember, not a single one left. Yes. All the members of the War Department left the place with killing intent soaring. Good kid, it's been a long time, your strength has grown. 11 also stepped out at this moment. He was no longer injured. This time, the injury not only did not lead to his downfall but instead brought him fortune, allowing his long stagnant strength to advance further. All good now? Yi-12 asked. All good, 11 replied. Let's go to Zhongnan and protect the boss. Yi-12 smiled. The two quickly boarded another helicopter, breaking through the rain and shooting away. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family courtyard in Zhongnan province, Jiang Xiong hung up the phone. He had to inform the Jiang family about the War Department's assault on Haicheng. Along with that, he also told the Jiang family about finding suitable matches for Jiang Xing's blood type and organs. The Jiang family was very pleased and even personally sent someone to assist. They promised that if the person sent by Jiang Qingyu could really cure Jiang Xing, then they could return to the Jiang family and change their surname to Jiang. This made Jiang Xiong very happy. Now he was just waiting for his son to bring the person back. Head of the family, we just received news that the 3 people sent by the young master are arriving soon, a subordinate said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiong's face lit up with joy. Ah, good, hurry, prepare to welcome my son back in triumph. Yes, head of the family. Also, notify everyone in the Central South, have them come over immediately. After that, my Jiang family will personally come to pick us up and assist us in preparing a grand welcome banquet for the Jiang family members. Yes. With Jiang Xiong's command, all the top figures from various industries and fields in the Central South gathered. Each of them carried the most precious gifts. Soon, the entire Jiang family estate was decorated in utmost luxury, filled with lights and festivities, bustling with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, a helicopter landed rapidly. Jiang Xiong personally went to greet all the celebrities of the Central South. However, there was no sign of his son Jiang Qingyu on the plane. Only Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents were present, which puzzled Jiang Xiong. Where is my son? A pilot hurriedly replied, young master is on the plane behind, he should be arriving soon. Jiang Xiong's face lit up with joy. Good. You all have worked hard, there will be generous rewards, go down and claim your rewards. The 2 pilots hurriedly left. Come, take good care of these 3. Several others came over and took Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents away. At this moment, a subordinate reported, head of the family, we just received news that our air defense identification zone has detected a plane from Haicheng intruding. Should we intercept? Jiang Xiong immediately said, do not intercept, let it pass immediately, that is my son returning. Yes. The subordinate hurriedly left. Meanwhile, on the other side, the plane carrying Yifeng and others had just entered the airspace of the Central South when it was spotted by the Central South Security Department. With air defense measures, they locked onto the plane immediately. Just as Yi Shir-san was preparing to go down to deal with the air defense measures, they were suddenly allowed to pass. Long Outyan also received some news right away and hurriedly informed Yifeng. Mr. Yi, we just received news that your family has been sent to the Jiang family estate, and the Jiang family is currently holding a grand banquet to celebrate this event. Swish! Yifeng, Yi Lu, and Yi Shir-san were instantly filled with rage. To the Jiang family estate. Yes. The plane increased its speed, rushing towards the Jiang family estate. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family estate, the banquet had already begun. All the prominent figures from the entire Central South province, celebrities from various fields, and elites from all walks of life. In short, all the powerful and wealthy individuals in the Central South had arrived. The parking lot outside the estate was filled with countless luxury cars. A long line had formed at the entrance. All the dignitaries from various places were queuing up to present their congratulatory gifts to the Jiang family. The richest man in Zhanghai, Qin Tian, sends 200-year-old ginseng. The richest man in Nanling, Zhou Tianlin, sends a 200-year-old He Shou Wu. The richest man in Baiyun City sends 500 grams of dendrobium. The items everyone presented were not mundane gifts like money, they were all precious medicinal materials or valuable calligraphy and paintings. Everyone clearly understood that Jiang Xiong had completely taken control of the Central South, and wealth was the least important thing to the Jiang family. These rare items were what truly represented their intentions. Just as everyone was presenting gifts and the registration staff at the entrance were recording them, bang! Suddenly, a bloody head fell onto the registration table. Then a thunderous voice echoed throughout the Jiang family estate. Yi Xiu Luo sends Jiang family Jiang Qingyu's head. The once lively and bustling Jiang family estate instantly fell into dead silence. At the entrance, everyone's gaze turned to the bloody head on the table. They were horrified to discover that the head belonged to none other than Jiang family's young master, Jiang Qingyu. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a helicopter rapidly approached overhead. Moments later, several figures shot down from the plane. The newcomers were none other than Yifeng, Long Aotian, Yi Lu, and Yi Shir-san. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yifeng and his companions, realizing they did not recognize them. Who are these people, so bold as to provoke the Jiang family? I think I just heard someone call in Yi Xiu Luo? Yi Xiu Luo? Isn't that the traitor from the border army? Some were astonished. That's right, it's him. Isn't Yi Xiu Luo being hunted down by the entire nation? How is he still alive? What is he doing here? And he even killed the son of the Xiong Lord? No matter what he's here for, he's dead for sure. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, convinced that Yifeng and his companions were doomed. To dare kill Jiang Qingyu and deliver his head to the Jiang family's doorstep was unprecedented. You reckless fools, daring to run wild on Jiang family territory. Kill them! The leader of the guards shouted immediately. The hundreds of well-trained guards around them raised their guns and opened fire without hesitation. Looking for death. Yi Lu snorted coldly, drawing a long knife that radiated a chilling aura. A razor-sharp blade light swept out. Wherever it passed, all the bullets were shattered, and the blade light instantly fell upon the hundreds of guards, slicing them in half. This terrifying scene left everyone present in shock. Some with weaker constitutions couldn't help but bend over and vomit upon seeing the severed bodies at the entrance. At that moment, Jiang Xiong from the manor also came out. Upon seeing the ground littered with corpses and the glaring blood, Jiang Xiong's expression remained calm. When he saw his son's head, he still maintained his composure, though a surge of murderous intent emanated from him. Years in a high position had taught him to hide his emotions. His gaze shifted from his son's head to Yi Feng and the others. When he saw Yi Feng, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He recognized Yi Feng. His second brother, Zhang Tian, was the war god of Long Country, and he had seen photos of Yi Feng and several other war gods at his brother's place. He was puzzled. He had no enmity with Yi Xiu Luo, so why had Yi Xiu Luo suddenly come to their Zhang family's territory and killed his son? But when he saw Long Ao Tian beside Yi Feng, he was taken aback. He naturally recognized Long Ao Tian, as the Zhang family had been encroaching on territory for years, defying orders, and had become a thorn in the side of the War Department. Over the years, Long Ao Tian had often thought about eliminating the Zhang family's influence, and they had clashed numerous times. Strictly speaking, they were rivals. This made him even more confused. Why was Long Ao Tian with the traitor Yi Xiu Luo? Had Long Ao Tian also betrayed Long Country? Yi Xiu Luo, you traitor, instead of fleeing for your life, you dare come to my Zhang family to cause trouble. Do you want to die? Zhang Xiong spoke coldly. Although he knew Yi Xiu Luo was powerful, Zhang Xiong still looked down on him. Yi Xiu Luo was indeed strong, but in the eyes of the Zhang family, he was still an ant. They were not afraid even of Long Ao Tian and the king of Long Country, let alone a mere border war god like Yi Xiu Luo. Moreover, Yi Xiu Luo was currently a traitor being hunted by the entire nation, making him even less intimidating. Zhang Xiong, quickly hand over the person who returned your son. Before Yi Feng could speak, Long Ao Tian shouted first. Zhang Xiong snorted, humph. Long Ao Tian, what are you? How dare you shout here? Hiss. As soon as Zhang Xiong said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They hadn't expected that the old man who came with Yi Feng was actually Long Ao Tian, the top figure of the War Department of Long Country. Even more surprising was that Zhang Xiong dared to treat Long Ao Tian this way. However, considering the Zhang family's backing, the onlookers understood. Over the years, the Zhang family has grown immensely powerful, dominating the 4 provinces of central China, commanding an army of 1 million, and wielding their military might to carve out their own territory, subtly hinting at a desire to break free from the control of the Dragon Kingdom. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has found itself helpless against the Zhang family. Now, Zhang Xiong's treatment of Long Outyan is also understandable. After all, he has the capital to resist the Dragon Kingdom. Being scolded like this by Zhang Xiong, Long Outyan was furious. He shouted sternly, Zhang Xiong, your Zhang family monopolizes the central and southern regions, harming the people and slaughtering the innocent. Now you dare to kidnap the family of the Azura and command the people of Haicheng to attack us. Your crimes are heinous. Surrender and come back to the capital for trial, or wait for your Zhang family to be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiong immediately understood that the person his son had kidnapped was actually the family of this Yi Xiuluo. He also realized why Yi Xiuluo had come here and killed his son. Initially, he had been thinking about how to use this opportunity to eliminate Long Outyan, removing a rival for the Zhang family and making the Dragon Kingdom more wary of them, so they wouldn't dare to have any thoughts against the Zhang family. Unexpectedly, Long Outyan had taken the initiative to say that the person they kidnapped was the family of Yi Xiuluo, a traitor of the Dragon Kingdom. This immediately sparked an idea in his mind. Zhang Xiong sneered, you want to accuse me? You, a defector, are worthy. You, a member of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, are now with a traitor of the Dragon Kingdom, which means you have also become a traitor. He continued, my son captured the family of the traitor Yi Xiuluo to deal with him, and yet you killed him. You 2 traitors dare to kill a loyal minister of the Dragon Kingdom from my Zhang family. Your crimes are indeed heinous. I now represent the Dragon Kingdom to eliminate you. Zhang Xiong was very satisfied with his plan. Killing Long Outyan and Yi Xiuluo would not only avenge his son but also provide him with a legitimate reason to kill these 2 without leaving any incriminating evidence, while also increasing the Zhang family's prestige.
Although the Jiang family currently held military power and carved out their own territory, they had not yet reached the point of a complete break with the Dragon Kingdom. The two sides were not yet in a situation of mutual destruction. If he rashly killed Long Outyen, it would surely provoke the Dragon Kingdom's wrath, leading to war, which was not what they wanted. However, if he used the reason of Long Outyen being with a traitor of the Dragon Kingdom to kill both Long Outyen and Yi Xiaoluo, no one would dare to say otherwise. They would be seen as eliminating the traitor Yi Xiaoluo for the Dragon Kingdom and also killing the traitor Long Outyen who aided him. At that time, no one would dare to criticize them. Instead, they would be praised for serving the country by rooting out traitors. The Dragon Kingdom would likely not dare to trouble them and might even reward the Jiang family and his son. Otherwise, the consequences of public opinion are not something everyone can bear. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Xiong felt that heaven was helping them, allowing his son to kidnap the family of Yi Xiaoluo and presenting him with such a great opportunity. As soon as Jiang Xiong finished speaking, Long Outyen's expression changed. He did not expect this old fox, Jiang Xiong, to be so clever and come up with such a scheme. At that moment, Jiang Xiong raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone, follow me to kill these two traitors and root out the traitors for the country." Everyone present understood the reasoning behind this. One by one, they prepared to take action. The experts and guards of the Jiang family surrounded Jifeng and the others from all sides, waiting for Jiang Xiong's command to rush in and eliminate the two on the spot. But before Jiang Xiong could speak, a bunch of ants, "Do you think you can kill my boss?" Yi Shisan coldly snorted, drawing his long knife fiercely. With a single sweep, those who had surrounded him were instantly separated. These people, just moments ago, had been incited by Jiang Xiong's words and seemed to have forgotten that they were merely ordinary people. Seeing dozens of them cut down in one stroke, the remaining ones finally remembered that the name Yi Xiaoluo was one that their enemies feared. They actually dared to attempt to attack such a terrifying killing god. It's simply looking for death. In an instant, everyone was retreating in fear. But there were still some who were extremely arrogant. One shouted at Yi Shisan, "You bastard, daring to kill in front of the Lord Xiong, you." However, before he could finish his sentence, his head flew straight up. "Who else wants to make noise?" Yi Shisan stepped forward with his knife, his face full of ferocity. Everyone was immediately too scared to speak, fearing to provoke this cold-blooded killer. After all, their heads were not made of steel. No one dared to step forward. Yi Shisan pointed his long knife directly at Jiang Xiong. "Hand over my boss's family immediately. I might consider leaving you a whole corpse." As soon as Yi Shisan said this, everyone present burst into laughter, as if they had heard a hilarious joke. It was indeed very funny. Who was Jiang Xiong? He was the lord of the central and southern provinces, a member of the Jiang family that had dominated the central plains for years. Not to mention Emir Yi Xiaoluo, even the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom would probably not dare to say such things in front of Jiang Xiong. Yet now, a subordinate of a small Yi Xiaoluo actually dared to speak such brazen words in front of Jiang Xiong. It was simply too ridiculous. "Kid, do you know what kind of existence the Lord Xiong is? You actually dare to point a knife at him? Kid, hurry up and kneel." "Shut up!" Yi Shisan snorted coldly, and with a flash of his long knife, the necks of those who kept chattering, trying to please Jiang Xiong, instantly burst open. Blood sprayed out. Everyone was shocked. They never expected Yi Shisan to be so ruthless, killing without hesitation and leaving no room for anyone. Looking for death. Jiang Xiong was immediately furious and was about to make a move. But at that moment, the richest man in Nanling, Zhou Tianlin, stepped forward, accompanied by an old man in traditional Tang attire, with a proud expression. Zhou Tianlin said, "Lord Xiong, you don't need to make a move yourself, just two traitors from the Dragon Kingdom, let me help you deal with them." Although Zhou Tianlin was the richest man in the area, he had never had the opportunity to please Jiang Xiong. Now that there was such a good opportunity, he naturally would not miss it. Not only Zhou Tianlin, but other powerful figures from various places also had the same idea, wanting to take this opportunity to please Jiang Xiong and stand up for the Jiang family. Unfortunately, Zhou Tianlin had taken the lead. Jiang Xiong said nothing more, tacitly agreeing. Zhou Tianlin looked at the old man beside him. "Old Lu, I trouble you." The old man, named Lu Shang, was an old powerhouse in Nanling City, having reached the peak of the heavenly level, just one step away from entering the Master Realm. He was invited by Zhou Tianlin at a price of 100 million a year to be their Zhou family's offering. Lu Shang nodded arrogantly, looking at Yi Feng and the others with deep disdain. "I heard that the Dragon Kingdom recently produced a war god, very powerful, and was even called Ashura by the enemy. I haven't made a move in years. It's just right for me to see what this so-called Dragon Kingdom war god is really worth." After saying this, Lu Sheng didn't even glance at Yi Shisan, instead looking at Yi Feng with a proud expression.
In his eyes, Yishir-san was not worthy to be his opponent. He held his head high and spoke to Yifeng in an almost commanding tone, "Kid, come over and die." However, his actions completely enraged Yishir-san. Yishir-san swept out with his knife. Lu Shang, however, directly ignored Yishir-san's strike, his gaze still fixed on Yifeng. In his view, Yishir-san's knife was powerful against ordinary people, but against him, it was like an ant shaking a tree. Behind him, Zhou Tianlin said proudly, "Old Lu is a heavenly-level warrior in our Nanling city, just one step away from entering the Master Realm. Killing a mere war god with an empty reputation is completely within his grasp." The people around them were all envious upon hearing this. Warriors held the highest status in the Dragon Kingdom, especially those who had reached the heavenly level and beyond. One must understand that the existence of a martial artist can influence many things, determining the strength or weakness of a family. This is especially true for those with extraordinary realms. For this reason, many people wish to invite a heavenly-level martial artist to serve as a protector for their family. However, very few are willing to do so. After all, martial artists who have reached the heavenly level all aspire to take another step forward, entering the revered realm of masters that mortals cannot insult. Poof! At that moment, a sound like a balloon bursting echoed. Lu Shang remained standing in place, while Yishir-san's blade light vanished without a trace. Hee, an ant dares to harm Lu Shang. Zhou Tianlin behind him said with great pride. Indeed, a peak heavenly level martial artist is not something these mortals can contend with. Lu Lao is mighty. The people around them chimed in, their faces filled with pride. In their arrogance, they failed to notice that Lu Shang had difficulty lowering his head to look at his abdomen. At that moment, the fabric of his clothing was slowly tearing apart, gradually turning red. Zhou Tianlin urged from behind, "Lu Lao, quickly kill that Yi Shou Luo and avenge the Xiong Lord." But just as Zhou Tianlin's words fell, poof! Lu Shang's abdomen exploded in an instant, blood spraying out. The crimson blood splattered all over Zhou Tianlin and the others behind him. The powerful impact sent Zhou Tianlin and the others flying backward, crashing hard against the massive vermilion gate of the Zhang family, making the gate even redder. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, Lu Shang's body split in two at the abdomen, collapsing weakly to the ground. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Soon, someone murmured in disbelief, "Lu Shang, dead? How is this possible? A peak heavenly level martial artist? Just like that, dead?" Everyone present looked at the fallen Lu Shang in disbelief, feeling as if they were dreaming. It was too unreal. Even Jiang Xiong, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting that Yishir-san could actually kill a peak heavenly level powerhouse with a single strike. Yishir-san raised his blade again, pointing it directly at Jiang Xiong. "Hand over my boss's family." But at that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly erupted throughout the Jiang family estate. "This is Jiangnan, it is not yet time for outsiders to act recklessly." The voice was loud, shaking the branches and stirring up dust. "I had heard that Yi Shou Luo was incredibly fierce, but I didn't expect that upon seeing him today, he was merely a coward hiding behind others." From a distance, another arrogant voice rang out. Everyone looked up. They saw two figures slowly approaching from afar, one old and one young. The elder was about 70 years old, dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard, exuding an otherworldly aura, like a transcendent master. The young man, around 20, also wore a white robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a remarkable presence. The two walked step by step, appearing slow, but in reality, they covered the 100-meter distance in just a few strides, arriving before the crowd. Upon seeing the newcomers, everyone present bowed respectfully. "Master Hua. We greet Master Hua. It's actually Master Hua Yanfei, he has come too." Many people recognized the visitor. "We greet Master Hua." Even Jiang Xiong nodded slightly upon seeing him, taking the initiative to greet him. This person, named Hua Yanfei, was a leading figure in the martial arts world of Zhongnan, a genuine master-level martial artist. He was currently an invincible presence in the entire Zhongnan martial arts community. In his youth, he had been unmatched throughout the entire Zhongnan province. If Jiang Xiong had not come to Zhongnan, the entire region would have belonged to Hua Yanfei. However, Hua Yanfei had always been devoted to the path of martial arts, uninterested in worldly affairs, which allowed Jiang Xiong to control the entire Zhongnan. Although Hua Yanfei was indifferent to worldly matters, the entire Zhongnan still held him in great respect, even referring to him as master. In recent years, Hua Yanfei's martial arts realm had been unable to progress. He wanted to consult Jiang Zhongyuan from the Jiang family, a legendary figure in the martial arts world of Central Plains, which is why he became closer to Jiang Xiong. Master Hua also slightly nodded at Jiang Xiong before turning his gaze to Long Outyan and Yifeng. Yishio Luo, this realm is Central South, not your border territory. You come uninvited and commit mass murder here, do you know your crime?
Before Yi Feng could speak, Yi Shisan took the lead.
Who do you think you are to question my boss's crime? So what if this is Central South? We come when we want and leave when we want.
There's nowhere my boss can't go in this world. As soon as Yi Shisan finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. They all admired Yi Shisan's courage to speak to Master Hua like that.
You brat, you're seeking death. How dare you speak to my master like that?
The young man beside Hua Yunfei was instantly furious and threw a fierce punch at Yi Shisan, wanting to crush this audacious person who dared to speak to his master in such a manner. However, Yi Shisan casually slashed out with a knife.
This seemingly light slash appeared very weak and powerless.
The young man looked down on it and did not hold back his punch. Instead, he struck even faster towards the long knife. But when his fist collided with the blade, he realized just how terrifying the power contained in that seemingly light slash was.
He regretted it. He regretted making a move. But it was too late. Crack!
A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the young man's arm instantly shattered, while the long knife continued its momentum without losing any force. It struck the young man directly. His body froze in place. You! The young man struggled to lift his head and looked at Yi Shisan, wanting to say something. But all the strength in his body seemed to be instantly drained when the knife fell upon him, leaving him unable to utter a word. Puff! It sounded like a balloon bursting, and the young man's body split open, half of him sliding helplessly to the ground. This sudden scene was unexpected for everyone.
Hua Yunfei's disciple was killed in an instant by Yi Shisan. Hua Yunfei's expression changed dramatically. He initially thought Yi Shisan's strength was ordinary.
When his disciple attacked, he did not intervene, but he never expected Yi Shisan to be so powerful that his disciple, who had already reached the heavenly level, was wiped out in one blow. To be able to kill a heavenly level martial artist in an instant, Yi Shisan's strength had undoubtedly reached the master level. A young master under 30 was something he had only heard of. At this moment, Jiang Xiong was equally astonished. Yi Shisan's series of actions had made him fully understand that Yi Shisan was definitely a powerful master-level expert. Yi Xiao Luo actually had a master-level expert under him. A master-level martial artist was worth 1,000 troops. No wonder Yi Xiao Luo dared to charge into his territory alone. However, even if Yi Xiao Luo had a master-level expert backing him, he still felt unafraid. The Zhang family had stood in Central South for many years, relying not only on a powerful background, wealth, and thousands of elite troops but also on an exceptional team of martial artists. However, with Hua Yunfei present, he naturally would not let his people act. With Hua Yunfei's disciple killed, Hua Yunfei would definitely retaliate. As expected, just as Jiang Xiong had guessed, Hua Yunfei acted fiercely. Although he was shocked that Yi Shisan had reached the master level at such a young age, there were still differences in strength among masters. He had stepped into the master level 20 years ago. Although he had not advanced further in these years, he had reached the peak of the master level. And Yi Shisan, being so young, could not possibly have surpassed him, even if he had started training in the womb. There were no such geniuses in the world. Even the recognized genius from several provinces in Central Plains, Zhang Zhongyuan's gifted grandson Jiang Xia, had only entered the master level a few years ago. He did not believe that Yi Shisan, an unknown person, could be stronger than Jiang Xia. Only then did Hua Yunfei's foot move, and the precious marble floor beneath him instantly cracked inch by inch, a thick fissure rapidly spreading towards Yi Shisan's position. The people around him, seeing this, immediately panicked and dodged away, fearing the repercussions. Heh, just a small trick. Yi Shisan sneered, standing still and unmoved. When the fissure spread to less than a meter beneath his feet, he also moved slightly. The fissure instantly stopped its spread. Indeed, a master. This move further confirmed for Hua Yunfei that Yi Shisan was a martial artist of the master realm. It's my turn now, Yi Shisan coldly laughed, and the long knife in his hand fell from the air. A blade of white light descended, striking the precious floor, and a thick crack appeared, rapidly shooting towards Hua Yunfei's position. The speed was faster and more ferocious than Hua Yunfei's previous move. Hua Yunfei's face changed dramatically. His figure retreated rapidly, but the crack was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with him. Hua Yunfei moved, leaping onto the massive wall of the Zhang family estate. However, the crack followed him like a shadow, spreading up the wall. Boom! The cement and steel reinforced wall, strong enough to withstand a small cannonball attack, collapsed with a loud crash. At that moment, Hua Yunfei used the force to leap several meters high, shooting towards a sturdy tree not far away. But just as his figure leaped up, a white light followed closely, pursuing him with even greater speed. Just as Hua Yunfei was about to land on the tree, the white light struck his back. Puff!
2 bursts of blood flowers bloomed simultaneously on his back and chest. His body fell helplessly towards the ground. Blood stained his snow-white clothes. The strongest martial arts master in Central South, Hua Yunfei, dead. The pride of the Central South martial arts world, Hua Yunfei, was dead just like that. Everyone at this moment found it hard to believe. Yi Shisan stood with his knife, imposing in the scene. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? The place fell into dead silence. Whether it was Jiang Xiong or the surrounding nobles from various parts of Central South, no one dared to speak, nor did anyone dare to look Yi Shisan in the eye. Yi Shisan was too strong. In a short time, he had first killed several guards of the Jiang family, then slain the Pigtian level Lu Shang, and now had taken down Hua Yunfei's disciple. Just moments ago, he had obliterated Hua Yunfei, the number 1 in Central South martial arts, with a single strike. Yi Shisan's power had overturned everyone's imagination, especially that strike that annihilated Hua Yunfei. It was like a divine skill. In many people's hearts, Yi Shisan was no longer human, but a god, an existence like the legendary Jiang Zhongyuan, the land god of the Jiang family. They were all ordinary people. How could they possibly be a match for a land god? No one responded, and Yi Shisan's gaze turned back to Jiang Xiong. What other tricks do you have? Jiang Xiong's face changed slightly as he prepared to act. Suddenly, a voice from the courtyard called out, "Boss, we found them." Yi Feng's figure instantly moved, turning into a streak of light rushing into the Jiang family estate. Only a chilling voice remained in place. Kill! Yi Feng had been listening to these people chatter without acting because he was worried that the Jiang family would threaten him with the lives of his sister and parents. Therefore, when they killed someone at the entrance, causing a brief chaos, he had sent Yi Lu to infiltrate the Jiang family estate to find the whereabouts of Yi Xiaoxiao and the others while they delayed at the entrance. Now that Yi Xiaoxiao and the others had been found, Yi Feng naturally would not listen to these people's chatter any longer. Yi Shisan's body instantly revealed a terrifying killing intent that soared to the sky. He had long wanted to unleash a massacre. The first target was Jiang Xiong, whose figure moved, no longer hiding anything. The strength of the master realm erupted instantly. A powerful aura instantly caused the figures of the surrounding nobles to retreat rapidly. What? The mighty lord is actually a martial artist? No one expected that Jiang Xiong was, in fact, a strong martial artist. All along, they had thought Jiang Xiong was an ordinary person like them. Yet Yi Shisan showed no surprise. He had long realized that Jiang Xiong was not an ordinary person, but a martial artist. After Jiang Xiong unleashed his true combat power, he did not engage Yi Shisan. Instead, he swiftly dashed towards the manor. He already knew Yi Shisan's abilities and understood he could not possibly be his opponent. Naturally, he would not seek death. What he needed to do now was to have someone hold Yi Shisan back so he could escape. At that time, he would gather more people to eliminate Yi Shisan and the others. Just as Yi Shisan was about to pursue, a series of dense gunshots suddenly rang out around them. Unbeknownst to them, the Jiang family's guards had long been ambushed in the vicinity. Countless gun muzzles erupted with concentrated tongues of fire. Bullets rained down like raindrops towards the entrance. Yi Shisan moved, not to chase Jiang Xiong, but to the side of Long Outyen. Grabbing the prepared to defend Long Outyen, he directly threw him into the Jiang family courtyard. He then swung his long knife, sending out several beams of blade light. With a fierce wind, all the dense bullets were deflected away. Not a single one could approach him. Meanwhile, the nobles at the entrance were all turned into sieves. Blood quickly stained the ground. The blade light, like a reaper, instantly fell upon the countless Jiang family guards nearby. Several were instantly cut in half. But there were too many people around, at least 1,000. Yi Shisan moved, charging towards them, unleashing a massacre. As for Yi Feng, he rushed into the Jiang family manor and found Yi Lu, his sister, and her adoptive parents in a room. Upon seeing the condition of Yi Xiaoxiao and her adoptive parents, Yi Feng's eyes instantly turned red. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao was covered in shocking wounds. Almost every part of her body was injured, and although many wounds had been bandaged by the Jiang family, they were still bleeding. Her breath was extremely weak, as if she was barely holding on. Sensing Yi Feng's arrival, the unconscious Yi Xiaoxiao surprisingly woke up and struggled to open her eyes. When she saw the face of her longed-for brother, she smiled. Yi Feng felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, causing him to tremble in pain. He wanted to hug his sister, but Yi Xiaoxiao was covered in injuries, and he did not dare to touch her. He could only keep apologizing. "Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's my fault for coming late, I'm sorry." Yi Xiaoxiao continued to smile, blood spilling from her mouth. She wanted to raise her bloodied and scarred hand to touch her brother's face, but with her arm broken, she could not lift it at all. Yi Feng hurriedly grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao's hand and placed it on his face. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Yi Xiaoxiao smiled even more happily.
Using the last bit of strength in her body, she struggled to say a few words. "Brother, it's so good to see you." Blood flowed even faster from her mouth. Seeing her brother after many years, Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to feel completely at ease, liberated. Her breath slowly weakened, tears streamed from her eyes, and her upper eyelids trembled slightly, wanting to close slowly. But Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to see her brother one more time, struggling not to let her eyes close. Yet the slowly draining strength in her body made it impossible for her to do so. Yi Feng felt Xiaoxiao's life rapidly fading away. He held onto Yi Xiaoxiao's hand tightly, desperately channeling the little remaining energy in his body into her. "No, Xiaoxiao, don't go. Hold on. Xiaoxiao, hold on. Hold on." Ye Xiaoxiao had suffered too much torment before. After being crazily tortured by Bai Haoyu, she had endured a bumpy journey from Jiangcheng to Zhongnan, adding injury to injury. If it weren't for the belief in her heart that she wanted to see her brother, she would have died long ago. Now that she had seen her brother, there were no more regrets, and that belief began to gradually dissipate. Her body could no longer withstand it. At this moment, Ye Xiaoxiao's vital signs were rapidly fading. The already weak heartbeat and pulse quickly stopped. "No, Xiaoxiao, hold on." Ye Feng's eyes turned blood red, desperately pouring his own energy into Ye Xiaoxiao's body, trying to save her life. But what left Ye Feng in despair was that his faint breath could not stop Ye Xiaoxiao's life from slipping away. Without that breath, Ye Feng had no ability to save Ye Xiaoxiao anymore. He could only watch helplessly as she was about to die in front of him. Put! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale to the extreme. Already injured, combined with the long journey and the previous battles, seeing his sister about to die before him dealt an indescribable blow to Ye Feng's mind and body. "Boss, the elixir." At that moment, after dealing with the Jiang family members, Ye Lu handed a golden pill to Ye Feng. Ye Feng grabbed it like a lifeline and stuffed the pill into Ye Xiaoxiao's mouth. Surprisingly, Ye Xiaoxiao, who had lost her heartbeat and breath, regained a faint heartbeat at that moment. Feeling the slight return of her heartbeat, Ye Feng immediately shouted excitedly to Ye Lu beside him, "Hurry! Ask where Lao Qi is! Hurry!" At this moment, Ye Feng was extremely weak, completely unable to save Ye Xiaoxiao and their parents, and could only rely on his subordinate Lao Qi. Lao Qi was the seventh among Ye Feng's 12 brothers, known for his incredible medical skills, called the Living Yama. "Yes." Ye Lu quickly took out his phone to inquire about Lao Qi's location. However, upon hearing the report on the channel, an explosive rage erupted from him. "Boss, Lao Qi has been set up by the 10 Mouths group in Japan and is now captured by them." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's anger soared, and he hoarsely shouted at Ye Lu, "Destroy them." "Yes." Ye Lu nodded quickly and urgently issued a thunderous roar on the highest channel of the Fifth Nation. "The boss commands, destroy the 10 Mouths group in Japan. Destroy them." As Ye Lu's order was given, the aircraft carriers, warships, submarines, and fighter jets of the Fifth Nation, which had already entered the waters of Manhwa, suddenly turned their guns around, locking their targets on Japan. All the countries closely monitoring the Fifth Nation were momentarily stunned. What is the Fifth Nation doing again? Why are they turning their guns towards Japan? Are they going to destroy Japan? Meanwhile, in Japan's Defense Department, the highest command center. "Not good, the Fifth Nation has locked onto us." An intelligence officer rushed into the command center in panic. The highest commander, Watanabe Village, turned pale and roared in anger, "Find out what the hell is going on." Soon, someone found out the news. It was the 10 Mouths group that detained the people of the Fifth Nation. Is the 10 Mouths group looking for death? The highest commander was furious. The Fifth Nation was the most powerful existence in the world, and those strong countries did not dare to provoke them. The 10 Mouths group was so audacious to dare to detain the people of the Fifth Nation. Watanabe Village shouted in anger, "Get me the 10 Mouths group on the phone immediately." An intelligence officer hurriedly dialed the 10 Mouths group's number. But what made them extremely furious was that the call they made was abruptly hung up by the 10 Mouths group. "Bastard!" Watanabe Murakami cursed angrily. "Contact the people from the Fifth Nation immediately. Apologize to them." Several staff members hurriedly began to reach out to the Fifth Nation, but the Fifth Nation completely ignored their attempts to communicate. It's over, this is the end." He collapsed onto the ground, his face filled with despair. Meanwhile, Yi Jiu, who had received the news earlier, rushed from the farthest place and had just arrived in Japan. Upon receiving the news, he immediately displayed a powerful aura, slaying several of the Japanese masters who were monitoring him. He quickly headed towards the location of the Tianko group. Along the way, he encountered countless strong opponents from Japan trying to block him, but none could withstand a single strike from Yi Jiu. He moved like a wild beast, killing gods and Buddhas alike. Finally, after more than 2 hours, Yi Jiu arrived at the seaside leading to the Tianko group. At this moment, thousands of Japanese masters and ninjas had gathered there. Faced with these thousands of opponents, Yijio said nothing. He swept his long knife, and a shocking blade of light swept across. Those masters were all cut in half, their blood and flesh falling to the ground. With no one to stop him, Yijio dashed towards the island where the Tianko group was located like a bolt of lightning in the night. When Yijio appeared outside the island of the Tianko group, the people of the Tianko group received the news immediately. Countless masters from the Tianko group stood guard at the entrance of their base, waiting for Yijio's arrival. But the next second, everyone was horrified to see a tremendous blade of light rapidly descending from the sky. The entrance of the Tianko group was instantly sliced in half. The masters guarding the entrance suffered countless casualties. The entire Tianko group was thrown into chaos. At this moment, Yijio's figure appeared at the door of a secret room in the underground base of the Tianko group. A petite girl was being held captive there. Brother Jio, I'm sorry, I was careless and got schemed against by those bastards from the Tianko group. The girl was none other than Yi Chi. Let's go, the boss needs you. Yijio said only one sentence before taking Yi Chi and transforming into a streak of light, rushing out of the Tianko group's base. Shortly after Yijio led Yi Chi away from the Tianko group's base, countless warplanes suddenly appeared in the sky above the island where the Tianko group was located, and several bombs fell like raindrops. Accompanied by massive fireballs rising, the island where the Tianko group was located completely vanished. Oh my god, the fifth nation really took action against Japan. Countries around the world watched the sea of flames from satellite surveillance, all stunned into silence. Meanwhile, in Japan's highest command room, Watanabe Murakami looked at the scene transmitted by the satellite images and felt the trembling ground, his expression turning pale to the extreme. Commander, what should we do now? A high-ranking official asked in fear. Now that the Fifth Nation had destroyed the Tianko group, they were afraid that the people from the Fifth Nation would implicate the entire Japan. With the terrifying military strength of the Fifth Nation, if they truly targeted Japan, the Japanese forces would be no match for them at all. But at this moment, Watanabe Murakami was still in a daze, not having reacted at all. Immediately order our defense forces to mobilize. The Fifth Nation is too arrogant, thinking that just because they are recognized as a country, they can do whatever they want, thinking that Japan is easy to bully? Another radical Japanese official shouted angrily. Shut up! At this moment, Watanabe Murakami finally came to his senses, stepping forward and kicking the radical official to the ground. He roared at the group of radicals, "You all know nothing. The power of the Fifth Nation is not something you idiots can comprehend. Their fighter jets can quickly appear over the Tianko group's base, while we can't even catch a glimpse of them. What the hell do you think you can use to fight them? Are those aircraft carriers and warships of theirs just for show? If you dare to make a move, our country will be wiped off this planet." As the highest commander, Watanabe Murai had gathered a lot of intelligence about the Fifth Kingdom over the years. He understood the terrifying nature of the Fifth Kingdom. Even the strongest nation behind them, the Star-Spangled Country, did not dare to provoke the Fifth Kingdom lightly. Moreover, the Dragon Country, which was no weaker than the Fifth Kingdom, also did not dare to make any moves in the face of the Fifth Kingdom's encirclement. Let alone their small nation. If they really dared to act, they would likely face a devastating blow. This was all because the Fifth Kingdom not only had countless terrifying experts but, more importantly, they possessed an absolutely powerful military force. Most importantly, they held a terrifying weapon that could annihilate any country in an instant. It was precisely for this reason that major powers did not dare to provoke them and recognize them as a formidable nation. Keep in touch with the people of the Fifth Kingdom and tell them that we, on behalf of the Tianko group, apologize to the Fifth Kingdom publicly to the world. And hand over all remaining members of the Tianko group to the Fifth Kingdom for handling. Then prepare generous gifts for me and immediately compensate the Fifth Kingdom. Undoubtedly, Watanabe Murai made the most correct decision. After the Fifth Kingdom's fighter jets destroyed the island base of the Tianko group, they did not leave immediately but continued to hover over the Yamato country. The aircraft carriers and warships in international waters also locked onto the Yamato Islands. This was not a demonstration, it was waiting for Yamato to respond. If Yamato wanted to take action against them, they would not hesitate to strike and annihilate Yamato. Before long, Yamato publicly apologized to the Fifth Kingdom and promised to remit 50% of its financial revenue to the Fifth Kingdom every year. This action by Yamato once again shocked all countries around the world. However, considering the terrifying power of the Fifth Kingdom, everyone felt that Yamato's actions were very correct. At that moment, everyone understood that the sudden collective mobilization of the Fifth Kingdom seemed not to be aimed at the Dragon Country but at Yamato. It was the Tianko group of Yamato that had detained a person from the Fifth Kingdom. This made everyone feel the Fifth Kingdom's strong dominance and protectiveness once again. Just because the Tianko group of Yamato detained a person from the Fifth Kingdom, the Fifth Kingdom collectively mobilized and ultimately annihilated the Tienko group of Yamato in front of the whole world. If Yamato had not reacted immediately and publicly apologized and compensated the Fifth Kingdom, the entire Yamato might have been wiped out by the Fifth Kingdom. This also made more countries understand that in the future, they must never offend any person from the Fifth Kingdom. After receiving the order, the Fifth Kingdom also withdrew immediately, but they did not completely retreat. They still had troops pressing at the borders, surrounding the entire Yamato country. In the south-central region, Yi Shirsan eliminated all the Jiang family's guards on the periphery. Outside the entire Jiang family manor, bodies piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. It was like a hellish battlefield. Yi Lu also cleaned up countless experts and some members of the Jiang family inside the manor. At this moment, only Yi Feng, Yi Xiaoxiao, their parents, and Long Outyan remained in the entire manor. Because at that time, Jiang Xiong and the senior members of the Jiang family had escaped the manor amidst the chaos. After Yi Lu and Yi Shirsan dealt with the others, they went after Jiang Xiong and the others. But just as Yi Lu and Yi Shirsan had just left, the space around the roof of the Jiang family manor twisted, and 10 figures suddenly appeared in the air above the roof. These people were all dressed in black robes, their faces obscured. They emanated a powerful and terrifying aura. The moment these 10 appeared, they struck simultaneously, 10 powerful and fearsome white lightning-like strikes aimed at the room where Yi Feng was located below. In the room below, Long Outyan, who was beside Yi Feng, instantly changed his expression upon seeing these people. The divine envoys. Long Outyan could tell that these suddenly appeared individuals were indeed the divine envoys of the Divine Guidance Temple. Moreover, he could also determine that these 10 divine envoys were even stronger than the previous 10. At this moment, Yi Feng was severely injured and unable to fight back, while Yi Shirsan and Yi Lu were pursuing Jiang Xiong and the others, leaving him seemingly the only one capable of combat. However, his strength was ordinary, merely a low-level martial artist, and facing the collective attack of these 10 powerful divine envoys, he was simply no match for them. Yet, he resolutely stood by Yi Feng's side, ready to block the attacks for Yi Feng and Yi Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was completely unaware of their appearance, tightly gripping Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, continuously channeling the little internal energy he had just regained into her body to help sustain her life. Just as the attacks from the 10 divine envoys were about to strike the house where Yi Feng and the others were, an incredibly cold voice exploded in the air above the Jiang family estate. "Humph, a bunch of ant-like trash, dared to attack my boss." The voice was like thunder, containing an extremely terrifying aura. As the voice emerged, the 10 white strikes were instantly shattered. The 10 divine envoys on the roof were all shaken, their terrifying momentum instantly weakened to the extreme, nearly causing them to fall from the roof. "Run!" Almost simultaneously, the 10 turned and leaped from the roof, preparing to escape. But the moment their figures leaped up, they rapidly plummeted downwards, crashing hard to the ground. Above each of their heads, a terrifying blade light appeared. Sharp and domineering, powerful and fearsome. Boom! Accompanied by several loud crashes, the 10 fell heavily to the ground, creating a massive deep pit. Then, the blade light above them rapidly descended. Boom! Another series of terrifying sounds erupted. The Jiang family estate, except for the house where Yi Feng and the others were, was completely destroyed. In an instant, dust filled the sky, and the entire Jiang family estate looked as if it had been ravaged by artillery fire. Once a magnificent and luxurious estate, it had now turned into a wasteland. At this moment, swish, 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 3 figures shot in from the distance, landing on the ruins. Mr. Air, Mr. 11, Mr. 12. Long Outyan in the room was overjoyed upon seeing the 3 coming from outside. The newcomers were none other than Yi 11 and Yi 12. Standing between the two was a tall, handsome young man radiating a terrifying killing intent. This person was none other than Mr. Heir of the Fifth Kingdom, the strongest person in the Fifth Kingdom aside from Yi Feng. Yi Heir moved, and the rubble and debris below scattered, revealing the head of a divine envoy from the Divine Guidance Temple that had been buried. Yi Heir stepped forward, placing his foot on the man's head, his face full of arrogance. "I heard you want to kill my boss. Fifth Kingdom, you are seeking death. The temple will never let you go." The divine envoy still spoke arrogantly. Bang! With a forceful step, Yi Heir's foot crushed the man's head. Swish, swish. At this moment, Yi Lu and Yi Shirsan also returned. They had not caught up to Jiang Xiong but had slaughtered most of the high-ranking members of the Jiang family. Of course, they had no intention of truly pursuing Jiang Xiong, they had deliberately let him go. They all clearly understood that Jiang Xiong had been dominating in Central and South for so many years. Now that most of the high-ranking members of the Jiang family have been eliminated, it is certain that Jiang Xiong will gather forces to seek revenge. The Jiang family has committed a capital offense by kidnapping their leader's family. They also intend to use this opportunity to wipe out everyone in the Jiang family. Just as they had guessed, after Jiang Xiong escaped from the manor, he immediately issued a command to eliminate the traitor Yi Xiulua from Longhua. He ordered all families in Zhongnan to mobilize, and all the tens of thousands of guards from the Zhongnan Guard Department to be deployed.
All personnel from the Zhongnan Inspection Hall and the Transportation Hall were also ordered to act.
With Jiang Xiong's command, the entire Zhongnan trembled.
In an instant, all personnel in Zhongnan were mobilized.
Countless people, filled with murderous intent, surged towards the Jiang family manor. Above the sky, the dark clouds that were about to disperse pressed down again, enveloping the entire Zhongnan in an unprecedented atmosphere of terror and slaughter. A storm was about to arrive.
Meanwhile, at the Jiang family manor, Long Outyan also learned of this news immediately. He quickly informed Yi Er and the others. Instead of being afraid, Yi Er and the others revealed a bloodthirsty aura. The few of them swiftly spread out, protecting the only standing house in the Jiang family manor. The dark clouds in the sky descended even lower, as if the world was covered by a layer of black gauze, resembling nightfall. The wind howled sharply. Boom! Another terrifying thunderclap echoed, and a lightning bolt that seemed to split the sky illuminated the entire space. In the next moment, a torrential rain poured down. In the vast expanse, amidst the heavy rain, figures pierced through the curtain of rain, surging forward. Their momentum soared, as if they intended to disperse the dark clouds above. Yi Er and the others stood calmly in place, unfazed. The rain fell incessantly, yet not a single drop touched them. More and more people broke through the rain curtain, their momentum soaring, rushing forward. There were at least tens of thousands. Behind them, even more people continued to arrive. The first wave of arrivals surrounded the entire Jiang family manor. The combined momentum of everyone surprisingly diminished the heavy rain that was falling rapidly. Yi Er and the others remained calm, standing firm in place, unaffected. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, their cold killing intent not weaker than the tens of thousands surrounding them. Before long, Jiang Xiong arrived, accompanied by several imposing martial artists and a few fully armed guards. Upon seeing Yi Er and the others, Jiang Xiong's eyes glinted with ferocity. Without any extra words, a single cold word echoed throughout the Jiang family manor. Kill! In an instant, countless figures surged forward like a tidal wave, attacking Yi Er and the others. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Yi Er and the others remained calm. The few of them stood atop the ruins, holding long knives, their eyes slightly closed. When the first person charged at him, they simultaneously opened their eyes. In their eyes, which sparkled like the starry sky, a glimmer of cold light flickered. Then, they all leaped into the air. Swish! The long knives in their hands slashed down simultaneously. 5 terrifying knife lights swept down from the air. These 5 knife lights were stunningly beautiful and incredibly terrifying. Carrying endless killing intent, they descended rapidly like 5 annihilating red serpents. Piercing through the rain curtain, they struck the oncoming crowd. This was a top-tier visual feast. The countless people rushing forward were instantly bisected, collapsing in rows. In an instant, thousands fell. At that moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Those who had not rushed forward immediately seemed petrified, standing still. Only the cold sound of rain, the rumbling thunder, the howling wind, and the trickling sound of blood flowed continuously, playing a deathly prelude. At this moment, the 5 figures landed simultaneously on the ruins. Holding a long knife, exuding an overwhelming aura, his clothes billowed without wind, making a rustling sound. Like 5 celestial beings, they were dazzling and radiant. Those 5 pairs of eyes, resembling an endless starry sky, carried an infinite coldness, landing on the several people still standing in place behind them. Come and fight! The 5 spoke simultaneously, their voices shaking the heavens, louder than the thunder above. The tens of thousands behind them trembled, their hair standing on end, as if they were being targeted by some terrifying beast, fear reaching its peak. Some were so frightened they fell to the ground. Others, unable to bear it, lost control of their bodily functions, unaware of it. This invisible killing intent made the ordinary guards at the back, who were not martial artists, tremble as if their very souls were quaking. Kill! Yi Er shouted, shooting forward first. With boundless killing intent, he stirred up a fierce wind, heading towards the already stunned Jiang family helpers. Yi 11, Yi 12, Yi 13, and Yi 6 followed suit. The 5 figures danced gracefully among the crowd, like 5 masterful dancers. Continuous shrieks of agony echoed through the crowd, accompanied by thunder, the sound of wind, and the splatter of blood and rain hitting the ground. Once again, a deathly prelude was played. The 5 figures soared, red blood blossoming in the air, quickly wilting, splashing down with the rain, creating ripples. This was a feast for the ears, as well as a visual spectacle. Ah! Run!
The ordinary guards at the back, witnessing this terrifying scene, were horrified, and someone shouted. In an instant, the 1,000-strong team dropped their weapons and scrambled away in panic. With their escape, only Jiang Xiong and some experts from various families and factions remained. As for the thugs from each faction, they had already been wiped out by Yi Er and the others.
Are they still human?
In the distance, someone in the crowd muttered in disbelief. 5 against tens of thousands, yet the advantage lay with the latter. Tens of thousands were utterly annihilated by these 5 godlike figures. When the last person was killed, the scene fell into a dead silence, save for the sounds of wind, rain, and thunder. In the distance, Jiang Xiong and his group stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Jiang Xiong himself was no exception. The recent events made him realize that his strength was nothing but trash in their eyes. Everything he took pride in was merely a pile of dirt before them. He had dominated the Central South for so many years, consolidating various forces and gathering countless followers. Yet, in this brief moment, he had been completely wiped out by Yi Er and the others. The godlike methods of the 5 had nearly shattered his very soul. At this moment, Jiang Xiong was truly afraid, filled with trepidation.
Who are they? What kind of existence have I provoked?
At this moment, while he felt fear, he was also immensely curious about who Yi Er and the others were.
Why did they all refer to Yi Feng as their boss? Wasn't Yi Feng just a minor border war god? How could he have such terrifying subordinates?
The strength of these subordinates likely surpassed that of his own father, Jiang Zhongyuan. At this time, the gazes of Yi Er and the others also turned towards Jiang Xiong and the others. Just a glance sent shivers down the spines of those from various families and factions beside Jiang Xiong, their minds trembling. Some could not withstand the terrifying atmosphere and collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for Jiang Xiong's presence, they would have fled at the first opportunity.
Yi Er's gaze fell upon Jiang Xiong. What other means do you have?
Jiang Xiong was terrified, collapsing to the ground, no longer exuding the aura of the Central South's overlord. Yi Er shook his head slightly. Beside him, Yi 13 unfurled his long knife, sending a blade of light shooting towards Jiang Xiong and the others. My Jiang family members are not something you ants can kill. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Jiang Xiong and the others. At the same time, a terrifying aura appeared, instantly shattering Yi Shisan's sharp blade light. Yi Er and the others also turned to look behind Jiang Xiong and the others. They saw a middle-aged man approaching with his hands behind his back. Wherever the man walked, the rainwater that continuously dripped from the sky automatically changed its position, not a single drop daring to fall on him, and the puddles on the ground parted, revealing a clean surface. Following the middle-aged man were 4 elderly men, each exuding a powerful aura, and wherever they passed, all the rainwater was also pushed aside, with not a single drop landing on them.
When Jiang Xiong saw the newcomer, he was instantly overjoyed. The newcomer was indeed a member of the Jiang family.
Jiang Xiong, abandoning his previous look of a lost dog, approached the leading middle-aged man with a look of wild joy.
Brother Peng, you finally came.
The brother Peng that Jiang Xiong referred to was named Peng Tianyu, who had once been the head of the Peng family, the first family in Tianbei City of Central Plains Province. After Jiang Zhongyuan took control of the Central Plains, Peng Tianyu became one of the 10 most skilled subordinates under Jiang Zhongyuan. Peng Tianyu scanned the surrounding mountain of corpses and glanced at the ruined Jiang family estate, his brow slightly furrowing. He asked sternly, "What happened here?" Although Jiang Xiong was the son of Jiang Zhongyuan, his status in the Jiang family was not as high as that of an outsider like him, simply because he was the most trusted confidant of Jiang Zhongyuan. Jiang Xiong hurriedly replied, "It was all these people did this. They are the subordinates of the traitor Yi Xiaoluo from Manhwa. My son helped the old man find the person he needed. To ensure that the person the old man needed was safely delivered to Zhongnan, my son even went to Haicheng to pick him up. But after my son safely brought the person back, he was killed by these people. And these people colluded with Long Outyan, taking over the entire Haicheng, and then they came here, killing all the members of our Jiang family. To protect the person the old man needed, I gathered everyone, but they were all killed by these people." Upon hearing this, Peng Tianyu was somewhat surprised.
"Yi Xiaoluo and Long Outyan are both here?"
Jiang Xiong nodded. "Yes, they are in that house, and the person the old man needs is also there, along with his family."
Peng Tianyu was even more delighted. "Brother Peng, you must avenge my son and my family," Jiang Xiong pleaded. But Peng Tianyu shook his head. "Brother Jiang, you are mistaken. As people of Manhwa, it is our duty to eradicate the traitors of Manhwa and their families."
Jiang Xiong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what Peng Tianyu meant. Peng Tianyu wanted to use this opportunity to directly eliminate Long Outyan and Yi Xiaoluo, clearing a great enemy for the Jiang family.
Jiang Xiong hurriedly said, yes.
Yi Shilua and Long Outyan colluded, intending to rebel and disrupt Longhua, and they slaughtered the innocent members of my Jiang family. For such traitors, every one of us Longhua people must eradicate them, to cleanse the traitors from Longhua. Clap, clap, clap. In the distance, Yi Er couldn't help but applaud. He had seen many hypocritical people, but this was the first time he had encountered such a hypocritical person. Who are these ants? Peng Tianyu looked at Yi Er with a strong disdain in his eyes. Jiang Xiong hurriedly said, they are the subordinates of Yi Shilua, very powerful, and they may have reached the human respect realm. In martial arts, there are 4 basic realms, yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, followed by the master realm. After the master realm, there are human respect, emperor respect, and heaven respect realms, and beyond heaven respect is the land immortal realm. Peng Tianyu's face was full of disdain. So they are just a few small fry. He had reached the human respect realm 20 years ago and had now attained the emperor respect realm. Below the emperor respect, all are ants. Go, kill all these people, then go kill that Long Outyan and Yi Shilua, and bring back the people that those old gentlemen want. Peng Tianyu spoke, his tone incredibly defiant. Yes. The 4 old men behind him moved in unison. Brother Peng, will these 4 be able to handle those people? Jiang Xiong was still somewhat worried. After all, he had just witnessed the combat power of Yi Er and the others, and he was still in shock. Don't worry, they are the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, and they reached the peak of human respect a decade ago. Dealing with a few small fry is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiong and the leaders of various factions from Central and South China were immediately astonished. Surprise was evident in everyone's eyes. They are actually the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi? They had naturally heard of the reputation of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. These 4 were masters from Xiangxi, skilled in Gu techniques, causing chaos in Xiangxi for many years, controlling several sects. The Dragon Kingdom had sent experts multiple times to eliminate them, but each time ended in failure. Until 3 years ago, when these 4 mysteriously disappeared, the world speculated whether it was the people from Tianwei of the Dragon Kingdom who had eliminated them. But unexpectedly, these 4 had become Peng Tianyu's subordinates. Thinking of their reputation, Jiang Xiong and the others were all extremely excited. Under the admiring gazes of Jiang Xiong and the others, the few of them moved, covering several meters in a single step, and in a moment, they were in front of Yi Er and the others. They did not attack directly but instead stared at Yi Er and the 5 with their murky, blood-red eyes, as if a lovesick man was gazing at a beautiful woman. You 5, your physiques are all very good. Submit to us immediately, and we can consider making you our vessels for raising Gu. Yi Er frowned, lightly raised his right hand, and waved gently. A terrifying aura burst forth, landing on the 4. Bang bang bang. 4 muffled sounds followed. The 4 spat out blood and were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground behind Peng Tianyu and the others. They were dead beyond recovery. Disgusting things, dare to come before me and spew filth. Yi Er waved his hand, and an unpleasant odor in the air instantly dissipated. Peng Tianyu and the others had originally been waiting for the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi to subdue Yi Er and the others, and then they would kill Yi Feng and Long Outyan, allowing him to take Jiang Zhongyuan's desired people back to central China for rewards. For this reason, when the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi charged towards Yi Er and the others, he had already turned to prepare to leave. In his view, with 4 peak human respect warriors, it would be easy to deal with a few ants like Yi Er. There was no need for him to act personally. But the result was that the speed of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi rushing over was not as fast as their return flight. Looking at the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi lying dead on the ground, everyone's expressions froze on their faces. They were all in disbelief. Could it be that the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi just died like this? For renowned figures, who even countless experts from the Dragon Kingdom could not handle, just died like this. Died at the hands of Yi Shilua, a young man under 30? At this moment, Peng Tianyu also showed a look of shock. Initially, he thought Yi Er and the others were just a few ants, small fry. But just now, Yi Er had instantly killed the 4 peak human respect warriors of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. What kind of strength was this? Even he himself probably couldn't achieve such an effortless one-hit kill on the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Could he also be a strong man at the emperor respect level? In an instant, a terrifying thought emerged in Peng Tianyu's mind. To easily kill 4 peak human respect experts, there was no other explanation. A young emperor respect under 30, when did such a genius appear in the Dragon Kingdom? Moreover, these people were also Yi Shilua's subordinates. How had he never heard of them? Could it be from Tianwei? Peng Tianyu thought of a possibility, but then he dismissed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. An emperor respect under 30, that is absolutely impossible. There are no such geniuses in this world. Tianwei cannot have such a genius either. Just as he was lost in thought, Yi-er was preparing to step forward, but Yi-shir took the lead. "Second brother, I'll take care of him.
He just blocked my strike, and I'm really not happy about it."
Yi-er did not refuse Yi-shir's request, who was eager for a fight. Meanwhile, Peng Tianyu was still puzzled about the identities of Yi-er and the others, completely unaware that Yi-shir had already approached him.
"You just blocked my strike, now I'm here to kill you."
As Yi-shir's voice rang out, Peng Tianyu realized that Yi-shir was right in front of him. He might not be a match for Yi-er, but he had personally experienced the power of Yi-shir's previous strike. Therefore, seeing Yi-shir provoke him like this made him somewhat annoyed.
"Looking for death?"
Peng Tianyu shouted angrily, delivering a fierce palm strike towards Yi-shir's head, his internal energy surging out like a raging tide. This strike was with all his might. Although he had previously felt Yi-shir's strength and knew it wasn't strong, he didn't dare underestimate Yi-shir since he was with Yi-er. Facing Peng Tianyu's powerful punch, Yi-shir showed no intention of dodging, his long knife slicing towards Peng Tianyu's hand like lightning.
Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as their weapons met.
Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yi-shir stood calmly in place, while Peng Tianyu's body shook, and he flipped backward, flying more than 10 meters before landing, his face no longer filled with anger but rather shock.
How is this possible?
Jiang Xiong and the others were equally astonished.
What did they just witness?
Peng Tianyu, one of the top 10 experts of the Jiang family, a powerful figure at the emperor's level, was actually repelled by Yi-shir with a single strike.
Is that it? I thought he would be more impressive. What a waste of my time.
Yi-shir shook his head in disappointment. Over the years, he had been following Yifeng abroad, battling with foreign experts, and had never fought against the martial arts experts of Long Country. He had heard many people say that the martial arts experts of Long Country were incredibly powerful. After Peng Tianyu's strike had shattered his own, he assumed Peng Tianyu was a martial arts expert. Thus, he wanted to come and personally test whether the martial arts experts of Long Country were as formidable as the rumors suggested. But after that one strike, he realized he had overestimated the martial arts experts of Long Country.
Peng Tianyu was too weak. At this moment, Peng Tianyu's expression was extremely complicated.
Yi-shir's strike made him understand that Yi-shir's strength was definitely not inferior to his own. Aside from Yi-er, another under 30 years old had appeared, possessing the strength of an emperor. Moreover, he had never seen this person before. What he found even harder to accept was that after years of cultivation, he was not a match for a junior. Reflecting on the past, he had roamed the Central Plains, battling countless experts without ever being defeated.
In the end, he was only defeated by Jiang Zhongyuan.
However, as an established expert who had immersed himself in martial arts for decades, losing to Jiang Zhongyuan was not a shameful thing. Not only was it not shameful, but when he lost to Jiang Zhongyuan, the latter also praised him for being able to last a move against him, which was a mark of excellence. Being recognized by Jiang Zhongyuan, the strongest expert in the Central Plains, filled him with honor. After that match, he chose to follow Jiang Zhongyuan. In the following years, he received guidance from this land god, rapidly improving his strength.
He continued to challenge countless experts, remaining undefeated. He had not lost against the other 9 top experts under Jiang Zhongyuan, ending in draws.
He was confident that if it came down to a life and death struggle, he would definitely emerge victorious.
Yet today, the Jiang family sent him to escort someone Jiang Zhongyuan needed, thinking it would be a simple task.
Unexpectedly, he encountered the young emperors Yi-er and Yi-shir. He had even been defeated by Yi-shir in a single move. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Peng Tianyu became. Who is he?
He is Peng Tianyu,
the one who once dominated the Central Plains with unmatched strength. He is the genius who could withstand a move from Jiang Zhongyuan, the land god, and was praised as a dragon among men. How could he possibly fall to an unknown junior?
No, I will not be defeated. I am Peng Tianyu, I will not be defeated.
Peng Tianyu roared, a chilling and terrifying aura erupting from him, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to drop several degrees. The swirling rain that fell continuously was instantly dispersed. Peng Tianyu fell into a frenzied state, his eyes blood-red, his momentum violent. At this moment, he had only one goal, to kill Yi-shir-san.
Die for me!
With a furious shout, his figure shot forward in an instant, covering the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. A palm infused with terrifying power struck out, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aimed at Yi-shir-san's head.
Humph! Overestimating yourself. Yi-shir-san snorted coldly, effortlessly dodging Peng Tianyu's full-force strike. Although the palm did not hit Yi-shir-san, the terrifying power contained within it transformed into a gust of wind that crashed into a massive rock behind him. Boom! The rock shattered instantly like tofu, fragments flying like bullets in all directions. Jiang Xiong and the others were immediately startled and hurriedly dodged,
but some were still hit by the debris, their bodies pierced like sieves. After missing his strike, Peng Tianyu pivoted, launching a fierce punch once more towards Yishir-san's head. At this moment, Yishir-san stood calmly with his side facing Peng Tianyu, seemingly unaware of the attack. Yishir-san's indifference only fueled Peng Tianyu's rage. He knew Yishir-san was doing this on purpose. Die for me! In a fit of rage, white mist condensed around his fist, continuously solidifying. The air crackled with sounds as the speed of this punch was so fast that it nearly ignited the air from friction. Yet Yishir-san still showed no intention of dodging. Just as Peng Tianyu's punch was less than 10 centimeters from his head, the gust of wind generated by the punch tousled Yishir-san's hair, but then it suddenly stopped, unable to advance any further. Peng Tianyu also froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and a mix of complex emotions, because he realized that his entire arm and body had been severed. Bang! A soft sound echoed as Peng Tianyu's arm fell helplessly to the ground. Blood gushed from the shoulder where his arm had been. Ah! The intense pain finally reached Peng Tianyu's brain, causing him to erupt in a fierce scream. In the distance, Jiang Xiong and the others, who had narrowly escaped, stood frozen in place, as if petrified. What did they just see? Peng Tianyu, one of the top 10 experts of the Zheng family, a super strong man at the emperor's level, had his arm severed by Yishir-san with a single strike? How could this be possible? They felt as if they were dreaming. The intense pain also snapped the frenzied Peng Tianyu back to reality in an instant, leaving him devoid of fighting spirit. He clutched his wildly bleeding wound, staring in terror at Yishir-san, his eyes filled with deep fear. Yishir-san was too strong. He was simply not his match. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret, regretting that his years of pride had clouded his judgment, leading him to confront Yishir-san. Not only had he been defeated, but he had also lost an arm. He might even lose his life here. Realizing this, he panicked and quickly retreated. He wanted to escape. He did not want to lose his life here. Humph, do you think I'll let you go? Yishir-san snorted coldly. With a sweep of his long knife, a more terrifying blade light shot out like lightning towards Peng Tianyu, who had already fled 50 meters away. Where the blade's light passed, it stirred up terrifying air currents, causing the rainwater and debris on the ground to rise into the air, swept along towards Peng Tianyu. Peng Tianyu felt the horrifying killing intent behind him, but he dared not turn back to block it. He knew he no longer had that capability. He poured all his internal energy into his feet and fled frantically. Unfortunately, even at full speed, he could not match the speed of Yishir-san's strike. In the next second, that blade's light ruthlessly pierced through Peng Tianyu's body, flying far away and slicing through the continuous rain, creating a gap. It then landed on a distant rock wall, leaving a narrow crack in the cliff. Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, the air currents stirred up by the blade, carrying rainwater and debris, struck Peng Tianyu's body, which had been severed in two. These fragments and raindrops, like dense bullets, turned Peng Tianyu's body into a pile of mush. Scattered all over, it was quickly washed away by the rain on the ground. Watching Peng Tianyu disappear before their eyes, without even a complete corpse left behind, Jiang Xiong and the others fell into utter despair. One by one, they seemed to have all their strength drained in an instant, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yishir-san, holding the blade, slowly walked towards Jiang Xiong. Who are you? Jiang Xiong looked at the approaching Yishir-san, filled with despair. He knew he was doomed today. At this moment, he had only one thought: who exactly were Yishir-san and his companions? Rumble. At that moment, fighter jets roared from the sky. It was the Fifth Kingdom's aircraft. Yi Qi and Yi Jiu had arrived. Then, several more fighter jets shot in. Countless black figures broke through the rain curtain, surging forward like a black tide, filled with thunderous rage and killing intent. Yi Qi and Yi Jiu quickly jumped from the planes and hurried to the only standing house's door. The door opened, and Yi Feng walked out. In an instant, all the powerful figures around knelt uniformly on the ground. We greet the Lord Monarch. The voice shook the heavens, filled with overwhelming power. Jiang Xiong saw the hovering planes in midair, saw the figures gathering around, and heard their thunderous shouts. He also saw everyone kneeling before Yi Feng, addressing him as Lord Monarch. At that moment, a terrifying thought wildly sprouted in his heart. So, you are people from the Fifth Kingdom. In that moment, Jiang Xiong felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. He knew all too well what kind of existence the Fifth Kingdom was. It was a force that could make all the powerful nations of the world wary. It was a power recognized by all countries as a strong nation. A terrifying existence where masters gathered, capable of sweeping away everything. At that moment, everything seemed to become clear. No wonder. Long Outyen dared to come alone to their Zheng family. No wonder so many people in Haichang were easily wiped out. No wonder these people faced countless members of the Jiang family without fear. No wonder these people looked down on Peng Tianyu. It was simply because they were from the Fifth Kingdom.
And what had he done? What had his son done? They had actually kidnapped the family of the Lord Monarch of the Fifth Kingdom? It's over. Completely over. This time, not only would their Jiang family be utterly finished, the Jiang family would probably be completely erased as well. At that moment, Jiang Xiong regretted to the extreme. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. Yi Shisan moved the long knife. Jiang Xiong's head flew up. The leaders of the various forces from Central and South, upon hearing Jiang Xiong say that Yi Shisan and the others were from the Fifth Kingdom, were directly scared into unconsciousness. But Yi Shisan did not let them off. The long knife in his hand flashed, and the heads of the few behind him fell to the ground. The rain grew heavier. The torrential downpour continuously fell to the ground, washing away the blood from the entire Jiang family estate, creating a river of blood. In the ruins of the estate, boss. I'm sorry, I'm late. Yi Qi knelt before Yi Feng, her eyes red.
As a person from the Fifth Kingdom, she had been captured by the Japanese, right when Yi Feng needed her the most. She could see that Yi Feng was in a very bad state at that moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-blame. If it weren't for her mistake, she wouldn't have been caught by the Japanese and would have arrived here at the first opportunity to help Yi Feng.
Please, Your Excellency, forgive me.
Behind them, over 10,000 strong warriors from the Fifth Kingdom shouted in unison, their voices booming like thunder.
Get up! What crime have you committed?
Yi Feng reached out to help Yi Qi up, but feeling utterly exhausted, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed straight to the ground.
Boss!
Yi Qi was taken aback, quickly supporting Yi Feng, ready to administer aid.
Boss! Your Excellency!
Yi Er and the surrounding thousands of warriors from the Fifth Kingdom panicked, rushing over one by one.
I'm fine, save Xiao Xiao first.
Yi Feng used his last bit of strength to utter a few words before losing consciousness. He was too tired. His injuries had never fully healed. After a relentless journey from the border, coupled with his constant worry for his sister and parents, he was utterly drained. Upon arriving in Jiang City, he had fought fiercely, facing an ambush from the Divine Guidance Temple. The battle with the experts from the Divine Guidance Temple had exhausted all his energy. Then, to save his sister, he had transferred the last trace of his life force into her body. He had managed to hold on until now solely through sheer willpower. Now that Yi Qi had arrived, he naturally could not withstand it any longer. Yi Qi hurriedly inserted several silver needles into Yi Feng's body, plunging him into a deep sleep. Only then did she rush to treat Yi Xiao Xiao and her parents. As Yi Er and the others looked at the unconscious Yi Feng, seeing his sister and parents covered in injuries and on the brink of death, their eyes turned red, filled with murderous intent. They were furious, they were enraged, their anger soaring to the heavens. They all clearly knew some of Yi Feng's past. Yi Feng's grandfather had once been a war god of the Dragon Kingdom, but he was slandered, persecuted, stripped of his title, and exiled to the border. Yi Feng's family lost the protection of their grandfather and faced extermination, nearly being wiped out. Only Yi Feng managed to escape with his sister. Those who had framed Yi Feng's grandfather and destroyed his family still refused to let Yi Feng and his sister go, pursuing the two children across the nation. In the end, Yi Feng was forced into a corner, leaving his sister in the care of an ordinary family in Jiang City while he drew away the pursuers and was forced to flee abroad. During his years abroad, he successfully joined the organization of the Fifth Kingdom, and in just a few years, he made the Fifth Kingdom the strongest force. Just as he was preparing to lead the Fifth Kingdom to take revenge on the Dragon Kingdom for his grandfather, he suddenly received news that his grandfather had been gravely injured at the border.
Yi Feng rushed to the Dragon Kingdom's border and sought his grandfather on the brink of death.
His grandfather urged him not to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom and asked Yi Feng to protect it. For his grandfather's sake, Yi Feng abandoned the Fifth Kingdom and joined the border army of the Dragon Kingdom. He started as a lowly soldier, and in 2 years, he defended the Dragon Kingdom against countless strong enemies, slaying numerous experts and achieving great merit for the kingdom. He was revered as a war god by countless passionate young men at the border, regarded as a myth of faith. Yet, despite this, Yi Feng was imprisoned in Kunlun on baseless charges simply for not obeying some people's orders. When they learned that Yi Feng was imprisoned in Kunlun, they prepared to launch a full-scale attack to rescue him. However, Yi Feng stopped them, believing that the Dragon Kingdom would vindicate his grandfather and restore justice for him. But the result was that there was no news from the Dragon Country, and just as Yi Feng was about to be released from prison, he was unexpectedly targeted again.
Someone deliberately tormented Yi Feng's family.
Yi Feng left Kunlun but was regarded as a traitor, hunted down by the entire nation. He narrowly escaped death several times, almost falling. Moreover, 11 also nearly fell because of this matter. Previously, when Yifeng was imprisoned in Kunlun, they had prepared to rescue him but were stopped by Yifeng, so they could only obey his orders. At that time, they believed that the Dragon Country would give Yifeng an explanation. That was why they did not take action. From the moment Yifeng entered the border until now, several years had passed, and the Dragon Country still had not given Yifeng any explanation. Instead, they once again allowed Yifeng to be hunted down by the entire nation, injured and unconscious, while Yifeng's family suffered such torment. They could no longer endure it. Yifeng had devoted himself to the Dragon Country, but what was the result? This was how the Dragon Country treated Yifeng. They could not swallow this anger. Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Er. Each one was filled with murderous intent, their anger soaring. Yi Er's eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous intent and rage emanating from him were equally overwhelming. He roared, "Everyone, listen up." Yes. In an instant, tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices booming like thunder. "The people here have harmed our boss and his family like this. What should we do?" Yi Er asked sharply, his eyes bloodshot. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Tens of thousands of powerful warriors roared to the sky, their voices shaking the air. Yi Er nodded furiously, "Yes, kill. Everyone, listen up. Today we will wash away the blood of Zhongnan. We will make everyone who has harmed our boss and his family pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price. All members of the Zheng family, kill. All those related to the Zheng family, kill. All who participated in harming our boss's family, kill. Remember, leave no one alive. Remember, no matter who it is, if they block us, kill." Understood. Tens of thousands of powerful warriors roared, their momentum soaring. Seeing this, Long Outyen hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Er, this matter is our fault, let our war department handle it." But Yi Er ignored Long Outyen. He did not trust the people of the Dragon Country. The people of the Dragon Country had previously promised Yifeng to help clear his grandfather's name and find the murderer who framed Yifeng's grandfather and killed Yifeng's family to take revenge. But now, several years had passed, and the Dragon Country still had not given Yifeng any explanation. This time, they regarded Yifeng as a traitor and hunted him down, while Yifeng's family suffered unprecedented harm. Even if Yifeng trusted Long Outyen and the Dragon Country, Yi Er did not. He wanted to use the means of the Fifth Kingdom to seek justice for Yifeng. Yi Er's disregard made Long Outyen feel somewhat awkward, but he did not dare to say anything, as he understood that if he were in Yifeng's position, he would not trust the Dragon Country either. He would use his own means, repaying blood with blood, and an eye for an eye. Long Outyen spoke again, "Mr. Er, our intelligence department has grasped the background and network of the Zheng family. I will lead you." Long Outyen naturally wanted to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the Zheng family and all their forces in the Jiangnan province. Yi Er still ignored Long Outyen. 11 spoke up beside him. "Take your people and do the cleanup." "Okay." Long Outyen nodded eagerly. "Let's go." With Yi Er's command given, the tens of thousands of powerful warriors from the Fifth Kingdom surged forth like a tidal wave, quickly departing. Boom! In the skies above, thunder rumbled. The rain intensified, as if the heavens were pouring down. The entire Jiangnan was completely shrouded in rain. As night fell, the War Department arrived. They completely sealed off the provincial capital of Jiangnan, not allowing anyone to leave. In the rain, countless armed military and police sealed off all the passages from Jiangnan to the outside world. Airports, bus stations, train stations, and every street corner were all under martial law. All signals were completely blocked. No one could enter or exit. Everyone was told not to go out, to return home, as the War Department was going to conduct drills. The War Department suddenly announced the drills, sealing off the entire Central South, and everyone was informed they could go out, which left the people of Central South in a state of panic, unsure of what was happening. Those who understood the situation felt that something was wrong. They knew very well that Central South had always been under the control of the Zheng family. The War Department personnel could not possibly appear in Central South, yet now they were there, and they were going to hold drills. Coupled with the Zheng family's frantic gathering of various forces from Central South, all converging at the Zheng family estate, many felt that the War Department might be preparing to take action against the Zheng family. A great battle might erupt between the War Department and the Zheng family. This caused a sense of alarm among those close to the Zheng family. If the War Department took down the Zheng family, those who had been closely associated with them would likely face repercussions. In an instant, countless people tried to contact the outside world, preparing to flee. But what left them in despair was that all communication tools had failed, all networks had been cut off, and nothing could connect them to the outside. They attempted to sneak out,
only to be blocked at gunpoint by the War Department personnel, which heightened everyone's fear. As the War Department announced the drills and sealed everything off, the strong from the Fifth Kingdom began to take action. At every intersection, the strong from the Fifth Kingdom surged into Central South like a black tide, filled with murderous intent. "Captain, who are these people? Their killing intent is so overwhelming." A soldier responsible for blocking an intersection asked curiously as he saw countless individuals from the Fifth Kingdom rushing in. The captain quickly made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Have you forgotten the confidentiality agreement?" After glancing at all the team members, the captain said seriously, "Everyone remember, no one is to ask about today's events, no one is to speak of it, and definitely do not inquire about any information. Anyone who leaks information or violates the confidentiality agreement will face military justice. Our only task is to hold our positions and not let anyone leave." All the team members saw the captain's serious expression and understood that this matter seemed very serious, far beyond their comprehension. No one dared to ask further questions, and they all began to diligently carry out their tasks. Such situations occurred in various places throughout Central South. The personnel from the War Department who came to Central South were all gathered from nearby areas and had no idea what was happening that day. Their orders were simple: seal off the entire Central South and prevent anyone from leaving. This left many curious. After sealing off Central South, who were these imposing figures with overwhelming killing intent that suddenly appeared? As personnel from the War Department, they could naturally sense that these black-clad individuals were experts. But the answers they received were all the same: no inquiries, no questions, no spreading of information, just complete your tasks. Thus, under the watch of all the War Department personnel, tens of thousands of strong from the Fifth Kingdom surged into Central South. Led by Yi Air and other top experts from the Fifth Kingdom, they began to push through relentlessly. With the support of intelligence from Long Outyen, countless remnants of the Zhang family fell one after another. Countless individuals and forces that had served the Zhang family closely over the years were all swept away. Countless vassals of the Zhang family were completely eradicated. That night, while it was an ordinary night elsewhere, in Central South, it was a night of terror and anxiety for everyone. That night, thunder rumbled, heavy rain poured, and blood flowed like rivers. That night, Central South became a battlefield, with no one knowing how many had died. That night, the strong from the Fifth Kingdom revealed their true fangs. That night was an exceedingly long night. That night, Central South was bathed in blood. The night finally passed. The next day, at dawn, the heavy rain that had poured all night finally ceased, and the sun emerged. The entire Central South seemed to have been thoroughly washed clean, with all shadows and dust vanished. The air after the rain was exceptionally fresh, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of blood in the atmosphere. The streets had been washed clean by the rain, yet in some places, crimson stains were still visible. The military exercises were still ongoing, and all intersections remained sealed off. Countless trucks, completely covered with tarpaulins, continued to drive out of the city. By noon, the military announced the end of the exercises, and the Central South officials also declared that new personnel would take over. The newly arrived officials promptly informed everyone in Central South that the military exercises had concluded, and people could return to their normal lives. Following this announcement, people noticed that the signals had been restored, and all military personnel had left the streets. People began to venture out, only to find that the once bustling streets of Central South were now much emptier. Soon, someone was shocked to discover that the Zhang family estate had turned into ruins, and all the members of the Zhang family had vanished. Not only had the Zhang family disappeared, but everyone who had been close to them or had good relations with them had also completely vanished. This led many to speculate about what had happened. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Dragon Country. The Zhang family estate had become ruins, the Zhang family had disappeared, and the military had appeared in Central South last night to conduct exercises. It was clear to everyone what the key point was. The Zhang family, which had dominated Central South for many years, had been destroyed by the military. This news once again caused a huge sensation. At first, everyone found it hard to believe, but as the news was confirmed, people felt a sense of bewilderment. The Zhang family, a colossal entity that had dominated Central South for years and had been untouchable even by the Dragon Country, had been wiped out overnight. After the heated discussions, everyone's gaze turned to the Zhang family, eager to see how they would handle the situation. After all, everyone knew that Zhang Xiong, the former ruler of Central South, was a member of the Zhang family. It was precisely because of the Zhang family's immense power that the Dragon Country had never dared to take action against the Zhang family. Now that the military had destroyed the Zhang family, it was akin to severing an arm from the Zhang family. Would they seek revenge for Zhang Xiong? Meanwhile, in the Central Plains, the Zhang family had also received this news,
but they were informed that the Jiang family had not been destroyed by the military, but rather by Yi Xiaoluo, a traitor of the Dragon Country.
This was because the Jiang family had kidnapped Yi Xiaoluo's family.
Yi Xiaoluo, you have some nerve.
Military, you are cunning.
In the Jiang family estate, Jiang Zhonghong, the second in command of the Jiang family, maintained a calm expression, but his tone was laced with cold murderous intent.
Over the past few years, Jiang Zhongyuan had been busy seeking treatment for Jiang Xing's illness and was still abroad. The entire Jiang family was now under Jiang Zhonghong's control.
Yesterday, Jiang Zhonghong received a call from Jiang Xiong, saying that Jiang Qingyu had found someone with the same rare blood type and organs as Jiang Xing. Jiang Zhonghong was very pleased.
As long as Jiang Xing was cured, the Jiang family would produce another genius in the future.
He immediately dispatched one of the Jiang family's top 10 experts, Pang Tianyu, along with the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, to Central South to bring the person back. But after a night had passed, Pang Tianyu had not returned with the person. Instead, he sent back news that infuriated Jiang Zhonghong. The Jiang family had been destroyed, and the ones who had wiped out the Jiang family were the traitor Yi Xiaoluo, and the military had taken this opportunity to eliminate all of the Jiang family's influence and foundation in Central South. They had also regained control of the entire Central South.
Immediately informed Jiang Tian, Jiang Shan, and Jiang He of this news. I think they should know what to do.
Also, Pang Tianyu and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi are dead. Inform their families about this. In Kyoto, Jiang Shan and Jiang He were extremely furious after receiving the news of the Jiang family's annihilation.
After getting the message from Jiang Zhonghong, the two hurried to the courtyard in Kyoto.
Meanwhile, in Zhongtian province, at the headquarters of the Central Plains Army, one of the 7 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, the Qilin war god Zheng Tian, remained unusually calm upon hearing the news.
Yi Xiaoluo? A traitor of the Dragon Kingdom collaborating with the War Department? Heh, interesting. What should we do now, War God?
Asked one of his generals, exuding a fierce aura. Zheng Tian simply replied with one word.
Wait. Wait?
The subordinates were puzzled.
Wait for the attitude from Kyoto. Zheng Tian explained. Everyone suddenly understood.
The Shura war god was a traitor of the Dragon Kingdom, and now he was openly collaborating with the War Department to annihilate the Jiang family. They all felt that Yi Xiaoluo's betrayal might be a scheme of the Dragon Kingdom, aimed at using him to wipe out the entire Jiang family, and possibly even target their own Jiang family. Now, the Qilin war god did not act immediately. He wanted to wait for a stance from the capital. If Yi Xiaoluo's betrayal was indeed a scheme of the Dragon Kingdom, then they would have to consider taking revenge, which might lead to a confrontation with the War Department. Engaging in battle with the War Department would mean that the Jiang family would truly be at odds with the Dragon Kingdom from then on. This matter had to be handled with caution.
If it wasn't, then the situation would be much simpler. Soon, news came from Kyoto.
The War Department was not cooperating with Yi Xiaoluo. They had also received the news of his betrayal and had gone to Central South to capture him. However, Yi Xiaoluo was too strong, and the War Department's personnel were no match for him, suffering heavy losses. They had not continued their assault but had instead surrounded Yi Xiaoluo in Central South.
After receiving this news, a cold smile appeared on Zheng Tian's lips. Heh, such a flimsy excuse. War God, what should we do now?
Several generals asked.
Zheng Tian replied calmly, we don't need to do anything.
Since Kyoto says they are going to capture Yi Xiaoluo, it shows they are wary of us and dare not act recklessly against us.
If we make any moves, we would be playing into their hands.
Since Yi Xiaoluo is trapped in Central South, we should just send someone to kill him.
But what happens to Central South after we kill Yi Xiaoluo?
That place is our first line of defense. If it falls into the hands of the War Department, we will be at a disadvantage.
One general said.
Zheng Tian sneered, no worries. Once we kill Yi Xiaoluo, if the War Department does not withdraw their troops, we will annihilate them.
Do they think that by seizing this opportunity to take Central South, they can confront us? They are simply overestimating themselves. War God, I will go and eliminate Yi Xiaoluo.
One general stepped forward, filled with murderous intent. A rookie who has just emerged, killing some ants at the border, really thinks he is a war god.
War God, I will go. I will go.
In an instant, a group of generals stood up, all eager to resolve the Yi Xiaoluo issue in Central South.
Zheng Tian waved his hand and said, you all said it yourself, he is just a rookie, like an ant.
There is no need for us to take action, there are plenty of people who can deal with him.
On the Jiang family's side, Jiang Zhonghong also received the news relayed from Jiang Shan and Jiang He in Kyoto.
He also received news from Zheng Tian. Upon learning that the War Department was not trying to seize Central South but was instead concerned for the safety of everyone there, they had sealed off the entire Central South under the pretext of a drill to surround Yi Xiaoluo.
Now, they had protected everyone and trapped Yishio Luo in Central South. Zhang Zhonghong naturally understood the reasoning behind this. He knew that this news was merely an excuse from the War Department. But since Kyoto had said so, it indicated that the War Department was actually unwilling to go to war with them. Moreover, it showed that Yishio Luo was trapped in Central South. He felt that the War Department seemed to want to use this opportunity to provoke them into action to eliminate Yishio Luo. Of course, he also felt it was possible that this was a conspiracy, that Yishio Luo and the War Department were in cahoots. They had deliberately set a trap for the Jiang family, provoking a conflict between them and Yishio Luo. No matter what kind of scheme you have, in the face of overwhelming strength, everything is just a paper tiger. Zhang Zhonghong scoffed. The Jiang family controlled 1 million troops from the Central Plains, commanded countless martial arts experts, and had Zhang Zhongyuan, a land deity, stationed there, along with a young junior like Zhang Xia in the outer heavens. He was confident that even if this was a trap, they would not be afraid. However, he would not act rashly. Instead, he ordered his subordinates, "Go, let the Peng family and the disciples of the four ghosts of Xiangxi take action. Additionally, issue a call to arms to gather those martial arts experts to head to the Central South and eliminate that Yishio Luo. Remember, you must bring back that person with the special blood type." Yes. After his subordinates left, Zhang Zhonghong took out his phone again. He began to contact Zhang Zhongyuan once more. Meanwhile, in the Arctic ice fields. Here, everything was a blanket of white, it was perpetually frozen, with snow covering the ground, and the average temperature hovered around -50 degrees. Cold was synonymous with this place. At this moment, on a vast, desolate ice lake, several figures dressed in bearskin clothing, completely wrapped up so tightly that their faces were unrecognizable, stood guard beside a specially designed, coffin-like precision instrument. Inside this coffin-like device lay a young figure, pale and weak, sustained only by the machine. This person was none other than Zhang Xing of the Zhang family. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the leader of the guards responsible for Zhang Xing's safety received a call on his satellite phone. Head of the family. Zhang Zhonghong's voice came through the line. "Has my elder brother not emerged from his retreat yet?" The leader replied, "Zhang Xin has been in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and we cannot awaken him. A few months ago, Zhang Tian's son, Zhang Xia, fell gravely ill. After Zhang Zhongyuan sought medical help everywhere to no avail, he learned from an ancient book that if one reached the pinnacle of martial arts, they could defy fate, communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, strengthen themselves, and help others prolong their lives." Zhang Zhongyuan brought Zhang Xing to the Arctic ice fields, using the machine to sustain his life while sealing him here. He then began his own seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of martial arts after achieving the land deity realm. "When my elder brother emerges, inform him immediately that we have found someone with the same blood type as Xinger, perhaps it can save his life." Yes. After hanging up with Zhang Zhonghong, the group turned their gazes toward a distant snow-capped mountain. That was where Zhang Zhongyuan was in seclusion. They discussed it briefly but ultimately decided not to disturb him. Zhang Zhongyuan's seclusion and pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts had reached a critical moment. If they interrupted him rashly, it could all be in vain. Meanwhile, regarding Yi Feng. At this moment, they had been arranged in an extremely luxurious villa. Yi Qi walked out of a bedroom, her face pale and her expression utterly exhausted. She was drenched in sweat, as if she had just come out of a sauna, and she swayed unsteadily, utterly fatigued. The guard at the door, 11, rushed forward to support the wobbling Yi Qi. With great concern, he asked, "How is it?" Yi Qi weakly replied, "The princess and her parents' lives have been saved, but the situation is still not optimistic. They have been tortured too severely. To fully recover, they will likely need countless treatments. Especially the young princess, her condition is extremely serious. It seems she has been poisoned with some extremely strange toxin. For now, I can only temporarily suppress the poison within her to prevent it from erupting." "Is there no way to detoxify?" 11 asked. "I still haven't thought of a way to completely eliminate the virus within the county's main body. We can only suppress it," Yi Qi said helplessly. "Damn it!" 11 shouted, his killing intent spilling out uncontrollably, causing the temperature in the entire villa to drop several degrees. "If anything happens to the princess, I'll make sure everyone pays with their lives," 11 roared with a face full of murderous intent. "How is the boss doing?" 11 asked again. Yi Qi replied, "The boss's injuries have worsened, but this time he has turned misfortune into fortune, breaking down and then rebuilding. His strength has improved quite a bit, but the injuries are likely too severe and need to be eradicated quickly. I've already found some medicinal materials, just a few more to go, and then I can use these materials to completely heal the boss's injuries." 11 finally let out a big sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work.
At that moment, Yifeng also came out from a bedroom next door. After a few hours of rest, Yifeng's complexion looked much better.
Boss, are you okay? 11 asked with concern. I'm fine.
Yifeng shook his head slightly.
Xiaoqi, how are my sister and the others? Yifeng asked Yiqi.
Yiqi's expression was somewhat complicated as she pondered whether to tell Yifeng this news. She worried that Yifeng might not be able to bear such a blow upon hearing it.
It wouldn't be good if he got hurt again.
Yifeng naturally saw through Yiqi's hesitation.
It's okay, I can handle it, just tell me.
After a moment of hesitation, Yiqi said, the situation with the princess's parents is relatively good. But the little princess's situation is somewhat grim. She has been poisoned with a very strange toxin. Right now, I can only suppress the poison, but I can't completely cure her.
I'm sorry, boss. It's all my fault for being useless. Is there really no way? Yifeng asked.
Yiqi hurriedly replied, the virus is too strange. I need some time to figure out the specifics of that poison before I can think of a way to cure it.
Thank you for your hard work, go rest.
After Yiqi left, Yifeng's expression turned extremely cold. Boss, the poison in the princess's body was likely done intentionally by someone.
11 spoke up.
Yifeng's face was icy. Find out all the information about everyone my sister has come into contact with over the years.
Just as 11 left, Yi-Er and the others returned, looking worn out. Boss, are you okay?
Yifeng shook his head. Yi-Er quickly knelt on the ground. Boss, I'm sorry, I took the initiative last night to clear out the entire Central South, eliminating all the Zhang family and those related to them.
Please punish me, boss.
Yi Lu, Yi 12, and Yi 13 all knelt down as well. Yifeng reached out to help Yi-Er and the others up.
You did the right thing, there is nothing wrong with it.
Yifeng would never let go of anyone who dared to harm his family. If Yi-Er and the others hadn't done this yesterday, he would have done it today. After Yi-Er stood up, he continued, Boss, I heard that the Zhang family is backed by the Zhang family, and they are the root cause of this matter. I found out that Zhang Xing from the Zhang family is suffering from a strange illness. After the Zhang family sought out countless famous doctors in vain, they somehow got the news that blood and organ exchange techniques could cure Zhang Xing's strange illness. To this end, the Zhang family issued a bounty, looking for someone with the same blood type and organs as Zhang Xing. The princess and her parents just happened to have this special blood type and organs, and they were discovered by Bai Haoyu from the Bai family in Zhang City. In order to join the Zhang family, the Bai family sent the princess and her parents to the Zhang family.
Boss, do you think we should take action to destroy the Zhang family?
Yi Lu also spoke up. I also received news that the Zhang family has issued a declaration to gather countless experts to come to Central South to kill you.
Yi-Er laughed in anger. Ha, what courage.
I haven't even gone to find them, and they are already impatiently coming to seek death. Yi Shisan and Yi Shire both had faces full of fury, their killing intent surging. Yi Lu continued, moreover, this dragon country still claims that the boss is a traitor, and they have clearly stated that their war department has surrounded the entire Central South to trap you, boss. Yi Shire and Yi Shisan were instantly even more enraged.
What do they mean by this? Are they trying to send the Zhang family to kill us?
Yi-Er sneered, hee, this dragon country really has no shame.
The boss has made tremendous contributions for them, yet they treat him like this. Since they are like this, then don't blame me. Pass down the order.
Just as Yi-Er was about to give the command, Long Outyan rushed over.
Lord Yi, Mr. Heir, gentlemen, please calm down. Seeing Long Outyan, Yi Shisan's long knife trembled in his hand, ready to strike. Shisan, don't act.
Yifeng spoke up, and only then did Yi Shisan sheath his knife, glaring at Long Outyan with rage. Long Outyan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly explained, Lord Yi, Mr.
Heir, gentlemen, please calm down. Let me explain. You better give us a reasonable explanation, or my knife won't show mercy. Yi Shisan's killing intent remained fierce. Long Outyan quickly said, Mr. Shisan, please calm down.
I came here specifically for this matter. Lord Yi, gentlemen, you must know that in our dragon country, there exists a power higher than the royal authority, known as the Tian Weishan, right? Yi-Er and the others remained expressionless, they naturally knew about this. In this world, there are martial artists whose abilities surpass what ordinary people can imagine. Therefore, every country has powerful entities to restrain martial artists, such as the Tian Weishan in Dragon Country, the Divine Temple in Western countries, and various other transcendent existences.
Long Outyan continued, and the one who controls Dragon Country is not the national lord, but the Tian Weishan.
The order that labeled Lord Yi as a traitor was not issued by our war department, it seems to have come from the Tian Weishan. But as for who specifically issued the order, the national lord has already sent someone to investigate. And today's incident is also at the behest of the Tian Weishan.
We cannot influence the commands of the Tianwei, we can only comply. However, the National Lord knows of your grievances, Lord Yi, and has sent me to explain. Oh, by the way, Lord Yi, the National Lord also wants to explain this to you personally. With that, Long Outyen handed a specially made phone to Yi Feng. Yi Feng took the phone, and the voice of the National Lord of Dragon Country, Long Zhenghua, came through. Lord Yi, I'm sorry for the great grievance you've suffered. Get to the point. Yi Feng's voice was icy cold. He was truly disappointed with Dragon Country. There was still no news regarding his grandfather, and now he was being slandered like this. Dragon Country still had not given them a satisfactory explanation. Lord Yi, please calm down. We have already uncovered some leads regarding your grandfather's matter. Your grandfather was slandered and dismissed, and the entire Yi family was killed, but it was not our doing. It was an order from someone in the Tianwei. You also know that the power of the Tianwei is above all. We cannot interfere with their actions. Additionally, we have also investigated that your grandfather did not die in battle at the border, but was poisoned. Poisoned? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Long Zhenghua replied, yes, your grandfather was so powerful, and there were countless experts we arranged to protect him at the border, yet he was still injured. The reason he was injured was that someone had poisoned him. After all, your grandfather was the #1 expert in our dragon country back then. The Heavenly Realm invited your grandfather to join several times, but he refused each time. Your grandfather believed that the Heavenly Realm should not interfere with worldly matters and always advocated for the Heavenly Realm to stay out of secular affairs. Therefore, I suspect that your grandfather's repeated refusals to join the Heavenly Realm and his proposals made them hold a grudge. So someone took action against your grandfather, but they didn't dare to act openly against him. After all, at that time, your grandfather had countless supporters throughout the Dragon Country and was the faith of everyone in the army. Thus, they devised a plan to slander your grandfather as a traitor, then dismissed him from his position as the war god and exiled him to the border. Without your grandfather in the capital, they cleared out your Yi family and all those who supported you at that time. Finally, they took action against your grandfather again, but they still didn't dare to act openly, so they poisoned him. They made your grandfather fight fiercely against the enemies invading our dragon country on the border. The continuous battles caused the poison in your grandfather's body to erupt. In the end, your grandfather could only let go and leave the world. As for the current situation targeting you, I suspect it is still the work of the people from the Heavenly Realm. They probably discovered that you are the fish that slipped through the net from the Yi family back then and learned of your identity. Thus, they used your sister to threaten you, inciting your anger to recklessly engage in a war with our dragon country, hoping to profit from it. Yi Feng coldly smiled. These are just your speculations. I suspect that you are saying this to use me to clear all obstacles for you. This time, when we wiped out the people from Haicheng and the Zhongnanzheng family, wasn't it you using us to clear obstacles? Long Zhenghua did not deny it. Indeed, Lord Ji, this time using you to clear out Haicheng and the Zheng family was indeed my intention. But this is also your grandfather's intention. Our dragon country has been able to last for thousands of years and has faced countless strong enemies' invasions, yet we have successfully repelled all of them, all because we are united and stand together against external threats. The times we were invaded by external enemies were due to internal chaos, with some betraying us, which gave outsiders an opportunity. And now we have confirmed that there are traitors within the Heavenly Realm. They supported the Zheng family to grow stronger, then declared themselves kings, ultimately leading to conflicts with us, weakening our national strength and giving outsiders a chance. Under their support, the Zheng family has grown in the Central Plains and has started to disobey orders. Your grandfather opposed this matter back then, fearing that if the Zheng family grew too strong, internal disputes would arise, giving our enemies another opportunity. Originally, your grandfather was going to take action, but he was too strong at that time, and the Zheng family was too weak. If your grandfather acted, the Zheng family would surely be destroyed. So your grandfather was dismissed. Yi Feng said, then according to you, if they want the Zheng family to fight with you, why use my sister to incite hatred between us and the Zheng family? Long Zhenghua replied, that's because the Zheng family is now too strong. They not only do not listen to us but also do not heed the orders of the Heavenly Realm. And your fifth kingdom is also too powerful, making all countries in the world extremely wary. Plus, you are still a member of the Yi family, and your grandfather died at their hands. Do you think they would let you go if they found out about this? So, they want to take this opportunity to have you destroy the Zheng family, and then engage in conflict with us, letting us both suffer losses and achieving multiple goals. They want to eliminate us from behind, and I want to use this opportunity to have you destroy the Zheng family and thwart their plans. I originally wanted to tell you about this, but you were angry at the time, and whatever I said, you probably wouldn't have listened.
Yifeng was silent for a long while before saying, evidence. Indeed, Yifeng felt that Long Zhenghua made a lot of sense, but he needed concrete evidence. Long Zhenghua said, we found out that the person who poisoned your grandfather back then was from the Zheng family. The Zheng family had already gathered many masters from the martial arts world, as well as some extraordinary talents. The four ghosts of Xiangxi under the Zheng family are experts from that region, and their sect is called the Poison Sect, which specializes in poisons. The masters from the four ghosts of Xiangxi had appeared beside your grandfather before. After your grandfather died, those people disappeared. According to the clues we've gathered over the years, the poison in your grandfather's body was the work of these people. All the evidence has been sent to your people, you can check it. Additionally, the 18 Rakshasas you killed in Kunlun belong to the outer heaven. They have been responsible for guarding the capital all these years. Yet, they quietly left the capital the day before you were released from prison and appeared in Kunlun. Also, during your return, you should have encountered people from the Guiding Temple, right? The people from the Guiding Temple quietly appeared in Long Country to hunt you down. I don't need to elaborate on this, do I? Moreover, your Fifth Kingdom's fleet has mobilized, and other countries' fleets are also starting to stir. Yifeng fell silent again. At that moment, 11 walked over. Boss, someone from Long Country just sent this information. After Yifeng checked it, a murderous intent surged within him. Because that information clearly indicated that his grandfather had indeed died from poisoning. Shortly after, Yi Qi hurried over. Boss, I just saw the message from Long Country. The poison in your grandfather's body is the same as that in Princess Xiaoxiao. I also checked some ancient texts. This poison comes from the Xiangxi Miao region of Long Country. Boom! In an instant, Yi Feng's killing intent soared. Lord Yi, can you believe me now? Long Zhenghua's voice came through the phone. Yi Feng remained silent. Long Outyen continued, furthermore, Lord Yi, I suspect there are traitors within your ranks, otherwise, how could your identity have been leaked? Yi Feng frowned. 11, who had also heard Long Zhenghua's words, spoke up, Boss, the dragon scale bomb we developed appeared in Haicheng before and almost cost me my life. I've already had people investigate this matter. Lord Yi, we are now partners, united as one. We must work together to eliminate the Zheng family and crush their schemes, so that our Long Country has no more worries. Long Zhenghua's voice came again. And this is also your grandfather's wish. Your grandfather was a citizen of Long Country, and so are you. Most of the people around you are also citizens of Long Country. Some of them were once your grandfather's subordinates. We cannot turn against each other and give outsiders another chance to invade us. Lord Yi, if you want revenge, we will be an indispensable force for you. If you want to destroy the Zheng family, it won't be easy. After all, the Zheng family controls millions of troops in the Central Plains, with countless strong warriors. Although you are powerful, this is still Long Country. You won't be able to exert your full strength. Let us help you. At that time, all the people from the War Department will be at your disposal. Yifeng directly refused. No need, the Zheng family must be destroyed. Just have the War Department stabilize the borders. Long Zhenghua was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. He broke out in a cold sweat. If he really let the War Department help Yifeng deal with the Zheng family, it would require mobilizing border troops to the Central Plains. But if the border troops were mobilized, the borders would surely be left vulnerable, and Yifeng's Fifth Kingdom people would need to face the Zheng family. That would give those who had been eyeing Long Country and wanting to invade it an opportunity. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Yi. After finishing the call with Long Zhenghua, Yifeng immediately turned to Shi Dao. Investigate the internal traitors immediately. Yes. Shi hurriedly left. Yifeng looked at Yi Qi. Is there a way to cure the poison on my sister? Yi Qi replied, Boss, give me a day, and I will figure out the antidote. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Yi Qi hurriedly left. At that moment, Yi Er also approached. Boss, I just received news that many people have come to Zhongnan to kill you. I'll go deal with it. Yi Shisan drew his knife and stepped out. The others did not stop him, allowing Yi Shisan to leave. Yi Feng turned to Yi Er. Is the sealing time up? Yi Er glanced at the watch in his hand. Boss, in an hour, the restrictions will be completely lifted. Are Lao San and the others almost there? Yi Feng asked again. Yi Er replied, they have already headed to the Central Plains. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold, to the Central Plains, to destroy the Zheng family. As soon as Yi Feng said this, everyone was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Hearing this, Long Outyen stepped forward. Lord Yi, the Zheng family has occupied the Central Plains for many years and is incredibly powerful. If we are to take action against them, we must be cautious and fully prepared. Long Outyen had been paying attention to the Zheng family for years and was well aware of their strength. Although the Fifth Kingdom was strong,
dealing with the Zhang family was not an easy task. As soon as Long Outyan finished speaking, Yi Er scoffed. Heh, just a small Zhang family. Destroying them is a piece of cake, not even worth a breath.
The reason our fifth kingdom is called a kingdom is not because we have powerful weapons, millions of strong fighters, or countless warships and aircraft, but because of our true combat power. In an hour, let you see the true strength of our fifth kingdom.
Long Outyan was somewhat puzzled.
Seeing Yi Er and the others filled with fighting spirit and anticipation, he became even more confused. Soon, a plane landed on the rooftop of the villa.
Yi Feng and a few others boarded the plane. Lord Yi, aren't we bringing anyone else? Long Outyan looked at the few people on the plane, somewhat puzzled.
At this moment, there were only Yi Feng, Yi Er, Yi Lu, and Yi Shi on the plane. Yi Shi went to investigate the internal traitors of the Fifth Kingdom and would not be going alone. Yi Qi needed to find a way to detoxify and take care of Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents, so he would not be going either. Yi Shi-san was responsible for dealing with those who came to kill Yi Feng and protecting Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, so he would not go. Yi Shi was in Jiangcheng, taking care of Qin Tian and his sister, so he would not go either. Yi Er disdainfully said, "It's just a small Jiang family, we don't need many people. A few of us are enough." Seeing Yi Er so confident, Long Outyan felt uneasy. Just relying on Yi Feng and a few others to destroy the entire Jiang family seemed unrealistic to him. After all, the Jiang family not only had 1 million well-trained, fierce soldiers from the Central Plains but also had countless martial arts experts in their ranks. Moreover, Jiang Tian of the Jiang family was one of the 7 war gods, the Qilin war god, with unfathomable strength. What worried Long Outyan the most was that the Jiang family also had Jiang Zhongyuan, a super powerhouse from the land immortal realm, stationed there. Although Yi Feng and the others were incredibly strong, they were all martial artists.
However, they were too young and had no idea of the Jiang family's terrifying aspects.
Furthermore, Yi Feng was injured.
The only ones capable of fighting were Yi Er and a few others.
While Yi Er and the others were powerful, facing the onslaught of 1 million soldiers from the Central Plains, they were merely ants. After all, back in Haicheng, when facing the station troops, Shi had almost fallen. Now, if they just went over like this, it would be like sending themselves to their deaths. He wanted to persuade them further, but Yi Er did not give him the chance to speak.
If you're afraid, you don't have to go. Long Outyan was left speechless.
However, he secretly sent a message to Long Zhenghua, inquiring about his intentions and whether to deploy the troops from the War Department. But Long Zhenghua only replied with a few simple words, "I'll obey Yi Feng's orders." Long Outyan stared at the message from Long Zhenghua, remaining silent for a long time. The distance from Central South to the Central Plains was quite far, where the Jiang family's stronghold was located. After more than an hour of helicopter flight, they finally reached the territory of the Central Plains.
As soon as they arrived, they were spotted by the Jiang family members.
The air defense weapons of the Central Plains Defense Department immediately locked onto the helicopter. A command from the Defense Department came through, demanding they identify themselves, or they would be shot down.
The pilot looked at Long Outyan.
Yi Er directly shouted into the channel, "I'm here to destroy the Jiang family."
Damn! Seeking death. The head of the Defense Department was furious upon hearing this.
This was the Central Plains, the Jiang family's domain.
With the Jiang family's current power, even the ruler of Long Country would not dare to speak such arrogant words here. Now someone actually had the audacity to claim they were here to destroy the Jiang family. It was simply a path to death.
Shoot it down! The head of the guard department shouted angrily. The ground air defense forces decisively launched an attack.
Several anti-aircraft shells soared into the sky, whistling towards the helicopter.
But just as the shells reached mid-air, several terrifying energy blasts shot out from the plane, striking the shells.
Boom boom.
All the shells exploded in mid-air, blooming like dazzling fireworks. At this moment, the helicopter also landed, right in the courtyard of the Central Plains Defense Department. The courtyard was already surrounded by numerous fully armed Central Plains soldiers. Yi Feng and the others jumped out of the helicopter.
Kill!
There was no unnecessary chatter, only a cold command to kill. Yi Er and the others immediately revealed bloodthirsty smiles, their murderous intent surging, their momentum soaring. Armed with long knives, they charged fiercely at the soldiers.
It was a one-sided massacre.
Yi Er and the others were like gods of death. Wherever they went, blood and flesh flew, blood splattered. Watching as hundreds of guard department personnel were slaughtered in the blink of an eye, the head was also taken aback. "They are martial artists, quick, notify the Qilin war god." His subordinates immediately began to contact the Qilin war god, reporting the situation. Meanwhile, the Qilin war god, Jiang Tian, who was training the Central Plains army in the suburbs, also received a report from his subordinates.
"War god, someone has invaded our defense department.
According to the images sent from the scene, that person is Yi Xiaoluo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian was stunned. He never expected that Yi Feng would come to kill him personally. War God, I will go kill him. A battle general volunteered, exuding a fierce killing intent. War God, I will go kill him. The remaining generals also eagerly expressed their willingness to fight. Each one was filled with fighting spirit, their momentum soaring. Zhang Tian waved his hand slightly. Just a small ant, no need for us to take action. Go inform those martial artists in the Central Plains. We have raised them for so many years, it's time for them to move. Yes. Soon, the martial artists raised by the Zhang family in the Central Plains received the news. After Yi Xiaoluo killed Zhang Xiong, he actually took the initiative to come to their door. They were all extremely furious. Each one charged towards the Central Plains Defense Department, filled with murderous intent. After all, they all knew this was a tremendous achievement. If they could kill Yi Xiaoluo, the traitor of Long Country, they would not only gain fame throughout Long Country and become heroes admired by all, but more importantly, since Yi Xiaoluo had killed Zhang Xiong, whoever could kill Yi Xiaoluo would be avenging the Zhang family and would surely gain the Zhang family's favor. Meanwhile, on Yi Feng's side, Yi Er and the others quickly cleared out the entire defense department. Just as they were preparing to head to the Zhang family's stronghold in the Central Plains, a voice shouted, "Thief, don't run! I'm here to kill you!" A sudden roar echoed from a distance. Everyone looked up and saw several figures gracefully approaching from afar. These individuals moved with incredible speed, covering several meters in a single step, and in the blink of an eye, they were before them. There were a total of 7 people, 6 men and 1 woman, all around 40 years old. They were dressed in ancient, simple robes, exuding a pervasive aura of killing intent. The 7 fiends of the Central Plains. Long Outyen immediately recognized these 7 individuals. Lord Yi, these 7 are the infamous 7 fiends of the Central Plains. Their strength is extraordinary. Yet Yi Feng and the others remained calm. You are the so-called war god of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Xiaoluo? The leader, a man clad in a black robe, looked at Yi Feng with a mocking expression. In the eyes of these powerful warriors, the so-called war god of the Dragon Kingdom was nothing but a joke. If they wished, any one of them could easily become the invincible war god of the Dragon Kingdom. And indeed, the war god of the Dragon Kingdom was merely a figure of invincibility in the eyes of the secular world, but in the martial arts realm, this so-called war god was just a slightly stronger low-level warrior, no different from an ant. Any martial arts expert could easily crush this so-called war god. Yi Feng merely glanced at these people and lost interest. They didn't even qualify to make him take action. Yi Feng's dismissive gaze infuriated the group. The woman in a bright red robe, exuding a seductive aura, spoke up. Yi Xiaoluo, surrender immediately and become my pet. If you serve me well, I can plead for your life before the Zhang family. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, her scarlet tongue licking her blood-red lips. The woman was named Luer Nyang, and she had a perverse hobby of capturing handsome young men to make them her pets. Over the years, countless young men had been taken by her and subjected to her madness. The moment she laid eyes on Yi Feng, she found him more handsome than any of her previous pets, and he emitted a unique aura that greatly attracted her. Seeking death. Yi Er, standing nearby, was instantly enraged. Yi Feng was their 5th kingdom's most respected monarch, a god in their hearts. Yet now, he was being insulted by a disgusting pervert. Furious, Yi Er raised his hand. A massive handprint appeared out of thin air around Luer Nyang. With a firm squeeze, he crushed her in his palm. Puff! A muffled sound echoed as Luer Nyang's body was instantly crushed, blood and flesh spraying everywhere. The splattered blood hit the 6 people behind her. This sudden scene left the 6 stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What did they just witness? Luer Nyang, a martial arts expert at the mid-level of human respect, was crushed? It was known that Luer Nyang was the strongest among them, second only to their leader. But now, she had been easily crushed by someone. They instantly understood that Yi Er before them was undoubtedly a martial arts expert at the Emperor respect level. Although they were all at the human respect level, facing an Emperor respect expert, they felt no desire to fight. In the eyes of an Emperor respect expert, they were no different from ants. A sudden chill swept through their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, Yi Er's hand moved slightly. A massive fist imprint rapidly formed before them, emanating a terrifying aura that froze them in place, rendering them unable to move. Just as the fist imprint was about to obliterate them, a voice rang out, "Humph, do you dare to kill someone from the Zhang family?" A powerful voice echoed from above, and a dark figure rapidly descended from the sky, shielding the remaining 6 members of the 7 heavens kill in front of them. At the same time, a terrifying aura descended upon the massive fist imprint, shattering it to pieces. "Boss!
Upon seeing the newcomer, the 6 members of Seven Heavens Kill were filled with immense joy. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a black robe, exuding an overwhelming presence. He was evidently a martial arts master. This man was named Luo Tongtian, one of the top 10 experts of the Jiang family, and the leader of Seven Heavens Kill. His strength had already reached the realm of emperor respect. He had been in seclusion until just recently when he received news from the Jiang family that Yi Xiaoluo, who had destroyed the Jiang family, had actually come to the Central Plains. As a protector of the Jiang family, he naturally had the obligation to help eliminate Yi Xiaoluo. Initially, he did not want to take action personally and planned to let his subordinates from Seven Heavens Kill deal with Yi Xiaoluo. However, he did not expect that Yi Xiaoluo's subordinates included a powerful expert at the emperor respect level, who easily eliminated Lu Renyang with a single strike and was about to attack the others. Thus, he had no choice but to intervene. Yi Xiaoluo, you have some nerve to come to the Central Plains and cause trouble. You are simply asking for death. As soon as Luo Tongtian's words left his mouth, they ignited the fury of Yi Er and the others. The one asking for death is you. Yi Er shouted angrily, his palm moving as a terrifying energy quickly condensed into a fist imprint, hurling towards Luo Tongtian. Humph! Ignorant brat, thinking that just because you have a bit of power, you can act recklessly. Today, I will show you the might of Luo Tongtian. Luo Tongtian's eyes revealed disdain. As one of the top 10 experts of the Jiang family, his strength was extraordinary. Saying this, Luo Tongtian also moved his palm, rapidly condensing a palm imprint in front of him, transforming into a massive hand that reached out to grasp Yi Er's fist imprint. The two fists collided violently. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Yi Er's fist imprint swiftly shattered Luo Tongtian's palm imprint, and the terrifying force rapidly spread outwards. How is this possible? Luo Tongtian's gaze sharpened. He never expected Yi Er's strength to be so formidable. His palm imprint was powerful, yet it was easily neutralized by Yi Er's punch. Humph! Is this all the power you have? You dare come to kill my boss? It's simply laughable. Yi Er snorted coldly, his hand moving again as the undissipated fist imprint surged with terrifying power towards Luo Tongtian. Luo Tongtian did not dare to be careless. The previous exchange had already made him realize that Yi Er's strength was absolutely on par with his own. He shook his hand again, and an even more vast force rapidly overflowed, quickly forming a protective barrier around him. At the same time, a long spear appeared in his right hand. The spear was like a dragon, radiating a chilling sharpness as it lunged towards the fist imprint. This was the Luo family's spear, and as a descendant of the Luo family, Luo Tongtian had greatly enhanced its power, rarely encountering an opponent. Unfortunately, he was up against Yi Er. Even though his Luo family spear was like a dragon, it still could not withstand that fist imprint. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the spear struck the fist imprint. However, the fist imprint, condensed from energy, was as hard as steel at that moment. The razor-sharp spear tip could not pierce it at all. Instead, the fist imprint erupted with surging energy, shattering the long spear in Luo Tongtian's hand. With no obstruction, the fist imprint continued to surge towards Luo Tongtian at a terrifying speed. Luo Tongtian was alarmed. It was too late to dodge now. He could clearly feel the unfathomable terrifying power contained within that fist imprint. He threw another punch, infused with energy, colliding fiercely with the fist imprint. The fist imprint remained intact, but Luo Tongtian let out a piercing scream. His fist was shattered by the unfathomable terrifying force erupting from the fist imprint. In the next moment, his entire arm exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. With no obstruction, the fist imprint struck Luo Tongtian fiercely. Although there was a barrier of energy protecting him, it was as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart. A massive fist imprint struck fiercely against Luo Tongtian's chest. His chest caved in immediately, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His body was sent flying backward, knocking down the 6 members of the 7 Days Evil behind him, leaving a long trail on the ground that stretched over 10 meters. Bang! With a loud crash, Luo Tongtian's body slammed against a high wall, finally coming to a stop. Puff! Another mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organ fragments, gushed out. At that moment, Luo Tongtian's face was filled with horror, his heart already filled with shock and fear. He had thought that by personally taking action to eliminate Yi Xiaoluo and the others, it would be easy. But unexpectedly, one of Yi Xiaoluo's subordinates was so powerful that he couldn't even block a single punch. Who are you? Luo Tongtian asked in shock, his eyes fixed on Yi Er. That punch had shattered all his internal organs. He knew he was done for. At this moment, he just wanted to know who Yi Er and the others really were. He also understood that Yi Xiaoluo was definitely not just a simple border war god. The strength of a border war god could not possibly have such terrifying subordinates. You are not qualified to know our identity. Yi Er replied coldly, pointing a finger. A surge of energy shot out, piercing the air and leaving a white trace in midair, striking Luo Tongtian's head. Bang! Luo Tongtian's head exploded instantly. The headless corpse fell weakly to the ground. One of the top 10 masters of the Jiang family, Luo Tongtian, dead. The remaining members of the 7 Days Evil were all frozen in place, their faces filled with shock and fear. What had they just witnessed? Their leader, one of the top 10 masters of the Jiang family, the heir of the Luo family's spear technique, possessing the realm of emperor. Luo Tongtian had been killed in a single move by one of Yi Xioluo's subordinates. For a moment, they found it hard to believe, feeling as if they were dreaming. No, they wouldn't even dare to dream such a dream. It was too unreal. While they were still in shock, Yi Er moved again. A massive palm imprint rapidly descended above their heads. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground was smashed into a large pit, and the 6 were turned into a puddle of mud by a single palm strike. 7 Days Evil, dead. This scene was witnessed by the continuously arriving Central Plains army and martial artists. This terrifying sight sent shockwaves through everyone. They had originally come to kill Yi Feng, hoping to make a name for themselves and gain merit for the Jiang family. But now, seeing one of the top 10 masters of the Jiang family, the emperor-level Luo Tongtian, and his subordinates, the 7 Days Evil, being wiped out by Yi Xioluo and his group in a single move, a deep fear rose in their hearts. Their strength was not even comparable to Luo Tongtian, and some were even weaker than the 7 Days Evil. Yi Er had eliminated Luo Tongtian and the others as easily as stepping on an ant. How much easier would it be to kill them? Some people quickly turned to leave. But at that moment, Yi Er's voice suddenly exploded in their ears. Since you're here, all of you stay. Like the whisper of death, it sent chills down their spines. As Yi Er's voice echoed, swish. Several massive fist imprints appeared in midair. Everyone felt a chill run through them, instinctively looking up. What they saw above their heads filled them with horror. Several enormous fist imprints, like meteors, were crashing down toward them. They wanted to dodge, but found that the surrounding space was locked and they couldn't move at all. They could only watch helplessly as those massive palm imprints rapidly descended, growing larger in their eyes. They couldn't even scream before being smashed into a puddle of mud in an instant. Is this the true strength of the people from the Fifth Kingdom? Long Outyen muttered in disbelief. Previously, he thought that with Yi Er and the others trying to eradicate the Jiang family, it was simply like an egg hitting a stone. But now, seeing Yi Er and the others display their extraordinary abilities, he finally understood just how powerful the people from the Fifth Kingdom truly were. Their abilities seemed to have long surpassed the realm of ordinary martial artists, and their methods were so mystical, akin to divine skills. He also understood why Yi Er had been so confident before. Yi Xioluo, you have some nerve, daring to forcefully invade the Jiang family's territory and even commit mass murder here. Today will be your death day. At that moment, a terrifying howl suddenly echoed from afar. A shadow shot through the air like a streak of light, its speed reaching an extreme. A fierce palm strike, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, reached for Yi Er's head. Yi Er snorted coldly and also struck out with a palm, meeting the incoming attack. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the figure staggered back several steps, stabilizing itself in midair. This person was shrouded in a black robe, their aura overwhelming, making it impossible to see their true face. Show yourself and die. Yi Er coldly snorted, his figure flashing as he charged towards the shadow. The shadow instantly vanished from its original spot and reappeared behind Yi Er. A pale, jade-like hand, shaped like an eagle's claw, reached for the back of Yi Er's head. This claw was immensely powerful and incredibly fast, as if the air itself was about to ignite in its wake. Be careful, Long Outyen instinctively warned. But Yi Er seemed oblivious, still facing away from the figure in black. The claw struck the back of Yi Er's head, yet there was no scene of brain matter splattering. Instead, the shadow froze for a second, for at the moment the claw hit Yi Er's head, Yi Er's body rapidly dissipated. Phantom! The figure in black exclaimed in shock, their heart jolting as they quickly turned around. They then saw Yi Er's form appear behind them, delivering a fierce punch imbued with supreme power towards their face. Oomph! The figure in black snorted coldly. The jade-like hand once again reached for Yi Er's fist. When their fists and claws met, a crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. The figure's hand, as white as snow and as clear as jade, shattered like porcelain struck by a hammer, developing countless cracks that spread from the palm up the arm. Bang! In the next moment, the entire arm exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Ah! The figure in black let out a miserable scream, their body sent flying by the terrifying force of the punch, soaring nearly 100 meters before finally coming to a stop.
At this moment, the face hidden beneath the black robe was filled with shock. Their shadowy eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. They looked up at Yi, who stood there with a disdainful expression. You. They wanted to say something, but found that the strength within them seemed to be rapidly drained, leaving them unable to utter another word. Looking down, they discovered a large hole in their left chest, empty and hollow. What? Who are they? Their face turned pale in an instant, their gaze completely frozen, their body weakly collapsing towards the ground. At this moment, one thought consumed them: who exactly were Yi Feng and the others? Why were they so powerful? How strong? Long Outyan was utterly shocked. He recognized the figure in black. They were one of the 4 kings of the Jiang family, known as Shadow. Besides the 10 great experts, the Jiang family also had 4 kings, 3 divine kings, 2 ghost kings, and 1 demon king. Shadow was one of the 4 kings, and among them, Shadow was the strongest. Before this person became a subordinate of Jiang Zhongyuan, he was a super assassin, renowned throughout the assassin world, having assassinated countless political figures and some international bigwigs, with no defeats to his name. Those who had seen him all died at his hands. Later, someone hired him to assassinate Jiang Zhongyuan, but he failed. Although he failed, he managed to tear a corner of Jiang Zhongyuan's clothing, making him the first person to get within 3 feet of Jiang Zhongyuan after he became a land god, and also the one who caused Jiang Zhongyuan's clothing to be damaged. Despite his failed assassination attempt, Jiang Zhongyuan did not kill him. Instead, he subdued him, making him one of the 4 kings under Jiang Zhongyuan. But now, this once world-famous super assassin, a shadow among the 4 kings of the Jiang family, was unexpectedly killed in an instant by Yi. This further astonished Long Outyan regarding the combat power of the people from the 5th kingdom. With Yi displaying such formidable strength, he might even have the ability to battle against the 3 divine kings of the Jiang family. If Yi Feng and others from the 5th kingdom joined in, they might truly have the capability to overturn the Jiang family. However, Long Outyan was puzzled as to why, when Yi Feng returned earlier, they did not display such terrifying combat power, and Yi Feng had even been injured, with 11 nearly perishing. Swish! At that moment, in a very concealed corner in the distance, a shadow flashed by. Yi and Yi Feng immediately looked towards that position, but no one pursued. Yi Feng could only coldly utter one word: kill. Instantly, Yi and the others scattered to begin cleaning up the remaining threats in the defense department. 10 minutes later, Yi and the others returned to Yi Feng's side. There were no survivors left in the entire defense department. It's your turn. Yi Feng looked at Long Outyan. Long Outyan immediately understood, hurriedly took out a communicator, and began contacting the battle department, instructing them to come and occupy the area. Go to the Jiang family. Yi Feng spoke again. Yi Lu drove over a vehicle. The group got into the car and left the defense department. Not long after they left, the battle department personnel who had been secretly following them rushed into the defense department to begin establishing defenses. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the urban area of Zhongyuan City, a shadow suddenly appeared on the roof of the villa like a ghost. On the roof, 6 middle-aged men were sitting cross-legged on the ground, exuding a powerful aura. However, there was not a single intact piece of skin on these 6 men. Their faces and bodies were covered in horrifying scars, a shocking sight. At the moment the shadow appeared, all 6 opened their eyes simultaneously, looking at the man in black. The man in black removed his cloak, revealing his true appearance. His face and body were also covered in dense scars, a shocking sight. These 7 individuals were none other than the 7 tyrants among the top 10 experts of the Jiang family. These 7 were born of the same mother. After their mother gave birth to them, she passed away, and the 7 were adopted by a perverse old Taoist priest. That old priest was also an extremely ruthless and twisted character. To train them into the most ruthless, twisted, and merciless killing machines, the old priest spared no effort. When the 7 were 5 years old, the old priest threw them into a wolf's den, forcing them to fight against a mother wolf. At 6, he tossed them into a snake pit, making them endure the bites of the most venomous snakes. At 8, they were thrown into a crocodile's den to battle crocodiles. At 9, they were abandoned in the vast, bone-chilling, desolate area of the western frontier, where they had to survive on their own. The 7 brothers were extremely united and managed to endure all the tortures and trials imposed by the old priest. After they turned 10, the old priest began to teach them martial arts techniques, instructing them in the most ruthless methods of killing. From the age of 10 onward, the old priest had them start killing, using human lives to accumulate their experience. From then on, the 10 began to kill, loot, and commit all sorts of heinous acts, becoming terrifying demons that made everyone in the western region shudder at the mere mention of their names. Over the course of 10 years, they killed countless people and committed numerous atrocious crimes in the western region. The Dragon Kingdom had sent experts countless times to eliminate these 7, but in the end, all those sent perished at the hands of just a few. Finally, it was Jiang Zhongyuan who traveled to the western region and encountered an ambush by these 7. Seeing their extraordinary combat abilities, Jiang Zhongyuan felt a pang of compassion. After defeating them with a single move, he took them under his wing.
Of course, these 7 had their own pride and were unwilling to submit to Jiang Zhongyuan.
However, he was too strong, and they were no match for him. In the end, to save their lives, they asked Jiang Zhongyuan to help them eliminate the old Taoist who had tormented them, and they promised that he would guide them to a higher realm of martial arts in the future. They also requested Jiang's family to help them find their father, and thus they agreed to follow Jiang Zhongyuan.
They would help Jiang Zhongyuan protect the Jiang family for 10 years and assist them 3 times.
Jiang Zhongyuan agreed to their requests, and so the 7 came to the Jiang family.
However, once they arrived, they only listened to Jiang Zhongyuan's orders, completely disregarding the others. In the entire Jiang family, only Jiang Zhongyuan could command them.
By today, they had already assisted the Jiang family twice, and nearly 10 years had passed. They had originally been waiting for the 10 years to end so they could leave the Jiang family, regain their freedom, and seek revenge on their father for abandoning their mother and them. But unexpectedly, they learned today that Yi Xiaolua was causing trouble for the Jiang family. They thought to take this opportunity to help the Jiang family for the 3rd time, allowing them to leave the Jiang family sooner. To this end, they sent their youngest brother to deal with Yi Xiaolua. However, they did not expect their 7th brother to return so quickly. 7th brother, did you take care of that Yi Xiaolua? One of them asked. The man in black replied, Yi Xiaolua's subordinates are very powerful. Jiang family's 7 days fiend, Luo Tongtian, and one of the 4 kings of the Jiang family, Shadow, were all killed by them. I didn't dare to act rashly.
Really?
Upon hearing this, the others were not surprised but instead showed expressions of delight. They had been worried that if they helped the Jiang family deal with Yi Xiaolua, it would count as the 3rd time they assisted the Jiang family, and they might be told that this task was too simple and not count as a 3rd effort, thus preventing their release. But now, hearing their 7th brother say that the opponent's strength was formidable, even the shadow of the 4 kings of the Jiang family had been killed by them, they felt this was a tremendous opportunity. If they acted now and eliminated Yi Xiaolua and his men, then the Jiang family would have no reason to keep them any longer. The 7th brother nodded. Yes, Yi Xiaolua's subordinates have at least reached the peak of the emperor's realm. Ah, truly heaven is helping us. The eldest among the 7 laughed out loud. Brothers, our freedom is about to arrive. The others also showed excited smiles. They had been waiting for this day for nearly 10 years. During their 10 years as offerings to the Jiang family, Jiang Zhongyuan had strictly required them not to engage in looting, killing, or any such acts. Having grown up in slaughter, they had been stifled during these 10 years. Now, as long as they killed Yi Xiaolua and completed their 3rd effort, they would be free as birds in the sky and fish in the sea. No one would be able to restrict them any longer. However, the 7th brother hurriedly said, Eldest brother, we must not be reckless. Yi Xiaolua has several people by his side. When the shadow was eliminated, only one person acted, and I did not ascertain whether the others are also martial arts experts. If those people's strength has also reached the realm of the emperor, we 7 may not be able to gain any advantage against them. But the few who were overwhelmed with excitement completely ignored the words of the 7th brother. The leader of the 7 sneered, even if they are all at the emperor level, so what? With our 7 working together, even if all the experts of the Jiang family come out, they are not our match. Moreover, our cultivation has reached great perfection, and with the 7 of us united, even Jiang Zhongyuan wouldn't dare to challenge us. Exactly, 7th brother, don't worry about anything. With our 7 brothers working together, we are as strong as steel. That Yi Xiaolua is just a war god, he can be easily destroyed. Seeing that his brothers were all full of confidence, the 7th brother was also somewhat moved. They had relied on each other since childhood, surviving the torment of that old Taoist. Now, their cultivation had also reached great perfection, and their combined power was astonishing. It seemed that killing a Yi Xiaolua and a few emperor-level warriors was not really a difficult task. Alright, then we 7 brothers will go together to kill them. Let's regain our freedom. In the end, the 7 reached a consensus. They left the villa to hunt down Yi Feng and the others. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and the others were driving towards the Jiang family, but when they reached a highway on the outskirts of the city, Yi Lu, who was driving, suddenly slammed on the brakes. A blazing fireball was rushing towards their car at an extremely swift speed. Yi Er, sitting in the front seat, threw a punch. A massive fist imprint shot out, piercing through the windshield and colliding with the fireball. Boom! The fireball was shattered, scattering into numerous tiny flames that fell to the ground. The eyes of Yi Feng and the others all turned to a spot less than 100 meters ahead. There stood a person. A woman. A woman clad in armor, holding a black long spear, resembling an ancient female general.
The tip of the black spear was engulfed in roaring flames.
This person should be Luo-chan, one of the top 10 experts of the Jiang family, the sister of Luo Tong Tian, and she is skilled in spear techniques.
Her fire dragon spear is extremely powerful. Long Ao Tian in the car quickly explained Luo Chan's identity to Yifeng and the others. However, Yifeng paid no attention. Yi Er's figure moved, leaping out of the car and landing in front of it. A Jiang family member?
Yi Er stood firm, his clothes fluttering without wind, making a rustling sound. Luo Chan on the opposite side, however, had no extra words. With a shake of her spear, the flames surged even more, transforming into a fire dragon that pierced through the air, rushing towards Yi Er. This fire dragon actually grew larger in the wind, becoming an extremely thick fire dragon over a short distance, radiating a terrifying heat.
Oomph, a trivial trick.
Yi Er snorted coldly. He swung his fist, and a powerful energy burst forth, like a gale, instantly shattering the fire dragon that was rushing towards him.
It turned into countless sparks, scattering around.
At the moment the fire dragon was destroyed, Yi Er's body also shot out. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luo Chan, over 50 meters away. With a powerful punch, he aimed for Luo Chan's head.
In Yi Er's eyes, there was never a distinction between men and women, only between enemies and allies.
Since Luo Chan was a member of the Jiang family and was blocking them at this moment, she was an enemy.
He would not show any mercy.
Therefore, this punch was filled with his full strength. Luo Chan stood her ground, her gaze slightly focused. Yet, she showed no intention of dodging, allowing Yi Er's punch to land on her head. However, when the punch fell, it did not shatter Luo Chan's body. Instead, it passed right through her, as if striking the air.
Ha!
Yi Er let out a light exclamation, then saw Luo Chan's body instantly disappear, leaving only a ball of flames enveloping his fist. In the next moment, Luo Chan's figure reappeared a few meters away, and with a shake of her spear, the surging flames shot towards Yi Er. At the same time, Yi Er noticed that the flames swirling around his fist were surging fiercely. Coupled with the flames shooting towards him, he was instantly enveloped. At that moment, Luo Chan's spear erupted with a powerful energy, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air, as it thrust into the flames surrounding Yi Er. The speed was as fast as lightning, causing the air to explode with a series of booming sounds.
Boom!
The instant the spear pierced the flames, it shattered explosively. Yi Er stood there unscathed, not even a hair out of place. With one hand behind his back and the other gripping the spear's shaft, he looked at Luo Chan with disdain.
If this is your trick, then you are undoubtedly doomed today.
As he spoke, Yi Er exerted force with his hand.
Crack!
The spear, made of an unknown material, was easily broken by Yi Er. Luo Chan's expression changed slightly, and she quickly retreated, flames igniting around her, enveloping her. Yi Er moved his hand, and the broken spear tip shot out, piercing through the air towards Luo Chan. Luo Chan's speed was also incredibly swift, and in the blink of an eye, she had retreated 50 meters. But the spear tip was too fast, catching up to her in an instant, shooting into the flames that surrounded her. Yi Er's figure also shot out, leaving behind a series of afterimages, before stopping behind the flames enveloping Luo Chan. At that moment, the spear tip, stained with blood, pierced through the flames and was caught in Yi Er's hand.
Boom! The flames surrounding Luo Chan exploded simultaneously, transforming into countless sparks that fell around, igniting some nearby trees. Puff!
Without the protection of the flames, Luo Chan spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. At that moment, there was a bloody hole in her heaving chest, continuously oozing blood.
I told you, it's just a small trick.
Yi Er looked down at Luo Chan with a face full of disdain. Luo Chan's face was pale, her eyes red, and her body trembled. She slowly raised her head, her crimson eyes fixed on Yi Er.
Pop!
In those blood-red eyes, two flames were ignited, beginning to leap wildly.
In the next instant, Luo Chan's entire body was engulfed in flames, igniting fiercely.
The surrounding sparks seemed to be triggered as well, all bursting into flames. In an instant, a 50-meter radius centered around Luo Chan was engulfed in roaring flames. Yi Er, standing in the flames, remained calm, still with his hands behind his back, watching with interest as Luo Chan transformed into a sea of fire. Interesting, I didn't expect you to combine martial arts and flames, and to cultivate it to such a level. With your talent, your future achievements could be limitless, but unfortunately, you followed the wrong person. As Yi Er's words fell, the sea of fire rapidly condensed into a fire dragon about 50 meters long and as thick as a barrel. The massive dragon's mouth opened, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of flames, seemingly capable of incinerating everything, shooting towards Yi Er. Yi Er still stood calmly in place, his eyes filled with admiration and regret. Just as the terrifying flames were about to hit him, he moved his hand, and the spear tip shot out.
It pierced through the flames, shooting from the dragon's mouth. Puff! A muffled sound. The fire dragon instantly shattered, and the spear tip, carrying Luo Chan's charred body, traced a graceful arc in the air before being pinned in the middle of the road. Countless shattered flames fell like raindrops from the sky, creating a spectacular scene. What a pity for such a good seed! Yi Er sighed, then waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew through, extinguishing all the flames. Luo Chan's charred body, pinned in the middle of the road, was instantly blown away by the wind. Hiss! In the distance, Long Outyen in the car couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this still human? Previously, Long Outyen felt that Yifeng and the others were extraordinary, but after witnessing the terrifying combat power displayed by Yi Er and Luo Chan during their fight, he felt even more alarmed by Yi Er's strength. It was simply beyond human. It completely surpassed his understanding of martial artists' capabilities. Yi Lu started the car again. However, just as the car reached Yi Er's side, Yi Lu abruptly stopped the vehicle again. 7 figures floated towards them from ahead. The 7 were dressed identically, their heights the same, and each of their faces and bodies were covered in dense, hideous scars. This is the 7 tyrants. They are actually still alive and have become the offerings of the Zheng family? Long Outyen exclaimed in surprise. He naturally recognized these 7. They had committed heinous crimes in the western region years ago, causing a nationwide uproar. At that time, their war department and local martial artists had made numerous attempts to eliminate them, but ultimately, everyone sent to hunt them down was killed. Later, the Dragon Kingdom issued a bounty, calling on martial artists from all over the country to exterminate these 7. Many martial artists attempted to do so, but in the end, all were wiped out by the 7. Finally, the Dragon Kingdom sent several experts from the capital to the western region to eliminate them, but they found that the 7 had vanished. For nearly 10 years, no one had seen or heard anything about them. Rumors later spread that the 7 might have died, and the matter was put to rest. But unexpectedly, the 7 had not died. Instead, they had come to the Central Plains and become offerings of the Zheng family. You are Yi Xiu Luo? The leader of the 7 spoke, his shadowy, violent gaze fixed on Yifeng and the others. Are you sent by the Zheng family to kill us? Yi Er asked, staring at the 7. He realized that these 7 were not ordinary, they seemed even stronger than the previous shadow. The leader of the 7 continued, that's right. You'd better go to the Zheng family and confess. Otherwise, if we have to take action ourselves, you might not even leave a complete corpse. Yi Er chuckled as if he had heard a funny joke. Just you 6 ants? Kill us? So, you are refusing my proposal? The leader's voice turned icy. The other 6 also exuded a fierce aura, their killing intent locked onto Yi Er. Yi Er's eyes narrowed, stepping forward, his aura surging, killing intent spreading. Originally, I planned to leave you a complete corpse, but your attitude has displeased me. So now, you won't even have the chance to leave a complete corpse. With that, Yi Er shot forward, looking for death. The 7 were furious. Since their debut, apart from Zhang Zhongyuan, no one had dared to be so arrogant in front of them. Yi Er was the first. As Yi Er charged at them, the 7 also moved in unison. They were 7 siblings, sharing a deep connection. No matter how many strong enemies they faced, they always acted together. 7 palm prints, as if solid, surged with immense power, crashing towards Yi Er. Oomph! Yi Er snorted coldly, rapidly throwing punches, delivering 7 strikes in less than a second. Bang bang bang! 7 muffled sounds echoed as the palm prints were swiftly shattered by Yi Er. The expressions of the 7 changed slightly. They hadn't expected Yi Er's strength to be so formidable, able to easily dissolve their palm prints. Is that all you can do? Yi Er's disdainful voice rang out as he shot forward like lightning, his fist aimed at the leader. The 7 quickly repositioned. The 2nd and 3rd stood behind the leader, the 4th, 5th, and 6th behind the 2nd and 3rd, while the 7th fell to the back. Then, all 7 simultaneously placed a palm on the back of the person in front of them, countless waves of energy surging forth, all converging onto the leader at the front. The surging energy rushed in, causing the leader's body to swell up like an inflated balloon in an instant. Facing Yi Er's rapidly approaching punch, the leader revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He also unleashed a full-force punch. Fist against fist, they were set for a hard clash. The combined strength of the 7 of them was formidable. Yet Yi Er showed no intention of dodging. He too was ready for a fist-to-fist confrontation. Bang! The 2 fists collided violently. The extreme force released made Yi Er feel a tingling sensation in his arm. The tremendous impact caused him to take a slight step back. Meanwhile, the 7 tyrants remained motionless, rooted in place like sturdy pine trees. Not bad. Your strength is impressive. Yi Er shook his slightly numb arm, a smile on his face. The unity of these 7, channeling the power of 6 into 1, was indeed remarkable.
But it was merely remarkable, nothing more. Humph, this is just an appetizer, now let me show you our true strength. The leader in the front row snorted coldly, and his swollen body began to rapidly deflate. However, his aura surged dramatically. From the peak of the Emperor realm, it instantly rose to the Celestial realm, stopping only at the early stage of the Celestial realm. Interesting. Yi-Er watched with interest as the leader's realm increased, finding the methods of these 7 quite fascinating. They could actually channel the inner energy of others into one person to help elevate their realm. But thinking about it, it made sense. These 7 were valued by Jiang Zhongyuan, so they must have their unique qualities. Feeling the abundant and surging power within him, the leader was quite arrogant. Kid, today I'll let you witness our true strength. If you die at my hands, it can be considered your fortune. Yi-Er scoffed. Huh? Is that so? Then I want to see just how strong you really are. Take another punch from me. The leader roared, launching another punch that contained an indescribable terrifying power. His fist pierced through the air, creating ripples as it rushed towards Yi-Er. Yi-Er did not retreat, also throwing out a punch. Looking for death. The leader's eyes glinted with ferocity as he saw Yi-Er daring to meet his punch head-on, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This punch, let alone Yi-Er, even Jiang Zhongyuan would probably not dare to take it head-on. Bang! The 2 fists collided again like a comet striking the earth. The extreme force was rapidly unleashed. The point of contact between their fists was instantly surrounded by terrifying ripples, as if the air had been sucked dry in an instant, producing a crisp explosion sound. The waves of extreme power rapidly spread outwards, like a fierce wind of 15 degrees, cutting down trees and grass along the roadside. Yet the 7 remained standing in place, unfazed. Yi-Er also stood his ground, unaffected. How is this possible? The leader at the front was filled with shock, staring in disbelief at Yi-Er, who wore a disdainful expression, one hand casually resting behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind. This punch of his was more powerful than a full-force punch from a Celestial realm expert. After all, his 6 brothers were standing behind him, and they had also channeled their strength when he threw this punch. The power of this punch was enough to rival that of a peak Celestial realm expert. Yet Yi-Er had taken it head-on. Yi-Er coldly smiled. Is that all the power you have? It's nothing special. Next, let me show you what true power is. As he spoke, Yi-Er's fist, still locked in place with the leader's, moved slightly. A vast power erupted from Yi-Er's body in an instant. Like a surging wave, it flowed through Yi-Er's fist and into the leader's. Boom! In an instant, an indescribable terrifying force erupted, centered around the 2 fists, sending out waves of horror. It surged towards the 7 tyrants, stirring up a dreadful gale. The ultimate release of power swept through, the terrifying ripples sweeping across, and the dreadful wind engulfing everything. The 7 were like kites in a storm, instantly torn to shreds. Blood rained down. Yi-Er stood firm, his clothes rustling. I said, I won't leave you with whole corpses. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family manor, Jiang Zhonghong sat in a grand chair, holding a cup of tea, savoring it carefully. Just then, a hurried voice came from outside. Master, it's bad. We just received news that all the warriors we sent out have been annihilated by that Yishou Luo, and Luo Tongtian, the 7 heavenly fiends, and Lord Shadow have all died at Yishou Luo's hands. Hearing this, Jiang Zhonghong's brows furrowed. A bunch of useless trash. The teacup in his hand crashed heavily onto the tea table. The precious tea set on the table, made of yellow flower wood, shattered into a pile of dust. Immediately send others to take action and eliminate that Yishou Luo. But at that moment, another urgent voice came from outside. Master, it's bad, it's bad. We just received news that Luo Chan and the 7 tyrants took the initiative to attack, and they all fell at Yishou Luo's hands. What? Jiang Zhonghong, sitting in the grand chair, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, shaking everything in the room to pieces. A bunch of useless trash, can't even handle a little Yishou Luo. Go and let the 3 great kings take action. Also, have the Pang family and the Shangxi 4 ghost sect arrived? A subordinate outside quickly replied, Master, the Pang family and the poison sect are on their way. When they arrive, let them directly eliminate the Yishou Luo. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qilin war god Jiang Tian, who was leading the Central Plains army in training, also received the news. After hearing the news, he showed no shock, but rather a playful smile. Interesting, it seems this Yishou Luo's strength is extraordinary. War god, this Yishou Luo is too arrogant, I'll go kill him. The war generals couldn't hold back their excitement. War god, just give the order. A little Yishou Luo dares to be so rampant on our territory, killing so many people, this will tarnish our Jiang family's reputation. Yes, war god, please give the order. Seeing his subordinates filled with righteous fury, Jiang Tian smiled and said, Alright, I've heard that this Yisho Luo has risen strongly, instilling fear in enemies, being called Ashura, and even being titled a war god. It's just right to see how capable he really is." The war generals immediately became excited. War god departs. Instantly, the tens of thousands of Central Plains soldiers stopped their training and began to line up. Booming. Several helicopters rapidly descended from above. The war generals surrounded Jiang Tian and boarded the helicopters. As the helicopters took off, the Central Plains soldiers below also set off in perfect unison. Armored vehicles and rows of troops quickly left the training ground. Everywhere they passed, all roads were sealed off, and all pedestrians and vehicles retreated. On the other side, Yifeng and the others had already arrived at the eastern suburbs where the Jiang family manor was located. This was a massive luxury park. At the back of the park's mountain was the site of the Jiang family manor. This place was also a forbidden zone for everyone in the Central Plains. No one was allowed to enter except for the Jiang family's own people. As soon as Yifeng and the others' vehicle reached the park's entrance, they were stopped by armed Central Plains soldiers. Yi'er waved his hand casually, and a wave of energy swept out, sending several roadblocks flying. However, as these few were killed by Yi'er, a fierce alarm sounded throughout the park. In the next moment, countless martial artists and armed soldiers from the Central Plains gathered from all directions, surrounding Yifeng and the others in the center. Seeing over 10,000 people suddenly appear around them, Long Outyin couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He could tell that these martial artists and Central Plains soldiers were all exceptionally powerful. He didn't know how many guns and cannons were secretly aimed at them. For a moment, Long Outyin felt a bit weak. Although Yifeng and the others were strong and should have no problem dealing with these martial artists, this was the territory of the Jiang family, the old residence of the Jiang family. The Jiang family had stood in the Central Plains for years, and their foundation and means were beyond his imagination. Not to mention the martial arts experts of the Jiang family, just the million soldiers stationed in the Central Plains represented a terrifying force capable of overturning a country. No matter how strong Yifeng and the others were, they were merely ants in the face of this million-strong iron tide of the Central Plains army. Long Outyin regretted not having persuaded Yifeng earlier, preventing him from being so impulsive and recklessly entering the Jiang family's territory with just a few people. Now, they were trapped. Unlike the panicked Long Outyin, Yifeng and the others remained calm as they watched the Jiang family members continuously gathering. It was as if the approaching crowd was nothing more than a few ants that could be easily crushed, not worth mentioning. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, three figures appeared in front of Yifeng's vehicle. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, around 60 years old, was extremely thin, resembling a bamboo pole, completely skin and bones. His aged face was full of wrinkles, like a chrysanthemum trampled underfoot. He was hunched over, holding a bone knife, wearing a leather apron, and rain boots covered in greasy blood and stains. Yet, he exuded a vast aura and a heavy bloodthirsty presence. The other man was of medium build, dressed in a bright red robe, with a colorful face paint that obscured his specific features and age. The remaining woman, around 40, was tall, with thin lips and a delicate nose, her beauty striking. She wore a green qipao that split to the thigh, her long, straight, snow-white legs drawing attention. Most captivating were her fox-like eyes, which were incredibly enchanting. Just a glance seemed capable of ensnaring one, making it impossible to escape. These three were the other 3 of the Jiang family's 4 kings, known alongside the previous shadow, the chef, the actor, and the prostitute. You have quite the nerve to kill members of the Jiang family and even dare to come here. The old man with the bone knife spoke first, his murky eyes fixed on Yifeng and the others, his murderous aura surging. Yi'er jumped out of the car, glanced at the 3, and showed disdain. With a half-smile, he said, "Are you here to defend the Jiang family? Humph, kid, if you surrender and apologize to the Jiang family, I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse." As soon as the old man's words fell, he exerted a slight force with his foot, and the precious stone floor beneath him was instantly shattered. "Otherwise, this will be your fate." Yi'er shook his head in disbelief. Can't you come up with something more original? It's always the same old nonsense. The last person who said such nonsense to me is already a pile of bones. Seeking death. The old man was enraged. The bone knife in his hand shot towards Yi'er like lightning. The speed of the bone knife was incredibly fast, piercing the air and creating a series of explosive sounds. The chef had immersed himself in martial arts for decades, his strength having already reached the celestial sovereign realm. Over the years, in pursuit of breakthroughs in martial arts and improvements in his knife techniques, he had transformed into a butcher, using the bone knife daily to slaughter and dismember pigs, sheep, and cattle, deepening his understanding of knife techniques and accumulating his own murderous aura. By now, the malevolent aura surrounding him had accumulated enough, and his knife skills had reached an extraordinary level. The sharp bone-cutting knife, in his hands, had become the most adept killing tool. Faced with the swiftly flying bone-cutting knife, Yi Er's expression remained unchanged, one hand resting behind his back, and then he slowly extended his right hand. He aimed to slap the incredibly sharp knife, imbued with a terrifying aura. Seeking death. Seeing Yi Er actually attempting to catch the bone-cutting knife with his palm, those present couldn't help but scoff. They all clearly understood just how strong this chef was and how terrifying that bone-cutting knife could be. Before the chef became a servant of the Jiang family, he had used this very knife to slay countless masters of the Jiang family. It wasn't until Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang family intervened and defeated the chef with a single move that the chef finally yielded and became a servant of the Jiang family. Over the years in the Jiang family, the chef transformed into a butcher, slaughtering pigs and cattle by day, and killing people by night. In one night, he used this bone-cutting knife to kill over 300 martial arts experts from a rival family of the Jiang family, earning a fearsome reputation. All members of the Jiang family turned pale at the mention of him. No one dared to challenge him, especially when the chef brandished his bone-cutting knife. But now, Yi Er was actually going to catch the chef's knife with his hand. Wasn't that just asking for death? Ignorant brat. The nearby actors and courtesans also showed disdain. They were equally renowned as the chef and knew well the power of his bone-cutting knife. Even they wouldn't dare to catch the chef's knife with their hands. Just when everyone thought Yi Er would be killed by the chef's knife, an unexpected event occurred. Ding! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Yi Er's hand met the chef's bone-cutting knife. To be precise, it was Yi Er's palm that withstood the chef's knife. How is this possible? Everyone was astonished to see Yi Er actually block the chef's extremely sharp knife with his palm. The chef's gaze also sharpened, looking at Yi Er in disbelief. His knife, which had never failed, was now being blocked by Yi Er's hand. This kid is unusual. In an instant, the chef realized that Yi Er's strength was definitely not simple. He had no time to think further as he prepared to redirect the knife towards Yi Er's neck. But at that moment, Yi Er's fair palm suddenly tightened. He grasped the sharp bone-cutting knife and applied a slight force. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. The hard bone-cutting knife was directly snapped in two. The chef's expression changed, and he immediately abandoned the knife, forming a fist with his fingers, containing terrifying power, and struck towards Yi Er's chest. Bang! The chef's fist landed on Yi Er's chest, but to his shock, it felt as if he had struck a rock. It caused no harm to Yi Er. Instead, it sent a wave of searing pain through his fist. Yi Er remained calm and composed, standing in place with one hand behind his back. His right hand, holding half of the bone-cutting knife, swiftly descended. Ah! The chef let out a piercing scream because the hand that had just struck Yi Er's chest was severed by Yi Er's bone-cutting knife. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Er, sending the chef's body flying backward, knocking over countless people behind him, and finally crashing heavily to the ground, creating a web of cracks in the hard floor. The fallen chef clutched his bleeding arm, his face pale with fear. Looking at Yi Er, his gaze turned filled with dread. In that moment, he finally understood that Yi Er was not some ant he could easily crush, but a super expert with immense power and terrifying skills. The people around them were still in shock. They had all thought that with the chef's attack, Yi Er was undoubtedly doomed. What no one could have imagined was how terrifying Yi Er's strength was. In just one encounter, the chef was severely injured and lost a hand. This kid is a master. His strength might have reached the celestial sovereign realm. Everyone, attack together. The actor was the first to react, immediately shouting at the nearby courtesan and the surrounding Jiang family experts. At that moment, everyone else also came to their senses. Although it was hard to believe that Yi Er, a man not yet 30, had actually reached the celestial sovereign realm, the fact that the chef had been incapacitated clearly indicated that Yi Er was indeed a master, a young master at the celestial sovereign level. However, this was not the time to be shocked by such a revelation. With Yi Er being so formidable, if they did not act, they would be blamed by the Jiang family and would not be able to escape the consequences. Thus, everyone stopped watching and began to attack. The actor and the courtesan were the first to charge at Yi Er. Both of them were also at the celestial sovereign level, no less than the chef. The actor wielded a sword, while the courtesan used a knife. They seemed to be well versed in combined attack techniques, unleashing a terrifying sword intent and knife energy. The fierce sword intent and knife energy transformed into sharp rays, converging into a massive net that enveloped Yi Er. The sword energy crisscrossed, and the knife energy spread out. Even a strong celestial sovereign would likely be reduced to dust. Yet, Yi Er remained calm and unbothered, one hand still casually resting behind his back, his clothes rustling from the terrifying sword and knife energies. However, not a single ray of sword or knife energy could harm him. Concentrate! At that moment, the actor and the courtesan shouted in unison. The massive net formed by the sword and knife energies rapidly shrank, aiming to completely annihilate Yi Er. At this moment, Yi Er slowly raised his right hand, gently pushing forward, casually saying, "Break." As soon as he spoke, the shrinking net shattered as if struck by a heavy hammer, exploding into fragments. The broken sword and knife energies scattered like disturbed bees. The Jiang family warriors rushing in were the first to be hit. The powerful sword and knife energies began to indiscriminately shoot through these individuals. Their strength had not reached the celestial sovereign realm, and they were utterly unable to resist the sword and knife energies. Where the sword and knife energies passed, their bodies were completely dismembered, with cuts as smooth as mirrors. In an instant, over 100 Jiang family martial artists were annihilated. The surrounding Central Plains army could not withstand the terrifying knife energies and were swept away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, within a 50-meter radius centered around Yi Er, thousands of people were dismembered, creating a vacuum zone. This horrifying scene left everyone present momentarily frozen in place. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, their hearts filled with a rapidly spreading fear. The actor and the courtesan were also terrified to the point of losing their minds. They had unleashed their strongest move, one that had never failed before. Even against peak celestial sovereigns, they would not underestimate this move. But now, their strongest attack had been effortlessly shattered by Yi Er. This clearly demonstrated the extent of Yi Er's power. At that moment, neither of them had any desire to continue fighting Yi Er. What a joke! Yi Er had easily countered their strongest move, indicating that his strength far surpassed theirs by an unknown margin. Faced with a warrior stronger than themselves, the only thought in their minds was to escape. Almost simultaneously, they retreated, no longer wishing to contend with Yi Er. Want to escape? Don't you think it's too late? Yi Er's cold voice exploded in their ears. They felt a gust of wind rush past them, and then they were horrified to discover Yi Er's figure appearing before them, wearing a cold smile. The two were instantly terrified, their souls nearly escaping them. Instinctively, they were about to strike. But just as they prepared to move, they were horrified to find that the power within their bodies seemed to be drained in an instant. They instinctively lowered their heads to look, only to discover that their clothes were, at that moment, shattering into pieces. Following that, their bodies began to crack rapidly. Puff puff. Like a row of dominoes collapsing, cracks appeared on their bodies, which then exploded continuously. In the end, they shattered into a puddle of mud, dying under their own sword energy and blade light. Yi Er did not pay attention to these two but instead turned his gaze to the chef who was also preparing to flee. The chef, who had just been about to escape, suddenly froze in place as if paralyzed, because Yi Er's overwhelmingly powerful aura had locked onto him. He dared not move an inch. "Spare me." The chef was very direct, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. However, before he could finish his words, Yi Er slapped him away. His body exploded in mid-air. With that, all four of the Jiang family's kings had fallen. The scene fell into a deathly silence once again. All the Jiang family members around looked at Yi Er with eyes full of deep terror. Yi Er was too powerful, too terrifying, almost like the Grim Reaper. Yi Er's gaze then turned to these people. "It's your turn. Shoot, shoot, kill him, kill him." At that moment, someone shouted. Everyone instantly reacted, they all had guns in their hands. With so many people and so many guns present, even if Yi Er was strong, he couldn't possibly dodge the combined fire of so many people. Bang bang bang. In an instant, everyone pulled the trigger simultaneously. The dense bullets poured toward Yi Er like a torrential rain. Humph! Yi Er snorted coldly, his feet shaking, and a powerful aura surged out from his body. All the bullets shooting toward him bizarrely stopped in mid-air when they were less than 3 feet away from him. They densely surrounded Yi Er but could not approach within 3 feet of him. Everyone was stunned by this scene, as if watching a movie. Then, Yi Er's feet shook again. The dense bullets flew back out like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, faster than they had come. "Run!" The people around screamed in terror, crying out for their parents and frantically fleeing for their lives. In an instant, the entire park square fell into chaos. Everyone was running for their lives, wishing their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. But even though they ran fast, could they really escape? The answer was no. Puff puff puff. These countless dense bullets, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, began to reap the lives of everyone. The chaotic crowd fell in droves, with no one spared. In less than a few seconds, except for Yi Feng and a few others, everyone else had collapsed. The ground was littered with bodies, blood flowing like a river. Yi Feng and the others all wore calm expressions. Meanwhile, Long Outyin beside them was filled with shock. Even having seen great storms before, his heart was now stirred by turbulent waves. He felt he had underestimated the strength of Yi Feng and the others once again. Just as Yi Feng and the others continued forward toward the Jiang family manor, rumble. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters roaring came from the distant sky.
The group turned to look and saw several helicopters rushing in from afar, escorted by fighter jets. Rumble.
At the same time, the sound of dense heavy engines roared from the distant intersection. The ground's gravel and the surrounding trees trembled with the rhythmic footsteps, growing increasingly intense. Then, a tank appeared first at the intersection. Following that, over 100 tanks surged in like steel beasts, behind the hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles.
Boom, boom, boom. Countless fully armed Central Plains troops surged forward like a torrent of steel, their imposing momentum palpable as they marched in perfect unison.
A rough estimate suggested that at least 50,000 had appeared first, with more troops continuously pouring in from behind.
Central Plains Army. Long Outyen's expression changed slightly.
However, Yi Feng and the others remained calm as usual. In the helicopter, Zhang Tian saw the park below filled with corpses, blood flowing like a river, and his gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected Yi Feng and the others to be so formidable, resulting so many of the Zhang family's experts in such a short time.
The helicopter quickly landed, while the fighter jets did not leave, continuously circling above.
The tanks at the intersection also came to a halt, all their gun barrels and cannon muzzles aimed squarely at Yi Feng and the others. The tens of thousands of Central Plains troops rapidly spread out, encircling the entire park in layers. The countless gun barrels were all trained on Yi Feng and the others. Faced with the multitude of gun barrels, cannon muzzles, and the encirclement of tens of thousands of Central Plains troops, even Long Outyen had never experienced such a scene. This level of military power could almost sweep away most countries in the world.
But now, these people were here to deal with him and Yi Feng. At this moment, Long Outyen felt a bit flustered, swallowing hard.
Yi Feng and the others were incredibly powerful, but facing such military strength, Long Outyen felt it was impossible for them to be their match. The army's overwhelming force was terrifying, and it was insurmountable. Even a powerful being at the Earth immortal realm would surely suffer defeat. Yet seeing Yi Feng and the others still calm, he forced himself to suppress his anxiety and maintain his composure. Under everyone's gaze, the war god Qilin, Zhang Tian, jumped down from the helicopter. Several battle-hardened soldiers in military uniforms followed closely behind him, exuding an imposing presence. Zhang Tian glanced at the corpses on the ground, his expression icy cold. He turned his gaze to Yi Feng and Long Outyen.
Yi Xiao Luo? Long Outyen, I heard you are here to exterminate my Zhang family? Facing Zhang Tian's questioning, Long Outyen's heart inexplicably thudded.
Although he had held a high position for many years and had seen many storms, he still found it hard to maintain a calm demeanor in front of the tens of thousands of Central Plains troops. His expression became somewhat flustered, and his body trembled involuntarily. Meanwhile, Yi Feng remained as calm as ever. He had experienced countless such scenes. He looked at Zhang Tian, his eyes filled with killing intent.
That's right. Zhang Tian laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, what courage.
Yi Xiao Luo, I have to admit you have some guts, daring to come alone to my Zhang family's territory.
You even dared to kill so many of my Zhang family members. Over the years, you are the first to cause such losses to my Zhang family. You can be proud of that. Yi Feng did not speak further, and Yi Er chimed in. Let my boss be proud?
I think the ones who should be proud are your Zhang family.
You Zhang family are the first to make my boss so furious over the years, the first to make him take action personally. To make my boss personally intervene and take action, you should feel proud. As soon as Yi Er's words fell, one of the warriors beside Zhang Tian shouted angrily, What are you? How dare you interrupt the war god's words? But as soon as the warrior finished speaking, his head flew off into the air. My second brother is speaking, and you dare to chatter. Yi Lu retracted his long knife. Seeing one of his subordinates killed so easily, especially right in front of him, Zhang Tian's expression turned extremely cold. The tens of thousands of Central Plains troops present were also filled with rage. One by one, they could not help but want to open fire and directly eliminate Yi Feng and the others. Zhang Tian's worthy nephew, you don't need to take action. This old man will kill these ants who dare to kill my son and don't know the heights of heaven and earth. But just at that moment, a sharp whistle sounded from afar. An old man, around 70 years old, dressed in a long black robe, appeared as if he were a transcendent being, stepping lightly on the trees in the park, darting towards them like a dragonfly skimming the water. He then landed steadily beside Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian respectfully clasped his fists towards the newcomer. Greetings, Uncle Peng. This man was none other than Peng Pengchang, the head of the Peng family from the Central Plains. He was the father of Peng Tianyu, one of the top 10 experts of the Zhang family. The Peng family was undoubtedly the foremost family in Tianbei City, Central Plains Province. While the Zhang family dominated the Central Plains, they did not incorporate the Peng family under their control, nor did they dare to offend them, maintaining a harmonious relationship instead.
This was because the Peng family had a long-standing tradition in martial arts and was backed by a powerful family support. The Peng family also produced many talents. Their ancestor was once renowned alongside Zhang Zhongyuan, having reached the realm of earth immortals. However, the Peng family's ancestor had always pursued the ultimate path of martial arts and showed little interest in worldly matters.
Thus, the Central Plains fell under the Zhang family's control.
Peng Tianyu's father, Peng Pengcheng, was also a genuine peak Tianzuan-level expert, just a step away from entering the realm of earth immortals. Over the years, Peng Pengcheng had remained at the helm of the Peng family, rarely involving himself in worldly affairs. In contrast, Peng Tianyu enjoyed participating in worldly matters, and after the Zhang family took control of the Central Plains, he joined the Zhang family, becoming one of their top 10 experts. Therefore, even someone as proud as Zhang Tian was now extremely respectful in greeting Peng Pengcheng.
Then I will trouble you, uncle.
Peng Pengcheng nodded, his murky eyes turning towards Yi Feng and the others.
Who killed my son Tianyu?
Just as Yi Er was about to speak, a sharp howl echoed from a distance.
Wait, these answer mine. Everyone looked up to see another old man rushing in from afar.
The old man was around 60, completely shrouded in a black robe. Under everyone's gaze, he landed beside Zhang Tian.
Senior, who are you? Zhang Tian asked.
The old man uttered a few words, Poison Sect Do Tian.
The crowd was taken aback. This person was actually Do Tian from the Poison Sect of Xiangxi. Many present had heard of Do Tian's infamous name.
This man had a notorious reputation. 10 years ago, he had used poison to kill nearly 500 experts from a martial arts family. Even now, a decade later, the place where that martial arts family had been remained barren and desolate. In the following 10 years, Do Tian had committed numerous shocking crimes. The Dragon Kingdom had long sought to eliminate him, but Do Tian's terrifying poison, combined with the strength of the Poison Sect, thwarted their efforts. Countless experts had been sent to eradicate him, only to be poisoned to death. Ultimately, it was only after the heavenly outer heaven intervened that Do Tian had restrained himself somewhat. Unexpectedly, this ruthless man had come here today, seemingly to trouble Yi Feng and the others.
Greetings, senior. Zhang Tian immediately greeted Do Tian.
Do Tian nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Yi Feng and the others.
Are you the ones who killed my Poison Sect's people? Yi Feng and the others looked at Do Tian with murderous intent.
Previously, Long Zhenghua had informed them that Yi Feng's grandfather had died from poison, and the poisoner had come from the Poison Sect. Yi Feng had originally planned to deal with the Zhang family members first and then head to Xiangxi to find the person who had poisoned his grandfather. He never expected that someone from the Poison Sect would come knocking on their door. Senior, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi were killed by these people.
Zhang Tian took the initiative to speak. Do Tian's eyes turned cold.
Very well, my Poison Sect has not shown itself for many years, and it seems the world has almost forgotten our existence, daring to kill my Poison Sect's people. Today, let you know that my Poison Sect's people are not to be trifled with.
As he spoke, Do Tian's aura surged, ready to strike.
However, Peng Pengcheng suddenly interjected, these ants are mine, they killed my son, and it's not your place to act. With that, Peng Pengcheng stepped forward, preparing to confront Yi Feng and the others.
Do Tian's expression turned icy.
As a member of the Poison Sect, it's not your place to dictate my actions.
The people on site exchanged glances, surprised that Do Tian and Peng Pengcheng were actually arguing. What a nuisance! Let the 2 ants come at me together.
Yi Er coldly snorted from across the way, a surge of energy bursting forth, his battle intent overwhelming. His clothes fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. He swiftly struck out with a palm in mid-air. 2 terrifying forces rushed towards Do Tian and Peng Pengcheng. Their expressions changed simultaneously, and they both reacted, shattering the 2 forces. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Just now, Yi Er's palm had made them feel his strength.
Although they knew Yi Er was powerful, both had their own pride after years of fame.
Peng Pengcheng looked at Yi Er with disdain. Ignorant child, don't think that just because you have a bit of martial power, you can act arrogantly. Today, you'll learn that not everyone can be killed. Do Tian also sneered, after all these years, I've never seen such an arrogant junior. Yi Er smiled, somewhat speechless, you really talk too much. I want to see if your strength is as impressive as your words. With that, Yi Er moved his feet, and the ground instantly shattered. Using the power beneath him, he transformed into a black streak, shooting towards the 2. Ignorant ants, today you'll witness what it means to insult the celestial sovereign. Peng Pengcheng roared, swinging out a palm, a golden palm print rapidly forming in mid-air, transforming into a substantial golden giant hand, reaching for Yi Er. Beside him, Do Tian of the Poison Sect wasted no words. With a flick of his hand, a dense green mist surged forth, enveloping Yi Er. Wherever it passed, the corpses on the ground turned into pools of thick liquid. Clearly, this green mist was highly toxic.
Oomph, mere tricks.
Yi-Er coldly snorted, punching towards the golden palm print.
The ultimate power within him erupted instantly. Boom! The golden palm print shattered in an instant.
The terrifying force rapidly spread out, crashing towards the green toxic mist. Whoosh! The toxic mist was instantly dispersed, transforming into countless green specks of light, spreading out like raindrops.
The Central Plains soldiers around were caught in the chaos. Ah! My face! Ah! In an instant, those soldiers hit by the light screamed in agony, each one appearing frantic.
This green toxic mist was terrifying. Upon contact, their bodies rapidly began to dissolve. Within moments, they turned into pools of thick liquid.
In the blink of an eye, hundreds were affected.
Zhang Tian frowned deeply upon seeing this and quickly ordered, "Retreat." Everyone hurriedly withdrew a considerable distance.
How is this possible?
In the arena, Pang Pengcheng and Do Tian were both incredulous to see Yi-Er so easily shatter their techniques.
Heh, you think your petty tricks can kill me?
Yi-Er sneered, standing his ground, his aura soaring.
This kid is extraordinary, go all out. Pang Pengcheng spoke up. A pitch-black long knife appeared in his hand, exuding a chilling aura. Do Tian said nothing more.
With a flick of his hand, he produced several silver needles, each as thick as a pinky finger. Each needle was engraved with dense blood-red inscriptions, with blood-colored mist swirling around, looking extremely eerie. As the silver needles emerged, the temperature around seemed to drop several degrees.
Kid, today you'll witness the Pang family's ultimate skill.
Pang Pengcheng shouted, wielding the black long knife, the blade surrounded by swirling black energy, vibrating with power.
Earth-shattering slash. Pang Pengcheng roared, swinging the long knife fiercely.
The swirling black energy shot out from the blade, rapidly condensing in the air, forming an enormous shadow of a black long knife. The shadow of the blade swept across the sky like a massive black dragon, carrying an overwhelming force that seemed capable of annihilating everything. It descended from the air, aiming at the diminutive figure of Yi-Er below. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry in an instant, stirring up a terrifying gale that pushed aside everything in its path. Trees were uprooted and hurled away at high speed. Before the blade reached him, the wind from the blade struck first. The fearsome wind rustled Yi-Er's clothes, and the ground beneath him cracked under the pressure of the terrifying blade wind.
Yet Yi-Er let out a cold laugh. Heh, playing with blades in front of me? You're still too inexperienced.
With a flick of his hand, a tang knife appeared in Yi-Er's grasp. He lightly raised the tang knife and with a gentle swing, a razor-sharp blade light swept out.
Like a flash of lightning, it slashed towards the rapidly descending black blade shadow. Puff!
A soft sound echoed as the blade light swiftly cut through the descending black shadow, slicing it in half.
The massive black shadow was instantly shattered, transforming into two clouds of black mist that quickly dissipated in midair.
Yet Yi-Er's blade light remained powerful, shooting towards the distance and slicing off a corner of a 3-story wooden building that appeared ancient but was actually made of reinforced concrete.
The cut was as smooth as a mirror. How is this possible?
Pang Pengcheng stood frozen in place, his face filled with shock.
This move was the Pang family's ultimate technique, immensely powerful. Yet now it had been effortlessly cut down by Yi-Er with a single strike. Do Tian, who was watching from the side, was also taken aback.
He no longer dared to watch the spectacle unfold. With a flick of his hand, silver needles transformed into several beams of light, shooting towards Yi-Er with a sound that pierced the air. As they passed, a chilling wind howled, and the temperature dropped several degrees. This was Do Tian's ultimate move, one of the 3 heavenly needles, silver needles sealing the soul. This technique, a divine art passed down in their poison sect, had a history of 2,000 years.
It was one of the coveted divine arts sought after by countless martial arts families and sects.
Although he was not particularly talented and had only mastered the first move of the 3 heavenly needles, this technique had allowed him to kill countless experts over the years, keeping him undefeated.
He was confident that this move would be enough to make Yi-Er regret it.
As the silver needles approached within 10 meters of Yi-Er, the blood-red inscriptions engraved on the needles suddenly began to pulse rapidly, and the blood-red mist swirling around them thickened dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a mass of blood-red mist, with a stench of blood rising to the heavens. Within it, a piercing sound emerged, like a ghostly wail that made one's teeth ache. In the next moment, the blood-red mist coalesced into a blood-red skull, resembling a malevolent spirit, opening its massive mouth to reveal fangs, and lunging towards Yi-Er's head. Yi-Er stood firm, holding the tang knife, a mocking smile on his face.
Humph, even demons dare to be reckless in front of me.
With a flick of his hand, he quickly began to draw in the air, and in an instant, a golden talisman materialized.
Break for me.
He pointed, and the talisman floated through the air towards the skull. The skull seemed to sense something terrifying, abruptly halting its advance and emitting a series of chilling cries.
A demon suppression talisman? How could he know this long-lost technique? In the distance, Do Tian's expression changed dramatically. He recognized that the talisman Yi Er had just drawn was the legendary talisman specifically designed to counter evil spirits.
In his memory, this technique had been lost for thousands of years. Under Do Tian's astonished gaze, the golden talisman struck fiercely against the forehead of the skull.
Ah! A series of piercing screams erupted from the skull, sounding like a demon's roar.
The massive skull ignited in golden flames, and in the blink of an eye, it melted away. Several silver needles fell helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Yi Er's foot trembled, and the silver needles that were about to drop suddenly shot back up.
Go for it!
Yi Er pointed, and the several silver needles surprisingly turned their tips, transforming into streaks of flowing light that pierced through the air, shooting towards Do Tian in the distance.
Do Tian's expression changed drastically upon seeing this.
He stepped back quickly, his figure retreating rapidly, but his speed was too slow. In less than 2 breaths, the silver needles caught up to him, magnifying in his murky eyes. Do Tian had no time to retreat. A surge of energy erupted from his body, rapidly condensing into protective chi, attempting to block the impact of the silver needles.
Puff!
But the silver needles were too terrifying, accompanied by several muffled sounds.
The needles swiftly pierced through Do Tian's defensive chi, passing through his body.
Vivid blood mist bloomed behind him.
Puff!
Do Tian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning pale. The powerful impact sent his body crashing into the ancient building over 20 meters behind him. The entire ancient building shook violently from the collision. How could this happen? Zhang Tian's expression grew serious upon witnessing this scene. He had thought that Ji Feng and the others were weak, and that Peng Pengchang and Do Tian would be able to eliminate them easily. But he never expected that even the combined efforts of 2 peak celestial lords, Peng Pengchang and Do Tian, would not be their match. Lord God of War, when did this Yi Xiu Luo have such formidable experts under him? The several warriors beside him were also filled with shock, their gazes towards Yi Er filled with deep apprehension. They had all thought themselves strong enough to easily eliminate Yi Feng, but now, seeing Yi Er display such terrifying combat power, they had lost their previous arrogance.
Zhang Tian's expression became even more grave.
Notify everyone, once these 2 are defeated, act immediately, we must eradicate these people here.
Zhang Tian felt the threat. Yi Er's strength was too terrifying, even peak celestial lords could not withstand it.
His power was likely already infinitely close to the realm of earth immortals. Aside from his father, Zhang Zhongyuan, there was probably no one who could match Yi Feng and the others. And his father, Zhang Zhongyuan, was currently not in the Central Plains and had taken away the 3 great demon kings and 2 great ghost kings of their family. If Peng Pengchang and Do Tian were to die, their family would have no experts left to contend with them. As for the family's ghost kings, they were the last trump card of the Zhang family, only appearing when the family was at its wit's end. It was not yet that time, and the ghost kings would not make a move. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Tian did not even know who the ghost kings of their Zhang family were. If he did not take this opportunity to eliminate Yi Feng and the others, it would surely lead to endless troubles. Therefore, what he needed to do now was prepare to use his Central Plains army to eliminate Yi Feng and the others. Although Yi Feng and the others were powerful, they were still no match for the onslaught of an army. Not to mention Yi Feng and the others, even his father, Zhang Zhongyuan, upon entering the realm of earth immortals, would also be powerless against the army's advance.
Yes, the several warriors responded and began issuing orders. Ah!
At this moment, Do Tian, with disheveled hair and a violent aura, his eyes bloodshot, looked like a mad lion. As an elder of the poison sect, he was highly respected and had been an unparalleled presence in the martial world of the Dragon Kingdom for many years. But today, he was forced into such a state by a nameless junior. His pride was completely shattered, and he could not accept this outcome.
You forced me. You forced me. Today, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. With my blood, I sacrifice to the gods. Do Tian seemed to go mad, screaming frantically.
A torrent of blood energy surged out from his body, instantly enveloping him. This blood mist seemed endless, rapidly spreading outwards, completely shrouding a 10-meter radius around Do Tian. The stench of blood filled the air, a murderous aura rising to the heavens. Amidst this bloodthirst, it seemed as if terrifying evil spirits and malevolent deities were hidden within, emitting a series of mournful wails that were chilling and horrifying, sending shivers down one's spine.
In the name of the gods, condense for me.
Accompanied by Do Tian's piercing scream, the blood-red mist rapidly coalesced, forming a gigantic blood-red phantom before him, clad in armor and wielding a great halberd, lifelike and vivid. It was as if an evil god had descended, exuding an indescribable aura of terror. Everyone present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their bodies chilled to the bone, their scalps tingling. Yi Feng and the others furrowed their brows at this scene. They could naturally tell that this was some kind of malicious forbidden technique. Do Tian was not only a martial arts master but also a master of sorcery. He controlled some forbidden methods passed down through the poison sect for thousands of years. Originally, this technique was his trump card, one he would not use unless absolutely necessary. However, after being severely injured by Yi Er, and unable to confront him head-on due to Yi Er's strength, he had gone mad and unleashed this forbidden technique. In the name of the gods, kill for me! Do Tian howled, and the enormous evil god phantom suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. Like a demon descending to the mortal realm, an indescribable aura of terror swept out. A terrifying cold wind howled through the scene, like evil spirits grinding their teeth, instantly freezing everything around. It shone like amber under the sun, glimmering brilliantly. The cold wind rushed towards Yi Er. Yet Yi Er merely snorted coldly. A trivial trick. With a sweep of his tang knife, a golden blade of light swept out. The approaching cold wind was instantly shattered. Yi Er moved, leaping into the air, holding the knife with both hands, and slashed at the gigantic evil god phantom. The enormous phantom's halberd shook, striking like a giant dragon, aiming to pierce the diminutive Yi Er. But Yi Er showed no intention of dodging, wielding the knife with both hands, striking down. Boom! The halberd collided with Yi Er's long knife, producing a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. The noise was so loud that everyone present felt a ringing in their ears. Some people's eardrums even burst, bleeding profusely. Then, a violent force surged forth, rapidly spreading outwards. Cold, violent, sweeping everything away. Although the Central Plains army had retreated far back, maintaining a safe distance, the range of this terrifying energy's outburst quickly reached them. Puff! The people at the front were instantly swept away, their bodies severed. In an instant, thousands were affected, their bodies swept apart, cut in two. Looking over here, the blood-red halberd, now appearing almost solid, was covered in countless cracks. These cracks rapidly spread, soon extending along the entire halberd towards the evil god's arm. The entire arm, chest, head. Crack! After a breath, the enormous, almost solid evil god phantom shattered into a dense blood-red mist. Puff! With the destruction of the evil god phantom, Do Tian, its source, was hit with a tremendous shock. A mouthful of blood gushed out. Ah! Do Tian became even more frenzied, his eyes turning completely blood-red, his breath chaotic and disordered. He had thought that by sacrificing his own blood to summon the evil god, he could annihilate Yi Er. But unexpectedly, Yi Er was too strong, shattering the evil god phantom with a single strike. At this moment, he, lost in madness, had completely gone insane. I want you dead, dead. He screamed frantically, burn my blood, sacrifice to the gods. Whoosh! The surging blood-red mist was completely ignited, turning into a sea of blood-red flames. It erupted with an indescribable terrifying heat. Everything that had just been frozen around was instantly melted, becoming a sea of fire. This terrifying flame spread like wildfire, instantly enveloping Yi Er, who had just landed. Burn my essence, annihilate! Do Tian let out a final, piercing scream. The terrifying flames erupted with an even hotter intensity, as if they were going to consume everything into silence. Master Yi, is second brother going to be okay? Long Outyen, not far away, was extremely anxious. The battle just now was simply unbelievable, especially with the appearance of that enormous evil god's phantom, which felt like something out of a myth. If it weren't for Yi Feng and the others being present to block that terrifying momentum, he felt he would have been instantly erased. Now that Yi Er was enveloped in those horrific flames, he worried whether Yi Er would be alright. However, Yi Feng and the others remained calm. Yi Lu disdainfully spoke up, using ant-like tactics to try and kill my second brother is simply laughable. Although Yi Feng and the others were so confident, Long Outyen was still extremely tense. This scene had completely exceeded his understanding of martial artists. Not far away, Jiang Tian was also frowning deeply. The earlier scene made it clear to him, as a martial artist and one at the celestial sovereign level, that the conflict between these two seemed to have surpassed the realm of martial artists. At the same time, he began to doubt Yi Feng's identity. He had already investigated Yi Feng's background thoroughly. He was just an ordinary person who had fought his way out from the border army. There was nothing special about his identity. But now, a master had suddenly appeared beside Yi Feng, with terrifying strength. This made him start to suspect that Yi Feng might have some other identity. But this was not the time to dwell on that. Yi Er's power had already exceeded his imagination. He needed to seize this opportunity to directly eliminate Yi Er. Send the order down, prepare to annihilate them. Yes, the several generals beside him were ready to give the command. Boom!
Suddenly, the flames enveloping Yi Er exploded.
Yi Er stood there unscathed, not even a single hair out of place.
Put.
In the distance, Do Tian, who was so thin he looked like skin and bones, and was barely hanging on to life, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his fading pupils fixed on Yi Er. His face was filled with shock, fear, and confusion.
Why?
He wanted to say something, but he had no strength left.
In those fading pupils, a flicker of flame suddenly ignited. In the next moment, his entire body was engulfed in roaring flames.
After a few breaths, the flames slowly shrank, eventually falling silent.
Do Tian's figure completely vanished.
There were no bones left.
Thus, Do Tian of the poison sect was dead.
Swish! In the distance, Peng Pengcheng, who had been skimming the battlefield, turned and fled. What a joke! Do Tian had unleashed a powerful forbidden technique, burning all his essence blood to summon a terrifying evil god. Yet he was still no match for Yi Er. This showed just how strong Yi Er's power was. Just now, during the battle between Yi Er and Do Tian, even he, at the peak of the celestial sovereign level, sensed that Yi Er's methods were not at all like those of a martial artist. It seemed more like the abilities of legendary ancient martial artists. Faced with a powerful legendary ancient martial artist, he had no thoughts of fighting back. Battling a legendary ancient martial artist was akin to seeking one's own death. At this moment, he had only one thought: to escape. His son's revenge, his own face, the promise to the Jiang family, what did it matter? Heh, did you think I would let you go? But just as Peng Pengcheng had fled less than 100 meters, a voice that sent chills down his spine suddenly rang out ahead.
He instinctively looked up and was immediately terrified to the core.
Yi Er had appeared in front of him without him noticing, holding a tang knife, standing in midair. Frightened, Peng Pengcheng abruptly halted his advance. He quickly turned around and looked around. He rushed towards Jiang Tian. The only one who could save him now was Jiang Tian.
Jiang Xinzi, save me!
He shouted frantically while fleeing.
Jiang Tian also shouted out immediately. Stop it!
In an instant, the tens of thousands of Central Plains soldiers around all raised their weapons, ready to fire. But Yi Er was deaf to it, his figure shooting forward. Just as Peng Pengcheng was about to reach Jiang Tian within 20 meters, Yi Er struck him with a palm.
Puff!
Peng Pengcheng spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with countless fragments of internal organs. His entire aura rapidly wilted. His body, like a kite with a broken string, glided through the air in a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground in front of Jiang Tian. Blood slowly seeped into the ground, a shocking sight. Lying in a pool of blood, Peng Pengcheng's eyes were wide open, unable to close.
Peng Pengcheng dead!
Looking down at the unblinking Peng Pengcheng, Jiang Tian's face turned icy cold to the extreme.
Good. Very good.
His voice turned chilling, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Yi Er, each word deliberate, filled with overwhelming killing intent.
Today, you must die. Everyone, annihilate the enemy. With Jiang Tian's command, the tens of thousands of Central Plains soldiers around raised their guns, ready to pull the trigger.
But Yi Er's lips curled into a sneer.
Ha, is it about numbers?
Then, Yi Er snapped his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The warplanes of the Central Plains army circling above all rapidly plummeted to the ground. They crashed down with terrifying booms. The sudden scene left everyone stunned.
What? What is happening? Jiang Tian's expression changed.
The several generals beside him were equally perplexed. All the Central Plains soldiers around were filled with confusion, forgetting to fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as everyone was bewildered, in the sky above, warplanes shaped like ginkgo leaves, exuding an imposing aura, soared like dragons, roaring towards them. There were so many, easily over 100, blotting out the entire sky, each massive aircraft emblazoned with a vivid five-clawed golden dragon emblem. They were all equipped with various precision weapons, continuously circling above.
What? What kind of warplanes are these?
The Central Plains soldiers below were all horrified. They had never seen such aircraft, far more advanced than those they controlled.
Could it be a new type of warplane developed by the War Department?
One general speculated. But this was quickly dismissed. The War Department had been deeply infiltrated. If there were new fighter jets, they would have known immediately. Clearly, these were not the War Department's aircraft, nor did they belong to any of the powerful nations. They had seen the most advanced warplanes from those powerful countries.
Moreover, this was Dragon Country. Those powerful nations' aircraft could not possibly enter its airspace.
Just as everyone speculated about the origin of these aircraft, several bombers loaded with advanced weapons roared in from the distance. These bombers were equally imposing, their bodies also marked with a vivid five-clawed golden dragon.
What on earth is happening? Why are so many warplanes and bombers coming to the Central Plains, and why hasn't anyone reported this?
One general exclaimed in shock. The other generals quickly reacted, hurriedly trying to contact their respective station units, only to be horrified to find that all signals in the vicinity had been completely jammed.
They could not reach anyone. Boom boom boom.
At that moment, several massive transport planes, even more imposing and resembling soaring kuanping, thundered in from afar. The sound was deafening, like the roar of a dragon. As the transport planes reached the sky, their doors opened.
Countless paratroopers dressed in black military uniforms leaped down from the transport planes like dense raindrops. Boom boom boom.
Just then, terrifying sounds erupted from the ground in the distance. The ground began to shake violently.
Everything around shook as if an earthquake had struck.
Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to be horrified to find that at the distant intersection, a fleet of rugged, pitch-black vehicles, all emblazoned with the image of a five-clawed golden dragon, advanced relentlessly. They were advanced war vehicles and tanks that no one had ever seen before, flowing like a black torrent of steel, truly shocking. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 1,000 of them. If it weren't for the park's vast area, it would be impossible to accommodate so many tanks. But that was not the end. After surrounding all the Central Plains Army personnel, a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, soldiers in uniform black military attire surged in from the distant intersection. A dark wave, one after another, swept forward. They were fully armed, wearing black steel helmets equipped with various advanced auxiliary gear. In their hands were advanced weapons that no one had ever seen before, also filled with various advanced devices. Their bodies were adorned with all sorts of advanced equipment that no one recognized. With black scarves covering their faces and tactical sunglasses obscuring their features, it was hard to discern their true identities. However, the overwhelming aura and battle intent emanating from them made it clear that this was a terrifying force capable of destroying everything. Faced with such fully armed soldiers brimming with battle spirit, the only thought in the hearts of all the Central Plains Army personnel was that these individuals were the true soldiers. Against such beings, they were simply no match. Some even fearfully lowered their weapons, afraid of provoking these people. Once all the soldiers arrived, they quickly dispersed, completely surrounding the Central Plains Army. At least 20,000? Someone roughly calculated, arriving at a shocking number. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Although they were outnumbered by the Central Plains Army, it was evident that these soldiers possessed extraordinary combat capabilities, far beyond what the Central Plains Army could compare to. In front of these individuals, they felt as if they were merely playing house. Many were so intimidated by the soldiers' presence that they dropped their guns. They lacked the courage to confront these people. Who are they? A battle commander stammered. The pressure from these soldiers and their war machines was overwhelming. Even though this was the Central Plains, their territory, with tens of thousands of Central Plains Army personnel present, and hundreds of thousands scattered across the region, facing these soldiers and war machines like a torrent of steel, he still felt a chill run down his spine. The other commanders shared this feeling. As for the soldiers around them, they too were shaken to their core. Faced with such terrifying soldiers, they had no desire to fight. Such a powerful presence was simply beyond their capacity to contend with. Almost everyone had now laid down their weapons, surrendering without a fight. Who on earth are they? At this moment, countless people shared this thought, eager to uncover the identities of these individuals. Some suddenly thought of a possibility, their faces filled with horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Others continued to speculate. Zhang Tian and the others were also pondering. What was certain was that these soldiers, these war machines, these weapons, clearly conveyed to everyone that this was an indestructible, unstoppable, terrifying force. They did not belong to the Dragon Kingdom, nor did they belong to any of the other powerful nations. Not belonging to the Dragon Kingdom or any of the other strong nations could only mean one thing. These people. They came from that terrifying force. The Fifth Kingdom. Only the Fifth Kingdom, a power regarded as a formidable nation by countries around the world, could possess such terrifying combat strength. Only they could have such advanced weaponry. Such a terrifying momentum. Could it be? Zhang Tian, whose expression had become extremely grave, suddenly thought of a possibility. His terrified gaze turned towards Yifeng in the distance. No, it's impossible. He's just an insignificant border soldier. How could he possibly be from the Fifth Kingdom? At this moment, Zhang Tian was unwilling to acknowledge this fact. He couldn't accept it. In fact, he hadn't even considered that Yifeng's identity was that of the monarch of the Fifth Kingdom. He merely thought Yifeng was a member of the Fifth Kingdom. Yet even so, he was reluctant to admit this truth. Just then, several helicopters roared in from afar. They hovered in the air, and the helicopter doors opened. 3 figures leaped down from a height of 100 meters, landing precisely in front of Yifeng and the others. The newcomers were none other than the other three subordinates of Yifeng from the Fifth Kingdom, Yi San, Yi Si, and Yi Wu. The paratroopers who jumped from the transport plane also landed safely. They were similarly equipped with advanced weaponry, well-trained, and quickly assembled upon landing. There were over 1,000 of them. Once they gathered, they rushed to stand before Yifeng and the others. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Yi San, Yi Si, Yi Wu, along with the 1,000 soldiers behind them, and the 20,000 soldiers surrounding them, all knelt halfway to the ground, facing Yifeng. "We greet the Lord Monarch." The voice was thunderous, like rolling thunder. After the deafening shout, the scene fell into an indescribable silence. Everyone felt as if their hearts had stopped beating. Boom! Zhang Tian felt as if struck by 5 thunders. His mind went blank. Yifeng, Yishou Luo was the extremely mysterious Lord Monarch of the Fifth Kingdom. This news was simply too shocking. Yifeng, Yishou Luo, in his eyes, was merely an ant that could be crushed at will. The monarch of the Fifth Kingdom stood at the pinnacle of the world's hierarchy, an existence that countless people looked up to. The gap between the two was like that between clouds and mud. But now, their identities had merged. Yifeng, Yishou Luo, this existence he viewed as an insignificant insect, was the Lord Monarch of the Fifth Kingdom. This revelation was earth-shattering for him. Meanwhile, the battle generals beside him, who had previously been so arrogant, were now so frightened that they all collapsed to the ground. Each one of them turned pale, their eyes vacant, trembling uncontrollably. The name of a person carries weight, and the name of the Fifth Kingdom was too great. It was too heavy. So heavy that they felt they might be crushed under it. The tens of thousands of Central Plains soldiers around them were also completely silent at this moment. They were equally shocked. They naturally knew the great name of the Fifth Kingdom. Not long ago, they had heard that the people of the Fifth Kingdom had annihilated an organization in the Japanese country. Yet their own country had not dared to utter a word, instead publicly announcing to the world that they would apologize to the Fifth Kingdom and offer half of their annual financial revenue as compensation. Even the Japanese country's master, the Eagle country, had not dared to say a word against it. This showed just how powerful the Fifth Kingdom truly was. Ironically, they had still dared to attempt to take action against the people of the Fifth Kingdom. In the distance, Zhang Zhonghong, who had just arrived, along with countless members of the Zhang family and the powerful families from various regions of the Central Plains, were all frozen in place. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. That was, it was over. The Zhang family had actually offended the people of the Fifth Kingdom. Zhang Zhonghong felt as if he had aged decades in an instant. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the Fifth Kingdom, which had been hidden for several years, would suddenly make a move. And upon emerging, they brought a massive army, directly targeting the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, when they learned that the Fifth Kingdom had destroyed the Japanese country's 10 Mouths group, they thought the Fifth Kingdom was merely dealing with the Japanese, especially since the Japanese had previously detained people from the Fifth Kingdom. But now, he realized that the Fifth Kingdom was not here to deal with the Japanese at all. They were here to deal with the Zhang family. The Yamato Kingdom's Heavenly Mouth group only detained a person from the Fifth Kingdom and suffered a complete annihilation. Yet, the Zhang family kidnapped the family of the Fifth Kingdom's ruler and nearly tortured them to death. Just thinking about this made Zhang Zhonghong's body tremble uncontrollably. One must ask, how much trouble can a person cause? The Zhang family demonstrated to the world through their actions just how much chaos a person can unleash. Quick, contact the Central Plains, hurry! Zhang Zhonghong shouted frantically at his subordinates. The only one who could possibly save the Zhang family now was perhaps Zhang Zhongyuan, the land god of war. This was their only lifeline. His subordinates hurriedly fumbled with their phones, trying to reach Zhang Zhongyuan. But what left them in despair was that Zhang Zhongyuan and the others were completely unreachable at that moment. All signals had been completely jammed. Mobile phones, satellite phones, and all communication devices had failed. Why is this happening? No, it can't be, I don't believe it. Zhang Tian stared blankly, muttering to himself. The shock was too great for him. All along, Zhang Tian had been immensely proud. He came from a prestigious family, his father was a powerful figure in the Central Plains, his brothers were top-notch individuals, and he himself was the Qilin war god, commanding 1,000,000 troops from the Central Plains, capable of standing against the entire Dragon Kingdom. He had 2 sons, one with extraordinary martial talent who entered the outer heaven, and the other also gifted, with the only flaw being a sickness. But it didn't matter, the Zhang family's influence was vast, and they would surely find a way to cure their son. Once his son recovered, he could potentially become a land god. At that time, the Zhang family would become the rulers of the entire Central Plains. They could completely break away from the Dragon Kingdom, seize coastal cities, and divide the world with the Dragon Kingdom. But unexpectedly, Yi Feng's arrival shattered all his dreams.
He couldn't believe this reality and couldn't accept it.
Suddenly, he thought of something and became incredibly agitated. No, I still have a trump card. I still have 1,000,000 troops from the Central Plains.
Though the Fifth Kingdom is strong, facing my 1,000,000 soldiers from the Central Plains, they will have to bow down. An excited Zhang Tian quickly instructed several generals.
Immediately gather everyone from the Central Plains and encircle the Fifth Kingdom. But when his orders were given, no one paid him any mind. He turned around to see several generals, all slumped on the ground, trembling, their faces pale, seemingly terrified out of their wits.
At that moment, Yi Er walked over with a cold smile. Still thinking about your 1,000,000 troops from the Central Plains?
I forgot to tell you, when we arrived, we also surrounded all the bases in several provinces of the Central Plains.
At this moment, they are probably surrendering.
No, that's impossible, they are all trained by me, they would never betray me. Zhang Tian refused to accept this outcome, acting as if he had gone mad. Yi Er's laughter was even more disdainful. The ones you trained are just a bunch of trash. When my Fifth Kingdom strikes, no one dares to oppose us. Do you think those strawberry soldiers you trained, who have never experienced the battlefield or the trials of blood and fire, can withstand the soldiers of my Fifth Kingdom who have been tempered by life and death? They won't just resist. The moment they hear the name of my Fifth Kingdom, they'll be so scared they'll wet their pants. Your so-called 1,000,000 troops from the Central Plains are just a rabble. No, that's impossible, absolutely impossible.
Zhang Tian's eyes turned red, unwilling and unable to accept this reality.
Indeed, Yi Er's words held no flaws. Most of the so-called 1,000,000 troops from the Zhang family had never experienced any combat. Most had joined solely for the high salaries offered by the Zhang family.
Moreover, the internal structure was decayed and chaotic to the extreme.
Don't even mention facing the countless brave and unmatched soldiers of the Fifth Kingdom. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's Guan City Brigade were dispatched, they could probably subdue them.
No, absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. I'll kill you.
The completely mad Zhang Tian lunged at Yi Er. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he was still a martial artist. He forgot to use the abilities of a martial artist and charged at Yi Er like an ordinary person in a fight. Yi Er shook his head slightly. He had heard Long Outyan mention before that the Zhang family produced many talents, and Zhang Tian seemed to be the most outstanding among them. But at this moment, Zhang Tian appeared to be nothing more than a useless fool, even inferior to Zhang Xiong. Yi Er waved his hand, ready to slap Zhang Tian to death. But at that moment, Yi Er's expression slightly changed. He suddenly turned around and swiftly struck out a palm in midair. Bang! A hand wrapped in black mist suddenly emerged from the void in front of him, meeting Yi Er's palm. Yi Er staggered back several steps, and the owner of that hand was also forced out of the void. With a backflip, he landed steadily on the ground. It was an old man whose face was extremely aged, enveloped in black gas, exuding a strong aura of death. Lord Ghost King. The members of the Zhang family were all overjoyed upon seeing the old man. This person was none other than their strongest trump card, aside from Zhang Zhongyuan, the Ghost King. The Zhang family knew of the Ghost King's existence, but no one knew where he actually was.
They could not directly command the Ghost King, not even Zhang Zhongyuan could. They only knew that the Ghost King was a legendary ancient martial artist. In the Dragon Kingdom, there were not only martial arts but also even more powerful ancient martial artists. These ancient martial artists have continued throughout the vast history of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, but they have always been shrouded in a layer of mystery. It is rumored that ancient martial artists can be traced back to the pre-Qin period. There are rumors that these so-called ancient martial artists are actually an alternative inheritance of the pre-Qin Qi refiners. As for martial arts, it is an alternative inheritance of ancient martial arts. However, the cultivation methods of martial arts are relatively weakened compared to ancient martial arts, lacking in orthodoxy and completeness, and naturally, their power is not as great as that of ancient martial artists. In summary, according to rumors, the strongest are the pre-Qin Qi refiners, followed by ancient martial artists, and then martial artists. The Ghost King comes from a legendary ancient martial family that has inherited for countless years. Years ago, when Zhang Zhongyuan traveled the world, the Ghost King was injured and was saved by Zhang Zhongyuan. After the Ghost King's injuries healed, he promised Zhang Zhongyuan that when the Zhang family faced a life-and-death crisis, he would step in to help the Zhang family turn danger into safety, provided that the Zhang family would supply the resources needed for the Ghost King's cultivation. Over the years, the Zhang family has followed Zhang Zhongyuan's instructions, providing the Ghost King with the necessary resources every month. Now that the Zhang family was facing a catastrophic disaster, the Ghost King would naturally keep his promise and take action. "We greet you, Lord Ghost King." All the members of the Zhang family bowed to the Ghost King.
The previously mad Zhang Tian instantly calmed down and respectfully bowed to the Ghost King.
Who is this person? Some people from various regions of the Central Plains were puzzled.
That is a super veneration of our Jiang family, an ancient martial artist from an ancient martial family, Lord Ghost King. A Jiang family member explained quietly, feeling extremely proud.
What? Oh my, there really are legendary ancient martial artists in this world? What is an ancient martial artist?
People were in an uproar, discussing among themselves.
Most people were unaware of the existence of ancient martial artists.
Only a very small number of people knew of their existence because ancient martial families never revealed themselves and did not appear in the world of ordinary people, always pursuing the ultimate in cultivation, remaining extremely mysterious. Although there were some rumors in the world, everyone treated them as mythological stories, simply because it was said that ancient martial artists could traverse heaven and earth, move mountains and fill seas, almost indistinguishable from the deities in mythological tales. Therefore, upon learning that the old man before them was actually the legendary ancient martial artist, akin to a deity, everyone was utterly astonished.
Ha ha ha, let's see how these insignificant beings die. The Fifth Kingdom? Heh, in the presence of ancient martial artists, they are nothing but ants.
Upon discovering that the Ghost King was a legendary ancient martial artist, everyone became excited. In the distance, Yifeng and the others naturally heard the discussions from the Zhang family and others. When they learned that this old man was indeed a legendary ancient martial artist, Long Outyan's expression slightly changed. He had heard of the legends surrounding ancient martial artists but had never truly encountered one, always considering them to be mere myths. However, the fact that this legendary ancient martial artist actually existed and was a worshipped figure of the Zhang family made him somewhat worried about whether Yifeng and the others could handle such a terrifying ancient martial artist. Yet, Yifeng and the others remained calm.
The Fifth Kingdom, what a grand title! The Ghost King's cold, lifeless gaze swept over everyone from the Fifth Kingdom present, filled with disdain.
In the eyes of ancient martial artists like them, they were not afraid of any secular power. To them, any secular force was merely an ant. As for the Fifth Kingdom, it was just a slightly stronger ant.
He could easily extinguish it. Yi Er also let out a cold laugh. Heh, ancient martial artists, what a grand gimmick. Seeking death. The Ghost King's expression turned icy.
In the ancient martial world, there is a strict rule: ancient martial artists must not be insulted.
Yi Er's contempt was akin to an insult.
As soon as the Ghost King finished speaking, his figure flashed like a ghost, appearing above Yi Er in an instant. His speed was as quick as lightning. His emaciated hand, resembling an eagle's claw, left behind trails of afterimages as it reached down towards Yi Er's head.
Humph, a trivial trick.
Yi Er snorted coldly, forming a fist with his fingers. An invisible force rapidly gathered at his fist, and he pulled his arm back to gather strength before launching a punch. The terrifying force of the punch shot out, creating gusts of wind in the air and leaving a white streak behind as it struck towards the layers of claw shadows above the Ghost King. This punch caused the Ghost King's expression to change, and his body quickly shifted in the air, but the layers of claw prints did not change, meeting the punch head-on.
Bang 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 bang. The two forces collided.
The terrifying punch rapidly penetrated the layers of claw prints, continuously exploding in the air with crackling sounds.
In this strike, they were evenly matched. How is this possible? How can this guy be so strong that even the Ghost King retreats?
In the distance, the Zhang family members, who had been excitedly anticipating how the Ghost King would annihilate Yi Er and the others, found their smiles frozen upon witnessing this scene.
That was the Ghost King, a legendary ancient martial artist, who actually failed to kill the arrogant Yi Er with a single blow?
Not only the Zhang family members, but the prominent figures from various regions of the Central Plains around them were also astonished.
The Ghost King landed, his clothes rustling, his gaze flickering as he looked at Yi Er.
I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age. I underestimated you.
Yi Er, however, mocked. I didn't expect you, an old and decrepit ancient martial artist, to be so mediocre. I'm embarrassed for you.
The Ghost King's gaze turned cold, filled with murderous intent as he looked at Yi Er.
He laughed in anger. Good. After so many years, an ant dares to mock me.
With that, the black energy surrounding the Ghost King rapidly retracted, and his body erupted with crackling sounds, his withered form suddenly inflating like a deflated balloon being filled with air, rapidly growing larger. His face also followed suit, the once shriveled and pale cheeks quickly swelling, gradually becoming plump and rosy. The white hair, resembling withered grass, began to rapidly turn black and grow long. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost King transformed from a frail, wrinkled old man into a robust middle-aged man of about 40, tall and muscular. At this moment, the Ghost King, clad in a black robe, towered with flowing black hair, exuding an indescribable aura of terror, akin to a wise and mighty deity.
Heavens, is this a return to youth? Is this the terrifying power of ancient warriors? This is too astonishing. Is this a mythological tale? Is this the true face of the Ghost King? How can he be so young? Everyone was taken aback by the Ghost King's sudden transformation. This change, this return to youth, was like a divine skill. The Jung family members were ecstatic upon witnessing the Ghost King's change. Just now, the Ghost King was merely testing him and did not reveal his true strength. Now we see the Ghost King's real power. Ha ha, let's see how they remain arrogant now. In the presence of the true Ghost King, they are but ants. Yeer's brow furrowed slightly. He could naturally sense from the aura emanating from the Ghost King that his strength was greater than anyone he had encountered before. The Ghost King also turned his gaze towards Yeer. His eyes, no longer murky, were now clear and brilliant, shining like the starry sky, with a terrifying killing intent lurking within. Ignorant ants, today you shall learn the ironclad rules of the ancient martial world. Ancient martial arts cannot be trifled with. Yeer sneered coldly. Humph, is that so? Then today, I shall trifle with you. With that, the tang knife in Yeer's hand erupted with a golden light, ringing with a sharp sound. He then slashed out, the golden blade light shooting towards the Ghost King like lightning. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to ignite, producing crisp explosive sounds. Good knife technique, the Ghost King couldn't help but praise. But his next words turned icy. However, in my eyes, it's merely a trivial trick. Saying this, the Ghost King lightly raised his right hand, a wisp of black energy leaping at his fingertips, rapidly condensing into a small black sphere. He flicked his finger. The black energy condensed into a small black sphere shot through the air. As it passed, the air rippled in layers, trailing a black flame, racing towards the golden blade light. Pop! The blade energy and the sphere collided in mid-air, making a faint sound like a stone hitting water. The blade energy dissipated, scattering in all directions. The sphere remained intact, maintaining its speed, still shooting towards Yeer. Yeer frowned. He swept his long knife again, sending out another golden blade light to meet the black sphere. Pop! Again, the sound of a stone hitting water echoed, and the blade light shattered once more. The black sphere shrank slightly in size but continued to race towards Yeer. Yeer's frown deepened. He swept his knife twice more, sending out two golden blade lights in succession. Pop pop. Two faint sounds followed. The blade light shattered again, and the black sphere was now only the size of a sesame seed. At this moment, it was less than 10 meters away from Yeer. There was no time for him to strike again. His left hand shot out suddenly, slamming towards the tiny black sphere. Boom! Yeer felt an overwhelming force surge from the small black sesame-sized sphere, rapidly spreading through his palm to his entire body. The vast power pushed him back rapidly, carving a terrifying mark into the ground. He retreated for over 20 meters before the terrifying force finally dissipated, allowing him to stop. His expression was extremely grave. In the distance, the Ghost King wore a cold smile. Not bad, you were actually able to withstand my strike. You have reason to be proud. Ha, the Ghost King is mighty. Behind the Ghost King, the Jiang family members all shouted excitedly. Hee hee, what fifth kingdom, just ants, the Ghost King can easily destroy them. Exactly, do they really think they are invincible in the fifth kingdom? Daring to provoke our Jung family? It's simply seeking death. Lord Ghost King, quickly kill these people, let them know the power of our Jung family. One member of the Jung family had just finished speaking. Bang! His body exploded into pieces. The Ghost King's cold voice echoed simultaneously. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? The Jung family members behind him immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The Ghost King was too capricious, he could kill at will. In the eyes of such a powerful ancient martial artist as the Ghost King, the Jung family members were nothing but ants. He owed Zhang Zhongyuan a favor, not the Jung family as a whole. If it weren't for Zhang Zhongyuan saving him back then, and the Jung family providing him with plenty of cultivation resources over the years, he wouldn't have agreed to help the Jung family this once. But that didn't give the Jung family the right to point fingers at him. The Ghost King's gaze turned back to Yeer. I'll give you a chance, submit to me, become my slave, and I can spare your life. Over the years in the Jung family, he had experienced some of the wonders of the secular world. Now that his strength was restored, he temporarily didn't want to return to his family. He wanted to enjoy the pleasures of this worldly life. He had heard a bit about the reputation of the Fifth Kingdom and knew it was strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with many powerful nations. Therefore, he wanted to bring the Fifth Kingdom under his command, to serve him. Moreover, helping the Jung family deal with so many people from the Fifth Kingdom would require a significant amount of his spiritual energy. He was unwilling to waste his energy on these ants. If he could bring the Fifth Kingdom under his command, not only would he not need to act himself, but it would also relieve the Jung family from their predicament and repay Zhang Zhongyuan's favor. It was a win-win situation, so why not?
In an instant, everyone turned to look at Jifeng and the others, eager to see how Yi Er would choose. Yet Yi Er laughed as if he had heard a hilarious joke.
Ha! It's truly laughable. An ancient martial artist as insignificant as an ant actually dares to make my fifth kingdom submit to you? You really don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth.
Everyone saw Yi Er laughing madly and insulting the Ghost King, thinking he had gone insane. Just moments ago, he had been effortlessly struck down by the Ghost King. Now that the Ghost King offered him a chance to submit, Yi Er not only refused to seize it but also dared to insult the Ghost King. This was simply courting death. He said the Ghost King didn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth, but it was he who truly didn't know. Everyone looked at Yi Er as if he were a fool, thinking he must have lost his mind. Even Long Outyen, who stood beside Yifeng, felt that Yi Er was too reckless. Just moments ago, he was no match for the Ghost King, and now that the Ghost King had proposed terms, they could negotiate slowly. Why provoke him like this?
Let's see how you die this time. Jiang Tian thought coldly.
When the Ghost King proposed to subdue the Fifth Kingdom, he was actually somewhat reluctant. The Ghost King had always been a protector of their Jiang family, and now that he wanted to subdue the Fifth Kingdom, it indicated he no longer wished to stay with the Jiang family.
An ancient martial artist stationed in the Jiang family, one might ask, who in the entire Dragon Kingdom could still be a match for the Jiang family? This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Jiang family to grow stronger. However, if the Ghost King left the Jiang family and subdued the Fifth Kingdom, with the power of the Fifth Kingdom, he would surely be able to conquer the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Jiang family would likely face annihilation. This outcome was unacceptable to them. Originally, he thought Yi Er would agree to the Ghost King's demands, but unexpectedly, Yi Er not only refused but also insulted the Ghost King. This result made him extremely happy. The Ghost King had been so insulted, and it was clear that he would not let Yi Er and the Fifth Kingdom off the hook. At this moment, the members of the Jiang family behind the Ghost King shared the same thoughts. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to the Ghost King, eager to see how he would respond. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Ghost King's expression darkened. He did not waste another word. Ancient martial arts could not be insulted, but Yi Er had repeatedly humiliated him, completely enraging him. With a movement of his hand, he struck out, and a wave of black energy surged forth, rapidly condensing into a giant black palm print. It slammed toward Yi Er in the distance. Wherever it passed, countless corpses and the hard floor tiles were swept up and ground into dust. This demonstrated just how terrifying this strike was. Upon seeing this, Yi Er showed no intention of dodging. With a tremor of his feet, he transformed into a streak of golden light, boldly charging toward the palm print. Madman!
Everyone thought Yi Er had gone insane. He had just barely withstood a single finger from the Ghost King. Now, with the Ghost King striking, Yi Er not only did not evade but actively confronted the terrifying palm print. When the distance was less than 10 meters, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yi Er. He leaped into the air, and the tang knife in his hand shimmered with dazzling golden light. "Break for me!" Yi Er shouted, and the long knife glowing with golden light slashed down from the air, the golden blade extending in the wind, solidifying into a length of 2 zhang. With a sound of breaking air, it slashed toward the massive palm print. Boom! An indescribably terrifying roar erupted. The golden blade fell, and the black palm print had no power to resist, crumbling like tofu, easily split in half. The blade continued its descent without any pause. In the distance, the Ghost King and the members of the Jiang family were also within the range of the blade's shadow. The Ghost King's expression changed, and he rapidly retreated. Although the Jiang family members also saw the terrifying blade descending rapidly from above them, carrying unmatched power as if it would shatter the heavens and the earth. They all thought the Ghost King would intervene. But the next second, they were horrified to discover that the Ghost King was actually fleeing. They instantly panicked, each desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before the blade fell, the terrifying blade wind struck first. Everyone felt an overwhelming force descend upon them. They had no power to resist at all. In an instant, they were shredded to pieces by the terrifying blade wind. In a moment, the ground below became a vacuum zone. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the ground began to tremble as if an earthquake were coming. That terrifying strike, capable of shattering the heavens and the earth, landed on the hard ground, which could not withstand the vast power contained within it. Instantly, it carved out a massive chasm over 2 meters wide and bottomless. The terrifying gust of wind rapidly spread out from both sides, carrying countless dust and debris, shooting out to the left and right. Those members of the Jiang family who had narrowly escaped the blade's shadow were instantly shredded into fragments. At this moment, the scene fell into an indescribable silence. Everyone stared at the chasm, 2 meters wide, 5 zhang long, and bottomless, completely petrified.
After a long time, someone finally spoke. Is this the power a human can possess?
Many others also snapped out of their shock. One by one, their faces were still filled with intense shock. The way they looked at Yi Er was no longer mocking, but filled with terror and astonishment. At this moment, they finally realized that Yi Er was not arrogant or insane before, but truly had the strength to contend with the Ghost King. However, the Jiang family members were struggling to accept this outcome. Just now, Yi Er's strike had caused heavy casualties among the Jiang family. Moreover, it had even forced the Ghost King to retreat. In the distance, the Ghost King stopped in his tracks, staring at the terrifying chasm on the ground, somewhat dazed. In his previous probing, he had thought Yi Er's strength was merely that of a martial artist at the Earth Immortal level. Now, with his strength fully restored and bolstered by countless resources from the Jiang family over the years, he had advanced further in the ancient martial arts realm. To annihilate a martial artist at the Earth Immortal level would be a piece of cake. Yet, just now, Yi Er's blade had effortlessly shattered his palm.
This clearly indicated that Yi Er's strength was far from being as simple as the Earth Immortal level.
However, even with such power, the Ghost King still looked down on him.
The Ghost King's current ancient martial arts strength was nearly at the pinnacle of martial arts.
Moreover, the combat power of ancient martial artists was by no means as weak as that of ordinary martial artists, and they had many means at their disposal. He was confident that even if Yi Er reached the pinnacle of martial arts, he would still not be his opponent.
I underestimated you. The Ghost King's gaze turned back to Yi Er.
Very well, let me show you the true means of an ancient martial artist. With that, the Ghost King trembled, his black robe billowing without wind, stepping with a mesmerizing pace, his hands rapidly changing in front of him. Several wisps of black energy swirled around his hands. The air within a 50-meter radius seemed to be drawn in, all converging towards him. Soon, countless fragments of stone, broken bodies on the ground were also drawn in, rapidly gathering before the Ghost King.
In the blink of an eye, these stones, bricks, broken bodies, and bones coalesced into a giant dragon before him.
This extraordinary scene once again left countless people around in shock.
Heavenly Dragon Strike!
At this moment, the Ghost King roared, and the black energy in his hand rapidly merged into the giant dragon made of various fragments and corpses. This dragon seemed to come alive, emitting a sharp dragon roar, soaring into the air, twisting and turning its massive body, shooting towards Yi Er in the distance.
Heavenly Dragon Strike? Things as insignificant as ants dare to call themselves dragons. Let me show you what a true dragon is.
Yi Er snorted coldly, his body shaking, a vast aura surging out from within him. He quickly pushed his hands forward, the overwhelming energy rushing out from his body rapidly coalescing in front of him.
In the blink of an eye, that immense aura formed into a golden dragon phantom before Yi Er.
The golden dragon soared through the air, possessing 5 claws, its scales lifelike, exuding an indescribable terrifying might, as if it were the ruler of this world.
Roar!
Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the golden 5-clawed dragon surged forth, attacking the somewhat shabby giant dragon made of countless fragments and bricks.
Boom! The two dragons collided in mid-air, and the dragon made of stones and bricks was instantly shattered as if it were made of paper. This is the legendary dragon subduing 18 palms.
At this moment, the Ghost King stood frozen in place, staring at the golden dragon in a daze. He recognized it as a powerful martial technique from the ancient martial arts world that had been lost for countless ages, the 18 palms of dragon subduing. It was said that this technique was immensely powerful, and once all 18 palms were mastered, one could subdue a true dragon. However, this powerful martial technique had long been lost to the ages.
Yet now, it was being wielded by Yi Er.
While the Ghost King was still in a daze, the golden dragon remained intact, exuding supreme might as it shot towards the Ghost King. Only then did the Ghost King react, his face changing dramatically, and he quickly retreated, not daring to confront this move head-on. The speed of the golden dragon was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it charged forward. The Ghost King had nowhere to retreat. In a moment of desperation, he slammed both palms out, wanting to clash head-on with the giant dragon.
Ah!
The Ghost King let out a miserable scream as his hands were instantly destroyed, and his body was blasted several meters away. The golden dragon also seemed to lose its strength, completely dissipating.
What a pity!
Yi Er sighed inwardly. He had not mastered the 18 palms of the dragon and had only learned the first palm, which was not very powerful. This move only severely injured the Ghost King, destroying his hands but not directly annihilating him.
This scene left everyone present in utter shock.
All eyes turned to Yi Er and the Ghost King, filled with intense horror. The powerful martial skills displayed by the two were like something out of a myth. Yi Er moved, wanting to step forward and finish off the severely injured Ghost King. But at that moment, the fallen Ghost King suddenly erupted with a terrifying black mist. The black mist rolled and surged, like raging waves,
rapidly spreading out from the Ghost King as the center. It enveloped the surrounding Central Plains army, some members of the Jiang family, and various dignitaries from the Central Plains in an instant. This black mist, like a sharp blade, carried immense power, instantly shattering the bodies of all those engulfed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people perished. As these hundreds were shattered, their flesh and blood became the richest nourishment for the black mist, growing even more frenzied and spreading wildly outward, pulling more people into its grasp. In an instant, countless people screamed, their lives rapidly harvested by the black mist. At this moment, the Ghost King at the center was also crazily absorbing the flesh and blood power contained within the mist, his form rapidly growing larger. Ye's expression changed slightly. He realized that the Ghost King's method was likely some kind of dark sorcery, relying on absorbing human flesh and blood to strengthen himself. Just as he was about to take action, whoosh! Yi Feng's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Er. You go rest. Yi Er nodded. Throughout this journey, he had been the one fighting alone, and he was indeed a bit tired. Coupled with the fact that he had just used the not-so-familiar 18 palms of the dragon, he had nearly exhausted his internal energy. Now, facing the Ghost King who had unleashed dark sorcery, he truly felt somewhat powerless. After Yi Er stepped back, Yi Feng did not immediately attack. Instead, he calmly stood in place, watching the Ghost King crazily absorb the lives of countless Central Plains soldiers and Jiang family members. As time passed, about 3 minutes later, the black mist stopped spreading, seemingly having absorbed enough energy, and began to rapidly retract towards the Ghost King. When all the black mist was gathered back by the Ghost King, his figure became visible again. At this moment, the hands that the Ghost King had just lost actually regrew. His entire body had also grown several circles larger, standing over 3 meters tall, muscles bulging, exuding a terrifying power, like a monstrous beast. The people around were now numb from the shock of the scenes unfolding before them. The extraordinary methods displayed by Yi Er and the Ghost King today had completely overturned their understanding. Feeling the vast power within him, the Ghost King laughed maniacally. You all must die. His enormous blood-red eyes, like those of the Grim Reaper, swept over everyone. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, an unprecedented chill sweeping through their bodies from their feet. Finally, the Ghost King's gaze landed on Yi Feng. You come first. Yi Feng ignored the Ghost King's arrogance, simply pointing a finger, sending a wave of energy through the space, creating ripples as it shot towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King scoffed, raising his massive arm, forming a fist the size of a cooking pot, and thunderously struck towards that wave of energy. Puff! A soft sound echoed as a powerful force easily pierced through the Ghost King's fist, traveling through his thick, trunk-like arm and then embedding itself in his body. The Ghost King's expression changed instantly, his eyes filled with intense horror. He tried to shake off the force, but found himself utterly powerless. Puff, puff, puff. It sounded like firecrackers muffled in a pipe, continuously resonating within the Ghost King's body. His body began to vibrate violently, twisting and exploding, sending splashes of blood mist everywhere. Bang! The Ghost King's body erupted with a thunderous explosion, shaking the entire park as if it were an earthquake, creating a large pit where he had stood. Countless waves of energy spread out in all directions. The people from the Jiang family, the powerful from various regions of the Central Plains, and the numerous military leaders were all caught in the terrifying sweep of energy. Meanwhile, Yi Feng stood firm, not moving an inch. Faced with the spreading terrifying force, he didn't even blink. When the energy reached him, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, Yi Feng moved, leaping into the deep pit. In the center of the pit, the Ghost King was in tatters, his legs and arms long gone, his hair disheveled, resembling a beggar, devoid of any trace of a martial artist's aura. Yet, at this moment, he was still alive. His blood-red eyes fixed on Yi Feng. Who exactly are you? He asked, curiosity evident in his tone, intrigued by Yi Feng's identity. It was definitely not as simple as being the ruler of the Fifth Kingdom. Yi Feng's earlier finger strike had been too powerful, easily piercing through his fist and shattering the countless blood energies he had absorbed within. This was definitely not a power that a secular ruler could control. You are not qualified to know my identity. Yi Feng replied calmly, his finger moving as a surge of energy danced at his fingertip. The Ghost King's gaze sharpened, focusing on Yi Feng's finger. What kind of technique is this? Yi Feng did not explain, extending his finger towards the Ghost King's forehead. But at that moment, his brow furrowed. The Ghost King opened his mouth, and a black light shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, carrying an indescribable terrifying might towards Yi Feng. This black light was the Ghost King's final trump card, cultivated within him for decades. He had thought he would never need to use this move in his lifetime, but unexpectedly, he was forced to unleash it today by Yi Er and Yi Feng. The black light pierced through the air, leaving terrifying ripples as it shot towards Yi Feng.
Seeing this, Yifeng also took a few steps back, his finger pointing as the energy swirling at his fingertip shot out. The two forces met like a needle against a wheat stalk. The black light was shattered by the energy, transforming into countless tiny black dots that fell to the ground, creating several dense holes, revealing just how terrifying this black light was. Yet, even so, it could not withstand Yifeng's energy.
Why is this happening? How is this possible? The Ghost King's eyes widened in disbelief.
This move was his strongest trump card, nurtured by his true energy for decades, immensely powerful, capable of easily annihilating even the peak martial artists. Yet now, it was shattered by Yifeng's finger. But Yifeng paid no heed to the Ghost King's astonishment. He raised his hand again, another surge of energy leaping at his fingertip. The Ghost King, seeing this, completely panicked, screaming frantically, "No, no, no.
You can't kill me. I am a martial artist. I come from an ancient martial family. If you kill me, my family will not let you go."
At this moment, he had no means left to resist Yifeng, only able to threaten. But Yifeng turned a deaf ear, his finger moving as the energy pierced through the air, rapidly shooting into the Ghost King's forehead.
No!
The Ghost King screamed, and his broken body instantly exploded. At this point, the most powerful offering of the Jiang family, an ancient martial artist, the Ghost King, was dead. Whoosh! Yifeng leaped out of the deep pit.
Outside, the remaining members of the Jiang family saw Yifeng emerge, and despair engulfed them completely.
Although they did not know what had just happened in the pit, they had heard the Ghost King's chilling scream, "Kill!" As Yifeng jumped out of the pit, his cold gaze fell upon Jiang Tian, Jiang Zhonghong, and the few remaining members of the Jiang family. Upon seeing Yifeng's gaze sweep over them, Jiang Tian and Jiang Zhonghong turned pale, their faces ashen. They knew that their last trump card, the Ghost King, had already died at Yifeng's hands. They had no one left to rely on. "Lord Yi, we know we were wrong. You have killed so many of our Jiang family, it is enough to atone for our previous mistakes." Jiang Zhonghong spoke up.
"Let this matter rest, our Jiang family will compensate you. What do you think?"
However, Yifeng ignored Jiang Zhonghong's words and coldly uttered a single word, "Kill." Instantly, Yi Er and the others transformed into reapers, indiscriminately unleashing chaos, crazily harvesting the lives of the Jiang family members. Jiang Zhonghong panicked and threatened, "Yashura, although your fifth kingdom is powerful, my Jiang family is not to be trifled with.
If you dare to destroy my Jiang family, our Jiang family's land immortals will definitely not let you go. Moreover, my Jiang family members are still in the Dragon Kingdom's Tianwei. By then, you will become enemies of the entire Dragon Kingdom and Tianwei."
But in response, more lives were extinguished.
"Everyone, attack! Kill them!"
Jiang Zhonghong was completely enraged, screaming madly. But at this moment, all the Central Plains soldiers had already been terrified by the identity of the Fifth Kingdom. Having just witnessed the terrifying combat power of Yi Er and Yifeng, they were already scared out of their wits and could not possibly take action. At this moment, all the Central Plains soldiers saw Yifeng and the others attacking, and one by one, they dropped their weapons and began to flee for their lives in a panic. In an instant, the scene turned into chaos. With a wave of his hand, Yifeng commanded all the warriors of the Fifth Kingdom to open fire without hesitation. Bullet after bullet began to crazily harvest the lives of everyone. Groups of people fell, blood flowing like rivers. Watching this hellish scene, Jiang Zhonghong's eyes turned red. He took out his phone and frantically tried to contact Jiang Zhongyuan, but despair washed over him as Jiang Zhongyuan's phone remained unreachable. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Tian's body crashed down before him like a cannonball.
"Uncle, save me!"
Jiang Tian, his body reduced to a puddle of mush, looked at Jiang Zhonghong, his eyes filled with fear and despair.
"Honor!"
Jiang Zhonghong's eyes filled with tears, his body trembling as he howled in rage.
"You forced me. To destroy my Jiang family, I will make you pay the price." He took out his phone and rapidly operated it.
Then, his aura surged, his body rapidly expanding as he charged toward Yifeng not far away. He intended to self-destruct his cultivation and perish together with Yifeng. But before he could reach him, a blade of light shot toward him. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed, and his body burst apart in mid-air. Countless Jiang family corpses around him were instantly shattered. As time passed, the massacre gradually approached its end. When night fell, the slaughter finally ceased. Thus, the Jiang family and the powerful figures from several provinces in the Central Plains were completely annihilated. The park was piled high with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. At this point, all the high-ranking members of the Jiang family had been wiped out. Yi Er then issued another order, "Everyone, listen up, sweep the Central Plains, leave not a single Jiang family member." Yes. In an instant, the experts of the Fifth Kingdom quickly left the park.
Long Outyen also hurriedly took out his communicator to contact the War Department to come and clean up the battlefield. Soon, the War Department personnel arrived and began to clear the scene. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. 3 days quickly passed. In the past 3 days, the 4 provinces of the Central Plains have been drenched in blood, with people in a state of panic, as if the wind and the cries of cranes turned every blade of grass and tree into a soldier. In these 3 days, the strong from the Fifth Kingdom, under the pretext of cleansing traitors in the Dragon Kingdom, swept through the 4 provinces of the Central Plains led by the War Department. All families, forces, and individuals related to the Jiang family were completely eradicated, leaving no survivors. In these 3 days, it is unknown how many people died. All that is known is that the streets of the Central Plains were stained red, and the long river, which runs through the 4 provinces, was thoroughly dyed crimson, with a stench that lingered for a long time. After 3 days, the War Department took over the 4 provinces of the Central Plains. Subsequently, the War Department issued a notice. The Jiang family of the Central Plains intended to rebel and had captured the family of the border war god Yi Shilua, and were eliminated by the Dragon Kingdom's War Department and Yi Shilua. All traitors who conspired with the Jiang family were executed one by one. This news was shocking. Like a hurricane, it swept across the entire land of the Dragon Kingdom, igniting reactions throughout the Dragon Kingdom and the world. No one expected that the Jiang family, which wielded immense power and resembled a terrifying giant beast, would be destroyed. At first, some people were skeptical. They believed that such a terrifying giant beast as the Jiang family could not possibly be opposed by the Dragon Kingdom's War Department and Yi Shilua. Soon, however, people saw the Jiang family's enormous and luxurious estate, akin to a palace, reduced to ashes. They saw countless messages from people in the Central Plains. Only then did they fully accept this news. Yet, people still felt that it was impossible for the War Department and Yi Shilua to annihilate the Jiang family. Then, even more shocking news emerged. It was not the Dragon Kingdom's War Department that destroyed the Jiang family, but Yi Shilua alone. When this news spread, everyone thought it was a joke. They believed Yi Shilua was merely a war god, regarded as a traitor by the Dragon Kingdom, and that he was barely able to protect himself, let alone take action against the Jiang family. The Jiang family had countless experts and controlled millions of troops in the Central Plains. Even the Dragon Kingdom's War Department was not a match and dared not act lightly. How could Yi Shilua possibly be a match for such a colossal entity as the Jiang family? But soon, countless messages emerged. Yi Shilua was not a traitor at all. The reason he escaped from prison was that Jiang Tian's second son, Jiang Xing, was gravely ill and needed a blood and organ transplant, and Yi Shilua's sister happened to have the same blood type as Jiang Xing. Therefore, Yi Shilua's sister was kidnapped by the young master of the Bai family in Jiang City and sent to the Jiang family. This completely enraged Yi Shilua, who escaped from prison and slaughtered his way back to Jiang City, annihilating the Bai family. After learning that his sister had been taken by the Jiang family, an infuriated Yi Shilua went to the central south province controlled by the Jiang family, where Jiang Xiong was also destroyed. This news was corroborated by countless people. Because after the Jiang family was destroyed, Yi Shilua indeed appeared in the central south, and at that time, the War Department took over the central south, with the Jiang family applying pressure, claiming it was to hunt down Yi Shilua. Subsequently, Yi Shilua personally went to the Central Plains. The Jiang family sent out numerous experts, but none were a match for Yi Shilua. In the end, the Jiang family was completely annihilated by Yi Shilua. This news was also confirmed by the War Department, which promptly issued a notification. The notice was simple: the Jiang family rebelled, and to prevent other major war gods from intervening, they captured the families of several major war gods, threatening them not to act. The other major war gods submitted and did not intervene, leaving only Yi Shilua to take action, returning from the border to ultimately destroy the Jiang family. At the same time, after announcing this matter, the War Department also cleared Yi Shilua's name. When this news was released, everyone was even more shocked. They were astonished by Yi Shilua's strength, as he single-handedly destroyed such a terrifying existence as the Jiang family. Yet, some still felt that this matter was strange. No matter how powerful Yi Shilua was, he could not possibly be a match for the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family controlled 1 million troops in the Central Plains and had countless firearms. Faced with 1 million troops and numerous firearms, even the strongest martial artist in the world would likely meet their end. But at that moment, another shocking piece of news broke out. All the assassination organizations, killer groups, various forces, and organizations in the world received a bounty of over 100 billion just 3 days ago, when the Jiang family was destroyed. This bounty came from the Jiang family. The Jiang family offered 100 billion to kill Yi Shilua and all his friends and family. 100 billion to kill Yi Shilua and his loved ones. This news sent shockwaves around the world. It stunned everyone. The Jiang family actually put all their accumulated wealth over the years on the line as a bounty, just to kill Yi Xiaoluo and his friends and family. This was insane. It was unprecedented. Rare in the world. This also completely confirmed that the Jiang family was destroyed by Yi Xiaoluo. Otherwise, why would the Jiang family go so crazy, risking everything they had? As this news spread, no one cared anymore about who had destroyed the Jiang family. Now everyone was focused on one question, figuring out who exactly were Yi Xiaoluo's friends and family. Not only countless organizations were tempted, but even people from powerful countries around the world were also stirred. One by one, they were itching to act. Wealth moves hearts. 100 billion in wealth, let alone humans, even gods and spirits would be tempted. But just as everyone was getting restless, another piece of news that excited everyone emerged. After the battle with the Jiang family's experts, Yi Xiaoluo was severely injured, almost like a useless person. And at that moment, he was in the Central Plains. As soon as this news spread, it shocked the world. It completely ignited the world. In an instant, all the countries, organizations, and forces began to verify whether this news was true. Meanwhile, on the high seas, the fleets of various countries that had already begun to retreat surprisingly gathered together, pressing towards the Dragon Kingdom's border. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in the Central Plains, Yi Er hurried into the living room. "Boss, we just found out that the person who spread the Jiang family's 100 billion bounty indeed came from the Dragon Kingdom's Tianwei. Moreover, the news of your severe injury was leaked from our own ranks. Additionally, we just received news that the fleets of various countries have united and are surrounding us." Yi Feng's face turned icy. "It seems Long Zhenghua didn't deceive us. Those people want to use the Jiang family to kill me. The Jiang family was destroyed by me, and now they want to use the countries to eliminate our foundation. 3 days ago, when they destroyed the Jiang family, they received the news. The Jiang family actually put all their assets together and funneled them into several top banks around the world, which then united to release the Jiang family's bounty. And their fifth kingdom was the first to receive this bounty task. Even more interestingly, the top banks responsible for executing this bounty task all had shares and absolute control in their fifth kingdom. When Yifeng received this news, he was first stunned, then overjoyed. The Jiang family was really generous, even in death, they were giving him money. He originally planned to have Yi Er issue a message in the name of the fifth kingdom, stating that they were preparing to accept this bounty. But at that moment, Yifeng received a call from Long Zhenghua, who informed him of some news. Long Zhenghua told Yifeng that he had investigated and found out that the person who poisoned his grandfather back then was the Grand Elder of the Poison Sect. And this Grand Elder of the Poison Sect was a sworn brother of Jiang Zhongyuan from the Jiang family. Long Zhenghua also told Yifeng that when his grandfather was exiled to the border and poisoned, someone from the Dragon Kingdom's Tianwei emerged and immediately notified the enemy country. The enemy country then quickly began to invade the Dragon Kingdom's border. This led to Yifeng's grandfather suffering from the poison and passing away after the battle. Now, the news of the Jiang family's destruction also reached Tianwei immediately. Not long after, someone from Tianwei emerged and spread the news of the Jiang family's bounty. The person who spread the news has already been captured by Long Zhenghua's men, but as soon as he was caught, he committed suicide, making it impossible to determine who the traitor was among the Tianwei. At the same time, all countries received the news of Yifeng's serious injury. Once this news spread, the countries quickly united. The fleets of various nations that were originally preparing to retreat all gathered together, slowly surrounding the fleet heading towards the fifth kingdom. "Boss, should we proceed according to the plan now?" Yi Er asked. After pondering for a moment, Yifeng asked, "Has 11 returned?" Yi Er nodded, "He has already reached the base." Yifeng nodded, "Good, inform 11 to closely monitor all high-ranking personnel at the base, and then notify the channel that I am seriously injured and will soon leave the Central Plains to head to Longguo Xiangxi to find medicine for my injuries. Then, immediately arrange a plane for us to Xiangxi." Yi Er immediately nodded, "I understand." Soon, Yi Er arranged a plane according to Yifeng's request. Leaving the Central Plains, they headed towards Xiangxi. The plane quickly departed from the Central Plains, heading west. On the plane, Yi Er received a message from 11. Yi Er promptly informed Yifeng of the news. A few minutes later, the plane entered Xiangxi province. Meanwhile, at a station base of the West River War Department, everyone was on high alert, with several high-ranking officials standing at the airport, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Not long ago, they received a notification from the highest commander, Long Outyan, who informed them that Yi Xiaoluo was seriously injured and needed to come to their side to find medicine. They were instructed to prepare for his reception. Therefore, all personnel of the West River War Department mobilized to the airport to welcome Yi Xiaoluo, the super warrior who had destroyed the Jiang family.
The War Department revered the strong, and Yi Xiaoluo's remarkable achievements at the border had greatly inspired them. Now, with Yi Feng having eliminated the Zhang family, a cancer of Longhua, their admiration for Yi Xiaoluo reached an unprecedented peak. How could they not be excited that Yi Xiaoluo was coming to their West River War Department? Soon, they learned that Yi Xiaoluo's plane had entered the West River and was about to arrive. The highest commander, Luo Peng, immediately ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, get ready to welcome the war god with the best spirit." Yes, countless soldiers showed excitement, all gazing into the distant sky, preparing to welcome Yi Xiaoluo's arrival. Before long, a plane appeared on the horizon. Everyone became even more excited. But at that moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire base suddenly sounded the air defense alarm. Everyone was a bit stunned. After a moment of shock, Luo Peng immediately inquired, "What's going on?" "Report, Commander. There's a missile attack. The target seems to be the war god's plane." His subordinate reported immediately. Luo Peng's face changed dramatically. "What? Enter combat readiness level 1 immediately." With Luo Peng's command, all personnel in the base entered combat readiness level 1. Luo Peng rushed out of the airport and into the Air Defense Command Center. Inside the command center, a huge screen displayed a red dot. Luo Peng shouted, "Quick! Intercept immediately! The missile has entered the terminal phase, it's too fast to intercept." The operator said despairingly. Luo Peng's face turned ashen. "It's over." He then turned to look out the window at the distant plane. Under everyone's gaze, boom! A missile struck the plane that Yi Feng and Yi Er were on, exploding in the sky like a brilliant firework. This sudden scene was witnessed by countless people in Xinjiang, causing a huge uproar. Many people took out their phones to capture this moment. On Luo Peng's side, everyone was stunned for several seconds. Luo Pengkai finally reacted. "Quick, mark the coordinates and send someone to see if the war god is still alive. Find out immediately who attacked the war god." Everyone knew that being hit by a missile meant that not just a person, but even an aircraft would be vaporized. But they dared not say anything and strictly followed Luo Peng's orders. Luo Peng also immediately called Long Outyan to inform him of the news. There was silence on the other end for a long time. Finally, Long Outyan's thunderous roar came through. "Find out immediately who dared to attack my Dragon Kingdom's war god." Yes. After hanging up the phone, Luo Peng's face darkened to the extreme. He shouted, "Find out right now. Who attacked? Why did we not detect the missile attack?" The Dragon Kingdom's current weaponry was leading the world, especially in air defense, which was supposed to be impenetrable. Any disturbance would be detected. Yet today, there was a missile attack, and they had not detected anything at all. Soon, someone reported, "Report, Commander, the missile came from the high seas, from the Fifth Kingdom. That's why we didn't detect it." What? Upon hearing this, Luo Peng felt as if his head was about to explode. The Fifth Kingdom, it was actually the Fifth Kingdom. The Fifth Kingdom's weaponry was the latest generation, extremely advanced, no wonder they hadn't detected it. After being stunned for a long time, he roared, "Why? Why would the Fifth Kingdom attack our Dragon Kingdom's war god?" Someone quietly responded, "Commander, could it be that the Fifth Kingdom wants to seize the Zhang family's 100 billion fortune, which is why they targeted the war god?" Luo Peng was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized. Damn it! He quickly dialed Long Outyan's number again. "Leader, we found out that the missile that attacked the Shura war god came from the Fifth Kingdom." Long Outyan on the other end was also stunned for a long time. Afterward, he weakly said, "I understand. You all go check if Shura is still alive, and prepare for battle. I will notify the national leader immediately." Yes. After Long Outyan hung up the phone with Luo Peng, he immediately informed Long Zhenggui about the matter. On the phone, Long Zhenggui's furious roar echoed. "Daring to attack my Dragon Kingdom's war god is a blatant provocation. Gather the military immediately and head to the border to avenge the Shura war god." Yes. After Long Outyan hung up the phone, he immediately began to mobilize troops. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in the cabinet meeting room, Long Zhenggui put down his phone, his eyes blazing with fury as he scanned all the high-ranking officials present. "I just received news that our great hero, the Shura war god, has been killed." What? This news shocked everyone in the cabinet. Long Zhenggui continued, "And the attacker was the Fifth Kingdom." Except for a few who knew Yifeng's identity, the rest were stunned in place. Long Zhenggui scanned the room again and said coldly, "The Fifth Kingdom openly killed our Dragon Kingdom's war god. This is a blatant provocation against our Dragon Kingdom, a declaration of war. Our Dragon Kingdom has stood tall in the world for thousands of years. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? Now, with the Fifth Kingdom insulting our Dragon Kingdom like this, I declare war on the Fifth Kingdom." As soon as Long Zhenggui finished speaking, the entire meeting room fell silent. Everyone was silent, contemplating whether this war should be fought, whether it could be fought.
Long Zhenghua scanned everyone once more. Since no one has any objections, then let's go to war. National leader, calm down. At this moment, an elder stood up. This war cannot be fought. Why?
Long Zhenghua was puzzled.
The elder said, we all know how powerful the Fifth Kingdom is.
Now the fleets of various countries are spread across the high seas. If we rashly go to war with the Fifth Kingdom at this time, it would undoubtedly give other countries an opportunity. Everyone knows that the various countries have always harbored a relentless desire, but they have never found a suitable opportunity. And now, with the Fifth Kingdom assassinating our Dragon Kingdom's war god, if we act rashly and go to war with the Fifth Kingdom, not to mention whether we can defeat them, even if we can, it will come at a heavy cost, and we will surely end up in a situation where both we and the Fifth Kingdom suffer losses. At that time, the other countries, eyeing us covetously, will undoubtedly take this opportunity to send troops against our Dragon Kingdom, which would be a disaster for us. Another elder stood up and said, yes, Your Majesty, the Fifth Kingdom's attack this time caught us completely off guard, which shows just how powerful their military strength is. If we go to war with them, we will definitely gain nothing and instead give those covetous countries an opportunity. As soon as this elder finished speaking, he was met with opposition from some pro-war factions.
I agree to go to war. The Fifth Kingdom is too arrogant. Their brazen killing of our Dragon Kingdom, the Grand Chamberlain sneered. When have I ever told a lie?
Looking at the Grand Chamberlain, he didn't seem like someone who would lie. If the monarch of the Fifth Kingdom was dead and chaos had ensued, then this matter indeed seemed feasible. Everyone fell silent for a while, secretly contemplating the viability of this situation.
Long Zhenghua decisively stated, this is indeed a good opportunity.
Since the command from the outer heaven has been issued, we must execute it.
No one opposed any further.
Long Zhenghua scanned the room. Then let this battle commence, all departments prepare their logistics.
Yes. With Long Zhenghua's order given, the heads of the various battle departments, including Long Aotian, almost immediately sprang into action.
The news of Yishou Luo, the war god of Long Kingdom, being killed by the Fifth Kingdom spread rapidly.
Countless soldiers from the Long Kingdom's battle department were filled with rage. Everyone rushed to the border, ready to engage in war with the Fifth Kingdom.
Meanwhile, in the outside world, Yishou Luo was gravely injured and was on a plane heading to Shijiang for treatment when he was struck by a missile from the Fifth Kingdom and died. This news quickly spread across the globe, causing an uproar. The Fifth Kingdom soon announced that they were responsible for this act, sparking another wave of shock worldwide. In an instant, all eyes were on the Long Kingdom, waiting to see how they would respond.
Under the watchful gaze of the world, the Long Kingdom publicly declared that the assassination of their war god by the Fifth Kingdom was a provocation and a declaration of war against them.
The Long Kingdom would retaliate against the Fifth Kingdom to avenge the war god. This news once again shook the world.
Finally, was the Long Kingdom, this slumbering giant, about to awaken?
Following the Long Kingdom's announcement of war against the Fifth Kingdom, countries around the world convened meetings to investigate the truth of the matter. Soon, nations observed through their spy satellites that the entire Long Kingdom was mobilizing troops, with countless soldiers from the battle departments converging towards the southern region. Numerous advanced weapons were deployed, and powerful fleets began to assemble, with warplanes soaring through the skies.
This made all countries realize that the Long Kingdom was indeed preparing for war against the Fifth Kingdom.
Almost simultaneously, major powers around the world received calls from the Long Kingdom, inviting them to join in the assault on the Fifth Kingdom to completely eliminate this terrifying presence. At that time, the countries would divide the Fifth Kingdom among themselves.
This proposal tempted many nations.
The resources controlled by the Fifth Kingdom were extremely enticing to the world. Previously, countries had the desire but lacked the courage, as the Fifth Kingdom was too powerful, and the major powers did not have the capability to destroy it.
But now, it was different. The powerful Long Kingdom was taking the lead.
If they united with a few other strong nations, the Fifth Kingdom would truly be unable to withstand the assault from the major powers.
At this moment, the major powers were hesitating whether to ally with the Long Kingdom to eradicate the Fifth Kingdom. They felt extremely apprehensive.
After all, the Fifth Kingdom was too strong. If they failed to annihilate it this time, they would surely face the most furious retaliation from the Fifth Kingdom in the future. Just as the major powers were hesitating about whether to take action, the Long Kingdom once again dropped a bombshell that left everyone in shock. A civil strife had erupted in the Fifth Kingdom, and their mysterious monarch was dead.
Now, the internal chaos within the Fifth Kingdom was unprecedented.
This news was earth-shattering, catching all countries off guard. In no time, nations began sending people to investigate the truth of the matter. While countries were investigating, the Fifth Kingdom indeed experienced internal turmoil. First, there were terrifying battles at the Fifth Kingdom's overseas bases, resulting in countless casualties. Then, everything the Fifth Kingdom controlled around the world was seized and divided by local forces. After that, the Fifth Kingdom's fleet on the high seas also experienced internal strife, with its own people fighting against each other. Several fighter jets were destroyed as a result. In the end, several masters under the ruler of the Fifth Kingdom announced their departure from it. These news were observed by all countries, which made the world believe that the Fifth Kingdom was indeed in turmoil. Meanwhile, one of the strongest nations in the world, the Eagle Kingdom, was the first to react. It allied with its subordinate nations, the Gentleman Kingdom and the Gold Medal Fighter Australia, and simultaneously announced that it would join forces with the Dragon Kingdom to eradicate the Fifth Kingdom, the Cancer of Blue Star. Subsequently, other subordinate nations around the world received orders and also declared their intent to take action against the Fifth Kingdom. The Stick Nation, the Japan Nation, and the Philippines were the first to respond. Especially Japan, which had previously been defeated by the Fifth Kingdom's destruction of the Yamaguchi-gumi. They had been forced to swallow their grievances in the face of the Fifth Kingdom's power, apologizing publicly and compensating the Fifth Kingdom. Now, with the world united against the Fifth Kingdom, they received orders from their master, which straightened their backs instantly. They not only publicly tore up the previous compensation treaty with the Fifth Kingdom but also announced their intent to take action against it. Of course, in addition to the order to attack the Fifth Kingdom, they received another command, to launch a large-scale attack on the Dragon Kingdom when the Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom were mutually weakened. This command excited them immensely. As neighbors of the Dragon Kingdom, they had been suppressed by its strength for years and had not dared to move. However, deep down, they had always wanted to seize the Dragon Kingdom's territory, to become the true masters of the region, the legitimate heirs of the Dragon Kingdom. Japan had attempted this once before and failed. Now that the opportunity had arisen again, they naturally would not let it slip away. After the Stick Nation in Japan announced their intent to take action against the Fifth Kingdom, the Bear Nation to the north of the Dragon Kingdom also declared its intent to act. Soon, various large and small countries did not want to miss this opportunity, each announcing their intent to take action against the Fifth Kingdom. In an instant, the entire world became the enemy of the Fifth Kingdom. However, how many could truly take action remained uncertain. As countries announced their intent to act against the Fifth Kingdom, they began to mobilize troops, with countless warships gathering in the open sea. As time passed, 3 days quickly went by. At this moment, countless fleets from various nations gathered in the open sea. Several coastal nations also saw numerous allied forces converge. There were at least several 100,000 troops. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, coastal cities were also mobilizing 1 million troops. Countless fleets, fighter jets, and various advanced weapons were all ready for battle. A great war seemed imminent. The only strange thing was that while the people from the Eagle Kingdom, Gentleman Kingdom, and Australia appeared, they were hiding at the back or stationed at several major bases around. However, no one noticed this at the moment. Meanwhile, in a small town along the West River, in a stylishly decorated guesthouse, Yifeng and Yi-Er sat on the balcony, basking in the sun. After Yi-Er glanced at the news on his phone, he said, "Boss, according to the plan, all the warships from various countries have been mobilized. They are all gathering in the open sea. They want to take action against us." A cold smile appeared on Yifeng's lips. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Alright. In fact, all of this was part of a scheme devised by Yifeng and the Dragon Kingdom. After the Zhang family was destroyed, Long Zhenguo informed Yifeng of some information he had uncovered. Years ago, when Yifeng's grandfather was wronged, leading to the downfall of the Yi family, and Yifeng himself was wrongfully pursued by the entire nation, it seemed to be the handiwork of someone from the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. However, Yifeng was still uncertain whether this information was true. To this end, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity presented by the destruction of the Zhang family, who had issued a bounty of 100 billion, with the world hunting him down, to verify whether the mastermind behind it all truly came from the celestial beings of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he aimed to use this chance to lure out the traitor from the Fifth Kingdom. Thus, Yifeng joined forces with Long Zhenguo to orchestrate an unprecedented grand scheme. First, Yifeng pretended to be gravely injured and left the Central Plains, heading to the West River for treatment, while instructing 11 to search for traitors in the Fifth Kingdom's base. 11 successfully identified the traitor, and under 11's surveillance, the traitor managed to act, causing the Fifth Kingdom's missile to hit the plane they were on. Subsequently, the Dragon Kingdom announced his death to the outside world. Once this news spread, the Fifth Kingdom would be able to claim the entire bounty of 100 billion offered by the Zhang family. Then, the Dragon Kingdom declared war on the Fifth Kingdom, citing the killing of their war god as the reason.
Long Zhenghua staged another performance in the capital, knowing that declaring war on the Fifth Kingdom would surely face opposition from many.
At this moment, the traitor from the Fifth Kingdom promptly relayed the news of Yifeng's death to the celestial beings of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, even without the traitor's message, the celestial beings would have learned of it, as the scene of the Fifth Kingdom's missile hitting the plane was witnessed by countless people. The celestial beings indeed took action, prompting Long Zhenghua to strike against the Fifth Kingdom. This also confirmed the presence of a traitor within the celestial beings, who was in collusion with the traitor from the Fifth Kingdom.
Long Zhenghua then united with the world's major powers under the pretext of avenging the war god by exterminating the Fifth Kingdom.
The Dragon Kingdom sought to ally with powerful nations to seize this opportunity to achieve some of their strategic goals. After years of growing stronger, the Dragon Kingdom had faced numerous attacks and exclusion from Western countries, and now it desperately needed a decisive battle to establish its identity and status as a great power. It also aimed to crush nations that had long harbored ill intentions toward the Dragon Kingdom.
This collaboration with the Fifth Kingdom was undoubtedly the best opportunity.
Faced with the Dragon Kingdom's alliance, the world's major powers were naturally wary of the Fifth Kingdom's strength and would not easily intervene. At this time, the Fifth Kingdom staged an internal conflict, which was soon known to all nations. Confronted with such a tremendous opportunity, they would not sit idly by and watch, they would certainly take action themselves. After all, what the Fifth Kingdom controlled was far too tempting. Furthermore, many countries also sought to take advantage of this opportunity for their own gain. In short, this opportunity had its own schemes from all sides.
This was an unprecedented grand scheme, with interlinked causes and effects.
If successful, it would surely be recorded in history, leaving a significant mark. After Yi Er sent a message on his phone, both of their gazes turned to the distant south.
A grand show is about to unfold.
Meanwhile, in the southern city of Haishur, near the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Outyen revealed a hint of excitement on his face after seeing the message from Yi Er. He was aware of this grand scheme, which had already taken shape. Now it was just a matter of taking action. His hands trembled slightly, filled with a mix of emotions: nervousness, anticipation, worry, and excitement. After all, this was an unprecedented battle, where the Dragon Kingdom would unite with the Fifth Kingdom to confront the world. It would be strange not to feel nervous.
A single misstep could lead to total defeat. A slight carelessness could result in irreparable consequences. Of course, if they succeeded, the Dragon Kingdom would solidify its reputation as the strongest nation, and the rewards would be unimaginable. Dragon Head. The coalition forces are asking when we will strike?
At that moment, a commander beside Long Outyen asked, equally excited, his body trembling without his awareness. Not just him, but the hundreds of thousands of the most elite and loyal warriors present were feeling the same way. This battle would be unprecedented. If this battle is successful, they will all be remembered in history, each establishing their own family tree. Long Outyen took a deep breath and said, "Let the battle begin." With Long Outyen's command, the warships on the sea opened fire, countless bullets and shells pouring out like raindrops. Numerous fighter jets soared through the sky, resembling a flock of dense birds, cascading down. The coalition forces of various countries saw that the Dragon Kingdom had made its move, and such terrifying firepower right from the start. They simultaneously ordered their own attacks. After all, everyone wanted to be the first to gain the upper hand in this battle, so that when it came time to divide the Fifth Kingdom, they could get the biggest piece of the pie. The Eagle Kingdom, hiding at the back, did not strike immediately. With so many subordinates, there was no need for them to take the field themselves. When the war ended, they would have enough of their many subordinates to secure the largest share. Among all the coalition forces, the first to act were naturally the Koreans and the Japanese, one seeking revenge, the other wanting to show off in front of their master. They would be the first to strike. Next was the Bear Kingdom, followed by some weaker nations. Although almost all countries had gathered here, with the Eagle Kingdom and a few loyal lackeys not taking action, the only real fighters were the Bear Kingdom, Koreans, and Japanese. The rest were mostly there to join the excitement. At this moment, the Fifth Kingdom did not open fire immediately. Instead, they activated all the shields on their aircraft carriers. As the fleets of Korea, Japan, and the Bear Kingdom entered the attack range of the Fifth Kingdom's fleet, on one of the aircraft carriers, a member of the Fifth Kingdom addressed a young man sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. "Mr. Yi, all the fleets have entered our attack range. Shall we attack?" The young man slightly opened his eyes, a cold killing intent flashing in his brilliant gaze. This person was none other than Yi Ba, who had been commanding the Fifth Kingdom's fleet. "No need to rush, I will handle this." After saying that, Yi Ba slowly stood up, stretched his body, and then leaped into the air. His tang knife was drawn and swept out.
Meanwhile, in the command room of the first fleet to move, the Japanese fleet, the highest commander, Watanabe Murai, was personally overseeing the operation.
Commander, our fleet has now entered the range to strike the Fifth Kingdom's fleet.
Shall we open fire? A subordinate asked.
The Fifth Kingdom has destroyed my Tienko group, which is a great insult to our great Japan. Now, I have finally found the opportunity for revenge. Send my orders, all fleets, fire at full strength, let the scum of the Fifth Kingdom remain here forever, Watanabe Murai shouted.
Yes, the subordinate replied eagerly. What is that?
Suddenly, a golden light shone through the glass window, illuminating the faces of everyone in the command room, reflecting on every Japanese soldier's face.
Everyone instinctively looked up.
In the distance, across the vast sky, there was a golden rainbow that pierced through heaven and earth, like a brilliant golden galaxy crossing the horizon.
With an indescribable speed, it was heading towards their fleet. That was the sword light.
A terrifyingly extreme golden sword light.
No!
Watanabe Murai exclaimed, his eyes filled with despair as the golden light rapidly blossomed.
Boom!
A thunderous roar erupted, and the Japanese command ship was split apart as if made of paper by the golden sword light that cascaded down like a waterfall. The powerful sword energy plunged deep into the sea, slowly dissipating. The originally calm sea surged with waves over 100 meters high, like the mouth of an abyss, swallowing the wreckage of the command ship entirely. In the distance, in midair, Iba stood with his sword, like a deity wielding divine punishment. A group of ants dares to strike at my Fifth Kingdom.
Attack! In an instant, a sky full of cannonballs, dense as raindrops, shot out. They all fell into the already chaotic fleet of the Yamato nation. These cannonballs were from the Fifth Kingdom, as well as from the Dragon Kingdom's military. The warships of the Yamato nation tried to intercept those cannonballs, but to their horror, the firepower of the Fifth Kingdom's fleet was too fast, so fast it was unbelievable, even radar couldn't detect it. There was simply no way to stop them. Boom! 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 In a moment, the sea where the Yamato fleet was located erupted into an indescribable grand display of fireworks, dazzling and brilliant. All the fleet seemed as fragile as paper, unable to resist at all. In less than 10 minutes, under the dense cover of firepower, and the impact of missiles and cannonballs far superior to any other nation's most advanced weaponry, all of the Yamato fleet was completely destroyed. This scene stunned the spectators from various countries. No one had expected that the Fifth Kingdom was so powerful. Their advanced weapons were completely beyond comparison. What was even harder for them to accept was why the Dragon Kingdom's missiles also fell upon the Yamato warships. Just as all the nations were left dumbfounded, Iba's figure had already appeared on the other side. Holding a long sword, he stood suspended in midair. Not far ahead was the fleet of the Bear Nation. On the command ship of the Bear Nation, the highest commander had just clearly seen the news of the Yamato fleet's annihilation. His first reaction upon witnessing this scene was panic, endless panic. He never imagined that among the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom, there was actually a master with terrifying strength like a god. With a single sword, he had cut down the command ship of the Yamato nation. What filled him with despair was that just moments ago, when the Fifth Kingdom's fleet fired in unison, he was even more horrified to discover that their defensive weapons could not defend against the Fifth Kingdom's cannonballs. The speed of those cannonballs was simply too fast. Moreover, their power was too strong. A single volley had completely wiped out all of the Yamato fleet. What terrified him even more was that the Dragon Kingdom's missiles had also struck the Fifth Kingdom's fleet. This made him instantly realize that all of this was a conspiracy, a plot between the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom intended to ally with the Fifth Kingdom to annihilate everyone here. Retreat! Retreat! In his utmost panic, he immediately ordered his troops to withdraw. Unfortunately, his command had just been halfway delivered when he felt a flash before his eyes, a golden light continuously enlarging, blooming, and dazzling. Another sword strike, that terrifying sword strike. As this sword fell, the command ship of the Bear Nation's fleet was completely engulfed in this vast sea. Then, the dense cannonballs from the Fifth Kingdom came with the utmost sincerity, blooming into a display of extravagant and brilliant fireworks in this sea, as if to send off the Bear Nation's fleet. And Iba's figure vanished again, reappearing before the fleet of the Stick Nation. At this moment, the fleet of the Stick Nation was also rapidly retreating. They were the closest to the position of the Yamato fleet and had just clearly witnessed the easy destruction of the Yamato fleet by the Fifth Kingdom. This truly allowed them to see the power and terror of the Fifth Kingdom. Their strength was even inferior to that of the Yamato nation, making it impossible for them to be a match for the Fifth Kingdom. What terrified them the most was that man's sword strike just now. It was too terrifying, as if it were the means of a deity. Since you've come, then don't leave. Iba stood suspended in midair, his clothes fluttering. With a sweeping motion of his long knife,
another brilliant blade of light shot out. In the command room of the Stick Nation's fleet, upon seeing the terrifying sword light shooting towards them, everyone fell into complete despair. Shi-ba! Amidst the cries of despair, that golden sword light swept through the command room of the Stick Nation's fleet. Immediately, countless dense artillery fire fell like raindrops. In the following time, Yi-ba became like a messenger of congratulations, visiting the fleets of various countries one by one. Appearing before the fleets of all nations, he delivered a sword light to everyone, turning that sea area into a golden ocean. Subsequently, the artillery shells from the Fifth Kingdom came to congratulate. It was a most luxurious fireworks display for everyone.
At this point, the vanguard forces of the Fifth Kingdom besieged by various countries were completely annihilated.
This scene was clearly seen by the satellites of all nations.
At this moment, the world shook. The world was stunned. The world trembled.
At this moment, all countries realized just how powerful the Fifth Kingdom truly was. At this moment, they finally understood what kind of existence they had provoked.
At this moment, the rulers of all nations wanted to cry.
At this moment, they felt immense regret for having taken the initiative to attack the Fifth Kingdom. At this moment, all the countries that sent troops to the Fifth Kingdom sank into despair. In the rear, the fleets of some small countries that had not yet made a move were all terrified upon witnessing this scene. They fled in panic, desperately seeking help. The Eagle Nation, which had been hiding in several nearby bases along with its most loyal lackeys, received requests for assistance from all nations. In the command center of the Eagle Nation's base in the second island chain, Admiral Mike lounged in his chair, feet on the table, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and a cigar in the other, looking quite relaxed and comfortable. The commanders of the naval fleets from the Gentleman Nation, Gallia, Australia, and others surrounded him, looking like eager subordinates. On the huge display screen in front of them was the scene of various countries' fleets surrounding the Fifth Kingdom's fleet.
Gentlemen, after we eliminate the Fifth Kingdom, we will be able to invade the ancient land of the Dragon Kingdom just like our ancestors did. Yes, think back to when our ancestors entered the Dragon Kingdom and obtained vast treasures, artifacts, and antiques. Now, we can once again enter the Dragon Kingdom and plunder their treasures. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. This time, we absolutely cannot let these inferior nations go. We must enslave them forever, making them our most loyal servants. Everyone seemed to envision the future scenes of their invasion of the Dragon Kingdom, burning, killing, and plundering, all excitedly clinking their glasses of red wine, filled with laughter and joy. At that moment, the image on the screen showed Jiba appearing out of nowhere, slicing through the command ship of the Japanese nation with a single sword. The previously joyful and lively crowd fell into an instant silence. Everyone looked as if they were stunned, frozen in place. Shit, is he a god?
Mike's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Others were similarly affected.
Under the horrified gazes of everyone, countless missiles from the Fifth Kingdom fell like raindrops into the Japanese fleet.
The scene was enveloped in terrifying fireworks.
How is this possible? Everyone's faces changed.
At that moment, a soldier in the command room shouted, "Commander, we've detected missiles from the Dragon Kingdom heading towards our base."
What? Mike's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly looked at another screen, where countless red dots were rapidly approaching their position.
Shit, hurry. Defense. In an instant, the air defense systems in several major bases were activated. Countless interceptors took off, shooting towards the incoming missiles from the Dragon Kingdom.
Boom boom boom.
Above the Eagle Nation's major bases at sea, brilliant fireworks bloomed one after another.
Not a single missile was able to land. Commander, all interceptions were successful.
Mike immediately felt proud. Humph, they dared to attack us, they really don't know their place. Contact the Dragon Kingdom immediately, these bastards are attacking us instead of the Fifth Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, leader, all our missiles have been intercepted by the major bases of Eagle Country.
Long Outyen nodded, showing no surprise.
This was because the first batch of missiles they launched were outdated designs from the early days of the nation, riddled with problems and extremely backward, making them difficult to handle. When they joined forces with the Fifth Nation, they decided to use these most obsolete and worn-out missiles as their first batch of weapons. One reason was to clear out their inventory, and the second was to exhaust the air defense missiles of Eagle Country. The third reason, of course, was to provide themselves with an excuse. After all, Long Country has always adhered to the principle of having a justified cause for military action.
Leader, Admiral Mike of the Eagle Country Navy is on the line. Long Outyen smiled, the excuse had arrived. Mike's furious voice came through the phone. Long Outyen, what do you mean? Why did you attack us? Are you declaring war on Eagle Country?
Long Outyen hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, Mr.
Mike, we had no intention of going to war with you, it was a mistake. A mistake?
Mike was quite puzzled.
Mr.
Mike, it's like this, you know we are a developing country, and our weapons and equipment are extremely outdated compared to your advanced ones. Just now, when we launched, we were hit by electromagnetic interference, causing our missiles to lose control. They were originally aimed at the Fifth Nation's fleet, but due to the loss of control, they unexpectedly fell towards your bases. I apologize, I truly am sorry. Fortunately, your air defense missiles are advanced enough to intercept all the out-of-control missiles. Hearing this, Mike was nearly driven mad.
Just listen. What a ridiculous excuse. Lost control? Even if they lost control, why did they all land on their bases instead of elsewhere?
He felt that Long Country was doing this on purpose.
But Mike couldn't refute anything.
After all, they had always boasted that their weapons were the best in the world, while Long Country's equipment was outdated. Now, with Long Outyen saying this, he had no way to counter it. It felt as if he had eaten something disgusting.
Mike wanted to say more, but then the phone was filled with electronic noise and Long Outyen's intermittent voice. Mike, sir, I'm experiencing signal interference.
And then the call was disconnected.
Damn it.
Furious, Mike slammed the phone to the ground.
Mr. Mike, what do we do now? His subordinates asked nervously.
Just moments ago, while Mike was on the phone with Long Outyen, they had seen the fleets of Japan, Bear Country, and Stick Country, among the strongest forces, being wiped out by the Fifth Nation. Now, the Fifth Nation had set its sights on the remaining small countries with which they had good relations. All the small nations were now seeking their help.
They found themselves in a dilemma. If they acted, they might not be a match for the Fifth Nation.
If they didn't act, they would likely lose the trust of all the small nations, especially those that had always been loyal to them. This left them in a difficult position, and they could only turn to Mike for help.
Mike was also burning with anger, extremely frustrated. He was very hesitant. If they acted, they might not be able to defeat the Fifth Nation, and their myth could be completely shattered. But if they didn't act, they would completely lose everyone's trust.
Just as Mike was in deep hesitation, one of his subordinates said, "Commander, a call from Long Country."
Mike took the communicator, and Long Outyen's voice came through. Mr. Mike, we are going to take action against the Fifth Nation, and we ask that you do the same. Everyone is watching.
If you don't act, after we destroy the Fifth Nation, you won't get a single benefit from the distribution of interests. After Long Outyen finished speaking, the communicator was filled with noise again. The remaining words were not heard by the crowd, and soon the communicator completely lost signal. On the Dragon countryside, after Long Outyen put down the communicator, he commanded his subordinates, use the most advanced missiles to attack the Fifth Nation.
Several commanders looked confused. Weren't they cooperating with the Fifth Nation? Why were they suddenly going to strike against them? But soon, they realized something. Execute the order. Yes.
As the orders were given by the commanders, several missiles were launched simultaneously from various bases and fleets at sea, heading towards the Fifth Nation's fleet. On the other side, at the base of the second island chain,
Commander, we just detected that Dragon Country has launched missiles targeting the Fifth Nation's fleet. Should we take action?
Under everyone's gaze, Mike hesitated even more. At this moment, he couldn't make the decision.
I'll go ask for instructions.
After saying that, Mike hurriedly left and soon rushed into the command room.
Take action. Act immediately. We absolutely cannot let Dragon Country get ahead.
He had just consulted the Eagle Nation's parliament, and the parliament's stance was to take action, insisting that they must strike before Dragon Country and eliminate the Fifth Nation. After all the countries in the world were watching this great battle. If they did not act, and if Dragon Country really destroyed the Fifth Nation, all the credit would go to Dragon Country. At that time, they would have no share in the distribution of benefits. Moreover, it would make everyone understand that Dragon Country's military strength was the strongest, and their powerful myth would completely collapse.
Their subordinates would also completely leave them and turn to Dragon Country. Dragon Country would become the strongest existence in the world. This was not what they wanted to see.
Understanding all this, Mike also knew what this war meant. If they destroyed the Fifth Nation, their undefeated myth would be even more solidified, and no one would have any doubts anymore. Everything would be decided by them, and they would once again dominate Blue Star for 100 years. But if Dragon Country destroyed the Fifth Nation, their myth would be shattered, and they would lose everything. It could be said that this war determined the future of both their country and Dragon Country.
Go all out, hold nothing back.
Yes. With Mike's command, all major bases and ships at sea opened fire. Meanwhile, the Gentleman Nation, Gull Rooster, Australia, and other subordinate nations also understood the reasoning behind this. They too held nothing back, ordering their fleets to fire at full strength. At the same time, on the Fifth Nation's fleet, they quickly detected the incoming missiles from Dragon Country. The commander on the flagship ordered, "Everyone, evacuate the Golden Dragon and Heavenly Dragon immediately.
Set the defense systems of the Golden Dragon and Heavenly Dragon to strong first, then weak." Yes. With the commander's order, the personnel on the two warships acted swiftly.
After all personnel evacuated the ships, the missiles from Dragon Country rapidly approached.
The defense systems of the two warships also activated immediately.
Countless defensive missiles shot out, intercepting several Dragon Country missiles. But soon, the defense systems of the two warships began to weaken, and several Dragon Country missiles accurately struck down.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Accompanied by the intense sounds of explosions, the Golden Dragon and Heavenly Dragon of the Fifth Nation instantly turned into a sea of fire. At this moment, on the other fleets of the Fifth Nation, everyone showed no anger. Instead, they all wore smiles. Especially the crew members of the Golden Dragon and Heavenly Dragon, who were the happiest at this moment. "Ha, these two broken ships are finally destroyed." A soldier looked at the captain of the Golden Dragon. "Boss, when will we get our new ship?" The captain smiled. "Soon, this war will be over, and we will be the first team to have new ships."
"Ha ha ha, great."
In an instant, all the members of the Golden Dragon ship cheered excitedly.
The members of other fleets looked on with envy. The Golden Dragon and the Heavenly Dragon were the oldest and most outdated ships in the Fifth Kingdom fleet. Before this war began, these two ships were selected to be destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, all of this was still part of the scheme between Yi Feng's Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. One of the purposes was naturally to showcase the strength of the Dragon Kingdom to the world, to let all countries see that the weapons of the Dragon Kingdom could destroy the warships of the Fifth Kingdom. The second purpose was to lure countries like the Eagle Kingdom into action. From the very beginning, the Dragon Kingdom and Yi Feng knew that their joint effort to eliminate the Fifth Kingdom would not provoke the Eagle Kingdom and others to attack.
Therefore, they designed a series of traps to entice the Eagle Kingdom and others to engage.
"Alright, everyone, don't get too excited. We have serious business to attend to. The missiles from the Eagle Kingdom are coming."
With the command of the Fifth Kingdom's fleet commander, everyone took their positions to prepare for intercepting the missiles from the Eagle Kingdom. Just as the Fifth Kingdom's fleet was ready, missiles from the Eagle Kingdom and other countries came pouring in.
"Defend!" With the captain's command, the defense systems of the remaining fleet of the Fifth Kingdom were all activated. Countless interceptors poured out like a heavy rain. Boom boom boom.
Countless missiles exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters, presenting an unparalleled and unprecedented grand display of fireworks over the sea.
Counterattack.
After all the missiles were intercepted, the fleet commander of the Fifth Kingdom decisively issued the attack order. In an instant, countless technologically advanced missiles and shells from the Fifth Kingdom were launched, pouring towards the major bases and fleets of the Eagle Kingdom. The speed was unmatched. This scene was witnessed by countries around the world and countless participants in the battle. When the countries and numerous participants saw that the two ships of the Fifth Kingdom were actually hit by the Dragon Kingdom, they erupted in cheers. At the same time, they were astonished by the power of the Dragon Kingdom, which was able to break through the defense systems of the Fifth Kingdom and successfully sink two ships. Then, they saw that the Eagle Kingdom and others also launched their attacks, which made everyone feel that victory was assured. After all, until now, everyone still believed that the Eagle Kingdom was the strongest country in the world, with the most powerful weapons on the entire Blue Star. If the Dragon Kingdom could sink two ships of the Fifth Kingdom, then the Eagle Kingdom's attack would surely annihilate the Fifth Kingdom. However, what left everyone in disbelief was that all the missiles from the Eagle Kingdom were intercepted by the warships of the Fifth Kingdom. Not a single one hit its target. Meanwhile, the Eagle Kingdom's naval fleet and surrounding bases had all their radars on, carefully detecting the missiles from the Fifth Kingdom. But what terrified them was that their radars showed nothing unusual at all. The inability to detect the enemy's targets on radar meant dire consequences. What frightened them the most was that while their radars failed to detect the enemy's missiles, many people saw them with the naked eye. Countless missiles streaked across the sky like brilliant shooting stars, coming towards their bases and fleets at an indescribably terrifying speed. "Defend! Defend!" Countless people shouted in panic. But what left them in despair was that despite activating all their defensive measures, they could not lock onto the missiles that were traveling at several Mach speeds. The speed was too fast, interception was impossible. "It's over." Everyone could only watch in despair as the missiles fell towards their bases and ships. Boom! Boom! Almost simultaneously, several missiles struck the major bases and fleet groups of the Eagle Nation at sea, accompanied by several massive mushroom clouds blooming. The Eagle Nation's major bases at sea and a carrier fleet evaporated in an instant. Then, more missiles fell. The old ships of the Gentleman Nation, Gallia, and the Australian Nation, the Eagle Nation's little brothers, were also instantly destroyed. At this moment, on the entire high seas, only the fleet of the fifth nation remained standing, while the fleets of the other nations were completely annihilated.
At this moment, the big shots from various countries watching the battle were all dumbfounded.
At this moment, the leaders of various countries in their highest conference rooms fell silent, the atmosphere chillingly frightening. The fifth nation was too strong.
Strong to the point of being unbelievable.
With its own power, it had actually wiped out countless fleets from around the world, and they had only lost 2 ships.
In the second command chain, hundreds of miles away, there was a large ship.
Mike and the others stood on the deck, staring at the mushroom cloud rising from the base, all of them frozen in shock.
After they ordered the attack, they had immediately left on their ship.
They were all very scared, fearing that if one strike could not destroy the fifth nation, they would face utter disaster. As it turned out, just as they had guessed, the fifth nation was too strong. Their base had indeed encountered a catastrophic disaster.
It's over. This is completely over.
After a long time, everyone reacted, collapsing onto the deck, their faces ashen.
The losses in this battle were too great.
Meanwhile, on the Dragon Nation's side, Long Outyen learned that the fifth nation had struck and destroyed several military bases of the Eagle Nation, and he was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. The commanders beside him were all dumbfounded, shocked by the power of the fifth nation.
Leader, should we continue to attack? A commander stammered. Long Outyen suppressed his laughter and pretended to be horrified, saying, "What attack?
Immediately call the people of the fifth nation and tell them we surrender."
Yes.
As soon as Long Outyen said this, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that Long Outyen would continue to attack the fifth nation, and if the fifth nation counterattacked, they would likely face utter destruction as well.
Soon, the people below dialed the fifth nation's number. Long Outyen also pretended to be scared and surrendered to the fifth nation.
The fifth nation accepted the Dragon Nation's surrender. After the Dragon Nation surrendered, the fifth nation's fleet set off towards the Japanese nation, the Korean nation, and the Bear Nation. At the same time, the fifth nation announced to the world that they were very angry about the actions of various countries and decided to retaliate. The first to be dealt with were the Korean nation, the Japanese nation, and the Bear Nation. This terrified all the countries. One by one, they stepped forward to apologize and expressed their willingness to make reparations. What a joke! They had witnessed the power of the fifth nation. The combined naval forces of the world had only managed to destroy 2 ships of the fifth nation. Yet the fifth nation, with just their fleet, had annihilated the fleets of all the countries. How could they possibly fight back?
Use nuclear weapons? Haha, how many in this world possess nuclear weapons? Moreover, the fifth nation also had nuclear weapons. If it came to that, the world would likely be destroyed.
Therefore, the best way to avoid being annihilated was to make reparations. When the Korean nation, the Japanese nation, and the Bear Nation learned that the fifth nation would first retaliate against them, they were all terrified and immediately expressed their willingness to make reparations. The fifth nation pretended to deliberate for a long time and ultimately did not continue to attack, accepting the reparations proposed by the various countries. However, the specific reparations would be discussed later by the fifth nation in person. As for why they did not directly destroy the Korean nation, the Japanese nation, and other small nations, the fifth nation had its own plans. After all, enslaving them is much better than directly exterminating them. Thus, this globally watched, unprecedented and possibly unparalleled brilliant war has come to a complete end. This war captured the world's attention. This war shocked the world. This war caused heavy losses to all countries except for the Dragon country. Some nations' naval forces were completely destroyed in this battle. Some countries were severely weakened. The most severely affected was the Eagle country. This war not only cost them a carrier fleet, but also destroyed several bases and incapacitated a few allies. However, these losses were not the most unacceptable. What they found hardest to accept was that this defeat completely shattered their myth. From now on, their status and identity would likely plummet. They would no longer be able to dominate the world. In this war, the biggest gainers were undoubtedly the Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon country. The Fifth Kingdom was the first to reap the billion reward from the Jiang family and uncover the traitors. This war showcased their powerful military strength to the world, solidifying their position and reputation as the strongest nation. They would also receive reparations from various countries, making a substantial profit. As for the Dragon country, their gains were equally significant. In this war, they achieved their strategic goals, completely dismantling the Eagle country's hegemony. They eliminated several major bases of the Eagle country in international waters, ensuring that this area would henceforth be under their control. This war weakened the military strength and fortunes of various countries. It also revealed the Dragon country's might and advanced weaponry to the world, clearing out some of their outdated stockpiled weapons. In short, this war fundamentally changed the global order, rewriting the status of each country in the world. Undoubtedly, the Fifth Kingdom stood first, with the Dragon Country second. As for the rest, no one cared anymore. After this war, people in various countries also realized the importance of martial artists. During this war, Iba single-handedly swept through the command ships of various nations. The terrifying combat power he displayed left everyone in shock. Previously, people from various countries believed that no matter how strong a martial artist was, they were merely paper tigers in the face of an army's overwhelming charge. But in this war, Iba's demonstrated strength made them fully understand that truly powerful martial artists could determine the outcome of a great battle. A truly strong martial artist could still fight against advanced weaponry and thousands of troops. This also made all countries recognize the importance of martial artists. Just imagine, if they also had powerful martial artists like Iba, perhaps the outcome of this war would have been uncertain. As for the Eagle Country and a few other nations, upon seeing the results of this war, they all looked ashen. Some hawkish individuals were furious and vowed to retaliate against the Fifth Kingdom, even threatening to use nuclear weapons. However, this news was quickly learned by the Fifth Kingdom. The Fifth Kingdom had only one response: we guarantee that before your nuclear weapons are launched, we will completely erase you from this world. This statement left the Eagle Country and others with no further actions to take. They didn't even dare to utter a word of rebuttal. Everyone knew that the Fifth Kingdom's words were not empty threats. They could truly follow through. Seeing that even the strongest old rogue dared not speak up again, the world understood that the Eagle Country would not retaliate and could only swallow this bitter pill. With even the old rogue yielding, no one else in the world had any further thoughts. Subsequently, all countries received another message from the Fifth Kingdom: if anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to take action. No one dared to speak. Thus, this conflict was completely quelled. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Dragon Country, Long Zhenghua received the results of the war immediately, and he was very pleased. But he pretended to look troubled. He arrived at the Grand Steward's room. Grand Steward, our operation has failed. The Fifth Kingdom is too strong. Not only have they not been eliminated, but the coalition forces of various countries have also been completely wiped out. The Grand Steward's expression changed several times, but in the end, he said nothing and hurriedly left. Shortly after the Grand Steward left, Long Zhenghua called Yi Feng. Azura, it's almost certain that the forces behind the Grand Steward of the Outer Heaven are the true culprits who harmed your grandfather back in the day. I suspect that since their plan has failed this time, they will look for opportunities to deal with you. If my guess is correct, they will likely use martial artists against you. I understand. Thank you. Meanwhile, in Shijiang, at the inn. After hanging up Long Zhenghua's call, Yi Feng revealed a faint cold smile. Yi Er, who was nearby, also heard Long Zhenghua's call, and said, "Boss, what should we do now? Should we go directly to Kyoto and find those bastards from the Outer Heaven?" Yi Feng shook his head. "We still don't know what kind of existence the Outer Heaven is. If we act rashly, we might alert the enemy. Let's wait for an opportunity. I believe they will act again. If my guess is correct, the next person they send will likely be the land immortal from the Zhang family. At that time, we should be able to gather a lot of information from him." Yi Er nodded. "Then I'll check where that guy is now?" But Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No rush, he should come looking for me on his own. Your current task is to take the brothers to demand compensation from those countries. Remember, no less than a single piece of land or a single penny." Yi Er smiled and said, "Don't worry." Soon, Yi Er left. Yi Feng also received a call from Shi. "Boss, the traitor has been dealt with." It was the head of the technical department. "This guy was very tight-lipped. After I caught him, he didn't say a word. He just committed suicide." Got it. Thank you for your hard work." After hanging up Shi's call, Yiba also called Yi Feng to report some situations. Yi Feng instructed Yiba to take the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom to support Yi Er and the others in demanding compensation from various countries. After ensuring everything was in order, Yi Feng collected his thoughts and prepared to head into the deep mountains behind the town the next day to search for the medicinal materials he needed, as well as the poison masters hidden within. That night, while the whole world was astonished by the strength of the Fifth Kingdom and was fervently discussing the war, someone suddenly revealed that the Azura war god of the Dragon Kingdom was not dead at all, and that this war was a play staged by the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom together. It was a complete scam. The purpose of both sides was for the Dragon Kingdom to use this opportunity to weaken other countries and achieve their strategic goals, while the Fifth Kingdom aimed to obtain the Zhang family's 100 billion funds. This revelation instantly caused a huge uproar. After learning the truth, all the countries were furious and demanded an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. Once this revelation fermented, it triggered a massive wave. Led by the Eagle Kingdom, various Western countries quickly formed an alliance, continuously using media and public opinion pressure to attack the Dragon Kingdom. They aimed to completely ruin the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom and make it the target of everyone's criticism. Countless colonizers, under the bounties of the wealthy from the Eagle Kingdom and other countries, began to frantically stir up sentiment on various channels of the Dragon Kingdom, with all sorts of winning remarks flooding in. Faced with the condemnation from countries around the world, the Dragon Kingdom did not admit guilt but instead provided a detailed explanation. They also released the recorded conversation with the commander of the Eagle Kingdom's navy at that time. The content of the conversation was precisely Long Outyen explaining to Mike that the weapons were too outdated, and because they lost control, they accidentally hit the military base of the Eagle Kingdom. Then, they explained that if they were staging a play, why did the Dragon Kingdom also hit two warships of the Fifth Kingdom? From these recordings, everyone could hear the contradictions within. Countless people raised doubts, claiming that the weapons were outdated and missed their targets, yet how could they still hit the warships of the Fifth Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom quickly provided an explanation. It was precisely because they were outdated that they lost control the first time and missed. The second time, they did not lose control and successfully hit the Fifth Kingdom's warship. The people of the Eagle Kingdom were furious. No one was a fool. They could naturally judge that this was a scheme aimed at them. However, they had no way to counter it, as the Eagle Kingdom had always boasted that their weapons were invincible, while the Dragon Kingdom was still a developing country. The outdated weapons and the deviation seemed to pose no problem. The Dragon Kingdom even came forward to explain the matter. The Fifth Kingdom, however, was direct, issuing a terse statement: "Whoever dares to slander the Fifth Kingdom again, I will wipe you out." After this statement, all countries fell silent. No one dared to say anything. They had just experienced the might of the Fifth Kingdom. Now, they were all severely weakened, and if they offended the Fifth Kingdom at this moment, they might truly provoke this powerful entity, which could very well lead to their destruction. After the Fifth Kingdom's declaration, the Dragon Kingdom also issued a statement. This time, they admitted their failure in the campaign against the Fifth Kingdom and, as the defeated party, were willing to compensate the Fifth Kingdom by ceding a province from the northwest border of the Dragon Kingdom for the Fifth Kingdom to manage. This announcement caused an uproar worldwide. Even the most naive understood at this moment that the Dragon Kingdom was in cahoots with the Fifth Kingdom. Now, the Fifth Kingdom was to be affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom. For the Eagle Kingdom and others, this news was like a bolt from the blue. They had originally hoped to use this opportunity to unite the world against the Dragon Kingdom, to make it the target of scorn, to thoroughly tarnish its reputation, and to drive everyone away from the treacherous and backstabbing Dragon Kingdom. If no one interacted with the Dragon Kingdom, it would eventually decline, and then they could wipe it out in one fell swoop. After that, they would find a chance to eliminate the Fifth Kingdom, and at that time, the Eagle Kingdom would still be the most powerful entity in the world. But unexpectedly, all their plans were easily thwarted by the Dragon Kingdom. Now, with the Fifth Kingdom entering the Dragon Kingdom, it appeared that the Dragon Kingdom was compensating the Fifth Kingdom, but in reality, it was announcing the Fifth Kingdom's integration into the Dragon Kingdom. This completely shattered their hopes of picking them off one by one. With the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom united, they would have no chance of turning the tables from now on. People from all over the world now fully understood the deeper meaning behind this. They clearly realized that from now on, the Dragon Kingdom would be invincible, with no rivals left. This idea was also suggested by Yi Feng to Long Jinghua. Why didn't the Fifth Kingdom directly announce its allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom? It was because the Dragon Kingdom had always believed in winning people over with virtue and emphasized having a just cause. Once the Fifth Kingdom truly joined the Dragon Kingdom, it would have many more considerations when acting in the world and could not strike easily. If they did not affiliate, the Dragon Kingdom would still be the Dragon Kingdom, and the Fifth Kingdom would still be the Fifth Kingdom. In the future, if anything happened outside, the Dragon Kingdom would not need to intervene at all. They could let the Fifth Kingdom handle it, thus avoiding any concerns, and no one could blame the Dragon Kingdom. This move was indeed remarkable. Once the Dragon Kingdom announced this matter, all countries fell completely silent. But soon, a mysterious organization that had been silent for over 70 years, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, suddenly announced its emergence. The appearance of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion instantly caused a huge stir. No one knew what kind of organization the 100 Knowledge Pavilion was. No one had seen them, nor did anyone know to whom this organization belonged. They only knew that this organization was well-versed in worldly affairs, truly omniscient and all-knowing. Every time the 100 Knowledge Pavilion appears, it stirs up a storm of blood and chaos. Historically, shortly after each appearance of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, the entire world would descend into turmoil. The last time the 100 Knowledge Pavilion appeared was 80 years ago, after which the world experienced the Second World War.
After the Second World War ended, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion completely vanished from sight. Now, it has surprisingly reappeared, causing a wave of unease among everyone. The emergence of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion has drawn the attention of countries around the world. Online and in the news, discussions about this event are rampant, creating ripples across the globe. Everyone is speculating about what rankings the 100 Knowledge Pavilion will release this time and who will appear on those lists. Historically, every time the 100 Knowledge Pavilion appears, it publishes countless rankings of various sizes. These range from the military strength and national power rankings of countries to rankings of the strengths and weaknesses of cities within those countries, down to rankings of martial artists, celebrities, personal wealth, and more. Each time these rankings are released, they spark endless discussions. In short, the appearance of these rankings stirs up feelings of comparison and jealousy among people. Negative emotions are easily provoked, such as the competition between countries, regional rivalries, fame contests, and the rankings of so-called star idols. As long as these things remain unranked, there is no issue, but once they are ranked, the nature of the situation changes drastically, inevitably leading to tremendous upheaval. Some people will compare their rankings, slander each other, insult one another, and even attack each other, potentially leading to mutual destruction. Countries will also compare their rankings, slander, and fight, resulting in unspeakable consequences. Under the scrutiny and discussion of the masses, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion announced two rankings, one for the national power of countries and another for the strength of martial artists worldwide. The release of these two rankings immediately caused a huge sensation. The national power ranking was as follows. First place, Dragon Country. Second place, Eagle Country. Third place, Bear Country. 10th place, Fifth Nation. This ranking sparked a frenzy of discussion. What shocked everyone the most was not that Dragon Country surpassed Eagle Country to take first place. After all, everyone knew that in recent years, Dragon Country had rapidly caught up with the major Western powers like Eagle Country in just a few short years. In many aspects, it had already surpassed Eagle Country and others. Coupled with the recently concluded war, everyone had witnessed the strength of Dragon Country, making its first place ranking seem reasonable. However, the most shocking discussion centered around the fact that Fifth Nation was ranked 10th. Just after Fifth Nation had defeated the navies of various countries, it was placed in 10th position. Many felt that this ranking seemed to be deliberately targeting Fifth Nation. Some believed that the 100 Knowledge Pavilion was intentionally provoking discord between Dragon Country and Fifth Nation, aiming to sow seeds of conflict and even spark a war between them. Yet, others felt this was fair. Fifth Nation was indeed a power, and the ranking was based on a comprehensive assessment of national strength, economy, military, and other factors. Although Fifth Nation was strong militarily, it still lagged behind the deeply rooted major powers in other areas. Being ranked 10th was not unreasonable. In any case, with the announcement of this ranking, everyone was discussing the matter. As for Dragon Country, there were no objections to the national power ranking. The focus of everyone's attention was now on the martial arts rankings of various countries. Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Ranking. First place, Yi Xiaoluo. Second place, Qin Wufeng. Third place, Zhang Zhongyuan. Fourth place, Peng Haotian. Fifth place, Dou Wanhua. Sixth place, Feng Daoran. Seventh place, Luo Tianhong. Eighth place, Yi Hong. Ninth place, Zhao Wuji. 10th place, Liu Bai. The martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom were all astonished upon seeing this ranking. Yi Xiaoluo actually ranked first. Everyone clearly knew that this Yi Xiaoluo was merely a war god from the border of the Dragon Kingdom. In the eyes of ordinary people, this war god might be an exalted being, revered by thousands. But in the eyes of martial artists, this so-called war god was just an insignificant ant. Yet now, this small war god, Yi Xiaoluo, overshadowed the renowned martial arts experts of the Dragon Kingdom, standing proudly at the top of the list. Wasn't this a slap in the face to those long-established, famous experts in the Dragon Kingdom? Take the second place, Qin Wufeng, for example. He was the #1 expert in the Dragon Kingdom, having held court in the capital for decades. It was rumored that his strength had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, akin to that of a celestial being. The third place, Zhang Zhongyuan, had dominated the 4 provinces of Central Plains for many years, with hardly any rivals, and was well known across the land. Countless people turned pale at the mention of Zhang Zhongyuan's name, bowing their heads in submission. The fourth place, Peng Haotian, was also from the Central Plains, the ancestor of the Peng family. Zhang Zhongyuan had ruled the Central Plains for many years but dared not offend the Peng family, simply because Peng Haotian was of equal renown and strength. The fifth place, Dou Wanhua, was the leader of the poison sect in Xiangxi, a sect known throughout the region. Dou Wanhua's strength was not much inferior to Zhang Zhongyuan's.
The sixth place, Feng Daorun, was a notorious figure from the Northwest Province, a demon who committed countless heinous crimes over the years. The Dragon Kingdom had no way to deal with him, as he was not only powerful but also exceptionally skilled at disguise. To this day, people had only heard his name but had never seen his true face. It was said that his strength had already reached the realm of terrestrial immortals. The seventh place, Luo Tianhong, was the 30th generation heir of the ancient Luo family from the southeast province, which had a legacy spanning countless years. With a long spear, he suppressed countless martial artists in the southeast province, making it hard for them to lift their heads. The eighth place, Yi Hong, was a disciple of the Taiji sect, capable of splitting mountains and severing seas with his Taiji fist, excelling in both offense and defense, rarely encountering an opponent. The ninth place, Zhao Wuji, was a dominant figure in the eastern province, extremely low-key, with little known about him. It was only known that he had competed with Zhang Zhongyuan 10 years ago and had not been defeated. The 10th place, the sword Saint Liu Bai, had reached a realm of swordsmanship that was unparalleled, with no one able to rival him within 3 feet. Even Qin Wufeng could not prevail against Liu Bai within that distance. Each person on this ranking had a rich and colorful legend in the Dragon Kingdom, all being towering figures in the martial arts world. Yet now, these towering figures were all ranked behind a little-known figure like Yi Xiaoluo. People did not understand Yi Xiaoluo's deeds, they only knew he was a military man with a certain reputation in the War Department. The only thing he was known for was that not long ago, he had teamed up with the War Department to destroy the Jiang family, and he did so while Zhang Zhongyuan was absent from the Jiang family. However, everyone felt that the destruction of the Jiang family was entirely the credit of the War Department. Moreover, for a secular family like the Jiang family, any random person on the ranking could easily annihilate them. Therefore, this was not a big deal. A war god with no fame and no dazzling achievements ranked first on the Dragon Kingdom martial arts ranking, and everyone thought it was absurd. Just as everyone was discussing whether this ranking was objective, someone noticed that something was off. Not only were many famous figures from the Dragon Kingdom missing from the list, but those who were on it, except for the second place Qin Wufeng, seemed to have some grievances with Yi Xiaoluo, more or less. For example, the third-ranked Zhang Zhongyuan is a member of the Jiang family, which has just been destroyed by Yi Xiaoluo. The fourth-ranked Pang Haotian is from the Pang family of the Central Plains, and Pang Tianyu from the Pang family previously worked for the Jiang family, being one of the top 10 experts of the Jiang family, who was killed by Yi Xiaoluo. After that, Pang Pengcheng from the Pang family came to seek revenge for Pang Tianyu, but he also died at the hands of Yi Xiaoluo. The fifth-ranked Dou Haotian is the leader of the Poison sect, and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, who are under Pang Tianyu, are all members of the Poison sect. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi were killed by Yi Xiaoluo, and then the expert Dou Tian from the Poison sect also died at the hands of Yi Xiaoluo. The 6th-ranked Mad Daoist had previously adopted 7 children, who were the 7 tyrants under the Jiang family. The 7 tyrants also died at the hands of Yi Xiaoluo. The 7th-ranked Luo Tianhong has a close relationship with Zhang Zhongyuan. The 9th-ranked Zhao Wujie also has a close relationship with Zhang Zhongyuan. The 10th-ranked Liu Bai is also a sworn brother of Zhang Zhongyuan. Looking at the entire ranking list, aside from the first-ranked Qin Wufeng, all the remaining individuals have some grievances with Yi Xiaoluo to varying degrees. The descendants, disciples, and family members of these people have all been killed by Yi Xiaoluo. This made some people suddenly realize that this ranking list is clearly intended to incite the anger of all the experts in Long Country against Yi Xiaoluo, making him an enemy of the world. As for Yi Feng, he also saw this ranking list at that moment. He had only 2 words to describe it: interesting. At this time, Long Zhenghua's phone rang again. Lord Yi, have you seen the ranking list created by the 100 Knowledge Pavilion? Yi Feng replied, I have seen it. Then do you know about the 100 Knowledge Pavilion? Long Zhenghua asked. I don't know much. Yi Feng said. He had heard of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion but did not understand it well. Lord Yi, don't you think the 100 Knowledge Pavilion deliberately created this ranking list to provoke a conflict between you and us? Who do you suspect? Yi Feng asked. Long Zhenghua said, it looks very much like the work of Tian Weishan. Just after the great battle ended, we all benefited greatly, and then someone exposed that we partnered to attack various countries, which have all been severely weakened, stirring up their anger. They want to unite to retaliate against us, but with the release of our evidence and the strong stance of the 5th country, they dare not act rashly. Yi Feng nodded and said, continue. Long Zhenghua continued, just when everyone thought we would become the strongest existence in this world, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion emerged. After several failed attempts to target you in your 5th country, realizing they could not target you in your 5th country, they wanted to use the rankings on this list to stir up some people's resentment. Thus, they aimed to use the martial artists of Long Country to attack you. and they know your true identity but do not disclose it, only revealing that you are the war god of Long Country. It seems they fear that once your true identity is revealed, those people will be terrified of the terrifying strength of the fifth country, and no one will dare to act against you. If your true identity is not disclosed, then in everyone's eyes, you are just a war god, yet you overshadow countless experts who have been famous in the martial arts world for many years. Those proud and arrogant experts naturally would not want to be trampled underfoot by you. Moreover, almost everyone on this ranking list has connections with the Jiang family, and many of their family members, disciples, and descendants have been killed by you. This further indicates that this is aimed at you, and those who do not wish for you to live must be Tianwei. Yi Feng nodded. That makes sense. Long Zhenghua continued, but I always feel that Tianwei should not have such capability. After all, the existence of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion seems to be much older than Tianwei. I always feel that behind this, there seems to be a larger, unseen, untouchable hand deliberately manipulating everything. Yi Feng smiled and said, if I can't figure it out, then I won't guess. Whether this is the work of an external force or if there is a greater mastermind behind it all, in my eyes, they are all just ants. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. Yi Feng spoke the truth. In the presence of absolute strength, all these conspiracies are merely in vain. Long Zhenghua nodded. As long as you, Lord Yi, have this confidence, then I need not worry. Yi Feng continued, since they want to play, let's play along. Spread the word, tell everyone that Yi Luo is in Xiangxi, and anyone who is unconvinced can come find me. I understand. Lord Yi intends to use himself as bait to continue fishing? Long Zhenghua said. Yi Feng replied, pretty much. First break their plans and see what other tricks they have up their sleeves. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately. Soon, the Long Nation's War Department, following Yi Feng's instructions, publicly announced the news. Just one arrogant statement, Yi Luo is in Xiangxi, those who are unconvinced, come to battle. This statement stirred up a storm. Initially, everyone thought that Yi Luo, a nameless figure, could actually suppress the renowned strong warriors of the Long Nation. They were extremely unconvinced and wanted to find Yi Luo to eliminate him. However, they didn't expect that before they could act, Yi Luo had already taken the initiative to provoke them. This instantly enraged countless martial arts experts in the Long Nation. None of the top experts on the leaderboard responded. Their admirers couldn't hold back first. Countless people declared they would go to Xiangxi to slay Yi Luo. Some who wanted to make a name for themselves also vowed to take down Yi Luo. Additionally, countless onlookers gathered towards Xiangxi. In an instant, all attention in the Long Nation was focused on Xiangxi. Xiangxi quickly became a gathering place for storms and clouds. The restless night soon passed. The next morning, as Yi Feng had just gotten out of bed, there was a knock at the door. Then, a girl's voice, like a lark, rang out from outside. Brother Yi Feng, Brother Yi Er, are you up? Creak. Yi Feng opened the door to see a girl of short stature, dressed in local ethnic attire, about 17 or 18 years old, extremely beautiful, especially her pair of sparkling big eyes that were very captivating. The girl's name was Yaran, the daughter of the owner of the guesthouse where Yi Feng was staying. Over the past few days, Yaran had come to chat with the two and help clean the rooms and cook. Through these days of interaction, the relationship among the three had grown quite well. Brother Yi Feng, I've made breakfast, come down and eat. As she spoke, Yaran peeked her little head into the room. Brother Yi Feng, where's Brother Yi Er? Yi Feng replied, your brother Yi Er had something to do, he left first. Yaran immediately looked a bit disappointed, pouting, he laughed? I wanted him to tell me a story. Brother Yi Er is really something, he didn't even say goodbye when he left. Yi Feng reached out and patted Yaran's head, it's okay, when Brother Yi Er comes back, I'll have him take you to see the outside world. Spending time with Yaran over these days had also brought him closer to this girl of the same age as his sister. Yaran's big, sparkling eyes lit up, really? Then Brother Yi Feng, you can't lie to me. Of course I won't lie to you. Yi Feng patted Yaran's head again. Excited, Yaran hugged Yi Feng's arm, that's great. Come on, Brother Yi Feng, let's hurry down to eat. I want to tell this good news to Dad and Mom. Yi Feng was pulled down the stairs by Yaran and arrived at the dining room on the first floor. Yaran's parents were cleaning the yard. When they saw Yi Feng come down, both greeted him with smiles. Yaran's parents were genuine, simple villagers from this area. Previously, this place could be considered isolated from the world, poor and backward, with a primitive atmosphere prevailing. It wasn't until a few years ago when some people came here for adventure tourism that this place became popular online, slowly gaining recognition from the outside world. This attracted more tourists, bringing considerable income to the area, and the villagers in the town renovated their homes into guest houses for travelers. Yaran's family was no exception.
Dad, Mom, Brother Yifeng said he would take me to see the outside world when Brother Yi'er comes back. Yaran ran over and hugged her parents' arms, her face full of excitement. Since the town had been isolated, Yaran hadn't attended much school. After graduating from elementary school, she helped her parents with farming and home. Her fate seemed destined to be like that of others in the town, growing up, getting married, having children, and growing old, living a mundane and simple life. However, with the arrival of Yifeng and Yi'er, and her interactions with them over the past few days, Yi'er had told her how wonderful the outside world was, deepening her longing for it. Many people had previously offered to take her to see the outside world, but Yaran had ignored them because she sensed that they looked at her differently. She could feel that those people seemed to have other intentions. Only Yifeng and Yi'er treated her like an older brother, without any ulterior motives, genuinely wanting to take her away from the mountains to experience the vast world outside. Yet, she had always worried that her parents would not agree to let her leave the town. Yaran's parents exchanged smiles. Her mother helped Yaran adjust her clothes and said, "Alright, my little girl has grown up. It's time to see the outside world." "Wow, Mom, you agree?" Yaran asked excitedly. Her mother replied, "Of course, your father and I may not have much ability, but you have grown up. If you stay in the town, you might end up living like us for the rest of your life. Now that you have this good opportunity, we naturally want you to go out and see the world." Yaran's father then approached Yifeng and said, "Brother Yi, I know you are not bad people. Since Yaran is willing to follow you, I will entrust her to you." Saying this, Yaran's father took out a stack of cash from his pocket. "Her mother and I don't have much ability, but we don't want Yaran to stay in this poor mountain forever. Although life is a bit better now, I still hope she can leave the mountains and broaden her horizons. This money may not be much, but it is all our family's savings. Brother Yi, please take it and help Yaran find a good job outside." Yifeng did not refuse. He understood Yaran's father's intentions. "Don't worry, uncle. If Yaran is willing to leave with us, we will take good care of her." After having breakfast with Yaran, Yifeng prepared to enter the mountains to search for the medicinal herbs he needed. Yaran also changed her clothes and brought along several boys of the same age from the town, along with many tools for entering the mountains. "Brother Yifeng, Ba Lang, and the others are here." Yifeng smiled at the sturdy boys with simple smiles. Over the past few days, he had gotten to know these boys through Yaran. They were all children of the same age as Yaran from the town. They often ventured into the mountains behind and were very familiar with the terrain inside. Yifeng needed a guide for this trip, so Yaran proactively recommended Ba Lang and the others. "Brother Yifeng, a group of people came to my house yesterday. They also want to go into the mountains to look for medicine. Do you think we should go with them?" When Barong was speaking, a group of people arrived from behind. Leading them was a tall, striking woman dressed in professional outdoor gear. Following her were a dozen burly men, all similarly outfitted in professional outdoor attire, resembling bodyguards. Yifeng glanced at them and noticed that they all had bulging waists, seemingly hiding weapons. The striking woman exuded an extraordinary aura, her expression cold and proud, clearly not an ordinary person. Finally, Yifeng's gaze fell on an elderly man beside her. He appeared to be just like any other person, but Yifeng could tell he was far from ordinary. These people were also observing Yifeng. After the leading woman cast a glance at him, she turned her attention to the elderly man, who subtly nodded. The striking woman waved her hand, and one of the burly men stepped forward, pulling out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and tossing it to Barong. "This is your payment for this trip. After the job is done, there will be an additional 20,000. Barong nervously looked at Yifeng as he received the money. They had already promised Yifeng yesterday to be his guides. But with the sudden arrival of these people, who were so generous, he was unsure of what to do. Yifeng smiled, "Then let's go together." Barong was instantly excited. "Thank you, Brother Yifeng." After everyone got ready, they set off towards the mountains behind the town. The mountains behind the town were the famous Shirwanda Mountains of Xiangxi. This area was filled with countless spiritual herbs and miraculous medicines, but it was also fraught with danger. Venomous snakes, fierce beasts, and toxic mists were ever present. Those unfamiliar with the area could easily get lost deep within. Through the sparse conversations between the striking woman and the elderly man, Yifeng learned that she seemed to be from a prominent family in Xiangxi. They were entering the mountains to find medicine for an elder in their family. As for the elderly man beside her, he appeared to have some knowledge of the area. They were apparently searching for a herb called Bai Ling Chao. This surprised Yifeng, as he also needed to find this medicinal material. Moreover, from their conversation, Yifeng heard that the Bai Ling Chao seemed to be located near the hidden poison sect within the Shirwanda Mountains, about 3 to 4 days' journey from where they were. Thus, everyone moved quickly along the way. At first, the striking woman could keep up with everyone's pace, but as time passed, she began to struggle. They stopped frequently, delaying their progress. In contrast, the other girl, Yeren, moved effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. She kept chatting with Yifeng about her longing for the outside world, adding much joy to the group. When the sun set, everyone dared not continue their journey, as nightfall brought out various poisonous insects and beasts, and traveling at night could easily lead to getting lost. They found a flat spot to set up camp. The striking woman's bodyguards brought a lot of supplies and equipment. Soon, a dozen tents were set up, and they began cooking. Although Barong and the others had also brought outdoor survival gear, it paled in comparison. Before long, the meal was ready, and everyone gathered around the campfire to eat. After a day together, their relationships had somewhat improved. The long night stretched on. Despite being tired from the day, no one immediately went to rest. Perhaps it was the first time staying in such a place, or perhaps they were afraid, but no one felt sleepy and instead sat together chatting. Even the striking woman was the same. Uncle Gong, I heard that the Bai Shao Pavilion has emerged and even created a ranking list. The elderly man named Uncle Gong nodded and began to recount the stories of each legendary figure on the ranking list. Everyone present listened with rapt attention, especially Barong and Yeren, who knew very little about the outside world. Now, hearing about the powerful figures from Uncle Gong, it felt like listening to a myth. The cold and beautiful woman beside them was also visibly shocked. I heard that Yi Shou Luo is also in Xiangxi, and he boldly declared that anyone who is not convinced can come and challenge him? Uncle Gong nodded. That person does have some skills. He actually destroyed the Jiang family. However, his time of death has already come. Oh, why? The cold and beautiful woman was quite puzzled. The others also looked at Uncle Gong with curiosity. Because Jiang Zhongyuan is about to emerge from his seclusion. Uncle Gong revealed a piece of news. Although Yi Shou Luo is powerful and destroyed the Jiang family, at that time, Jiang Zhongyuan was not in the Jiang family. If Jiang Zhongyuan had been in the Jiang family, Yi Shou Luo would probably have been dead long ago. Then where is Jiang Zhongyuan? The cold and beautiful woman asked. Yi Feng also looked at Uncle Gong. Indeed, he had not seen this legendary figure from the Jiang family when they exterminated it. He was also curious about where this Jiang family legend had gone. Uncle Gong said, early this morning, I received news that Jiang Zhongyuan left Longwa several months ago and went to the North Pole to seek a breakthrough in martial arts. The cold and beautiful woman was immediately shocked. What? You mean Jiang Zhongyuan is about to break through to the peak of martial arts? Uncle Gong nodded. Yes, Jiang Zhongyuan has been in the realm of terrestrial immortals for many years without a breakthrough, and now that he is in seclusion, it is estimated that after he emerges, he will reach the peak of martial arts. The peak of martial arts. How many martial artists yearn for that realm? Uncle Gong's eyes revealed deep astonishment and envy. In the path of martial arts, every step forward is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Throughout history, how many extraordinary talents have fallen along the way? Very few can reach that legendary peak of martial arts. Now, in the entire Longwo martial arts world, only the first person in the martial arts world, Qin Wufeng, who is stationed in the capital, has reached the peak of martial arts. Now, it seems that Jiang Zhongyuan is also about to reach that legendary realm. It truly makes one envious. The cold and beautiful woman also looked starry-eyed. The bodyguards present felt the same way. Barong and Yeren were even more so. Today was the first time they had heard about the legends of martial artists, stories of legendary figures like those in myths, which made them yearn for more. Uncle Gong restrained his emotions and continued, when Yi Shou Luo destroyed the Jiang family had not been able to contact Jiang Zhongyuan. Until yesterday, when Jiang Zhongyuan's people learned of the Jiang family's destruction, they declared that Yi Shou Luo's life belongs to the Jiang family. When Jiang Zhongyuan emerges from seclusion, he will personally come to collect. The cold and beautiful woman said, I wonder if Yi Shou Luo will be Jiang Zhongyuan's opponent? Uncle Gong sneered, that Yi Shou Luo is just a border army war god, an ant at best. Not to mention Jiang Zhongyuan, anyone on the leaderboard could probably kill him. As soon as Uncle Gong finished speaking, a dark-faced man not far behind suddenly felt a bit unstable. However, no one noticed this scene. Isn't Yi Shou Luo the first on the leaderboard? And Jiang Zhongyuan is only third. Logically, Yi Shou Luo should be very powerful, otherwise, why would he be ranked first? Barang asked in confusion. Uncle Gong explained, that leaderboard is merely a tool used by the 100 Knowledge Pavilion to incite conflicts among those big figures. It is not to be taken seriously. Everyone felt relieved. Grandpa, have you seen Yi Shou Luo? Can you tell us about his deeds? Yaren's curiosity was piqued, looking at Uncle Gong with a face full of curiosity. Uncle Gong glanced at Yeren and Barong, seeing their curious expressions. He did not refuse and began to tell Barong and the others the story of Yi Shou Luo.
This Yi Xiaoluo is the god of war at the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle Gong spoke in great detail about how Yi Xiaoluo struck fear into the hearts of the enemy, earning the title of Azura, after killing many at the border. He was later imprisoned in Kunlun, but then escaped and returned, ultimately destroying the Jiang family. It was as if he had witnessed it all himself. Ba Lang, Yaran, and the others listened with rapt attention, their faces reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Especially upon learning that Yi Xiaoluo's rampage was due to the Jiang family kidnapping his family, they felt deep sympathy for him. After a long while, they finally emerged from their tangled emotions. "Grandpa, what is Yi Xiaoluo's real name?" Yaran suddenly asked. Uncle Gong pondered for a moment and replied, "I think his surname is Yi, and his name is Yi Feng." As soon as Uncle Gong said this, Ba Lang and the others were taken aback, all turning to look at Yi Feng. Yaran immediately exclaimed, "Brother Yi Feng, you can't be Yi Xiaoluo, can you?" Uncle Gong and the Cold Beauty were also startled, all eyes on Yi Feng. No one expected that the infamous Yi Xiaoluo would share the same name as the young man before them, and they looked to be of similar age. Yi Xiaoluo had claimed to be in Xiangxi. Could it be that this young man was indeed Yi Xiaoluo? As everyone's gaze fell on Yi Feng, he smiled and said, "It's me." In an instant, Uncle Gong and the Cold Beauty sprang to their feet, quickly retreating to distance themselves from Yi Feng. The bodyguards around them all placed their hands on their waists, watching Yi Feng with wary expressions. A name carries weight, and they certainly knew of Yi Xiaoluo's reputation. Although they had spoken ill of him behind his back, they would never dare to do so in his presence. If Yi Xiaoluo truly stood before them, they would likely be terrified. After all, Yi Xiaoluo was the god of war at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, a ruthless killer who had slaughtered countless enemies and was the one who annihilated the Jiang family. "Brother Yi Feng, you really are Yi Xiaoluo?" Yaran, instead of being afraid, looked excited. Having just heard Yi Feng's story, she felt immense sympathy for him and a sense of vindication. In her eyes, Yi Feng had done nothing wrong. He had made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom but was framed and imprisoned in Kunlun. Now, his family had been kidnapped to become someone else's medicine. How could he not be furious? If it were her, she would do the same. Yi Feng nodded again, "Yes. Wow, brother Yi Feng, you are amazing." Yaran exclaimed, grabbing Yi Feng's arm, her big watery eyes filled with admiration. Ba Lang and the others were also thrilled at this revelation. They had never imagined that Yi Feng was actually Yi Xiaoluo. Uncle Gong and the Cold Beauty had calmed down, scrutinizing Yi Feng closely. They found it hard to believe, Yi Feng being Yi Xiaoluo seemed impossible. In their view, Yi Feng was deliberately impersonating Yi Xiaoluo to gain the admiration of the young girl, Yaran. Moreover, if Yi Feng were truly Yi Xiaoluo, he would have already retaliated against them for their earlier disparagement. In their minds, Yi Xiaoluo was a legendary killing machine, a demon who killed without blinking. "Kid, this joke isn't funny at all. Impersonating Yi Xiaoluo is a death wish," Uncle Gong said, somewhat displeased. They had indeed been frightened moments ago. Yi Feng sneered, "I am who I am. Why would I need to impersonate anyone?" Uncle Gong grew even more irritated. "Kid, are you getting cocky?" "Uncle Gong, I'm here to deal with this bastard who dares to impersonate the god of war." At that moment, one of the bodyguards stepped forward, glaring at Yi Feng with fury. "Kid, do you even know who the Azura god of war is? How dare you impersonate him?" Yi Feng glanced at the man and noticed that he exuded a fierce aura, with many wounds on his face and hands, realizing that this person must be from the border army. He didn't explain anything, casually tossing a black token to the man. The man caught the token and, upon seeing it, his eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but tremble. The anger in his gaze towards Yi Feng vanished, replaced by intense excitement. Thud! The man knelt straight before Yi Feng. "Zhao Wu of the Feng Battalion greets the war god." This sudden scene left everyone frozen in place. Zhao Wu had previously served in the Feng Battalion under the war god at the border, but after being injured, he could no longer continue on the battlefield. Not wanting to be a burden to the border army, he chose to retire. As a member of the border army, Zhao Wu naturally recognized the token in his hand as a unique token of the border army, and it was the highest level token, exclusive to the war god. "Get up!" Yi Feng gestured lightly, and Zhao Wu's body was lifted by a strange force. This action caused Uncle Gong's expression to change dramatically. The Cold Beauty also turned pale. Her bodyguards were all retired from various border armies. Zhao Wu indeed came from the northwest border and had once served under the war god. "Why, you really are the war god?" The Cold Beauty looked at Yi Feng with some trepidation. Uncle Gong's face turned ashen, filled with fear as he stared at Yi Feng. He had previously belittled Yi Xiaoluo. Now that the person in question was right in front of him, how could he not be afraid? Click! Zhao Wu drew his gun and aimed it at Uncle Gong.
He had been furious when Uncle Gong had belittled and mocked Yishio Luo earlier, but before, he had a mission and didn't dare to say anything. Now, with the war god present, he had no more reservations. In the hearts of these border soldiers, the war god was their faith, an existence that absolutely could not be slandered. War god, how should this person be dealt with? Yifeng waved his hand, saying, "Enough, I am no longer the war god, there's no need for that." Zhao Wu replied, "You will always be the war god in my heart." Yifeng was helpless. With a flick of his hand, the gun in Zhao Wu's hand flew into his own. This act of telekinesis left Uncle Gong in shock once again. At this moment, he finally confirmed that the young man before him was indeed Yishio Luo. Uncle Gong hurriedly stepped forward, extremely nervous, and apologized to Yifeng. "War god, I was blind and arrogant before, speaking nonsense. Please spare my life." The cold beauty quickly added, "War god, please forgive Uncle Gong." Yifeng was somewhat speechless. "In your eyes, am I just a heartless demon who kills without blinking?" Uncle Gong and the cold beauty instinctively nodded. No, that's not it." Indeed, in their minds, Yifeng's image was just that, a madman who kills at the slightest disagreement, a ruthless butcher of lives, a demon who kills without hesitation. Yifeng could see from their faces that this was how they perceived him. He helplessly said, "I am just like you, a flesh and blood person, not a demon or a madman. Don't think of me as so terrifying. Moreover, the people I kill are all those who deserve it. You have no blood feud with me, so why would I kill you? Also, I am no longer part of the War Department, so you really don't need to be like this." Uncle Gong and the cold beauty finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yifeng said this, they still felt extremely tense in his presence. After all, Yifeng's reputation was truly fearsome. Even Ba Lang and the others treated Yifeng as if he were a different person. Only Yaran remained the same, pulling on Yifeng's arm, insisting that he tell her stories about the border. Yifeng began to recount some tales from the border to Yaran. As Yifeng recounted his story, everyone gradually relaxed, gathering around the campfire to listen to his tales of the border. With Yifeng's narration, the group's perception of him began to change. The night was deep, and the campfire sparked and crackled, bursting into the air. Yaran rested her head on Yifeng's arm and drifted into sleep. Behind them, Zhao Wu stood like a spear, fixed in place. The others around them were unaware of when they had also fallen asleep. The next day, light appeared in the forest as the sun filtered through the dense branches, casting specks of light. Everyone woke up and began to prepare breakfast. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Yaran was still asleep, resting on Yifeng's thigh. Yifeng sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. Zhao Wu remained like a spear, standing behind Yifeng. "Lord Shura, the food is ready." The voice of a cold and beautiful woman broke the silence, prompting Yifeng to open his eyes. The scent of food also roused Yaran. Upon realizing she was resting on Yifeng's thigh, her pretty face flushed slightly, but her heart felt sweet. After everyone had breakfast, they packed their gear and continued their journey. On the way, the tension and worry that had previously gripped them dissipated. With Yifeng, the god of war, present, they felt no fear of the poisonous insects and fierce beasts in the forest. Indeed, with Yifeng around, the nearby creatures kept their distance. Without the worry of safety, their pace quickened significantly. What would have taken 3 or 4 days to traverse was completed in just 3 days. Arriving at a canyon, Ba Lang spoke up. "Brother Yifeng, ahead is where the Bai Ling grass appears." Uncle Gong also stepped forward, saying, "Lord Shura, the medicinal garden of our sect is in the canyon ahead. There are many spiritual herbs there. This place used to belong to our sect, but after our sect was destroyed, it should now belong to the poison sect." Uncle Gong had once been a member of a small martial arts sect in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Years ago, their sect was slaughtered by the poison sect, and only Uncle Gong managed to escape, fleeing to Xiangxi. Later, he was taken in as a guest elder by the Chun family, where the cold and beautiful woman, Chen Runan, belonged. Over the years, Uncle Gong had served as a guest elder in the Chun family. The old master of the Chun family was gravely ill and needed some special medicinal materials, which was why Uncle Gong brought Miss Chen Runan here. All this information had been shared with Yifeng by Chen Runan along the way. After learning that Yifeng was Yishura, she had no secrets left, revealing her identity and the purpose of their journey to him. Yifeng nodded and looked toward the canyon ahead. The canyon was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with lush trees and thick foliage, much taller and sturdier than those in other areas. The mountains were shrouded in mist, appearing like a paradise from afar. It was indeed a beautiful place. "Mr. Yi, shall we go in?" Chen Runan asked. "Not yet, it seems there are many people here." This statement startled Chen Runan and Uncle Gong. "Let's go check that mountain over there." Yifeng pointed to a nearby high mountain. The group, trusting him,
followed Yi Feng to the top of the mountain. At the mountain peak, they stood atop a sheer cliff several hundred meters high. Below, in the canyon, there was a pool of emerald green water, shrouded in mist. Various exotic flowers and plants grew around the lake. By the lakeside, several people dressed in ancient clothing faced each other in confrontation. In the canyon, by the lake, 3 groups of people were at a standstill. 2 gentlemen, we were the first to discover the Bai Ling grass, it should belong to our Zhang family. The first to speak was a young man in a black robe, Zhang Qin, the eldest son of the Zhang family from Xiangxi. As soon as Zhang Qin finished speaking, a middle-aged man across from him sneered. Ha, how ridiculous. Just because you discovered it first, it belongs to you? Then I say this place was first discovered by our Wu family, does that mean the entire territory belongs to us? The middle-aged man named Wu Hongyu belonged to an ancient martial arts family in Xiangxi. Kid, this thing is meant for those with abilities. You, a small secular family like the Zhang family, should stay away from it. Hurry up and roll back, this is not a place for your Zhang family. That's right, this thing is for those with abilities. The Zhang family and your Wu family are not qualified to possess it, only our Yaoshan Valley has the capability to obtain it. The speaker was a young man dressed in a white robe, his face full of arrogance. He was from an ancient sect in the vast mountains of Xiangxi, Yaoshan Valley. His words immediately made Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu extremely displeased. Wu Hongyu's expression turned cold. Humph, Yaoshan Valley really has a big mouth. Do you truly think you are the overlords of Xiangxi? Zhang Qin also said, Yaoshan Valley, you are strong, but if it comes to a fight, you may not be our Zhang family's match. As soon as Zhang Qin finished speaking, several elders behind him stepped forward, their imposing aura soaring. The Yaoshan Valley man frowned slightly at the sight. They had indeed been the overlords of Xiangxi before. However, since the death of their valley master and the burden being passed to the eldest lady's father, Yaoshan Valley's influence in Xiangxi had plummeted. Coupled with the strength of the poison sect, they had been continuously losing territory, leaving them to barely survive in their small piece of land. In the past, with just a word, the Zhang family and the Wu family would have to kneel before them. But now, things were different. The experts of Yaoshan Valley had dwindled, and their territory had been almost entirely seized. They could hardly deal with ancient sects, let alone a secular family like the Zhang family. Miss, what should we do? The young man looked at the woman beside him, dressed in white with a white veil covering her face. She was Yao Shi, the daughter of the valley master of Yaoshan Valley. Yao Shi furrowed her brows, glancing at Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu before saying, Young Master Zhang, Uncle Wu, how about this? Let's divide the Bai Ling grass among the 3 families. What do you think? Yao Shi needed to obtain the Bai Ling grass, as it was crucial for her father to successfully break through to the realm of earth immortals. Since her grandfather passed away, without his presence, Yaoshan Valley's status in the martial arts world of Xiangxi had been declining. In recent years, they had lost almost all their territory to the poison sect, leaving only the sacred valley of Yaoshan Valley. Recently, they received news that the poison sect seemed to be planning to attack them. They had originally prepared to retreat, but fortunately, something happened in the Central Plains, and a disciple of the poison sect was killed by Yi Xiu Luo. This caused the poison sect to abandon their plans against Yaoshan Valley and send their experts to the Central Plains. However, the experts sent to the Central Plains were also killed by Yi Xiu Luo. This incident caused a huge uproar. The poison sect, not knowing what was happening, gathered all their disciples a few days ago. The territories they had occupied in Yaoshan Valley became unclaimed. But because Yaoshan Valley lacked powerful experts to take charge, they could not reclaim these territories and were left to be frantically seized by various parties. Taking advantage of the chaos and the struggle for territory, they seized this opportunity to come here to find the Bai Ling grass, hoping to help her father break through in strength and then intimidate all rivals. In fact, this place had also been occupied by the poison sect before, but now that the poison sect had gathered all their disciples, there was no one to govern this area, so they dared to come here to gather herbs. However, they did not expect that upon their arrival, the Zhang family and the Wu family would also come one after another. It seemed that both the Zhang family and the Wu family were determined to obtain the Bai Ling grass. They did not bring many experts on this trip, and their strength was slightly weaker than that of the Zhang and Wu families. Therefore, she could only settle for a compromise and suggest that the 3 families share the Bai Ling grass. Wu Hongyu sneered, this Bai Ling grass is of great use to my Wu family. This amount is not enough. How could we possibly share it with you? Zhang Qin also spoke up, these white spirit herbs are a must for the Zhang family. Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu were unwilling to share, which made Yaoshi's expression somewhat unpleasant. Of course, Miss Yaoshi, if you want the white spirit herbs, that can be arranged. Wu Hongyu suddenly interjected, his eyes filled with lewd intent as they roamed over Yaoshi's graceful figure. It is rumored that the eldest daughter of the medicine god Valley is a beauty of unparalleled grace, and now she has reached the age for marriage.
I happen to be looking to take a concubine.
If Miss Yaoshi is willing to be my 13th concubine, I would be willing to share a few stalks of white spirit herbs with your father-in-law to help him break through.
You old fool, you're asking for death.
The young man beside Yaoshi immediately erupted in anger. He had long admired Yaoshi, holding her in special regard, and had always viewed her as a forbidden fruit.
But now, this old lecher Wu Hongyu actually wanted to take Yaoshi as a concubine. How could he not be furious?
With all his strength, he struck out at Wu Hongyu.
Bang!
With a muffled sound, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the lake.
You insignificant insect, dare to lay hands on me? Wu Hongyu sneered disdainfully.
Senior brother. The people from the Medicine God Valley were immediately alarmed, rushing to the lake's edge to rescue the young man.
Yaoshi's expression grew even darker.
She had noticed that Wu Hongyu's cultivation had already reached the Emperor realm, while there were no experts of that level in their Medicine God Valley. They were simply no match for Wu Hongyu.
Miss Yaoshi, have you considered my proposal?
As long as you marry me as a concubine, I can share a few stalks of white spirit herbs with you. Wu Hongyu approached Yaoshi slowly, a wicked smile on his face.
Yaoshi's face turned pale, and she kept retreating.
On the mountaintop, Chen Runan watched this scene with indignation, cursing the old lecher under her breath.
Uncle Gong beside her was equally furious.
These guys are truly shameless. Those white spirit herbs clearly belong to our sect, yet they want to claim them for themselves.
Angrily, Uncle Gong turned to Yifeng. Lord Shura, what should we do now? These people are not ordinary.
If we want the white spirit herbs, we might have to fight them.
Yifeng smiled and turned to Zhao Wu beside him. How's your marksmanship?
Zhao Wu quickly replied, reporting to Lord War God, hitting a target at 100 paces is a piece of cake.
Show me.
All right. Zhao Wu swiftly loaded his handgun, not aiming, and fired a shot at Wu Hongyu, who had forced Yaoshi to the edge of the lake.
Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed in the canyon, startling countless birds into flight. Wu Hongyu's expression changed, and he quickly retreated.
A bullet whizzed past his nose, and he felt a sharp sting on his nostrils.
This sudden turn of events shocked everyone.
Almost simultaneously, all eyes turned to the mountaintop where Yifeng and the others were.
I missed,
Zhao Wu said, somewhat frustrated.
Bang bang bang.
Several more shots rang out.
A few bullets blocked Wu Hongyu's possible escape routes. Looking for death. Wu Hongyu's face darkened, and he swung his hand, unleashing a powerful force that knocked all the incoming bullets away. Kill them!
Wu Hongyu shouted coldly, and several members of the Wu family behind him soared into the air. Seeing this, Zhao Wu prepared to fire again, only to find his gun was out of bullets. He quickly snatched a handgun from a nearby bodyguard.
Bang bang bang.
Several shots were fired in quick succession.
Puff puff puff.
These shots successfully hit the members of the Wu family who were flying towards them. However, unfortunately, these individuals had formidable martial arts skills. Although the bullets struck them, they did not injure them. Seeing this, Uncle Gong prepared to take action. He knew he was no match for Wu Hongyu, but dealing with these Wu family members would be easy.
Just as he was about to act,
suddenly, Yifeng waved his hand lightly. The few members of the Wu family, who had shot in from mid-air, seemed to be struck by invisible fists. Their bodies formed a V-shape as they flew backward.
Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled sounds echoed.
The individuals crashed into the opposite cliff, shaking the ground several times. This scene caused everyone present to change color, especially Wu Hongyu, who, as the strongest person in the room, realized that he could not possibly achieve such a blow to repel several peak martial artists.
Who are you? Dare to attack our Wu family? Wu Hongyu spoke up immediately, revealing his identity.
Yifeng's action made him understand that the visitor was not friendly.
By revealing his identity, he naturally aimed to instill fear in the opponent. What is your Wu family? How dare you bark in front of Lord Yishio Luo?
Uncle Gong also spoke up immediately, his face full of defiance. Indeed, even the Chen family, where Chen Runan belonged, was not a match for the Wu family. But now it was different, with the infamous killer Yishio Luo present, not to mention the Wu family, even all the powerful families in Xiangxi would be insignificant before him.
What? Yishio Luo?
The crowd below in the valley changed color upon hearing this. The name of Yishio Luo had recently stirred the entire dragon country.
It was truly known by all.
Wu Hongyu and Zhang Qin exchanged glances, both seeing shock and doubt in each other's eyes. Previously, there were rumors that Yishio Luo was injured and had come to Xiangxi to gather herbs for healing. Plus, Yishio Luo had publicly stated he was in Xiangxi.
Now Uncle Gong said that Yifeng was Yishio Luo. Could it be true? Yet deep down, they still felt it was impossible. How could someone as extraordinary as Yishio Luo personally come here? Could it be that Uncle Gong and the others were using Yishio Luo's name to intimidate them? Wu Hongyu's mind raced, and he then signaled to someone beside him. His subordinate immediately understood. You say he is Yishio Luo, so he is Yishio Luo? I could just as well say I am Zhang Zhongyuan. Uncle Gong wanted to explain further. But then Yifeng waved his hand, and with a grasp in midair, several white spirit herbs around the lake were uprooted and flew towards him. This act of taking objects from a distance completely shocked everyone present. Such a method was unprecedented for them. A person capable of such extraordinary feats was definitely not an ordinary individual. At that moment, they began to believe that Yifeng was indeed Yishio Luo. Yifeng held the white spirit herbs in his hand, confirmed them, and then casually put them away. Let's go! Having obtained the herbs he wanted, Yifeng did not wish to linger any longer. He still needed to search for other herbs. Lord Xiao Luo, are we just leaving like this? Chen Runan looked at Yifeng nervously. She had come here for the white spirit herbs as well. The white spirit herbs are right below, and didn't Uncle Gong say this place originally belonged to their sect? You can just take your own things. Chen Runan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong was also overjoyed and hurriedly shouted to the crowd below. This place is the medicinal garden of my Taishan sect. Outsiders, leave quickly. Wu Hongyu and Zhang Qin's expressions changed. They had not expected Uncle Gong to be from the Taishan sect. They naturally knew about the Taishan sect and were aware that this place indeed belonged to them, serving as a place for cultivating herbs. They had also heard Yifeng's words clearly. Yifeng's meaning was obvious. This place originally belonged to the Taishan sect, and Uncle Gong claiming to be from the Taishan sect clearly meant for them to leave. What to do? Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu exchanged glances, both wanting the other to make a decision. They both wanted the white spirit herbs, but now, intimidated by Yishio Luo's reputation, they dared not act. Although they were not yet 100% sure that Yifeng was Yishio Luo. But just now, Yifeng's ability to retrieve objects from a distance made them realize that even if he wasn't Yishio Luo, he was definitely a master they couldn't afford to offend. If Yifeng really was Yishio Luo, then their words of argument would likely provoke this demon to the extreme. However, they were unwilling to leave without saying anything. Just as the two were hesitating, Yao Shi seemed to make a decision and directly bowed towards the cliff where Yifeng was. Yao Shi from the Medicine God Valley pays respects to Lord Xiao Luo. Originally prepared to leave, Yifeng suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Yao Shi below. He had heard from Shao Qi that the Medicine God Valley in Xiangxi was renowned for its miraculous medicines, rumored to possess countless rare herbs and gather all medicinal materials from the world. Moreover, there were numerous divine doctors in the valley, said to be able to bring the dead back to life. Now, with his sister severely injured and afflicted by a strange poison that Shao Qi had yet to resolve, if they could get help from the people of the Medicine God Valley, perhaps they could quickly relieve his sister of the poison. Seeing Yifeng turn around, Yao Shi was overjoyed. The reason she suddenly spoke up was that she had heard Yifeng was Yishio Luo. She decided to take a gamble. Now, their Medicine God Valley was hanging by a thread, her father had been unable to break through, and there were no masters stationed in the valley. It wouldn't be long before the forces coveting them would completely divide the Medicine God Valley. But if they could invite Yishio Luo to become a guest elder in the valley, it would surely intimidate everyone, making them dare not lay a hand on the Medicine God Valley. However, she also understood that Yishio Luo had previously destroyed the Jiang family, and Zhang Zhongyuan would definitely seek revenge on Yishio Luo. Not only Zhang Zhongyuan, but others on the rankings would likely also come to trouble Yishio Luo. At that time, the Medicine God Valley would undoubtedly be seen as an enemy. This would push the Medicine God Valley into an irretrievable situation once again. But she truly had no other choice. She didn't want the Medicine God Valley to perish at the hands of their father and daughter. She could only gamble, betting that Yishio Luo was strong enough to defeat Zhang Zhongyuan and everyone else. If she won the bet, the Medicine God Valley would surely rise with the tide. If she lost, they would be reduced to ashes. And the odds of losing this gamble were 99%. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to take the risk, betting on that 1% chance of victory. Of course, all of this hinged on the premise that Yifeng was indeed Yishio Luo. Come up and talk. Yifeng spoke. Yao Shi hurriedly got up and, along with a group of disciples from the Medicine God Valley, rushed towards the valley entrance. However, Yifeng waved his hand, and Yao Shi immediately felt an invisible force locking onto her. Her body uncontrollably lifted into the air. In just a few breaths, she landed in front of Yifeng. Yifeng's ability to grab someone from a distance once again astonished everyone. Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu instantly concluded that Yifeng was definitely Yishio Luo. Almost simultaneously, both of them ordered their people to leave in haste. Yao Shi, having just landed, was still immersed in the extraordinary scene she had just witnessed. Ahem!
Chen Runan coughed, and only then did Yao Shi come to her senses. She quickly bowed to Yi Feng. Yao Shi pays respects to Lord Xiu Luo. Seeing Yao Shi up close, Yi Feng was also taken aback. Yao Shi had a graceful figure, long limbs, skin like fine jade, and eyes like stars. Although her face was veiled in white gauze, Yi Feng could see through it. It was a face that could topple kingdoms, like a meticulously carved work of art. Yi Feng had seen many beauties, but none could compare to Yao Shi. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was like a celestial maiden descended to earth. The only imperfection was the deep sorrow hanging between her brows.
Yi Feng quickly reined in his surprise. What is your position in the Medicine God Valley?
Yao Shi hurriedly replied, I am the daughter of the current valley master of the Medicine God Valley.
That's excellent. Does your Medicine God Valley have these medicinal materials?
Yi Feng casually handed a list of the materials needed by Yi Qi to Yao Shi. Yao Shi took a look and said, most of the medicinal herbs on this list are available in our Medicine God Valley, but there are a few that we don't have.
Yi Feng was also delighted. That's great. How is the medical skill in your Medicine God Valley?
Yao Shi proudly replied, in terms of medical skills, we say we are second, no one dares to claim the first. Chen Runan added, Lord Shura, the medical skills of Medicine God Valley are indeed unparalleled in the world.
Wonderful.
Take me to your Medicine God Valley and sell me those few medicinal herbs, no matter the price, and then bring all your divine doctors to the northwest to treat my sister.
However, Yao Shi shook her head. Yi Feng's brows furrowed immediately. What? You don't agree?
An invisible pressure instantly spread out, scaring Yao Shi into a hurried response. No, I can give all these medicinal herbs to Lord Shura, and I can personally bring people to help your sister. I only ask that Lord Shura can help our Medicine God Valley.
How can I help?
Yao Shi quickly explained, our Medicine God Valley is currently facing internal and external troubles. After hearing Yao Shi's explanation, Yi Feng said, don't worry, as long as you provide me with the medicinal herbs I want and help my sister detoxify, I guarantee that your Medicine God Valley will be safe. Seeing Yi Feng's confident demeanor, Yao Shi felt that she might have made the right bet.
My lord, I have one more request. My father is on the verge of a breakthrough and needs white spirit grass. Can you allow me to pick some? Yi Feng replied, this white spirit grass now belongs to Miss Chen. If you want it, you can ask her.
But I still want to remind you, for martial artists, it's best not to use medicinal herbs for breakthroughs. The combat power gain that way is flashy but not substantial.
Yao Shi nodded.
I know, but our Medicine God Valley is in urgent crisis, and my father has been unable to break through, so I can only seek external help. Yi Feng thought for a moment and then said, forget it, I'll help your father break through when the time comes.
Ha!
Yao Shi was stunned, looking at Yi Feng in disbelief. Her father was about to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, a level of martial artist that outsiders could not assist with. My lord, I may not have made myself clear, my father is trying to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm.
Yao Shi emphasized the words Earth Immortal Realm. It's just the Earth Immortal Realm, simple. Ha! Yao Shi was even more confused.
Chen Runan beside her also had a look of disbelief. She had never heard of the Earth Immortal Realm being something that could be assisted by human power.
Don't believe me?
Yao Shi quickly shook her head. No, I just find it too shocking.
May I ask what realm Lord Shura is currently in?
Yi Feng extended his hand.
Yao Shi and Chen Runan were both bewildered.
In the Earth Immortal Realm, I can slap 5 of them to death with one hand.
He didn't say the rest.
He had only 5 fingers on one hand.
Ha!
Yao Shi and Chen Runan were once again frozen in place, finding it too hard to believe. Yi Feng, however, did not explain further. Now that the seal in his body was lifted, his strength had reached a level he didn't even know about. In these past few days, he had fully integrated the power of the seal within him. Now, if a martial artist at the Earth realm appeared before him, he could indeed slap 5 of them to death.
Miss Chen, may I ask you for a bit of white spirit grass?
Although Yao Shi believed Yi Feng's words, she still prepared for a backup plan.
Chen Runan smiled, of course. You can ask Uncle Gong to help you get it. At this moment, Chen Runan's thoughts were still lingering on Yi Feng's earlier statement about being able to slap 5 Earth Immortals to death.
If what Yi Feng said was true, could she also use this opportunity to take the initiative to befriend Yi Feng and get closer to him? Then, after Yi Feng dealt with Zhang Zhongyuan and those enemies, his reputation would surely shake the entire world. Their Chen family could also take advantage of this opportunity to rise completely. She wanted to take a gamble like Yao Shi. At this moment, Uncle Gong had already brought people to harvest the ancient white spirit grass below. Although Yi Feng had just mentioned that the items here should be returned to their rightful owners, he knew that he couldn't keep these things on his own. So he simply decided to harvest all the white spirit grass. Yao Shi received Chen Runan's promise and hurriedly instructed the people from Yaoshan Valley to help gather herbs. About half an hour later, everyone had completely harvested all the aged white spirit grass from the area. Uncle Gong looked at the large amount of white spirit grass, his smile almost crooked with joy. This harvest was truly bountiful. Initially, he thought this trip might not succeed, especially since their Shenyuan sect's herb garden had already been seized by the poison sect. But unexpectedly, they encountered the unparalleled killer, Yi Xiaoluo, on the way. With just one sentence from Yi Xiaoluo, the Zheng family and the Wu family retreated, allowing him to successfully gather so much white spirit grass. Chen Runan was also very happy. Not only had they successfully obtained the white spirit grass, but they had also met the great Yi Xiaoluo. Yao Shi beside her was equally excited. Not only had she met Yi Xiaoluo, but he was also willing to help them, and Uncle Gong had just given her a large batch of white spirit grass. She had doubled her original goal. While they were filled with excitement, on the other side of the canyon, the people from Zhengqin and Wu Hongyu were not so happy. They had also come for the white spirit grass, but unexpectedly encountered the demon Yi Xiaoluo. Fearing Yi Xiaoluo's terrifying strength, they could only retreat from the canyon. Upon seeing Uncle Gong and the others cleanly harvest all the white spirit grass, they were furious. Damn Yi Xiaoluo! Especially Wu Hongyu, whose eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could crush Yi Feng. Originally, in this competition for the white spirit grass, their Wu family was the strongest and had a complete chance to gather all the white spirit grass, and even possibly take the stunning beauty Yao Shi from Yaoshan Valley as a concubine. But all of that was ruined by Yi Xiaoluo. Uncle Wu, what should we do now? Zheng Qin asked, his face full of anger. Without the white spirit grass, he would have a hard time explaining himself upon returning. Wu Hongyu's face was icy as he looked at the distant figures of Yi Feng and the others disappearing, saying, "Isn't Yi Xiaoluo being hunted by everyone? We can use this to our advantage." "What do you mean, Uncle Wu?" Wu Hongyu replied, "Spread the news and let those experts come to kill him." Zhang Qin nodded. This was indeed a good idea. With the emergence of the martial arts ranking, some people were not satisfied with Yi Xiaoluo's ranking. Many wanted to challenge him to make a name for themselves. There were also some who had grudges against Yi Xiaoluo and were frantically searching for his whereabouts. If they exposed Yi Xiaoluo's location, it would surely attract countless people to hunt him down. Also, the people who just came with Yi Xiaoluo seemed to be from the Chen family. Wu Hongyu added, "The Chen family has been dominating over Yu Zhang family and our Wu family in Xiangxi for many years. Now that they are close to Yi Xiaoluo, we can use this opportunity to completely eliminate the Chen family." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qin's eyes lit up. Their Zhang family was also a decent family in Xiangxi, but they had always been overshadowed by the Chen family and other powerful families. If they could take this opportunity to eliminate the Chen family, their Zhang family's status would rise significantly. "You are indeed impressive, Uncle Wu." At this moment, the originally opposing two chose to cooperate for their own interests. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and the others had already left the canyon and were starting to return along the same path. On the way back, Yi Feng also inquired about the poison sect from Yao Shi. Yao Shi informed him completely. Unfortunately, even Yao Shi did not know the specific location of the poison sect. It seemed that something had happened within the poison sect, as all their members had been summoned back a few days ago. Now, it was almost impossible to find any trace of the poison sect members throughout Xiangxi. This news made Yi Feng frown slightly. Originally, he had planned to find the poison sect to uncover the clues about the person who poisoned his grandfather back then, but now that the poison sect had disappeared and no one knew its whereabouts, the situation seemed to have reached a stalemate. However, Yi Feng soon realized that he had already made public his activities in Xiangxi and had killed members of the poison sect, so the poison sect would surely come to seek revenge on him. A day passed quickly, and when they reached a fork in the road, Yao Shi spoke up, "Young Master Yi, this is the road to my Medicine God Valley." Since the location of Medicine God Valley was different from the town where Yaran's family was, Yi Feng decided to go with Yao Shi to Medicine God Valley to get medicine first, and then return to find Yaran, bringing her and the divine doctors from Medicine God Valley to the northwest. At the moment of parting, Yaran held Yi Feng's hand, looking reluctant. "Brother Yi Feng, you must come back to find me quickly. I'm still waiting for you and Brother Yi Er to take me to see the outside world." During these days together, Yaran had grown increasingly fond of sticking to Yi Feng. Yi Feng also liked this little girl very much, treating her as if she were his own sister. He patted Yaran's little head. "Don't worry, brother will be back to find you soon." He then turned to Chen Runan and the others, instructing, "Take good care of her, and make sure to safely send them back." "Rest assured, Lord Shura, we guarantee to complete the task," Uncle Gong assured, patting his chest. After parting ways with Yaran and the others, Yi Feng went with Yao Shi and the people from Medicine God Valley to their destination, while Yaran and the others returned the way they came.
Meanwhile, Wu Hongyu and Zhang Qin had also returned to Shijiang. As soon as they left, they immediately exposed the location of Yi Shura. They also spread the news that the Chun family in Medicine God Valley had already submitted to Yi Shura. Once this information was revealed, it caused an uproar. Previously, when Yi Shura had publicly stated that he was in Xiangxi, countless martial arts experts from all over the country rushed to Xiangxi. For days, they had searched for Yi Shura's whereabouts in vain, thinking he was deliberately deceiving the world. But now, with Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu breaking the news, they quickly sought confirmation from them. After receiving a definite answer, countless people began to flock to Yi Feng's location. Upon learning that the Chun family in Medicine God Valley had submitted to Yi Shura, the major families in Xiangxi, spurred on by Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu, gathered together to discuss taking action against the Chen family. Xiangxi was not very large, although there were many resources, most were monopolized by the massive poison sect, leaving the various families and martial arts sects with very little. The Chen family in Medicine God Valley were considered a major family and sect in Xiangxi, occupying a significant amount of resources, especially Medicine God Valley, which controlled countless medicinal materials and possessed ancient alchemy techniques, along with numerous divine doctors who inherited ancient medical skills. All of this held a deadly allure for everyone. If the Chen family in Medicine God Valley were destroyed, others would be able to claim a substantial amount of resources. Previously, no one dared to act against the Chen family, but now it was different. The Chen family in Medicine God Valley had submitted to Yi Shura, who had previously destroyed the Jiang family and created countless strong enemies. Now those enemies were searching for Yi Shura, seeking revenge. At this moment, with the Chen family in Medicine God Valley aligning with Yi Shura, it was equivalent to standing against those powerful figures on the rankings. If they took this opportunity to eliminate the Chen family, not only could they obtain countless resources, but they might also gain the approval of those powerful figures on the rankings. As for Medicine God Valley, ever since the old Valley Master passed away, there had been no strong figures to oversee it, and many had begun to covet it, but there had been no suitable opportunity until now. As for Yi Feng, he was unaware that Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu had spread the news of his location. He also did not know that countless martial artists had already begun searching for him. It was even less clear to him that Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu were inciting the major families and sects of Xiangxi to take action against the Chun family and the Medicine God Valley. At this moment, under Yaoxi's guidance, he was making his way to the Medicine God Valley. The road to the Medicine God Valley was a rugged mountain path that barely showed itself, winding and twisting through dense jungle, filled with various swamps and poisonous traps, and inhabited by countless venomous insects and fierce beasts, making it fraught with danger. If one were not familiar with the area, it would be easy to get lost in this thick jungle. Yaoxi explained that due to the unique geographical location of the Medicine God Valley, it was suitable for the growth of various medicinal herbs. Moreover, the Medicine God Valley controlled many ancient alchemical techniques and long-lost medical arts, which made it the target of countless covetous eyes. Many powerful figures sought their expertise for healing and medicine, which had become a burden for them. Additionally, the Medicine God Valley had little interest in worldly matters, only seeking breakthroughs in martial arts. Thus, they chose to establish their sect deep within these mountains and forests. Yi Feng nodded, understanding naturally. After hesitating for a moment, Yaoxi nervously said, "Furthermore, since my grandfather's death, my father's strength has been inadequate, making it difficult for him to command respect, which has led to some internal strife within our valley. The First Elders faction has always wanted to seize my father's position as the Valley Master, and now they have completely torn their face with my father. Therefore, if I bring you into the valley this time, we are likely to encounter obstruction from the First Elders faction. And the First Elders faction has a good relationship with the Jiang family, so please do not reveal your identity when we enter the valley." Yi Feng nodded, not particularly concerned. Yaoxi still spoke with some tension. The First Elders faction has many experts, with at least a dozen peak heavenly sovereigns, dozens of emperor-level warriors, and over 100 human sovereign strongmen. Although the First Elder has not acted for many years, my father estimates that his strength has likely reached the realm of earth immortals. Although Yi Feng had previously destroyed the Jiang family, they were merely a secular family, and compared to their ancient sect, they were relatively weak. Even if their sect was no longer at its peak, it was still much stronger than the Jiang family. Although Yi Feng had claimed he could easily defeat 5 Earth Immortal level experts with a single slap, Yaoxi had never seen him act personally, and her heart inevitably felt a bit uneasy. Yi Feng nodded, feeling a sense of admiration. These ancient sects were indeed much more powerful than secular families. Soon, Yaoxi led Yi Feng and a group of people from the Medicine God Valley into their territory. After traveling about 10 more miles, they arrived at the entrance of the Medicine God Valley. "Young Master Yi, Ahead is the Medicine God Valley. Yifeng looked up and saw a vast valley ahead, about the size of 100 football fields, surrounded by enormous stone blocks, carved by hand, standing a meter high and half a meter thick. The ground was covered with various exotic flowers and herbs, exuding a refreshing medicinal fragrance. In the very center of the valley, there were 5 towering, steep mountains. The area about 100 meters between the 5 mountains was shrouded in mist. This mist-covered area was the residence of the Medicine God Valley. From a distance, the Medicine God Valley looked as if it were being held aloft by a giant hand in mid-air. Yao Shi led Yifeng and the people of the Medicine God Valley into the gorge. The entrance to the Medicine God Valley was also constructed from enormous stone blocks, stacked to form a wall about 20 meters high. In the center, there was a large archway, the door made from an unknown type of wood. Above the archway, 3 powerful characters were inscribed in a vigorous style, dancing like dragons and phoenixes, Medicine God Valley. Truly worthy of an ancient sect. Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. Just as Yao Shi was about to knock, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. A few young men and women dressed in white robes walked out, each carrying large and small pieces of luggage, seemingly preparing for a long journey. When these people saw Yao Shi and the others at the door, they were momentarily taken aback. The leading young man, upon seeing Yao Shi, immediately exclaimed, "Junior sister, you're finally back. What's wrong, senior brother?" Yao Shi looked at Qin Hao with confusion. Qin Hao hurriedly said, "We just received the order from the Valley Master to find you and take you away from Shijiang." "Leave Shijiang? Why? Is something wrong with my father?" Yao Shi became tense at once. Qin Hao replied, "Your father is fine. If he's fine, then why do we have to leave? Has something happened?" Yao Shi grew even more anxious. Qin Hao was at a loss for how to explain. "Junior sister, let's leave Yaoshan Valley first, and I'll tell you what happened on the way." Yao Shi could not possibly leave now. It seemed something significant had occurred in the valley. Her father's order to leave indicated that the situation had clearly exceeded his control. She was even less likely to leave just like that. "Senior brother, tell me the truth, has the Grand Elder made things difficult for my father?" Qin Hao hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Yes, we just received news that outsiders are saying you have submitted to Yi Shilua on behalf of our Yaoshan Valley. After the Grand Elder and the others learned of this, they were extremely angry, saying you are pushing our Yaoshan Valley into an irretrievable situation. They immediately gathered people to surround your father, demanding that he punish you. After your father learned of this, he ordered us to leave Yaoshan Valley to find you and then take you away from Shijiang. The further we go, the better. Junior sister, did you really submit to Yi Shilua on behalf of Yaoshan Valley?" Yao Shi nodded. "It's not submission, just cooperation." Hearing this, Qin Hao frowned. "Junior sister, you're being foolish. Yi Shilua is currently an enemy to the world, countless people want him dead, and you choose to cooperate with him at this time. What you're doing is putting our Yaoshan Valley in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, Yao Shi became somewhat angry. "What do you mean I'm putting Yaoshan Valley in jeopardy? Everyone knows the current situation of our Yaoshan Valley. My cooperation with Yi Shilua is to find a way out for us. If you don't understand me, that's one thing, but why blame me?" Seeing Yao Shi getting angry, Qin Hao quickly said, "Junior sister, that's not what I meant. I just think your actions are too reckless." Reckless? If you have the ability, then help my father resolve the current crisis of Yaoshan Valley instead of blaming me here." Qin Hao and the others suddenly felt awkward, not knowing how to explain. Qin Hao hurriedly changed the subject. "Junior sister, now is not the time to discuss this. You need to leave with us quickly. If you want to go, then go." "I absolutely will not leave." With her father in a dire situation, how could she possibly leave? "Junior sister." Qin Hao wanted to persuade her again but was interrupted by Yifeng. "Miss Yao, can you stop chattering endlessly? I said, help you resolve your Yaoshan Valley's troubles, you give me the herbs and people. Don't waste my time here." Yifeng was getting a bit annoyed, feeling these people were too verbose. Yifeng's sudden reprimand caused all eyes to turn to him. Qin Hao shouted angrily, "Who are you? Do you have a say here?" Qin Hao looked at Yifeng with displeasure. He had just seen Yao Shi and Yifeng walking closely together when he came out. Now, he dared to treat the goddess in his heart this way. Bang! Yifeng had no intention of explaining. He waved his hand as if swatting away an annoying fly. Qin Hao was sent flying, crashing hard into the entrance of Yaoshan Valley, landing heavily in the large square behind. Only then did Yao Shi calm down. "Young Master Yi, my father is currently being attacked by the Great Elder and others. If you help me rescue my father, I will give you all the medicinal materials you need. Lead the way." Yao Shi hurriedly brought Yifeng through the main gate. In front of them was a huge square, where several helicopters were parked, leading to a street at the end.
On both sides were mostly ancient wooden buildings, which had been passed down for countless years, mixed with some modern architecture. Various modern items were also available, making it no different from some modern towns outside. After crossing the street, they arrived at the foot of the central peak among the 5 mountains. Young Master Yi, my father is on this mountain. Up close, they realized that this peak was broad and majestic, with many buildings on the summit. A stone staircase spiraled around the entire mountain, extending upwards. The other surrounding peaks were similar. Just as Yi Feng and Yao Shi were about to ascend the mountain, several martial artists in uniform black robes rushed towards the entrance of the staircase. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Upon seeing Yao Shi, he stormed over in a fit of rage. Yao Shi, how dare you come back? Just as Yao Shi was about to speak, Yi Feng asked first, are these people your fathers? No, they are the great elders' people. Yao Shi explained. The leading man also noticed Yi Feng and, seeing him dressed like a commoner, became furious. You bastard, how dare an outsider intrude without invitation? However, before he could finish, Yi Feng waved his hand casually. The man was sent flying, crashing into the crowd behind him. This sudden scene shocked everyone on the street. After so many years, it was the first time they had seen someone dare to act in the Medicine God Valley, especially an outsider who had struck one of the great elders' men. Fighting was prohibited in the Medicine God Valley, a rule that had been passed down for thousands of years. Throughout history, those who came to the Medicine God Valley were either rich or noble, and everyone had to abide by its rules. Even powerful martial artists dared not break the rules of the Medicine God Valley. Even though the Medicine God Valley had declined and was no longer at its peak, this rule remained unbroken. It was simply because they controlled countless medicinal materials and lost medical techniques, and no one dared to truly offend them. But today, this rule was shattered by Yi Feng. His actions completely disrupted the tranquility of the Medicine God Valley. In an instant, countless disciples of the Medicine God Valley rushed in from all directions, all shouting to kill Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng had no intention of dealing with these people. He grabbed Yao Shi's delicate hand, which was trembling with fear. With a strong push of his feet, he soared into the air, carrying Yao Shi like a bird, shooting towards the summit. All the disciples of the Medicine God Valley who rushed over were dumbfounded, looking up at Yi Feng. They saw Yi Feng with one hand behind his back and the other holding Yao Shi, like a martial arts master, his body at a 90-degree angle to the ground, his feet stepping on the steep cliff as if walking on flat ground, heading towards the summit. Xinhao, who had just been knocked away by Yi Feng, also ran over, covered in dirt. He was still thinking about seeking revenge on Yi Feng, but as he rushed over, he witnessed a shocking scene. Who is he? Not just him, but all the disciples of the Medicine God Valley present had the same thought in their minds. At this moment, those on the summit also noticed Yi Feng. A few black-robed figures were about to make a move. As a result, Yi Feng waved his hand, and a vast force directly sent several of them flying. Yi Feng once again used the momentum to leap into the air, landing on the summit with Yao Shi. The summit had been artificially leveled and was as large as 2 football fields. In the center stood a palace resembling an ancient royal palace, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, exuding great grandeur. At this moment, several figures emerged at the entrance of the grand hall. Share, a middle-aged man, surrounded in the middle, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yao Shi. Father! Yao Shi sighed in relief when she saw her father was unharmed. At that moment, an elderly man in a black robe, tall and imposing, was staring at Yi Feng with a dark expression. This man was the Grand Elder of the Medicine God Valley. Who are you? Dare to trespass into the forbidden area of my Medicine God Valley? Surrounding them were several other martial artists, also dressed in black robes, encircling Yi Feng and Yao Shi. However, Yi Feng paid no attention to the Grand Elder's furious shout. Instead, he turned to Yao Shi and asked, "Who is your father?" Yao Shi hurriedly pointed to the middle-aged man surrounded by the black-robed figures. Yi Feng nodded, waved his hand, and then gently pulled back. Yao Chen, who was trapped in the middle, suddenly felt an irresistible invisible force binding him. His entire body was uncontrollably lifted into the air, moving towards Yi Feng's position. The surrounding black-robed figures were taken aback. They attempted to grab Yao Chen but were pushed aside by an invisible force. "Kill him!" the Grand Elder shouted. The black-robed figures surrounding Yi Feng were about to take action when Yi Feng slightly pressed down with his foot, and a vast power erupted from beneath him. The invisible force fell upon everyone, scattering them like flowers blown by the wind. This terrifying scene caused everyone present to change color in shock. You can take things from afar, your inner energy takes form, and you can harm others invisibly. You are actually at the Earth Immortal Realm? The Grand Elder's murky eyes were fixed on Yi Feng. The others present were even more horrified upon hearing the Grand Elder's words.
To reach the earth immortal realm at such a young age, what kind of genius was this? You are Yi Xiu Luo. The Grand Elder blurted out another name that shocked everyone again. At such a young age, possessing such terrifying strength, and returning with Yao Shi, it was not hard to guess Yi Feng's identity. What? He is Yi Xiu Luo? Everyone present changed color again, their gazes towards Yi Feng shifting dramatically. The name Yi Xiu Luo had recently echoed throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Considered a traitor by the Dragon Kingdom, he had fought his way back from the borders, slaying countless powerful figures along the way, and then annihilated all the experts of the Zhang family, leading to their downfall. With the emergence of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, Yi Xiu Luo's name overshadowed many renowned experts of the Dragon Kingdom, ranking first above Qin Wufeng and Jiang Zhongyuan. Recently, he had even boasted that anyone who disagreed with his ranking could challenge him. All of this was orchestrated by the young man before them. What? He is actually Yi Xiu Luo? At the entrance of the mountain steps, Qin Hao and countless disciples of the Medicine God Valley rushed up, only to hear that the one who dared to break the rules of the Medicine God Valley, attacking and trespassing into its forbidden area, was none other than the recently famous Yi Xiu Luo. Qin Hao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly thanking his luck for having survived after picking up his life from Yi Feng. Yet, Yi Feng paid no attention to the crowd. At this moment, Yao Yichen had also fallen before him. He spoke, I need these medicinal materials and the best medical practitioners from your Medicine God Valley. I will help you deal with these people. Yao Yichen, however, lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing her father still in a daze, Yao Shi hurriedly explained, Father, I have already agreed to cooperate with Mr. Yi. We will provide him with medicinal materials and the best medical practitioners, and he will help us deal with the Grand Elder and others, and he even said he would help you break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yao Yichen's expression changed instantly. Initially, he was extremely angry to learn that his daughter had taken the initiative to ally with Yi Xiu Luo. When the Grand Elder and the others learned that their daughter had actually allied with Yi Xiu Luo, they were extremely furious and immediately sought him out to demand an explanation. The Grand Elder had a history with Jiang Zhongyuan, and since Yi Xiu Luo had destroyed the Jiang family, a deep-seated enmity had formed between him and Jiang Zhongyuan. Moreover, many of the experts from the Jiang family were disciples and descendants of the prominent figures on the rankings. Yi Xiu Luo had killed them all, thus creating enmity with everyone on the rankings. What awaited Yi Xiu Luo was undoubtedly the revenge of these people. At this critical moment, their daughter had chosen to ally with Yi Xiu Luo, which was pushing them, the Medicine God Valley, towards a dead end. If those prominent figures on the rankings were enraged, the Medicine God Valley would surely face a catastrophic disaster. The Grand Elder and the others had long coveted his position, and they naturally wanted to use this opportunity to force him to step down. To prevent the Medicine God Valley from being destroyed, he had argued fiercely with the Grand Elder and the others, insisting that his daughter would never collude with Yi Xiu Luo and would never lead the Medicine God Valley to ruin. To convince the Grand Elder of his words, he even promised that if his daughter truly conspired with Yi Xiu Luo, he would voluntarily relinquish his position as the Valley Master. Of course, he had secretly contacted Qin Hao, asking him to find Yao Shi and take her away from Shijiang, as far away as possible. At that point, he could clear himself by claiming that his daughter had been kidnapped by Yi Xiu Luo. However, he never expected that his daughter would actually bring Yi Xiu Luo back. When Yi Feng made his move, he was shocked to discover that Yi Xiu Luo was already at the Earth Immortal Realm. In that fleeting moment, he began to contemplate whether he should choose to cooperate with Yi Xiu Luo, to see if Yi Xiu Luo could help him. But recalling the Grand Elder's earlier words, he quickly abandoned that idea. The Grand Elder had mentioned that they had already contacted many powerful figures from the martial arts world to come to the Medicine God Valley. The purpose of inviting these people was twofold. First, to prove their innocence and show that the Medicine God Valley had no ties to Yi Xiu Luo. Second, to encircle Yi Xiu Luo. If his daughter Yao Shi truly collaborated with Yi Xiu Luo, she would undoubtedly bring the injured Yi Xiu Luo to the Medicine God Valley seeking medicine. At that time, they could join forces with the martial artists from the martial arts world and those who had deep-seated grudges against Yi Xiu Luo to kill him. This would further prove their lack of connection to Yi Xiu Luo. Moreover, the Grand Elder's strength had already broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Although Yi Feng was also at the Earth Immortal Realm, he was alone and could not possibly contend with the many celestial and emperor-level martial artists of the Grand Elder and the Medicine God Valley. Not to mention that he would also have to face martial artists from various places afterward. Therefore, he was contemplating other countermeasures when he was taken aback to hear his daughter publicly declare her choice to cooperate with Yi Xiu Luo. Upon hearing Yao Shi's words, the Grand Elder revealed a cold smile. Yao Yichen, what do you have to say now? Yao Yichen glared at Yao Shi with disappointment and then argued,
My daughter knows nothing and must have been misled. It doesn't count. The Grand Elder seemed to have anticipated Yao Yichen's response. He sneered, even at this point, you still want to argue. Even if your daughter hasn't collaborated with Yi Xiaoluo, she has brought him here. How do you think the world will view us? No matter how we explain, we cannot silence the voices of the masses. She is clearly telling the world that we, the Medicine God Valley, choose to protect Yi Xiaoluo and help him fight against everyone, making enemies of the world. Your daughter is pushing us towards a dead end. The Grand Elder's words were both lethal and heart-wrenching. All the disciples of the Medicine God Valley present began to murmur among themselves. Yes, Yi Xiaoluo destroyed the Jiang family, and Zhang Zhongyuan is about to emerge from seclusion to seek revenge. Not to mention those powerful figures on the rankings, their descendants and disciples have all been slain by Yi Xiaoluo, and they will surely come for revenge as well. Yet now, Yao Shi has brought Yi Xiaoluo here, which is to protect him. Our Medicine God Valley is currently weak. How could we possibly stand against those people? This is pushing our Medicine God Valley towards a dead end. Yao Shi is a traitor to the Medicine God Valley. We treated her like a princess, and yet she does such things at this time. It truly breaks one's heart. In an instant, all the disciples of the Medicine God Valley turned their gazes towards Yao Shi and Yao Yichen, their eyes filled with intense anger. Some radical disciples even shouted in public, "Traitor, get out of the Medicine God Valley. Please, Great Elder, take action and kill the traitor. Elders, please use the valley's rules to punish Yao Shi and strip Yao Yichen of his position as valley master." Hearing the voices of the surrounding disciples, the Great Elder felt quite pleased. This was the effect he wanted. He aimed to use this incident to incite everyone against Yao Shi and Yao Yichen, branding them as traitors of the Medicine God Valley, forcing Yao Yichen to relinquish his position as valley master. At that time, he would strike down Yi Feng and then take the position of valley master himself. Everything would fall into place, and no one would dare to say anything. Yao Yichen, hearing the discussions around him, turned pale. He knew he had lost, and there was no room for reversal. Yao Shi wanted to explain, but Yi Feng could no longer endure it. These people were chattering endlessly. He turned to Yao Shi and said, "Go find me the herbs and people I need. I'll help you deal with these noisy folks." Before Yao Shi could respond, the fifth elder beside the Great Elder spoke up first, scolding, "You insolent fool, do you have a say here? Noisy!" Yi Feng's expression turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force descended upon the fifth elder. The fifth elder, at the peak of the celestial venerable realm, was instantly shattered, blood raining down. The scene fell into a brief silence. "You insolent fool, dare to kill my brother." The fourth elder was the first to react. The one just killed was his own brother. He roared in fury, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't even glance at him, simply flicking his hand. Crack! Like the crisp sound of a watermelon bursting, the fourth elder's body also exploded instantly, blood raining down. The remaining elders, who were preparing to act, were all too frightened to move. Yi Feng was terrifying. He killed effortlessly, as if he were a ghost or a deity. The Great Elder also recognized Yi Feng's strength. That invisible power made him extremely wary. But Yi Feng had humiliated their Medicine God Valley and publicly killed an elder. As the Great Elder, he absolutely could not stand by. Create distance and attack together. Eliminate this scoundrel. The Great Elder saw that Yi Feng's methods were strange. He dared not approach and prepared to keep his distance, using powerful martial skills and techniques to attack Yi Feng. Their Medicine God Valley had a long-standing heritage, with many complete martial skills and techniques that were far beyond what those outside could compare to. As the Great Elder's words fell, the remaining elders and several powerful celestial venerable and emperor venerable figures all acted together. In an instant, countless powerful fist prints, palm prints, blade lights, and sword energies condensed in the air, enveloping Yi Feng like a curtain blocking the sun. This was a full-force attack from a land immortal, several peak celestial venerables, and several peak emperor venerables. The power was terrifying. The Great Elder was confident that even if Qin Wufeng or Jiang Zhongyuan came, they would not dare to clash head-on. Yet, facing the full-force attack of these people, Yi Feng stood calmly in place, showing no intention of dodging. He extended his hand and slightly twisted it in the air. The martial skills unleashed by the Great Elder and others rapidly collapsed, then continuously gathered before Yi Feng. In the blink of an eye, the shattered aura of these martial techniques unexpectedly coalesced into terrifying golden blades of energy. With a gentle wave of his hand, as if fanning himself, Yi Feng sent these golden blades slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, shooting towards the Grand Elder and the others. The faces of the Grand Elder and his companions changed dramatically. "Retreat!" The Grand Elder shouted, quickly retreating. But the speed of these golden blades was too fast. In an instant, they caught up with the Grand Elder and the others. They didn't even have time to scream before being swept away by the golden blades,
their bodies severed in half. Swish! Only around the Grand Elder did a flash of golden light suddenly appear, as if some defensive weapon had been activated. However, the golden blades could cut through anything. The golden light had barely appeared, not even fully blooming, before it faded away. Puff! The golden blade swiftly swept across the Grand Elder's neck. His neck was easily severed, like soft tofu. The flying head, eyes wide open, bore an expression of disbelief, regret, and fear, a mix of complex emotions. At that moment, the peak of Yaoshan Valley fell into an indescribable silence. No one had expected that the Grand Elder, who had entered the realm of Earth Immortals, along with several peak heavenly sovereigns, would be so easily erased by Yifeng. In that moment, everyone finally understood Yifeng's power. What Earth Immortal realm? In his presence, it couldn't withstand a single blow. The remaining warriors of Yaoshan Valley were now silent as cicadas in winter, no one daring to underestimate Yifeng any longer. No one even dared to look at Yifeng. He was too terrifying, too strong. At this moment, Yifeng was a god in everyone's hearts. Yao Shi, standing behind Yifeng, gazed at his towering figure, momentarily entranced. He truly hadn't lied. He could indeed kill 5 Earth Immortals with a single slap. In Yao Shi's starry eyes, emotions flickered. Beside him, Yao Yichen was also frozen in place, his mouth agape, large enough to fit a duck egg. His not-so-old face was filled with shock. What had he just witnessed? The Grand Elder, who had already entered the Earth Immortal realm, was actually slain by Yi Luo, someone he had looked down upon. It felt like a dream. What are you standing there for? Go find the medicine and people. Yifeng turned around, somewhat speechless. Only then did Yao Shi react. He hurriedly said, "Okay, I'm going now," and rushed with his father into the great hall behind them. "Are you going to make a move?" Yifeng's gaze turned to the people of Yaoshan Valley around him. Everyone immediately panicked and scattered. No one noticed that a blade of energy, coalesced by Yifeng, was now soaring into the air, landing on a mountain peak 1,000 meters away. Boom! The energy blade struck the mountainside, creating a terrifying crack. Who dares to act recklessly in my Yaoshan Valley? Do you think my Yaoshan Valley has no one? A thunderous roar echoed from the peak. This sudden voice made everyone stop in their tracks, all eyes turning to the mountain. At the top of the mountain, shrouded in clouds, the mist suddenly parted. A figure appeared, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a black robe. The Supreme Elder? He's still alive? The disciples of Yaoshan Valley immediately recognized the old man. He was none other than the previous generation's Grand Elder, and also the father of the current Grand Elder. However, in their memories, the Supreme Elder had passed away 20 years ago. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, the Supreme Elder stepped out from the mountain, standing on the void. Ripples appeared beneath his feet, supporting his body. The Grand Elder walked towards the mountain peak where everyone was gathered, hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing without wind, each step taken in midair. With every step, layers of ripples appeared beneath his feet, supporting his form, an extraordinary sight. Could it be that the Grand Elder has broken through to the peak of martial arts? All the disciples of the Medicine God Valley were utterly astonished. It was said that only those who reached the peak of martial arts could harness a trace of the power of heaven and earth, allowing them to walk in the air. At this moment, the Grand Elder was indeed coming through the air, seemingly embodying the abilities of a peak martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he covered several meters with each step and arrived at the mountain peak where everyone stood. We greet the Grand Elder. All the disciples of the Medicine God Valley bowed their heads in respect. The Grand Elder did not speak but turned his gaze towards the decapitated body of the Great Elder on the ground. Seeing his son in such a tragic state, he did not show anger. At his level, emotions had long since become formless. He simply looked calmly at Yifeng. "Did you do this?" "I did." Yifeng met the Grand Elder's gaze, his expression as calm as ever. He had long been aware of the Grand Elder's presence, and that last strike was intentional. "Aha, bold indeed." The Grand Elder laughed, but anyone could hear the terrifying killing intent hidden within his laughter. "Grand Elder, we implore you to take action and slay the culprit who killed the Great Elder, the demon who has brought chaos to our Medicine God Valley." The disciples aligned with the Great Elder all spoke up. Previously, they had been fearful after Yifeng displayed his extraordinary strength and killed the Great Elder and others, but now that the Grand Elder had appeared, they regained their arrogance. In their eyes, the Grand Elder was a master of the previous generation. No matter how strong Yishio Luo was, he could never be the Grand Elder's match. Meanwhile, in the back hall, Yao Shi and Yao Yichen were searching for the medicinal materials Yifeng needed. Suddenly, they heard the commotion outside. The two looked through the window and saw the Grand Elder coming through the air. Yao Yichen's face changed dramatically. How is this possible? How could the Grand Elder still be alive? Yao Shi was equally horrified. She knew that the Grand Elder was of the same generation as her grandfather. When her grandfather was the Valley Master, the Grand Elder was the strongest in the Medicine God Valley. 20 years ago, the Grand Elder could not break through to the peak of martial arts and ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time. But now, a man who should have fallen 20 years ago was still alive, and they were completely unaware. This is bad. If the Grand Elder is still alive, his strength has likely reached the peak of martial arts. Yao Yichen's heart raced with fear. Originally, when Yifeng displayed his overwhelming martial prowess and killed the Great Elder and others, Yao Yichen was overjoyed. With the Great Elder and others dead, no one would dare contest the position of Valley Master. He planned to hand over all the medicinal materials and manpower to Yi Xiu Luo, who would naturally leave. If Yi Xiu Luo were then killed by those strong enemies, he could explain that Yi Xiu Luo came to the Medicine God Valley to seize medicinal materials and killed their Great Elder, making it clear that the Medicine God Valley and Yi Xiu Luo were irreconcilable. This way, he could completely sever the ties between the Medicine God Valley and Yi Xiu Luo. Those enemies of Yi Xiu Luo would not implicate the Medicine God Valley. If Yi Xiu Luo defeated those strong opponents and achieved great fame, he could then announce that the Medicine God Valley was cooperating with Yi Xiu Luo. Thus, the Medicine God Valley would fall entirely into his hands, with no worries left. His plan was well thought out, but he never expected that the Grand Elder was still alive. Moreover, judging by his strength, it seemed he had already reached the peak of martial arts. A peak martial artist would be a match that Yi Xiu Luo could never contend with. Given the Grand Elder's character, since Yifeng had killed his son, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly seek to kill Yifeng. At that moment, if Yifeng was killed, he might also be implicated. This terrified Yao Yichen. Sierra Yi Xiu Luo is doomed, and we might also be implicated. Hurry and follow me, we need to escape from here. Saying this, Yao Yichen pulled Yao Shi to the back of the main hall and activated a mechanism. Suddenly, a passage appeared beneath the medicine rack at the back. This was a secret path leading to the back mountain of Yaoshan Valley. Yao Yichen had secretly excavated it years ago, intending to leave himself a way out. He never expected to use it today. However, Yao Shi broke free from Yao Yichen's hand. Father, I'm not going. I believe in Mr. Yi. Yao Yichen was exasperated. Daughter, you are being foolish. How powerful can Yi Xiu Luo be? How could he possibly be a match for the Supreme Elder? The Supreme Elder's strength has probably already reached the peak of martial arts. Once he kills Yi Xiu Luo, he will definitely come after us. By then, we won't be able to escape. Yao Shi was also extremely nervous inside, but she ultimately chose to believe in Yifeng. Father, if you want to leave, go ahead. Since I have chosen to believe in Mr. Yi, I will trust him unconditionally. Besides, if we really escape, where can we go? Daughter, this is not the time for nonsense. Hurry and leave. Yao Yichen grabbed Yao Shi's hand, trying to pull her into the passage. But Yao Shi broke free again. I'm sorry, father, this is my home. Even if I die, I won't leave. You. Yao Yichen wanted to say something more when suddenly, boom, a great battle erupted outside the hall. You brat, killing my son and disrupting the order of Yaoshan Valley will have consequences. Die. The Supreme Elder's face was dark, his aura soaring. With that, the Supreme Elder stepped forward. A vast force surged wildly from his body. Centered around the Supreme Elder, it was as if a 20-level hurricane had risen. The ground tiles shattered instantly, and the violent aura swept everything away like a storm, uprooting trees and collapsing houses of all sizes. Everything around was about to be torn apart by this terrifying aura. Storm surge! The Supreme Elder shouted, and the surging aura instantly condensed into a towering tornado, carrying countless shattered bricks, stones, broken wood, and tiles. It swept towards Yifeng, destroying everything in its path. From a distance, the peak of Yaoshan Valley looked like a terrifying sandstorm had erupted, obscuring the sky and swallowing the mountains, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The Supreme Elder unleashed his strongest martial technique. He had also seen the terrifying power of Yifeng's energy blade and knew that Yifeng's strength should not be underestimated. Even if he had not reached the ultimate martial arts, he was at the peak of the earthly immortal realm. For the past 20 years, he had been in seclusion on the mountain, pursuing the ultimate martial arts. However, the ultimate martial arts were too ethereal and elusive. He had comprehended for 20 years and worked hard for 20 years, yet he still had not taken that step. He had always been one layer away from breaking through to the peak of martial arts. Although he had not broken through to the ultimate martial arts, these 20 years had allowed him to grasp some abilities of that realm. This move was created based on the abilities he had comprehended. He intended to use the strongest move to eliminate Yifeng while also testing its power. He wanted to validate some of his speculations about the peak of martial arts. At the same time, he aimed to use this move to announce his powerful return.
The disciples of Yaoshan Valley were horrified by this terrifying storm. Although they were at the very edge, they could still feel the terrifying might contained within the storm. The raging winds and flying sand made it impossible for many to resist, and they were instantly swept into the storm, turned into a pile of fragments. The terrifying scene caused the remaining disciples of Yaoshan Valley to panic, each one fleeing wildly, trying to distance themselves from the place. As the overwhelming storm of terror approached, Yi Feng remained calm, one hand resting behind his back, his clothes rustling in the fierce wind. Just as the horrific storm was about to engulf him, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers forming a blade across his chest. Then, with a gentle swipe, a beam of golden light shot forth. In an instant, everyone felt as if time had frozen, the raging storm halted, and the fleeing disciples of Yaoshan Valley, in various forms, stood still. The swirling dust and stones around them also came to a standstill. Everything seemed to be frozen in place. Between heaven and earth, it appeared that only a 3-inch beam of golden light remained. Only this golden light was not frozen, it radiated with brilliant luminosity, carrying supreme power, seemingly capable of cutting through all momentum, bursting forth from Yi Feng's fingertips. This golden light surged forward, rapidly piercing through the storm that obscured the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was cleaved in two, whether it was large stones, broken bricks, or small dust particles, even the air seemed to be sliced in half, invisible shockwaves pushing outward. Then, it fell behind, seemingly frozen, on the chest of the elder, whose face was filled with intense shock. The elder's body could not block this golden light, which swept swiftly past him. Still carrying unmatched power, it broke through the air, leaving a long white tail as it shot towards a mountain 1,000 meters away. Puff! After a breath, the 3-inch golden light struck the mountain, producing a muffled sound. This sound was small yet piercing. The moment the sound rang out, everything that had seemed frozen returned to normal. The raging wind instantly dissipated, countless stones and dust began to settle, and the massive storm rapidly collapsed from the center. The elder stood still in place, dazed, his face still marked by deep shock. Behind the elder, a narrow white line appeared in the space, extending from Yi Feng's position to the mountain 1,000 meters away, flashing and disappearing. In the valley, a gust of wind suddenly picked up again. The wind was swift, blowing over the main peak of Yaoshan Valley. It swept past everyone, carrying away the rapidly falling debris and dust, dispersing the collapsing storm entirely. It also passed over the elder's body. As the wind passed, everything calmed down, the dust in the sky vanished, the storm that had obscured the sun disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, the elder, who had been standing, now fell. His body was severed in two at the chest, the cut smooth as a mirror. His eyes were wide open, still filled with intense shock. The disciples of Yaoshan Valley, who had been fleeing wildly, also calmed down at this moment. To be precise, they were all frozen in place. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the elder's severed body in the distance. The entire peak fell into a dead silence. In the great hall, Yao Shi and Yao Yichen were also frozen in place. Their eyes, through the hall's windows, were fixed on the elder's corpse in the distance. After a few breaths, Yao Shi was the first to react. She was so excited that she could hardly speak. At this moment, her heart surged to the extreme. It was impossible to describe her feelings, even to speak. Not only Yao Shi, but Yao Yichen beside her felt the same. After a long while, Yao Shi turned and ran towards the medicine rack, starting to search for the herbs Yi Feng needed. Seeing his daughter's actions, Yao Yichen also reacted. He quickly ran over, grabbing Yao Shi, and they entered a secret chamber. Inside the chamber, countless ancient herbs were displayed in abundance. The two of them said not a word, packing up all the medicinal herbs in the room. Just as they finished packing everything and exited the secret chamber, Yi Feng's figure appeared before them. Yi Feng glanced at the two, finally fixing his gaze on Yao Yichen. "You should be glad you didn't escape just now." Yi Feng's light remark sent an unprecedented wave of fear coursing through Yao Yichen's body, as if all his strength had been instantly drained, leaving him unable to support himself and collapsing to the ground. Yao Shi, standing beside him, was also drenched in cold sweat, just about to speak up to explain for her father when Yi Feng spoke first. "You're not bad. From now on, the Medicine God Valley will be under your control." Yao Shi was taken aback, then quickly realized. It was clear that Yi Feng must have overheard her conversation with her father, including her father's desire to escape. Disappointed in her father, he decided to let her take charge of the Medicine God Valley. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yao Shi dared not say more and bowed her head in gratitude. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng allowed her to stand upright. "You have half an hour to sort things out here, and then I want to see the people and medicinal herbs I need." Yao Shi hurriedly replied, "Mr. Yi, all the medicinal herbs of our Medicine God Valley are here, everything you need is present. I will go find our valley's best disciple in medicine right away." With that, Yao Shi rushed out of the main hall. Outside the hall, several disciples of the Medicine God Valley were kneeling on the ground. They knew that the Grand Elder and the other elders were dead, and the entire Medicine God Valley had fallen into Yifeng's hands. They did not dare to escape, facing a master as unpredictable as Yifeng. To flee would only lead to death. Therefore, when they saw Yifeng enter the main hall, they all rushed over and knelt down, waiting for Yifeng's judgment. Seeing this, Yaoshi spoke up. Mr. Yi just said that from now on, the Medicine God Valley will be under my control. You all go find the most skilled disciples from your respective departments. Yaoshi was very clever. She knew that since Yifeng had made her the Valley Master, he would naturally not harm these people. Moreover, a person of Yifeng's caliber would definitely not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Thus, she took the initiative to make the decision. Upon hearing this, all the disciples breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sprang into action. Inside the hall, Yifeng heard Yaoshi's words but said nothing. This woman was quite intelligent. His gaze was now on Yaoichen. Yaoichen was even more panicked. He wanted to apologize and plead for mercy, but his body felt weak and powerless, lacking even the strength to speak. Yifeng glanced at Yaoichen and then pointed a finger at his forehead. Yaoichen thought Yifeng was going to kill him and despairingly closed his eyes. But the next second, he was horrified to discover a domineering aura rapidly coursing through his body from his forehead, traversing his meridians. Wherever it passed, he felt as if he had been immersed in a warm hot spring. A sense of indescribable comfort enveloped him. Most astonishingly, this domineering aura actually broke through the bottleneck he had been unable to surpass for many years. At that moment, he finally understood that Yifeng had not intended to punish him by dispersing all his internal power. That finger was not meant to kill him but to help him break through his limitations, to assist him in reaching the realm of an earthly immortal. You have half an hour, it's up to your own fortune, Yifeng said, then turned and left the main hall. Yaoichen hurriedly got up, sitting cross-legged on the ground, striving to break through to the earthly immortal realm. Outside the main hall, Yifeng visited the other 4 main peaks, staying for quite a while at each before returning to the main peak where everyone was waiting. By the time he returned, Yaoshi had already brought over 100 skilled doctors from the Medicine God Valley to await Yifeng. Mr. Yi, these hundreds of people are the strongest in our Medicine God Valley. Yifeng glanced at them with satisfaction. Moreover, my medical skills are also top-notch in the Medicine God Valley, solely relying on Mr. Ye's guidance. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the great hall behind them, soaring into the sky. Yaoshi was taken aback and quickly looked towards the entrance of the hall, where her father, Yaoichen, excitedly walked out. He strode forward with the grace of a dragon and tiger, directly approaching Yifeng, bending his knees, and kneeling before him. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your life-giving grace. From now on, our Medicine God Valley belongs to you, and my life, Yaoichen's, is also yours. Yaoichen was genuinely excited. He understood his own talent and knew he would likely never reach the realm of earth immortals in this lifetime. But just now, Yifeng had effortlessly helped him break through his shackles, allowing him to successfully enter the realm of earth immortals. Such terrifying means were unprecedented for him. Coupled with the overwhelming combat power he had previously displayed, he fully realized that their Medicine God Valley must tightly grasp onto Yifeng's strong support. Father, you broke through to the realm of earth immortals? Yaoshi looked at her father in disbelief. Yes, Yaoichen replied, filled with excitement. Yaoshi stood frozen in place, her face filled with shock. Previously, Yifeng had said he would help her father break through to the realm of earth immortals, and she had always thought he was joking, not taking it seriously. But unexpectedly, Yifeng had truly kept his word and helped her father break through to the realm of earth immortals. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Enough with the pleasantries, arrange your affairs in the valley and leave with me immediately. Yaoshi quickly nodded, and Yaoichen hurried to catch up with her. Daughter, you must not miss out on Mr. Yi. What do you mean? Yaoshi looked at her father in confusion. Yaoichen said, Mr. Yi possesses extraordinary talent. At such a young age, he has already reached an unprecedented level in martial arts. In the future, he will surely shine in the martial arts world and become a formidable figure. If you can follow him, it will be immensely beneficial for you, for me, and for our Medicine God Valley. Yaoshi instantly understood her father's meaning. Father, weren't you looking down on Mr. Yi before? You even said he was doomed to die. Why has your attitude changed now? Yaoichen felt a bit embarrassed. That was because I didn't understand Mr. Yi's strength before. Yaoshi asked again, but Mr. Yi is now an enemy to the world. Many people want to kill him. Aren't you afraid that he won't be able to handle them and that we will be implicated if he is killed? Yaoichen quickly replied, that won't happen. Mr. Yi is so powerful, how could those people be his match?
Moreover, I have now reached the realm of earth immortals and have the ability to protect our medicine god valley. Yao Shi continued, then it's settled. Since you chose to let me follow Mr. Yi, don't go back on your word. I can see that Mr. Yi doesn't like fickle people. Don't let it be that you become afraid later and do something to betray Mr. Yi. Yao Shi understood her father well. He had a bit of cleverness, was timid, and sometimes acted like a petty person. She knew that her father's excitement from breaking through with Yi Feng's help was why he was saying this. But if something happened later, it was inevitable that her father would act inconsistently. She needed to ensure that her father sincerely followed Yi Feng. Yao Yichen sensed the implication in his daughter's words and said angrily, is this the image I have in your heart? Yao Shi nodded, pretty much. Yao Yichen, Yao Shi also spoke earnestly again, Father, you can see that Mr. Yi is a decisive person, so if you really want our medicine god valley to follow Mr. Yi, it must be sincere. Otherwise, we may not be able to withstand Mr. Ye's wrath. Yao Yichen nodded, I know, I made this decision after careful consideration. Moreover, the master of medicine god valley is you now, not me. Your father has no great ability, and I am clear about my own capabilities. Medicine god valley in my hands would probably not be able to restore its former glory, but you can. Since Mr. Yi has made you the master of medicine god valley, he must have confidence in your abilities. You should also use Mr. Ye's trust in you to promote our medicine god valley. Yao Shi nodded. After chatting for a while longer, Yao Shi began to arrange matters within the valley. Once everything was in order, Yao Shi finally approached Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, everything in the valley has been arranged, we can leave now. Yi Feng nodded, preparing to take Yao Shi and the people of Medicine God Valley away. Report, Valley Master, we just received news that many powerful martial artists have come outside, intending to force their way into our Medicine God Valley. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi frowned. Yi Feng looked up and saw that indeed countless martial artists had gathered at the entrance of Medicine God Valley. These people were naturally those who had come from various places to challenge Yi Feng or to kill Yi Xiu Luo. Yi Xiu Luo is right here, everyone follow me in. Someone shouted from the crowd. Everyone, this is the important place of Medicine God Valley, please do not enter without permission, and I ask everyone to abide by the rules of our Medicine God Valley. Disciples of Medicine God Valley spoke to block them. If Medicine God Valley were still in its former glory, we naturally wouldn't force our way in, but now it is just a fallen sect, and you dare to stop us. Someone in the crowd mocked. Indeed, if the old Valley Master were still alive, no one would dare to act recklessly in Medicine God Valley. But since the old Valley Master passed away and Yao Yichen took over, the valley has faced both internal and external troubles, and it has long lost its former strength. A fallen sect is of no concern to anyone. At this moment, Xin Hao walked over and spoke. Everyone, please be cautious with your words, there are esteemed guests in Medicine God Valley right now. If you offend the guests, you may die. Esteemed guests? That so-called esteemed guest is Yi Xiu Luo, right? Someone said disdainfully. Medicine God Valley has truly fallen, actually treating a mere Yi Xiu Luo as an esteemed guest. Xin Hao did not deny anything and nodded. Indeed, our Medicine God Valley has now submitted to Mr. Yi Xiu Luo. If you all want to seek death, then please come in. After saying this, Xin Hao directly stepped aside. At this moment, a martial artist dressed in Wu family attire stepped forward. Medicine God Valley has really fallen, actually relying on Yi Xiu Luo. You really don't know how to live. Yi Xiu Luo is struggling to protect himself. How can he protect your Medicine God Valley? I advise you to submit to our Wu family and marry your young lady to our Lord Wu. We, the Wu family, will ensure the safety of your Medicine God Valley. Xin Hao recognized this person. He was a martial artist of the Emperor realm from the Wu family. He also knew that since the old Valley Master passed away, many people had set their sights on Medicine God Valley, especially the Wu family. If it were before, Xin Hao might not have dared to say anything, but now it was different. With Yi Feng around, no one dared to touch Medicine God Valley. Xin Hao smiled and said, is that so? My young lady is inside the valley. If you have the ability, go find her yourself. The Wu family martial artist ignored Xin Hao further and addressed the group of aggressive martial artists. Everyone, Yi Xiu Luo is inside the valley, let's go in and kill him, making a name for ourselves. Under the instigation of the Wu family's warriors, a group of aggressive fighters excitedly charged into the gates of the Medicine God Valley. The disciples of the Medicine God Valley looked at Xin Hao with some confusion. Xin Hao, however, sneered, these people want to seek death, then let them have their wish. In no time, these fierce warriors rushed to the foot of the main peak. At this moment, Yi Feng also arrived at the foot of the main peak with Yao Shi and others. You are Yi Xiu Luo? The Wu family's warrior looked at Yi Feng.
Yi Feng ignored the warrior, not even glancing at him, and stepped forward.
Dare to ignore me, seeking death. The warrior, enraged by Yi Feng's disregard, struck out with a powerful palm towards him. Yi Xiu Luo is mine. Another warrior immediately attacked, wanting to kill Yi Feng first. He is mine. Yet another elder joined in.
In an instant, everyone rushed to attack, fearing that Yi Feng would die at someone else's hands. Yi Feng continued to ignore all attacks until the first attacker's palm reached his chest. Only then did he stop, his feet trembling slightly as a vast power surged from the ground. It shattered the floor tiles beneath him, and several fragments were sent flying. As they reached the height of Yi Feng's chest, they scattered and shot out in all directions. The dense fragments rained down like a torrential storm. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by muffled sounds, these fragments pierced through the bodies of all the warriors surrounding Yi Feng like bullets, exploding into clouds of crimson mist. Among these warriors were many with exceptional strength and remarkable physiques, yet none could withstand the assault of these stones. After passing through their bodies, the terrifying force contained within propelled them outward. In an instant, the area around Yi Feng was cleared, with no obstacles remaining. Yi Feng lifted his foot and continued forward. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, all the warriors fell to the ground, blood staining the ground. Countless disciples of the Medicine God Valley watching this scene couldn't help but cheer. Some warriors who had not yet attacked and had come to join the fun were now dumbfounded. Qin Hao appeared beside these people at some point. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and attack. The chance to make a name for yourself is right in front of you. These people immediately reacted, scrambling to escape. But how could the disciples of the Medicine God Valley let them leave? In an instant, several disciples rushed forward, taking care of these people. As Yi Feng and the others exited the gate, Yao Shi was about to lead Yi Feng along another path to the West River. But at that moment, Yi Feng's mind stirred, and he shot back down the path they had come. Yao Shi and the others were puzzled but hurriedly followed. 1,000 meters ahead, Uncle Gong and Zhao Wu were surrounded by a group of warriors, covered in blood. Two ants, running pretty fast. A warrior dressed in Wu family attire sneered, approaching them with a knife. Uncle Gong and Zhao Wu were exhausted, barely holding themselves up. Uncle Gong said to Zhao Wu, "This is already the territory of the Medicine God Valley. I'll hold them off. You go find Mr. Yi." Zhao Wu nodded, bracing himself to leave. But at that moment, the Wu family's warrior's long sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu saw the sword but was too weak to dodge, only able to watch helplessly as the sword shot towards him. Uncle Gong also saw it. He moved to block the sword, but his injuries were too severe, and he was too slow to stop it. Watching the sword come at him, Zhao Wu despairingly closed his eyes. But just then, bang! The long sword that was about to strike Zhao Wu suddenly shattered and fell powerless to the ground. Zhao Wu opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to see Yi Feng standing in front of him, though he didn't know when he had arrived. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Zhao Wu immediately exclaimed excitedly, "My lord, hurry, go save Yaren and the young lady." But he couldn't finish his sentence. Exhausted and severely injured, he had been holding on by sheer willpower, but upon seeing Yi Feng, that willpower completely dissipated. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Uncle Gong, who was beside him, was in the same state. Zhao Wu's words made Yi Feng feel something was wrong. It seemed Yaren and Chen Runan were in trouble. In an instant, a murderous aura erupted uncontrollably from Yi Feng. "Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Wu family?" A Wu family warrior shouted arrogantly. However, before he could finish his words, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura shattered his skull. The remaining members of the Wu family were all taken aback. Before they could react, their bodies were all crushed by an invisible force. "Mr. Yi, what happened?" Yao Shi and the others arrived, seeing the blood and the agitated Yi Feng, looking quite puzzled. "Quick, wake them up!" Yao Shi then noticed Zhao Wu and Uncle Gong on the ground. She didn't dare to ask too many questions and hurriedly tried to revive the two. In no time, both of them regained consciousness. Yi Feng quickly asked, "What happened?" Zhao Wu replied urgently, "My lord, hurry and save Yaren and Miss Chen. They were captured by the Wu family." "What exactly is going on?" Yi Feng's aura was extremely unstable. Zhao Wu explained, "After we separated from you, we returned to Miss Yaren's house to wait for you. But not long after we got back to the town, a lot of warriors suddenly came to kill you. We originally planned to contact you, but unexpectedly, we were captured by the Wu family. Uncle Gong and I fought desperately to escape. We intended to save Yaren and Miss Chen, but Miss Chen told us to find you instead. We had no choice but to flee towards Yaoshan Valley. When we got here, we were completely out of strength, and we didn't expect you to show up." Yi Feng asked, "Where are they now?" Zhao Wu said, "When we left, Miss Chen and Miss Yaren were still locked up in the town.
Take care of them, follow me.
Yi Feng instructed Yao Shi, and then his figure transformed into a streak of light, rapidly disappearing into the forest. Yao Shi hurriedly instructed the disciples of Yaoshan Valley to take Zhao Wu and Uncle Gong back to the valley while she led the remaining people to chase after Yi Feng.
The journey from Yaoshan Valley to Yaren's town would take 2 days.
However, worried about Yaren's safety, Yi Feng pushed his speed to the limit, reaching the town in just half a day. Along the way, he had killed many warriors heading to Yaoshan Valley. As he arrived at the town's entrance, he was hit by a strong smell of blood and a pungent odor of smoke. He looked up and froze in place, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. The once idyllic town, akin to a paradise, had now turned into a wasteland. The charming wooden houses filled with ethnic style had all collapsed, reduced to piles of blackened charcoal, with remnants of flames still burning. The once clean and tidy streets were now soaked in blood and littered with charred corpses. Everything that once was had turned to ashes. Yi Feng's eyes turned crimson, trembling all over as he tried to find survivors among the ruins, but despair washed over him. He could only find one charred, unrecognizable corpse after another. He arrived at the location of Yaren's house. The small building of the Yaren family had also collapsed, with flames still burning. Under a massive beam, he saw 2 bodies. The clothes on the 2 corpses were only partially burned, and through the remnants, he recognized that these were Yaren's parents. Yi Feng stood there in a daze, his body trembling. Scenes of this couple flashed through his mind from the past few days. He knelt on the ground, bowing his head towards the 2 corpses, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yi Feng felt immense guilt and sorrow. He knew that all of this was because of him. It was he who had implicated Yaren's parents. It was he who had implicated everyone in the town.
Dad, Mom.
At that moment, a piercing scream came from a distance. Yi Feng's body jolted at the sound, and he rushed towards its source. On a pile of still burning ruins, a boy covered in blood and dirt, missing an arm, was crying in despair, frantically trying to push aside the burning wood with his remaining hand, wanting to dig out the bodies still ablaze beneath. The burning wood was extremely hot. When his hand touched it, steam rose from the burn, but he felt no pain, still exerting all his strength to push the wood aside. But his strength was too small. No matter how hard he tried, the burning beams did not budge.
Dad, Mom. Just wait a moment, I'll save you.
He became even more frantic. Unable to push, he lowered his head to try to bite with his teeth.
Boom! Suddenly, the massive beam lifted into the air, revealing the bodies beneath.
The boy was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly pressed his body against the 2 still burning corpses, trying to extinguish the flames on top. But without the weight of the beam, the clothes on the corpses ignited with even more ferocious flames, which also caught the boy's clothes on fire. Yet the boy paid no mind, madly rolling his body over the corpses, trying to put out the flames. Yi Feng waved his hand, and the flames on the corpses and the boy were extinguished. The boy frantically pushed against the corpses, crying out in despair.
Dad, Mom, wake up! Wake up!
The extreme pain in his injuries made the boy tremble all over. He shouted until he had no strength left and collapsed on the corpses.
Balong!
Yi Feng was startled and hurried over to check on Balong's condition.
He was relieved to find that Balong was not in life-threatening danger, just unconscious from excessive blood loss and grief.
Yi Feng helped stop the bleeding from Balong's arm and moved him and his parents to an open area.
Balong quickly regained consciousness and saw the corpses beside him.
His heart felt like it was being cut, and he could hardly breathe from the pain.
Balong, I'm sorry. Yi Feng gently embraced Balong's broken body.
He didn't know how to comfort him, only repeatedly apologizing.
I'm sorry. Seeing Yi Feng, Balong became even sadder. Brother Yi Feng, my home is gone, my parents are gone, the town is gone. Balong cried in despair and fainted again. Yi Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, and a murderous intent surged within him. Ah!
More than an hour later, the streets of the town were filled with charred corpses.
A total of 107 bodies.
Looking at the ground covered in corpses, Yi Feng's expression turned icy to the extreme.
In the entire town, apart from Balong and the missing Yaren, there were no survivors.
Everyone had been killed first and then burned.
Mr. Yi, what happened? Yao Shi arrived, horrified at the sight of the bodies.
Take care of him, heal him. Yi Feng spoke only a few cold words. Then, he took out his phone and dialed Yi Er's number.
The people in Yaren town have been exterminated, bring people to handle the aftermath.
On the other end, Yi Er said nothing more than a simple yes. But from that yes, one could hear Yi Er's raging fury. Then, Yi Feng dialed Long Outyan's number.
Mr. Yi, what happened? Seal off the entire Xizang for me. I've surrounded the Wu family, and I want to kill. Far away in the capital, Long Outyan was shocked to hear the cold voice of Yi Feng over the phone.
From Yi Feng's tone, he could tell that Yi Feng was furious, filled with an overwhelming rage. He hurriedly rushed out of his office and into the office of the national leader.
Upon learning the news, the national leader immediately said, "Execute Shura's orders at once. Remember, whoever has angered Shura must pay 1,000-fold price. You handle it personally." "Yes."
Meanwhile, at the Western River War Department's base, after putting down the communicator, Luo Peng immediately instructed his subordinates, "Pass the order down. The entire Western River is to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness.
Seal off the entire Western River. Not a single fly is to escape."
"Yes."
The subordinates were confused but dared not ask further, quickly executing the orders.
In an instant, the alarm for level 1 combat readiness echoed throughout the base.
All personnel at the base sprang into action.
Every department in the Western River received the notification immediately.
Level 1 combat readiness. Seal off the Western River.
All departments in the Western River began to mobilize. Soon, all train stations, airports, and roadways leading out of the Western River were under martial law. Every citizen of the Western River received the notification, Level 1 alert, no one is allowed to leave their homes, all must return home, and violators will be dealt with by military law. This left the people of the Western River in a state of panic, sensing unease and crisis. Countless individuals began to inquire about the situation but received no useful information. Many were frightened and wanted to leave the Western River, only to be driven back home by armed military police. Meanwhile, numerous fully armed special police surged towards the Wu family's estate, surrounding the estate with layers of security within a 5-kilometer radius. At the same time, the Wu family in the Western River learned of the Level 1 combat readiness announcement immediately. However, they did not take it seriously, as they were a martial arts family. The commands of the secular world held no power over them. But soon, they received news that the military police had surrounded their estate. This made the Wu family very displeased. The senior members of the Wu family gathered together. The head of the Wu family, Wu Honggang, angrily asked, "What on earth is going on?" Someone replied, "I don't know, the Western River suddenly announced a Level 1 combat readiness, completely sealing off the entire Western River, and then the officials surrounded our estate."
"Is the Western River's official looking for death, daring to surround my Wu family?" Wu Honggang frowned deeply.
"Contact the officials immediately and ask them if they want to die, daring to surround my Wu family." The Wu family members quickly contacted the Western River officials.
"Mayor Wang, what's going on? Have you eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare send people to surround my Wu family?"
The voice of Mayor Wang from the Western River came through the phone.
"Mr.
Wu, this is not our order, but a command issued by the War Department. Otherwise, even if we had 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare touch your Wu family. This is a direct order from the head of the War Department. It seems quite serious, and we have no choice but to execute it. Surrounding your Wu family is also the War Department's order. You better check if someone from your Wu family has provoked someone."
"Nonsense, what kind of existence is my Wu family? Who dares to defy us?"
"I don't know about that, I can only act according to orders now." After saying this, Mayor Wang hung up the phone. All the Wu family members heard what Mayor Wang said on the phone, which made everyone furrow their brows.
Could the order from the War Department be because we exposed Yi Shura's presence in the Western River, making the War Department unhappy? Someone speculated.
Wu Honggang snorted coldly, "Humph, this matter is related to the martial arts world. What does it have to do with the War Department?" Someone replied, "After all, Yi Shura is a person from the War Department, their actions are understandable. Or perhaps Yi Shiluo was killed in Yaoshan Valley, and the War Department learned of the news. They want to take revenge for Yi Shiluo, but they dare not trouble those martial artists, so they can only vent their anger on us? After all, it was us who spread the word about Yi Shiluo going to Yaoshan Valley." Someone analyzed. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. Wu Hong's brows furrowed slightly. "Contact Hongyu for me and see if Yi Shiluo is really dead. Also, inform the Western River Martial Arts Law Enforcement Department about this matter and have them intervene." The Wu family was different from the Jiang family, which was a secular family under the jurisdiction of secular forces. They were a martial arts family, under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Law Enforcement Department. If their speculation was correct and Yi Shiluo really died in Yaoshan Valley, the War Department would want to take revenge. But since the War Department could not move against those martial artists who killed Yi Shiluo, they would turn their ire on them. Although the Wu family was a martial arts family, there had been very few talents in the clan over the years, and many martial arts experts had died or been injured. In the entire Western River, they were even inferior to some powerful secular families. Faced with the War Department's onslaught, the Wu family might not be able to withstand it. Because of this, they had been wanting to swallow some equally weakened martial arts families or sects over the years. Yaoshan Valley was precisely the target they had long wanted to absorb. When Wu Hongyu learned that Yi Xiaolua had appeared in Western River and had even allied with the people from Yaoshan Valley, he announced this news, inviting martial artists from all over Long Country to come and kill Yi Xiaolua. He also contacted some families in Western River, preparing to take advantage of this opportunity. Once the martial artists from all over Long Country killed Yi Xiaolua, they could use the excuse of uniting with Yaoshan Valley against Yi Xiaolua, the public enemy of the Jiang family in the martial arts rankings, to take down and divide Yaoshan Valley. The families in Western River agreed as well and sent people to follow those martial artists from Long Country to Yaoshan Valley. This matter was entirely orchestrated by Wu Hongyu. Yes. His subordinates hurriedly began to contact Wu Hongyu and the law enforcement department in Western River. Meanwhile, in the Yunding Tiangong Villa area in the eastern suburbs of Western River. This was the most luxurious villa area in Western River. Those who lived here were either rich or noble. In one of the most luxurious villas, in an extremely lavishly decorated room, Chen Runan and Yeren were tied to a large bed. Wu Hongyu held a glass of red wine, looking lecherously at the terrified Chen Runan and Yeren on the bed. Wu Hongyu swirled the wine glass, grinning lewdly, "Two little beauties, don't be anxious. Once I capture that Yaoshi from Yaoshan Valley, you three will have to serve me well." Woo woo. The two had their mouths bound with bandages, unable to speak, only able to struggle and emit whimpering sounds. As they struggled, Wu Hongyu felt a surge of excitement, his eyes fixed on the white skin beneath their tattered clothes. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. "What's going on?" "Sir, the family had asked me to inquire if Yi Xiaolua is dead." Wu Hongyu replied, "Not sure, no news has come back yet." The person on the phone hurriedly said, "Then you should hurry back. The estate is surrounded by the special police of Western River. We received news that the War Department might take action against us." "The War Department wants to take action against us?" Wu Hongyu was somewhat puzzled. "Yes, we suspect that Yi Xiaolua has been killed, and the War Department has learned of the news. They are not the martial artists from all over Long Country taking action against us. After all, we were the ones who spread this news." "Alright, I understand. I'll return immediately." After hanging up the phone with the family member, Wu Hongyu quickly called those he had sent to Yaoshan Valley to kill Yi Xiaolua. However, he was puzzled that he could not get through to any of their phones. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to rush back to the Wu family. The Wu family was not as powerful as the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family was a secular family, they were much stronger than their martial arts family. The War Department could easily destroy the Jiang family, and annihilating the Wu family would be even simpler. The formidable experts of the Wu family had all been sent to the Medicine God Valley, and he was the only remaining strong fighter in the family. If the War Department charged in, they might not be able to stop them. With this thought, Wu Hongyu dialed the phone number of the Western River Law Enforcement Department. "Lord Lu, the War Department has surrounded our Wu family." A cold voice came from the other end of the line. "I understand. I will bring people to negotiate." "Thank you, Lord Lu." Just after Wu Hongyu hung up, Zheng Qian from the Zhang family called him. "Uncle Wu, have your people sent back any news?" Wu Hongyu replied, "No, haven't your Zhang family members sent back any news?" Zheng Qian said, "No, I've been trying to contact them, but their phones are all unreachable." "Could something have happened?" Wu Hongyu reassured him, "Definitely not. The War Department has surrounded our Wu family. It's very likely that Yi Xiaolua is dead, and the War Department is seeking revenge for him, which is why they targeted our Wu family." Zheng Qian said, "I hope so. By the way, our people said you captured Chen Runan from the Chun family and that girl who was with Yi Xiaolua, and you killed everyone in that town and burned it down?" Wu Hongyu nodded, "Yes, I have my eyes on the young lady from the Chun family, and this is a good opportunity to wipe out the Chen family as well." "You can capture people, but why did you have to kill everyone in that town and burn it down?" Zheng Qian was somewhat angry. "We are a martial arts family. To act against secular people and commit such a massacre, aren't you afraid the law enforcement department will find out? It could implicate all of us." Wu Hongyu frowned. "Massacre? Burn down the town? I didn't do that. I only captured that girl and killed her parents. Why would I kill the others?" Zheng Qian retorted, "Did you not? Then why is it that everyone in that town is dead, and the entire town has been burned down?" Wu Hongyu insisted, "I didn't do that. Although I have a taste for killing, I have my limits and wouldn't be so ruthless against ordinary people." Zheng Qian pressed, "Then why is it that everyone in that town is dead, and the whole town has been burned?" "I don't know. Anyway, it definitely wasn't me. It better not be you." Zheng Qian hung up the phone in anger. Wu Hongyu was also somewhat bewildered. He had indeed only killed the parents of Yeren, who had obstructed him, and the bodyguards of Chen Runan. After capturing Yeren and Chen Runan, he had returned with his men. But this was not the time to dwell on that matter.
He hurriedly left the villa and headed to the Wu family estate. Meanwhile, at the Wu family side, all the Wu family members had also exited the estate. Outside the estate, countless special police officers had blocked all the Wu family members at the entrance. Are you looking for death? Dare to obstruct our Wu family? Get out of my way, or bear the consequences. Wu Hong was cold-faced, his imposing aura soaring as he glared at the special police officers. The reason they had come out was to declare their authority to the outside world. Otherwise, if this matter got out, the Wu family would become a laughingstock in the entire Western River. A martial arts family being surrounded by secular special police was indeed an embarrassing sight and sound. The special police captain in charge knew that the Wu family was not someone they could afford to offend, and quickly spoke up. Head of the Wu family, it's not that we want to deliberately obstruct you, we have orders from above, and we had no choice but to do this. Please understand, Wu family. Wu Hong, however, looked at them with disdain. You should take a good look at yourselves. What are you even worth to ask for our understanding? After being publicly insulted by Wu Honggang, the special police captain's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, but he dared not retort. Instead, he forced a smile. This was solely because the Wu family was a martial arts family, beyond the jurisdiction of ordinary people. Although he was a special police captain and considered a figure of some importance in the eyes of the common folk, he truly amounted to nothing in front of a martial arts family like the Wus. Master Wu, I sincerely apologize, we don't want this either, but we cannot disobey orders from above. Wu Honggang sneered, so you're saying you don't want to offend your so-called superiors, but you're willing to offend my Wu family? The special police captain hurriedly replied, Master Wu, it's not like that. However, before he could finish, Wu Honggang threw a punch. Bang! With a dull thud, the special police captain was sent flying, crashing to the ground, a mouthful of bright red blood spewing forth. Captain! Seeing this, the subordinates were instantly furious, all pointing their guns at Wu Honggang. Yet, Wu Honggang showed no fear. He stepped forward toward the special police, his face full of disdain. Come on, shoot. The special police were forced to retreat under Wu Honggang's pressure. Don't shoot! The special police captain, enduring the pain in his chest, stopped his men from firing. If they shot, not only would they fail to harm the Wu family, but they would also completely enrage the entire Wu clan. Master Wu. The special police captain wanted to say something more. Wu Honggang slapped him across the face again. The special police were even more enraged at this sight. Wu Honggang and the Wu family members all sneered. Shoot! Bang! Suddenly, a crisp gunshot rang out, a bullet shooting in from a distance, aimed at Wu Honggang's face. Wu Honggang's expression turned cold, and with a casual swipe, he batted the bullet away. In the distance, numerous armed members of the combat department marched in unison. Behind them were several tanks and armored vehicles, and helicopters hovered overhead. As all the combat department members arrived, they completely surrounded the Wu family estate. Leading the group was Luo Peng, holding a handgun, striding forward with a commanding presence. He was the one who had just fired the shot. Seeing the combat department members arrive, the Wu family remained unafraid. Wu Honggang glared coldly at Luo Peng. Luo Peng, you have some nerve, daring to shoot at me. Luo Peng ignored Wu Honggang and shouted to the surrounding combat department members, listen up, anyone who makes a move, shoot to kill. With a clatter, all the combat department members aimed their guns at the Wu family. The cannons of the armored vehicles also pointed at them. Wu Honggang frowned slightly, although he was not afraid of Luo Peng. Facing so many guns and cannons made him feel somewhat uneasy. After all, his strength was not formidable, he could block bullets but might not withstand so many gun barrels and artillery fire. Moreover, he noticed some specialized weapons designed to deal with martial artists. Luo Peng, what do you mean? My Wu family is a martial arts family, we never needed your combat department to govern us. Luo Peng replied coldly, I indeed cannot govern your martial arts family, but I have received orders to surround this area and not allow anyone to leave. If anyone dares to break through, I will execute the orders myself. You! Wu Honggang glared fiercely at Luo Peng, contemplating for a moment, but ultimately did not dare to act. He had no confidence in surviving under the firepower of the combat department. Have the law enforcement department arrived? His subordinate quickly replied, they'll be here soon. Sure enough, not long after, several vehicles stopped in the distance. These vehicles belonged to the West River Law Enforcement Department and various prominent families of West River. After the members of the families got out of the cars, they surrounded a few individuals dressed in green robes, led by a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. These individuals in green robes were indeed members of the West River Law Enforcement Department. The so-called Law Enforcement Department was a powerful martial arts organization in West River, associated with the Green Willow Villa. Organizations like Green Willow Villa exist throughout Long Country.
They were responsible for restraining and governing the local martial arts families and sects, akin to a police station in the secular world. The people of the secular world could not interfere with anything, not even the lord of the country could intervene, they only obeyed the orders from the heavenly realm of the Dragon Kingdom. The man with the shadowy face walked over, glanced at Luo Peng and the others, and focused his gaze on Wu Honggang's face. What's going on? Wu Honggang immediately greeted him with a smile, extremely obsequious, and said, Lord Lu, these people have surrounded my Wu family for no reason, and we have come to ask you to uphold justice for us. Lord Lu nodded with a proud expression. He turned his gaze to Luo Peng. Who gave you the courage to dare to block a martial arts family? As he spoke, a powerful aura pressed down on Luo Peng. Luo Peng could hardly withstand such terrifying pressure. His legs went weak, and he was about to kneel to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Luo Peng struggled to hold himself up, refusing to kneel. But he was not a martial artist and could not possibly be a match for one. Lord Lu snorted coldly, and a mountain-like pressure fell upon Luo Peng. Luo Peng felt as if several bones in his body were crushed, and his legs could not bear the terrifying weight, forcing him to kneel straight to the ground. As a member of the law enforcement department, you actually dare to act against an ordinary person. What a powerful method. The moment this voice sounded, Luo Peng felt the pressure on his body dissipate instantly. A gentle force supported him from below, preventing him from kneeling. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw Long Outyen and several high-ranking members of the battle department approaching together. Long Outyen? The Wu family members were all taken aback to see Long Outyen personally arrive. Lord Lu showed no surprise. Instead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you all right? Long Outyen walked over and looked at Luo Peng. Luo Peng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine, Chief Long. Long Outyen patted Luo Peng on the shoulder. Don't worry, no one from my battle department will be bullied. Your grievances will be avenged. Thank you, Chief Long. Only then did Long Outyen turn his gaze to Lord Lu. You from the law enforcement department really have quite the authority. Lord Lu smiled coldly. I dare not. Your battle department is much more imposing. Just look at how many people you have here, such a grand display. If one didn't know better, they might think our martial arts family committed some heinous crime. Long Outyen naturally caught the meaning behind Lord Lu's words. If it were before, they indeed would not have dared to mobilize so many people to surround a martial arts family, let alone confront the law enforcement department. But now it was different. He had received news that the Wu family had slaughtered over 100 people in a town, and Yi Feng had personally ordered them to surround the Wu family. With Yi Feng's orders, he naturally no longer feared the law enforcement department. He sneered and said, You are right, we have received news that the Wu family slaughtered over 100 of our secular people, annihilating the entire town and setting it ablaze. As a secular person killed by those from the martial arts world, I must seek justice for those who were unjustly slaughtered. If your law enforcement department wants to stop us, then come at us. What? Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this, especially the members of the martial arts families from Xinjiang. Although they were not bound by the secular management department, they were still subject to the constraints of the law enforcement department. If their martial arts families committed offenses, they would be judged by the law enforcement department just like ordinary secular people. Moreover, the severity of the punishment could be even harsher than that of the secular world. Initially, when they heard that the Wu family was surrounded by the officials of Xinjiang, they all came to support the Wu family. But they never expected that this matter would involve the battle department as well. Even more unexpectedly, the battle department surrounded the Wu family because the Wu family had slaughtered the people of a town in the secular world, killing over 100 people and burning the town down. If this matter is true, the Wu family will face the most severe punishment from the law enforcement department. It may even implicate them. For a moment, some members of other families instinctively distanced themselves from the Wu family. Upon hearing Long Outyen's words, the Wu family members were also extremely shocked. They had thought that Long Outyen had come here to take revenge for Yi Xiaoluo. It now seemed that this was not the case. Wu Honggang's heart sank even more. He couldn't help but wonder if this matter was orchestrated by his younger brother. After all, this incident was planned entirely by his brother. Wu Honggang hurriedly said to Lord Lu, this is purely a misunderstanding. We, the Wu family, have been here all along, never leaving even a step. How could we possibly kill someone from a town? Please, Lord Lu, see the truth. However, Lord Lu waved his hand slightly, signaling Wu Honggang to calm down. What a coincidence, our law enforcement department came here precisely because we received news that your war department's Yi Xiaoluo is inherently brutal. And in order to come to Xinjiang to find medicine for his illness, he slaughtered everyone in an entire town. He even set the whole town on fire. Originally, our law enforcement department received this news and was preparing to inquire with your war department about this matter, but unexpectedly, your war department came here first and turned the tables, slandering the Wu family. As soon as Lord Lu finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Long Outyen was also taken aback. He did not expect that the law enforcement department would know about this matter and even claimed that it was Yi Feng who did it. Lord Lu continued, "Just right, all the high-ranking officials of your war department are here today, so let's discuss this matter thoroughly. Yi Shilua, as a member of your war department, slaughtered innocent civilians and pushed all the blame onto the Wu family, yet your war department did not investigate the truth of the matter, but instead surrounded the Wu family with great fanfare. If your war department does not give us an explanation, does not give the Wu family an explanation, then today, no one can leave." Before Long Outyen could say anything, Wang Jianjun spoke up first. "Nonsense. As the war god of the war department, Shilua protects the safety of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens and has made tremendous contributions. He would never do such a thing." "Exactly, who is Shilua? How could he possibly do something like this? You slander Shilua like this, do you have any evidence?" Other high-ranking officials from the War Department also chimed in, all of them aware of Yi Feng's identity and the kind of person he was. How could he possibly do such a thing? Lord Lu from the Law Enforcement Department smiled coldly. "Evidence? Then I would like to ask what evidence you have to say that this matter was done by the Wu family?" Long Outyen replied truthfully, "That's because Shilua personally told us." Long Outyen indeed had no evidence, everything was told to him by Yi Feng. As soon as Long Outyen finished speaking, an uproar erupted at the scene. Everyone looked at Long Outyen as if he were an idiot. Lord Lu from the Law Enforcement Department laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. The disdain and mockery from the crowd made several high-ranking officials from the War Department feel uncomfortable, but they had no way to refute it. Lord Lu restrained his laughter and said, "You have no evidence, but I have conclusive evidence in my hands." Saying this, Lord Lu took out a mobile phone from his pocket and threw it to Wu Honggang beside him. Wu Honggang caught the phone, hurriedly opened it, and played a video inside. In the video, Yi Feng was seen crazily slaughtering everyone in the town, and after killing them all, he set the entire town ablaze. The video was taken secretly, although it was not very clear. Long Outyen and the others recognized that the person in action was indeed Yi Feng. Long Outyen's brows furrowed deeply as he snatched the phone from Wu Hongdang's hand to watch closely. After watching it back and forth several times, the person in the video was indeed Yi Feng. "Now, do you have anything else to say?" Lord Lu looked at Long Outyen with a defiant expression. Wu Hongjian seized the opportunity to cry out in grievance, "Lord Lu, you must stand up for our Wu family. We have suffered such an unjust grievance, and now the War Department is mobilizing forces to besiege us. If this gets out, our Wu family will become a laughingstock." The martial families around them also began to mock. "This is outrageous. Yi Shilua is clearly the murderer, yet he has shifted all the blame onto the Wu family. The people from the War Department are useless, they come to besiege the Wu family without even investigating the truth. Who told them Yi Shilua is the war god of the War Department? Naturally, they will side with their own." The words of those around made many in the War Department feel ashamed. However, Long Outyen seemed to think of something, and his expression returned to calm. Lord Lu's gaze turned back to Long Outyen. "Long Outyen, do you have anything to say now?" Long Outyen looked at Lord Lu with a cold smile. "What do you want?" Lord Lu spoke indifferently. "You people from the War Department indiscriminately kill the innocent, and after the murders, you slander the martial families. You even bite back and frame the Wu family. The nature of this matter is extremely vile. My suggestion is that the War Department publicly announce this matter, then dismiss Yi Shilua, and in front of the entire Dragon Kingdom, sentence Yi Shilua to death. Then, the people from the War Department should publicly apologize to the Wu family. Of course, if the War Department is unwilling to take action, we can do it ourselves. After all, Yi Shilua is also a martial arts expert, and this incident happened on our territory. We have a responsibility to deal with him." As soon as Lord Lu finished speaking, someone beside him objected, "No. Lord Lu, this matter absolutely cannot be left to the War Department. They will never sentence Yi Shilua to death. Previously, when Yi Shilua destroyed the Jiang family, how many innocent people did he kill? The War Department has been covering for him. This matter, which happened on our Xizang territory, and the slander against the Wu family, must be handled by us personally. Yes, we must take action ourselves to eliminate such a madman. If we do not handle this and do not seek justice for the Wu family, then the martial artists of Xizang will never be able to hold their heads high." In an instant, the martial artists of Xizang began to speak up. Long Outyen watched this scene, his cold smile growing. He could see that this matter was clearly orchestrated by the Xizang Martial Law Enforcement Department to slander Yi Feng. Their goal was not only to ruin Yifeng's reputation but also to have him expelled from the War Department, and furthermore, to incite all the martial artists of Shijiang to jointly kill this brutal man, Yifeng. Although Lord Lu and the people beside him were acting poorly, it was effective. The anger of the martial families in Shijiang was being stirred up. They aimed to incite the wrath of all the martial artists in Shijiang to kill Yifeng. Given Yifeng's character, if provoked by these people, he would surely eliminate them all. At that time, this matter would undoubtedly spread in various ways, causing a sensation throughout the world. Thus, Yifeng would be completely opposed to all the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom and the people of the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement department. In the future, there would be no place for Yifeng in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and he would become a true enemy of all. By then, countless strong individuals from the Dragon Kingdom would surely take action to eliminate Yishio Luo. If Yifeng were to slay numerous strong individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, it would undoubtedly weaken the luck of the Dragon Kingdom. If Yifeng died at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom strong, the Fifth Kingdom would surely seek revenge for Yifeng, and a war with the Dragon Kingdom would likely ensue. In short, regardless of who wins or loses, it would be a mutual destruction for both the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom. This scheme could be said to be killing multiple birds with one stone.
Long Outyen couldn't help but admire the methods of the mastermind behind this. They were indeed formidable.
Lord Lu was quite pleased with the reactions of all the warriors from the West River around him.
He turned to Long Outyen and said, "Long Outyen, you have seen it.
I originally planned to let your War Department handle this matter, but unfortunately, our people from the West River won't allow it. How about this? You don't need to concern yourselves with this matter anymore, and there's no need for you to apologize to the Wu family. You only need to publicly announce the dismissal of Yi Xiaolua, and we will take care of Yi Xiaolua ourselves. This way, your War Department can also stay out of it and not be talked about by outsiders."
Long Outyen, however, smiled and said, "Lord Lu, isn't it a bit too hasty to say this now? The matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet."
Lord Lu replied indifferently, "What else needs to be investigated? You have no evidence, while we hold conclusive evidence in our hands." Long Outyen said, "I have received news that this matter was not done by these people from the Wu family here, but by Wu Hongyu from the Wu family. He also kidnapped the young lady of the Chen family and the only survivor from that town. Shouldn't we find him first, and then wait for Yi Xiaolua to arrive to confront him?" Lord Lu's brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, a voice came from behind the crowd.
"I didn't do this."
Everyone turned to see Wu Hongyu walking in from outside, with Zhang Qin following beside him. Upon reaching the crowd, Wu Hongyu bowed to Lord Lu.
"Greetings, Lord Lu."
Lord Lu nodded slightly. Wu Hong just hurriedly spoke, "Hongyu, you came back just in time, quickly explain what happened."
"Big brother, don't worry, I didn't do this."
Wu Hongyu patted Wu Hong's arm, then turned to Long Outyen.
"Long Lao, I didn't do this.
I was indeed in that town before and took away a girl named Yeren from there, but I didn't kill anyone. Young Master Zhang was also there, he can testify for me." Zhang Qin spoke up, "When we left, the people in the town were indeed all there."
Long Outyen said, "That's just your one-sided word, it doesn't count as evidence."
Wu Hongyu replied, "The young lady of the Chen family and Miss Yeren from that town were with me the whole time, they can testify for me."
Long Outyen nodded, "In that case, bring them over."
This was actually Long Outyen's true intention. Yifeng had previously instructed him to rescue Yeren. At that time, he had also found out about Wu Hongyu's villa, but he didn't dare to act against Wu Hongyu easily. He was afraid that Wu Hongyu, in a desperate situation, would harm Yeren, so he wanted Wu Hongyu to confront him. Now that Wu Hongyu admitted to this matter, it would be easier to handle.
Wu Hongyu was taken aback and hesitated a bit.
However, Lord Lu shouted from the side, "Hurry up and bring the people here."
"Yes."
Wu Hongyu quickly instructed several subordinates to go to his villa.
In a short while, Wu Hongyu's subordinates brought Yeren and Chen Runin over. As soon as the people arrived, Long Outyen suddenly made a move, snatching the two and protecting them behind him. Lord Lu was immediately startled. "Long Outyen, what do you mean by this?"
Long Outyen sneered, "It means nothing, these two are the ones that Xiaolua asked me to protect. Naturally, I have to protect them well." Lord Lu's expression turned cold. "Is your War Department going to protect Yi Xiaolua?" Long Outyen said, No, you misunderstood. Our War Department doesn't have the ability to protect Xiaolua. He protects us, that's more like it. Everyone was a bit confused by Long Outyen's words. Wasn't Yi Xiaolua just a minor war god? How could he protect the War Department? Lord Lu, however, ignored Long Outyen's words and said coldly, "I'll ask you one last time, is your War Department going to shield Yi Xiaolua?" Long Outyen sneered, "If you say so, then so be it. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude."
As soon as Lord Lu's words fell, his entire aura erupted, and he was about to make a move. The order he received was to solidify this matter. Originally, with Yaren and Chen Runan's arrival, he intended to confirm it, but Long Outyan was not playing by the rules. However, this was also good, as it could drag the War Department into this affair. With a wave of his hand, countless members of the War Department raised their guns simultaneously. Go ahead and try. Let's see if your martial prowess can withstand the firepower of my War Department. Lord Lu's momentum was even greater. I've heard that the War Department's combat power is fierce. I would like to see it for myself. Just as Lord Lu was about to take action, a thunderous shout rang out. A bunch of trash, dare to confront the War Department. As the voice echoed, a vast and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. Everyone felt as if they were carrying a great mountain on their backs. Some weaker martial artists were instantly crushed, their legs broken, collapsing pitifully to the ground. Lord Lu felt as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast, an unprecedented sense of terror sweeping over him. Swish! In the distance, a figure shot towards them like a streak of black light. The first to bear the brunt was Wu Hongyu, who felt a darkness before him, then a sharp pain in his legs, and simultaneously, a hand clutched his neck, lifting him uncontrollably, while his legs remained in place. Speak! Why did you massacre the town? Yi Feng's voice thundered in his ear like a hellish demon. With one hand gripping Wu Hongyu's neck, he stepped into the crowd, his face icy, eyes blood-red, exuding an indescribable aura of terrifying killing intent that made the surrounding air drop several degrees. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back, looking at Yi Feng in fear. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Although many present thought Yi Xiaoluo was merely a minor border war god, when Yi Feng truly appeared before them, they felt a surge of fear. Coupled with the overwhelming killing intent he radiated, he had directly severed the legs of Wu Hongyu, a powerful figure at the Emperor's realm. This made everyone realize that Yi Feng's strength was absolutely several times greater than they had imagined. You bastard, dare to touch my brother. Wu Honggang, seeing his brother's legs severed, was instantly enraged. Smack! Just as his words fell, Yi Feng slapped out, and Wu Honggang's body flew into the air, exploding mid-flight. This terrifying scene plunged the venue into dead silence. What did they just witness? Wu Honggang, a martial artist at the initial stage of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, was actually killed by Yi Xiaoluo with a single slap. This made everyone instantly understand that Yi Xiaoluo's strength had at least reached the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Those from the Wu family who had originally prepared to act all halted in their tracks, their faces filled with fear. Speak, why did you massacre the town? Yi Feng's voice remained icy, containing an indescribable anger and killing intent. In the days spent with Yaren, he had come to see her as a younger sister and her parents as his own. Moreover, the townspeople had been very kind to him during those days. Yet, these countless kind-hearted, simple, and hospitable villagers had been brutally slaughtered, and the entire town had been set ablaze. Yi Xiaoluo, you slaughtered everyone in the town and burned it to the ground, and now you dare to slander others and even kill. Do you know your crimes? Although Lord Lu was terrified of Yi Feng's strength, he still spoke up, wanting to solidify this matter. Of course, he had the confidence to speak. This was Shi Jiang, and he was from the law enforcement department, with experts from the department surrounding him, so he was not worried about Yi Feng attacking him. With a wave of his hand, Lord Lu was uncontrollably pulled towards Yi Feng, his neck grasped. What did you say? Yi Feng's tone was icy to the extreme. At that moment, Lord Lu truly felt the terror of Yi Feng. In Yi Feng's hands, he felt like a bug, easily crushed. Shura, these people slander you, saying you slaughtered everyone in the town. Long Outyan spoke up immediately. Shura, this is the video. Long Outyan hurriedly opened the video on his phone. When Yi Feng saw the footage on the phone, his expression turned even colder. Is this your scheme? Yi Feng looked at Lord Lu. Upon seeing the content of the video, Yi Feng instantly understood that this was all a plot against him, that someone was trying to use this incident to incite conflict between him and the martial artists of Long Country. To provoke a conflict between me and the martial artists of Long Country, you would go so far as to harm innocent people? Since that's the case, then as you wish. Lord Lu wanted to say something more, but Yi Feng didn't give him the chance. Crack! With a forceful grip, Yi Feng directly crushed Lord Lu's neck. Lord Lu's eyes widened, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets, his face still etched with deep terror and unwillingness. He never expected Yi Feng would actually dare to kill him. And you, how dare you kidnap my sister? How dare you kill the people in the town? Yi Feng's gaze turned once again to Wu Hongyu. Wu Hongyu struggled wildly, screaming frantically, it wasn't me, it really wasn't me, I didn't kill anyone in the town. But Yi Feng ignored Wu Hongyu's words, waving his hand and sending Wu Hongyu flying into the distance. He didn't kill Wu Hongyu. Even if he wasn't the murderer of everyone in Yeren town, he was still an accomplice. Yi Feng wanted Yeren and Balong to take their revenge personally. At that moment, Yao Shi arrived with a group of people from the Medicine God Valley, protecting Balong. Seeing Wu Hongyu on the ground, Balong rushed forward like a madman, pouncing on Wu Hongyu and biting him frantically. His arm had been severed by Wu Hongyu. Balong, where's your arm? Balong, did everyone in the town die? Yeren also came over, and upon seeing her childhood friend missing an arm, her face turned pale, trembling all over. She had just heard that it seemed everyone in their town had died, that the entire town had been burned down. When the crazed Balong heard Yeren's voice, he froze in place. He looked up, his blood-red eyes fixed on Yeren, tears streaming down his face. Everyone in the town has been killed, the whole town has been burned, everyone is dead. Mom and Dad are dead. Xiaotong, Xiaoyu, they are all dead. All dead. Yeren, in this world, we have no family left. Wow. At this point, Balong could no longer hold back and burst into tears. The grief was overwhelming. Upon hearing this news, Yeren felt as if struck by lightning. Her face turned as pale as death. She stood there in a daze, as if her soul had left her body, her mind blank. She had originally thought of following Yi Feng out to see the world, to earn a lot of money in the future, and then bring her parents out so they could live happily together. But now her home was gone, her relatives were dead, the entire town was gone, everything had turned to smoke. Unable to bear such devastating news, Yeren fainted. And when Yi Feng heard Balong's words, tears also flowed from his eyes. His killing intent grew even more intense. You all can come to kill me to deal with me, but you should not involve those innocent people. He looked at the people from the Shijiang Law Enforcement Department, at the Wu family, at the martial artists of Shijiang, his voice like a ghostly wail. So, you all deserve to die. You must pay for the lives of those innocent people. Yi Feng's eyes turned blood-red, his killing intent surging as he stepped toward the Wu family. The Wu family was terrified. He began to flee in a panic, rolling and crawling. Yi Feng's might was too overwhelming. They were terrified, their legs weak, unable to stand. Boom! The murderous aura emanating from Yi Feng surged violently, instantly solidifying into sharp white blades that shot towards the Wu family members. The Wu family tried to dodge, but they were utterly powerless. Blade after blade pierced their bodies, and as soon as they entered, they transformed into raging flames, igniting everyone. Ah! A moment of desolate screams echoed throughout the Wu family estate. Many tried to gather their internal energy to extinguish the flames, but their energy acted like an accelerant, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. It's your turn. Since you want to make me your enemy, then so be it. Yi Feng turned to face the martial artists from Shijiang and the law enforcement personnel. Yi Xiu Luo, don't be impulsive. We know we were wrong, we won't oppose you anymore. One of the law enforcement officers shouted, genuinely frightened. Yi Feng's power exceeded their expectations, especially the method he had just used to annihilate the Wu family members, something they had never witnessed before. But Yi Feng did not relent, his murderous aura once again solidified into sharp blades, rapidly shooting towards everyone present. Everyone scattered in terror, but their speed was too slow. In the blink of an eye, they were struck by the blades, their bodies igniting in fierce flames. Everyone, attack together! Someone shouted in a panic. But at that moment, everyone was in disarray, terrified by Yi Feng's terrifying methods, lacking the courage to strike back. More people were hit, their bodies burning violently. Just as it seemed everyone would be slaughtered, a voice exploded from above, and a massive palm print shot down from the sky, shattering many blades and saving numerous people. Yi Xiu Luo, you have some nerve to attack my law enforcement personnel. As the voice fell, a shadow descended from the sky, landing less than 50 meters away from Yi Feng, protecting many law enforcement members. Elder! Seeing the newcomer, the law enforcement personnel were overjoyed. The newcomer was an old man in a black robe, with white hair and beard, exuding an otherworldly aura. When they realized the newcomer was Lu Rutian, the elder of the Green Willow Manor, many martial artists from Shijian breathed a sigh of relief. He was the second strongest in the Green Willow Manor, having already reached the realm of earthly immortals. It was rumored that he had once fought with Zhang Zhongyuan and could withstand 100 moves under him. With him here, they were safe. Lu Rutian scanned the scene, and upon seeing countless people turn to ashes, his brow furrowed slightly. Yi Xiu Luo, you have slaughtered countless innocent people, yet you still refuse to repent, wantonly killing my Shijiang martial artists. Today, you will pay for your sins with your life. As Lu Rutian's words fell, his black robe billowed without wind, and a powerful internal energy erupted around him. With a flick of his finger, a cluster of emerald green flames danced at his fingertips. This was a flame of terrifying temperature, as if the air itself was being scorched, crackling with explosive sounds.
You used fire to kill my Shijiang martial artists. Today, let me show you what it feels like to die in flames. Lu Rutian's voice was icy as he snapped his fingers, and the flame shot out, growing larger in the wind, quickly transforming into a surging inferno. The temperature became even more terrifying, causing everyone around to retreat. Wherever it passed, the ground tiles were instantly shattered by the scorching heat. Yi Feng, however, did not waste any words. He simply swung his hand in the air. There was no wind before, but as his hand fell, a terrifying gale akin to a 20-level storm swept forward. This vast gale surged like a tidal wave, rushing towards the inferno. Whoosh! From a distance of at least 20 meters, the flame suddenly changed position, blown back by a terrifying gust of wind. Its speed was even greater than before. Lu Ruetian's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The wind intensified the flames, and a more ferocious fire instantly crashed down upon him, engulfing him completely, including the martial artists from the law enforcement department behind him, who were also swallowed up by the sea of fire in an instant. Boom! The fire soared into the sky, and a loud explosion swept across the air. The martial artists from the law enforcement department didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to a pile of ashes. Boom! Another explosion echoed through the air. The sea of fire erupted. A figure shot out from the flames in a disheveled manner. At that moment, Lu Ruetian no longer resembled the ethereal figure he once was. He looked like a beggar in distress. His long white beard and hair were completely burned away, and the black robe he wore was still ablaze, with flames threatening to consume it entirely. Lu Ruetian had no time to think. He leaped directly into a nearby pond. A thick white mist rose from the water's surface. Ah! From within the white mist, Lu Ruetian's scream echoed. Boom! In the next moment, the water's surface exploded, and thick columns of water shot towards Yi Feng like arrows. Yi Feng still made no unnecessary movements, slapping the air again. An even more terrifying gust of wind swept towards the water columns. Whoosh! The incoming water columns changed direction once more, moving towards the misty pond at an even faster speed. Just as Lu Ruetian emerged from the pond, he was taken aback by this scene. He had no time to dodge, quickly wrapping his arms around his chest, trying to withstand the oncoming water columns. Ah! But when these water columns struck his arms, Lu Ruetian realized how ridiculous he was. He understood just how powerful Yi Feng truly was. Each of these water columns seemed to carry the force of a mountain. At that moment, he felt as if he had been struck by several mountains. His fragile arms were instantly shattered. The overwhelming force landed directly on his chest. His body simply couldn't withstand such mountain-like impact, and he flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the luxurious estate of the Wu family. Like a cannonball hitting its target, the house collapsed in an instant. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the Wu family estate was reduced to a pile of ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air. Everyone looked up to see Lu Ruetian pinned to the highest building, eyes wide open in death. Yi Feng stood proudly 100 meters away at the entrance of the estate, untouched by dust, like an invincible war god. The scene fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that Lu Ruetian, the second strongest of the Green Willow Manor, who had entered the realm of terrestrial immortals and could withstand 100 moves under Jiang Zhongyuan, would be so easily defeated by Yi Feng with just 2 slaps. After a long while, Gulan, someone unconsciously swallowed hard, and the scene came back to life. The remaining martial artists from the law enforcement department turned to flee. It was too terrifying. Yi Xiu Luo was too terrifying. Yi Xiu Luo was invincible. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds, to escape. But would Yi Feng let them go? The answer was obvious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking air rang out, and transparent blades, like beams of light, pierced through these people's bodies. Flames ignited fiercely. Moments later, the flames disappeared. The bodies of several people also vanished. The scene fell silent once more. Yi Feng turned and approached Ba Lang, who was still weeping in sorrow. Yi Feng didn't know how to comfort him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared around Yi Feng like ghosts. A chilling killing intent stirred, causing Yi Feng's clothes to rustle. Looking for death. Yi Feng's aura surged, instantly shattering the several chilling killing intents. He shot towards the ambushers. Seeing this, they surprisingly withdrew simultaneously, their figures retreating violently, and then abruptly disappearing. Just as Yi Feng was about to pursue them, Ba Lang suddenly stopped crying and began to scream frantically. Brother Yi, it's them! It's them! They killed everyone in the town. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's killing intent surged wildly. Get out here! A thunderous roar erupted from Yi Feng's mouth, echoing in the air. Bang bang bang! Several figures fell from midair, blood seeping from their ears. These are
Ninjas from the Eastern Isles. Long Outyen recognized the attire of these individuals.
As the fallen figures moved, something dropped to the ground.
Bang bang bang.
The ground erupted in clouds of white mist, obscuring everyone's vision.
Yifeng slapped the air, unleashing a terrifying storm that dispersed the mist.
The ninjas hidden within, who had planned to ambush Long Outyen amidst the chaos, were all struck down and fell to the ground.
Yifeng's figure moved, appearing before them, and several slaps landed on their mouths.
Their teeth were all shattered. But it was too late. Dark, foul-smelling blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they had already taken poison. They had come with the intent to die in their assassination attempt on Yifeng. The fact that they had failed in their first attempt and then aimed to kill Long Outyen was telling.
Damn it!
An enraged Yifeng was about to strike, ready to vent his anger on the corpses. Long Outyen hurried over and said, "Shura, leave the bodies to me, I will handle them. We must make those guys from the Eastern Isles pay a heavy price."
Moreover, their appearance in Long Country suggests a connection to the people of Green Willow Manor. This is evidence.
Yifeng did not strike but instead moved swiftly towards the distance.
Just as Long Outyen approached, Yifeng had clearly sensed several figures retreating rapidly in the distance.
Yifeng's figure appeared before them first.
"Are you not planning to make a move? Just leaving like this?"
The group was taken aback, looking at Yifeng as if facing a formidable enemy. They were all renowned martial arts experts from the West River. They had come here today at the invitation of Green Willow Manor to kill Yifeng.
Initially, they believed that with Lu Ruetian's strength, he would easily be able to eliminate Yifeng.
But they never expected Yifeng to be so terrifying, easily slaying even Lu Ruetian, a master of the Earth Immortal Realm. Although they had also entered the Earth Immortal Realm, they were not confident they could defeat Yifeng. Thus, after witnessing Yifeng annihilate those ninjas from the Eastern Isles, they chose to retreat immediately, not wanting to get involved in this mess. However, they did not expect to be discovered by Yifeng. "Yi Shura, we are merely here to observe the battle, with no ill intentions." One of the elders spoke up. Yifeng sneered, "Since you chose to come, it means you intended to make a move against me. But seeing my strength, you became afraid and wanted to retreat.
If my strength were not formidable, I guess you would have rushed forward to kill me and make a name for yourselves, right?"
Yifeng's words left them silent.
Indeed, they had such thoughts.
As martial arts experts from the West River, they had some reputation there, but in the entire Long Country, they were insignificant. When they saw the ranking list released by the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, they shared the common sentiment that Yishura, a mere war god of the battle department, could actually overshadow Qin Wufeng and Jiang Zhongyuan, becoming the number one on the Long Country martial arts ranking. They were all quite dissatisfied. After learning that Yi Shiluo had appeared in Shijiang, they were all somewhat moved and wanted to find Yi Shiluo to kill him and thus make a name for themselves. However, at that time, there were too many people across Longguo looking for Yi Shiluo. As somewhat famous experts, they naturally would not lower themselves to search for Yi Shiluo like those martial artists. They were all waiting to see if those martial artists could kill Yi Shiluo. If Yi Shiluo was killed, it would only prove that the ranking was hollow. If those martial artists were killed, it would prove that Yi Shiluo had some strength.
At that time, it would not be too late for them to take action.
Soon, the Wu family publicly revealed Yi Shiluo's whereabouts, yet they still chose not to act, only sending some subordinates to find Yi Shiluo, wanting to see what his strength was like. However, they had not received any replies from their subordinates. Until yesterday, they received an invitation from the Green Willow Manor, saying that the people they had sent to Yaoshan Valley had all been killed by Yi Shiluo. Green Willow Manor invited them to join in the hunt for Yi Shiluo, to avenge their subordinates, and after killing Yi Shiluo, they could divide up Yaoshan Valley and redistribute the power and resources of the entire Xinjiang. Upon learning this, they naturally agreed decisively. Therefore, they all came here today.
But unexpectedly, Yi Shiluo was too strong.
They did not have the confidence to take down Yi Shiluo.
"Since you choose to come and kill me, willingly becoming pawns, you must be prepared to be killed."
Yi Feng's words were extremely cold, his aura overwhelming.
A strong killing intent locked onto a few of them.
He clearly knew that these people were also invited by the law enforcement department and were pawns of the behind-the-scenes manipulators. Since those behind-the-scenes manipulators wanted to provoke a conflict between him and the martial arts world of Longguo, he would give them the opportunity, just as they wished.
"Yi Shiluo, don't be arrogant. You are indeed strong, but we are not to be trifled with."
An old woman with a wrinkled face spoke, her entire aura unleashed, confronting him.
The remaining two elders also spoke up. "Yi Shiluo, you are strong, but if we join forces, you may not survive. We have no grievances with you, so don't bully us too much."
They were all well-known experts from Xiangxi, and they had already entered the realm of Earth Immortals. Naturally, they all had their own tempers.
With Yi Feng being so aggressive, they would not fall behind. At this moment, people in the distance also saw Yi Feng blocking the four elders. It's actually the four great experts of Shijiang. Someone recognized these four. They were indeed the four great experts of the martial arts world in Shijiang, famous for many years. Ji Wuchen, Hu Sanyang, Gu Tiansheng, and Yang Tianyu. I didn't expect it to be these four. Luo Peng spoke. As the head of the Shijiang War Department, he naturally knew the experts of Xiangxi like the back of his hand. These four are well-known experts and have all entered the realm of Earth Immortals. Lord Shura may find it somewhat difficult against these four. Long Tu, should we take action to help Lord Shura? Luo Peng looked at Long Outyan with some concern. Long Outyan smiled slightly. No need, Shura's strength is far beyond what we can imagine. Yes, he said before that he could slap to death 5 Earth Immortal level experts with one hand. Chen Runan also said, looking at Yi Feng with sparkling eyes. Indeed, Mr. Ye's strength is unmatched in the world. Yao Shi also spoke, her beautiful eyes similarly shining. Hearing this, Luo Peng felt somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, on Yi Feng's side, he completely ignored the words of the four, moving his hand as a streak of golden light danced at his fingertips. Seeing this, the four knew that Yi Feng had murderous intent towards them, and they naturally would not sit idly by. Accompanied by the old woman's shout, who was Hu Sanyang, attack. The four acted simultaneously, with Ji Wuchen moving the fastest, arriving in front of Yi Feng the moment Hu Sanyang's voice fell. A powerful palm, infused with immense force, surged towards Yi Feng's lower body, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. At the same time, Gu Tiansheng and Yang Tianyu arrived, one in front and the other behind, their fierce fists carrying overwhelming power, aimed at Yi Feng's chest and back simultaneously. Hu Sanyang appeared above Yi Feng, her bony fingers resembling eagle claws, making a slicing sound as they reached for Yi Feng's head. The four of them attacked at once, all targeting the fatal points on Yi Feng's body with full force. If they succeeded, Yi Feng would undoubtedly die. Yet, facing the dual attacks from the four, Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged as he slowly extended his right palm and lightly waved it. The flickering golden light on his fingertips instantly transformed into 4 streaks of flowing light, shooting out ahead of them, piercing through their bodies. Puff, puff, puff. 4 muffled sounds echoed, as if balloons filled with water had been punctured. Ji Wuchen and the others all halted in place, their attacks completely stopped, not landing a single blow on Yi Feng. Each person's face turned pale, filled with a mix of shock, disbelief, and various complex emotions. Hu Sanyang, hovering above Yi Feng, was like a kite with its string cut, flying away in the wind. The remaining 3 fixed their eyes on Yi Feng, who was less than a meter away from them. What kind of technique is this? The 3 were filled with extreme curiosity. Just as Yi Feng lightly waved his right hand, they felt an unprecedented terrifying aura locking onto their bodies, rendering them unable to move. Then, they sensed an indescribable terrifying force invading their bodies, suppressing all their internal energy and destroying their meridians and organs. Not only did it cripple their cultivation, but it also severed their life force. This method was something they had never heard of or seen before. However, Yi Feng showed no interest in answering their questions. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of the few ignited in roaring flames, and in no time, they completely vanished. Thus, the so-called 4 great masters of the West River were utterly annihilated. In the distance, Luo Peng and countless members of the War Department looked at Yi Feng with eyes filled with deep shock and admiration. The people of the War Department revered the strong. Yi Feng, being a war god, was an object of their immense admiration. After Yi Feng had destroyed the Zhang family and countless martial arts experts, now he had also eliminated Lu Rutian, the Eastern Ninja, and the 4 great masters of the West River right before their eyes. Witnessing Yi Feng's power firsthand elevated their admiration for him to an unprecedented height. Long Aotian wore a look of relief and gratitude. A master like Yi Feng, such an existence, was fortunately a citizen of Long Country, a friend of Long Country, and stood with them. If he were an opponent, he would undoubtedly be the greatest adversary for Long Country. Beside them, Chen Ruanan watched this scene, her eyes sparkling even more. After glancing at Yao Shi beside her, the sparkle in her eyes quickly dimmed. Yao Shi, with a perfect arc at the corner of her mouth beneath her veil, looked at Yi Feng with tender eyes. Her heart echoed with her father's words of advice before she left. Mr. You will definitely be a significant figure in the future, my daughter, when you leave with Mr. Yi this time, do not miss this heaven-sent opportunity. On the ground, Ba Lang had also stopped crying, looking at Yi Feng with eyes full of envy and determination. The outermost special police looked at Yi Feng as if he were a deity. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Feng approached everyone. Dragon Head, thank you for this matter. Long Aotian quickly waved his hand, saying, Shura is joking, this is what we should do. After speaking, Long Ao Tian pulled Yifeng aside. Shura, what do you think of this matter? This is a conspiracy aimed directly at me. Yifeng said. Long Outyan nodded. Indeed, it's clear that someone is deliberately targeting you with this scheme.
I must say, their plan is quite clever, achieving multiple goals at once. First, they slaughtered the town and framed you, then forced our war department to expel you. They isolated you, and then had the enforcement department take action against you. If you were really killed by the enforcement department, your subordinates would surely seek revenge, which would inevitably lead to a great war with Long Country. Moreover, they also used the Eastern Ninja to massacre the village, completely shifting the blame away from the enforcement department and dragging the Japanese nation into it.
No matter who wins or loses, it's what they want to see. Yifeng nodded. He naturally saw through their scheme as well. Long Outyan continued, fortunately, your strength is exceptional, and the enforcement department is no match for you. However, they will definitely publicize that you are brutal and bloodthirsty, disregarding the law, and that you attacked the enforcement department. They will rally the martial artists of Long Country to hunt you down, pushing you to the opposite side of the martial arts world in Long Country. Furthermore, because of this incident, those long-standing powerful figures in Long Country who have never acted will have an excuse to take action against you. In the future, you will be considered an enemy of the world, facing the entire martial arts community of Long Country. If you are slain by those martial arts experts, your subordinates will seek revenge, triggering another great war. And they haven't let the enforcement department. I really have to admire the cleverness of the mastermind behind this. Who do you think is the mastermind? Yifeng asked. Long Outyan replied, it must be someone from the heavenly realm. After all, the enforcement department is under their jurisdiction. Yifeng smiled and said, regardless of whether it's the heavenly realm's scheme or someone else's, in the face of absolute strength, everything is futile. However, since they want to play, let's play along with them. Don't they want me to be enemies with the enforcement department and the martial artists of Long Country? Then let it be as they wish. I want to see just how many of them are enough for me to kill. Long Outyan said, Mr. Yi, do you mean? Yifeng said, use their own plan against them, lure them out. Long Outyan said, that works too. Over the years, the heavenly realm has become increasingly overreaching, constantly meddling in worldly affairs. The enforcement department they control has also become more and more brazen. This is a perfect opportunity to completely eliminate these long-standing departments and cut off their wings. In the future, without their helpers, if they want to continue targeting you, they will have to act personally, and then we can find out where they are. However, if that happens, you will truly be in grave danger, and your family, friends, and relatives may also be targeted. Yifeng said, I know. If they dare to act like this, then I will kill them before they dare to target my family and friends. Long Outyan nodded, using killing to stop killing, that is indeed a good method. What do we need to do? Yifeng said, just keep an eye on the heavenly realm for me. Also, after I return this time, announce that I am leaving the War Department and severing ties with them. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Long Outyan understood that Yifeng was doing this out of fear that the Heavenly Realm would involve the War Department and innocent people. Alright, you can leave now. Help me take care of the aftermath in Yaren's town. At this point, Yifeng's expression turned somewhat sorrowful. Long Outyan said, rest assured, it will be handled well. Soon, Long Outyan hurriedly left with his people. Yifeng then approached Chen Runan and asked, does your Chen family want to rise to power? Chen Runan was somewhat taken aback by Yifeng's question but instinctively nodded. Good, then you immediately gather the people from the major families in Shijiang and head to Green Willow Villa. Immediately, he looked at Yaoshi, you go gather the heads of the major martial arts families and sects in Xianxi to head to Green Willow Villa. Okay. After Yaoshi and Chen Runan left, Yifeng approached Ba Lang and Yaran. Yaran had already regained consciousness, but she looked as if her soul had been lost, sitting on the ground with vacant eyes, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. Beside her, Ba Lang sat quietly, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the already tortured corpse of Wu Hongyu on the ground. Yifeng walked over, seeing their state, unsure of how to comfort them, so he just sat beside them. Suddenly, Ba Lang knelt before Yifeng. Brother Yi, I beg you to take me as your disciple. I want to become a master like you. If I were a master like you, my parents wouldn't have died, and the town wouldn't have been destroyed. As he spoke, Ba Lang began to cry again. Yifeng said, have you thought this through? The path of martial arts is fraught with danger, a moment's carelessness can lead to loss of life. Ba Lang stopped crying and nodded heavily, I've thought it through. I have no family left now. It was you, Brother Yi, who saved me and helped me take revenge. From now on, my life belongs to you. Yifeng patted Ba Lang's shoulder. I don't want your life, I just need you to live well. If you are willing to enter the path of martial arts, I will arrange for a suitable person to be your master. Thank you, Brother Yi. Brother Yifeng, I also want to be your disciple. At that moment, Yaran suddenly knelt down in front of Yifeng as well. Yifeng helped both of them up and said, "Alright, I will make arrangements." Soon after, Yi Er arrived. "Boss, everything in the town has been taken care of." Yifeng nodded. "Let's go. First, take them back to the town to have a look." Yi Er glanced at Yaran and Ba Lang, unsure of how to comfort them. "Don't worry." Before long, Yifeng and Yi Er took Ba Lang and Yaran back to the town where Yaran's family lived. Previously, Yifeng had already led people to find all the corpses in the town, and Yi Er had carefully gathered them. They buried everyone. On the back mountain, new graves were everywhere, including those of Yaran and Ba Lang's parents and relatives. Seeing the completely vanished town and the graves scattered across the back mountain, the two could no longer hold back and began to weep bitterly. Yaran fainted from grief several times. After Yifeng allowed them to pay their respects to their families, he had Yi Er take them, along with the doctors and medicinal herbs from the Medicine God Valley, to the northwest. Not long after Yi Er and the others left, Yao Shi and Chan Runan quickly returned. They brought the same news. The major families and martial arts sects in Xiangxi had all been summoned by Green Willow Villa and were now heading there. Yifeng sneered, "It seems Green Willow Villa is still not convinced. Very well, we can take them all at once." Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Shijiang, Shenlong Mountain. Shenlong Mountain is the highest peak in all of Shijiang, towering into the clouds, resembling a fairyland. This place is an absolute forbidden zone in Shijiang, as the base of the Shijiang Law Enforcement Department, which is located atop this mountain, is also Green Willow Villa. Green Willow Villa was originally a powerful martial arts family in Xiangxi, the leader of the martial arts community in Xiangxi. Later, it was granted certain responsibilities and powers by the Outer Heaven, tasked with overseeing the entire martial arts community in Xiangxi and restraining it. It is the most powerful existence aside from the Poison Sect. Of course, this is mainly because the Poison Sect is located deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and those outside the Poison Sect do not know its true location. Moreover, the disciples of the Poison Sect often cause chaos and refuse to be disciplined, otherwise, the position of the Shijiang Law Enforcement Department would not have been granted to Green Willow Villa. At this moment, countless luxury cars had already gathered at the foot of Qianlong Mountain. The Mercedes and BMWs are just the lowest tier. There are many more top-tier luxury cars like Rolls-Royces. A few hours ago, the Green Willow Villa issued a call to gather the prominent families and martial arts sects of Xiangxi to jointly deal with Yi Xiaoluo. The news that Yi Xiaoluo had slain Lu Ruetian and several powerful martial artists from Xiangxi had already spread among the various families and martial arts sects. The strength of Yi Xiaoluo indeed shocked them. Although they were horrified by Yi Xiaoluo's power, they were not afraid and all gathered at Green Willow Villa. They were all from Xiangxi, and facing the provocation of an outsider like Yi Xiaoluo, they naturally would not stand by idly. Despite their internal conflicts, they united against external threats. Moreover, some families had also lost members to Yi Xiaoluo, and they sought revenge. Of course, many believed that no matter how strong Yi Xiaoluo was, he would never be a match for the people of Green Willow Villa. After all, it was the enforcement department of Xiangxi's martial arts, with countless experts among them. Additionally, they had received news that Green Willow Villa had invited a powerful ally this time. Within a few hours, people from all over had arrived. At this moment, the entire Green Willow Villa was indeed a gathering of experts. Almost all the renowned martial artists from Xiangxi had converged here. Besides these martial artists, there were also bodyguards, fighters raised by various families, and local thugs. In short, at this moment, most of the power of Xiangxi was gathered here. At the foot of the mountain, there were countless small-time thugs, numbering over 1,000. On the road to the peak, thousands of bodyguards and fighters from various families had also gathered, totaling over 1,000. Although these people were mere cannon fodder in front of the powerful martial artists, they were still arranged to be here, simply because the people from various families in Xiangxi wanted to demonstrate their determination to confront Yi Xiaoluo. Of course, whether this was their true intention or if they were being coerced by the enforcement department remained unknown. At the summit, huge ancient buildings stood tall, resembling the stronghold of a powerful sect from ancient times. In the center of the vast square, countless people had gathered, all of whom were the renowned martial artists of Xiangxi. As for the true powerhouses and the heads of various families, they were all gathered in the largest ancient building at the center. The first floor of the ancient building was a large conference hall. Around a huge oval table sat the heads of various families from all over Xiangxi. In the main seat sat an elderly man with a rosy complexion and a spirited demeanor. This elder was the master of Green Willow Villa, Lu Rushan, whose strength had already reached the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal realm. Once everyone was seated, a middle-aged man beside Lu Russian spoke up. Master, aside from the poison sect, the Chen family, and the people from the Medicine God Valley who haven't come, everyone else is here. Lu Russian frowned slightly. The middle-aged man continued, Master, the poison sect had already gathered all their disciples and completely vanished. They probably won't come. As for the Medicine God Valley and the Chen family, they should be standing with Yi Xiaoluo. Lu Russian said calmly, then after we deal with Yi Xiaoluo, we will expel these two families from Xiangxi. Master Lu, I am willing to be the vanguard. Zhang Yeqin, the head of the Zhang family, was the first to step forward and express his stance. Yi Xiaoluo killed my son Zhang Qin, I cannot coexist with him. Although I am not a match for Yi Xiaoluo, I can help the master eliminate the Chen family and the Medicine God Valley. The people from various families present all looked at Zhang Yeqin with disdain, secretly cursing him as an old fox. Who didn't know that the Zhang family had previously allied with the Wu family, inciting martial artists from all over the country to attack the Medicine God Valley, only to be thwarted by Yi Xiaoluo? And now this old fox actually wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to strike at the Medicine God Valley and seize it for himself. The Medicine God Valley has the most resources, except for the Poison Sect and the Green Willow Manor, especially since it controls countless spiritual herbs and has numerous miraculous doctors with extraordinary medical skills. Whoever takes control of the Medicine God Valley would undoubtedly receive the largest piece of the cake. They all understood that now, with the old valley master of the Medicine God Valley deceased, the successor Yao Chen was nothing but a complete waste. Anyone who acted now could certainly seize the Medicine God Valley. Everyone was eyeing the Medicine God Valley, naturally unwilling to let the Zhang family take the lead. The Wang family is willing to lend a helping hand to the Zhang family. The Zhao family is also willing to assist the Zhang family. The Chen family. In an instant, numerous local families and sects from Shijiang began to speak up. Lu Russian looked at the various families and sects arguing in the hall, his brows slightly furrowed. The middle-aged man behind him suddenly became furious. Enough! In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The middle-aged man's cold gaze swept over everyone present. Everyone nervously lowered their heads. The middle-aged man then spoke, Everyone, we from the Green Willow Manor have invited you here to jointly deal with the great enemy Yi Xiaoluo. And now that the enemy has not yet been eliminated, you are actually arguing about how to distribute resources? Do you think our Green Willow Manor is some kind of free market? Everyone fell silent, especially those who had just spoken, who were now terrified. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yeqin. Zhang Yeqin, since you want to avenge your son, then your Zhang family should be the first to strike against Yi Xiaoluo. Don't you want the Medicine God Valley? As long as you kill Yi Xiaoluo, the Medicine God Valley will be yours. Zhang Yeqin was immediately flustered. He hurriedly explained, Master Lu, that's not what I meant, But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Shut up. If you are unwilling, I can kill you right now for defying the orders of the law enforcement department. Zhang Yeqin dared not speak anymore. He knew that the people from the Green Willow Manor were always resolute. If he dared to refuse, he would likely die on the spot. But having his Zhang family deal with Yi Xiaoluo was akin to seeking death. Either way, it was a death sentence, leaving Zhang Yeqin slumped in his chair, his face ashen. He felt immense regret, wishing he hadn't jumped out at this moment. The others present couldn't help but curse him for his fate. However, the next words from the middle-aged man left some people looking ashen. Wang family, Zhao family, Chen family, you all like to lend a helping hand, right? Then you can go with the Zhang family as the vanguard. The heads of several families also slumped in place. The middle-aged man continued, Everyone, Yi Xiaoluo has killed people from the Green Willow Manor, murdered our friends in the martial arts world of Xiangxi, violated the rules of the law enforcement department, disturbed the peace of our Xiangxi, and committed indiscriminate slaughter. This is truly a heinous crime, one that cannot be forgiven. We have received orders from the heavenly realm to eliminate this scoundrel. You are all my fellow practitioners from Xiangxi, and it is your responsibility and duty to assist the law enforcement department in eliminating this scoundrel. Are you all willing to join the law enforcement department in eliminating this scoundrel? From the crowd, someone shouted. I swear to eliminate Yi Xiaoluo with the law enforcement department. The remaining people had no choice but to express their stance, shouting in unison. I swear to eliminate Yi Xiaoluo with the law enforcement department. The middle-aged man was very satisfied with this effect. I see your determination, and please rest assured, once we eliminate Yi Xiaoluo, we will surely make a name for ourselves and earn everlasting glory. Of course, I will also report to the heavenly realm and commend you all, and perhaps you will have the opportunity to join the law enforcement department. Moreover, at that time, the Medicine God Valley and the Chen family will also be eliminated, and you will all have the chance to obtain countless resources from the Chen family and the Medicine God Valley.
Only then did everyone regain their confidence. They didn't care much about reputation, they wanted tangible benefits. Especially the prospect of joining the law enforcement department was even more appealing to many. After all, the position in the law enforcement department is akin to those who can enter the system in the secular world. At that time, not only would there be abundant resources, but it would also elevate one's status and allow one to govern the martial arts world. Seeing that everyone was moved, the middle-aged man continued, "Well, since you all are willing to join me in the law enforcement department to hunt down the traitors, let us prepare to act." However, before anyone could take action, a terrifying voice exploded in everyone's ears. "Trash from Green Willow Manor, come out and die." Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Yifeng had already arrived at the foot of Qianlong Mountain with Yao Shi and Chen Runan. As soon as they arrived, the thousands of small thugs at the foot of the mountain blocked their way. These thugs were extremely arrogant. "This is the important place of Green Willow Manor. Get out of here immediately." Yao Shi and Chen Runan were about to speak, but Yifeng shouted first, "Trash from Green Willow Manor, come out and die." The voice was thunderous, like rolling thunder. The thousands of people blocking the way could not withstand this terrifying voice. One by one, they covered their ears in pain, collapsing to the ground and screaming in agony. In a short while, blood began to flow from their ears. Yifeng's voice, like thunder, was the legendary lion's roar technique. Unlike the so-called counterfeit lion's roar technique circulating in the secular world, his was the most authentic lion's roar, passed down from an extremely ancient sect. Not only could the small thugs at the foot of the mountain not withstand this terrifying roar, but the bodyguards and thugs from various families on the way up the mountain also could not bear it, all covering their ears and lying on the ground, losing their combat ability. With no obstacles left, Yifeng stepped forward towards the mountain. At this moment, on the mountain, everyone heard Yifeng's furious roar, and some weaker individuals felt a buzzing in their ears, their blood surging, and their breaths unstable. In the hall, Lu Russian was also slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Yi Xiaolua would arrive so quickly, and upon arrival, he would be so arrogant and boisterous. This was completely disregarding him. "You reckless fool, you actually dare to come here to seek death. Everyone, Yi Xiaolua has arrived, it is time for us to take action." The middle-aged man behind Lu Russian addressed everyone present. No one dared to say anything. One by one, they left the hall and went out to the square. After everyone had left, Lu Russian stood up and headed towards the back hall. In the back hall, several young men with extraordinary demeanor and proud expressions were seated. "Gentlemen, Yi Xiaolua has come," said one man, around 27 or 28, with a proud face, holding a stunning young woman in his arms. "I will go kill him. Yi Xiaolua killed my cousin and cousin sister. I must avenge them." This person was named Luo Yuan, the nephew of Luo Tianhong, who ranked 7th on the martial arts leaderboard. His cousins were Luo Peng and Luo Chan, who had been slain by Yifeng. "Luo Yuan, don't compete with me, Yi Xiaolua is mine. He destroyed the Jiang family and killed my people from the Pine family. I have returned under the orders of young master Jiang Xia to kill him. He must die by my hand," a young man interjected. This person was from the Peng family of the Central Plains, named Peng Yu. At the same time, he, like Jiang Xia, was under the careful cultivation of the heavenly outer heaven. "Yi Xiaolua is mine, none of you can take him." At this moment, another young man spoke up. This person was named Yi Qingshan, from the Yi family, where Yi Hong, who ranked 8th on the martial arts leaderboard, belonged. "Yi Qingshan, you have no enmity with Yi Xiaolua, why do you want to compete?" another young man asked. This young man was named Zhao Ming, the son of Zhao Wujie, who ranked 8th on the martial arts leaderboard. Yi Qingshan replied, "I need to find someone to verify my strength after my breakthrough." Zhao Ming sneered, "Heh, I see you're not looking to verify your strength. You want to kill Yi Xiaolua to make a name for yourself." Yi Qingshan sneered, "So what? Aren't you here for the same reason?" Zhao Ming laughed, "That's right, I'm here to kill Yi Xiaolua and make a name for myself. But I admit it directly, unlike you, a hypocrite." "What did you say?" Yi Qingshan immediately became displeased and was about to strike. Zhao Ming showed no fear and said, "I said you're a hypocrite." Yi Qingshan unleashed a palm strike towards Zhao Ming. However, Zhao Ming did not dodge and also struck out with a palm. Bang! The two palms collided, and both retreated a step. Neither could gain the upper hand. Again! Both were unwilling to back down and spoke simultaneously. At that moment, another man, covered in hideous scars and wrapped in a black robe, coldly spoke. "Yi Xiaolua is mine, whoever dares to take him will die." Yi Qingshan and Zhao Ming both halted, looking at the young man. "Who are you? When did it become your turn to speak?" Yi Qingshan said irritably. Before the man in the black robe could respond, Lu Russian hurriedly interjected, "Gentlemen, this is young Master Poison." Upon hearing this, all the young men present turned to look at young Master Poison. They naturally knew of his infamous name. This guy was a disciple taken in by the mad Taoist 10 years ago. It was rumored that the mad Taoist had trained him with various poisons and toxins, torturing him for a full decade, turning him into a cold-blooded killing machine. In recent years, many young talents of their generation had died at his hands, as well as numerous renowned masters in the martial arts world. Among the younger generation of martial artists, his reputation was not at all inferior to that of the widely recognized genius Jiang Xia of the Jiang family.
Alright, everyone stop arguing. Yi Xioluo's strength is extraordinary and should not be underestimated. We may not be able to kill him in a one-on-one fight, we might need to cooperate. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe and holding a long sword spoke up. Upon seeing him, the others ceased their hostilities. They all recognized the man. His name was Lu Chen, a disciple of the sword Saint Lu Bai from the sword forging manor. Lu Chen's strength ranked among the top 3 among their generation of martial artists. It was said that he had inherited the sword Saint Lu Bai's sword techniques, and no one could block him within a foot of his reach. Previously, Jiang Xia had fought him and only won by a single move. With Lu Chen speaking, the others stopped arguing. Even young Master Poison remained silent. Lu Chen continued, "Let's go, everyone. Let's see just how powerful this Yi Xioluo, renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom, truly is." Everyone nodded and followed Lu Chen out of the back hall. As Lu Russian watched these young masters leave, he turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "Have all the people evacuated?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Master, everyone has evacuated." Lu Russian smiled. "Good, let them fight among themselves. We won't get involved in this matter." "Master, are we really not going to take revenge for the deputy master? Is Yi Xioluo really that strong?" The middle-aged man was quite puzzled. Ever since they received news that Lu Russian had been killed by Yi Xioluo, the master had ordered him to evacuate everyone from the manor, forbidding anyone from seeking revenge. Lu Russian said, "If Yi Xioluo can easily kill the deputy master, it means his strength has likely reached the peak of martial arts. Who in our entire manor can match him?" "What? You mean Yi Xioluo has already reached the peak of martial arts?" The middle-aged man was shocked. Lu Russian nodded. "Even if he hasn't reached the peak, he is probably at the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm. A peak martial arts expert is simply not someone we can contend with. Fighting him head-on would only lead to our destruction. What we need to do is leave this place and preserve our strength, letting them fight among themselves." "What about the deputy master's revenge? Will those who left Tianweishan blame us if they find out?" The middle-aged man was still somewhat confused. Lu Russian coldly laughed. "Hee, the celestial realm has ordered us to take action against Yi Xioluo, clearly intending to use us as cannon fodder. They want Yi Xioluo to wipe us out, inciting a confrontation between the entire martial arts world and Yi Xioluo, while conveniently giving those famous strong ones a chance to strike. Now, with all the major families and sects from Shangxi gathered here, if they take action, along with those young masters, the effect will be the same. In any case, what they want is to provoke a conflict between Yi Xioluo and the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. It doesn't matter who dies. In fact, if those young masters take action, the effect might be even better. These young masters are all descendants and disciples of those big figures, and when Yi Xioluo kills them, those people will definitely seek revenge on Yi Xioluo. But what if those young masters die and those people blame us?" a middle-aged man asked. Lu Russian smiled. Hee, they are the ones who came to find Yi Xioluo themselves. We didn't ask them to come. If they overestimate themselves and get killed by Yi Xioluo, they deserve it. When the figures on the rankings start blaming someone, they won't be able to blame us. They'll only hate their own disciples, sons, and nephews for being useless and overestimating themselves. After a pause, Lu Russian continued, "At that time, when those strong ones take action and kill Yi Xioluo, our grudge will be avenged. In this way, the celestial realm will get the result they want and won't blame us. They might even praise us. By then, the entire Xianxi will still belong to us." The middle-aged man thought carefully and realized this was indeed the case. He couldn't help but flatter, "Master, you are truly impressive. This plan is exceptionally brilliant." Lu Russian smiled and said, "Remember, although this world respects the strong and the weak are prey to the strong, sometimes not everything requires fighting. Using your brain is the most important. Thank you for your guidance, Master." After saying that, the two hurriedly left through the back door of the hall. Meanwhile, outside, in the huge square, the martial artists from various families and sects in Shangxi were all on high alert, their expressions serious as they watched the road leading here. Just then, Yi Qingshan and the others approached. Leading the way, Yi Qingshan shouted arrogantly, "Everyone, get out of the way. We're here to deal with Yi Xioluo." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Yi Qingshan and the others. Seeing a few young brats come out, many thought they were just young masters from some families here to join the fun. Someone immediately scolded,
Where did these wet behind-the-ears kids come from, daring to talk big here? But as soon as the words fell, smack, a crisp sound rang out, and the person who spoke was instantly sent flying. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp. That person was already at the earthly sovereign level, yet was slapped away by Yi Qingshan. This made everyone realize that these young people were not ordinary. It's Lu Chen, young Master Lu. Someone recognized Lu Chen among the crowd and exclaimed in surprise. It really is Lu Chen, the disciple of Sword Saint Lu Bai. I didn't expect him to come. Upon hearing the discussions in the crowd, everyone was incredibly astonished. They had all heard of Lu Chen's name. He was a standout among the younger generation. Especially some young girls, their gazes towards Lu Chen turned filled with admiration. Yi Qingshan and the others felt a bit displeased seeing everyone looking at Lu Chen with such admiration. They were also among the best of the younger generation, yet no one recognized them, only knowing Lu Bai's disciple. Everyone, get out of the way! Yi Qingshan shouted irritably. Everyone dared not say more and quickly made way. Yi Qingshan and the others came with Lu Bai's disciple, so they naturally judged that Yi Qingshan and his group's identities were definitely not simple. Thinking back to the rumors that the Green Willow Villa had invited a mysterious expert to assist, it now seemed that these people were indeed the masters invited by the villa. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Yi Qingshan and the others became filled with immense respect. Yi Qingshan and the others thoroughly enjoyed the attention, their hearts calming slightly. Soon, the crowd arrived at the intersection, looking down the mountain. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yi Feng, with his hands behind his back, slowly ascended the steps. Yao Shi and Chan Runan followed closely behind. The moment they saw Yi Feng, Yi Qingshan and the others' eyes narrowed. They hadn't expected Yi Feng to look to be about their age, or perhaps even younger. Luo Yuan's gaze shifted to Yao Shi and Chan Runan behind him. Everyone, once Yishio Luo is dead, those two beauties will be mine. The crowd remained silent, but deep within their eyes, a strong sense of disdain and disgust emerged. Before Yi Feng could reach them, Zhao Ming could no longer hold back. He moved swiftly downwards. Yishio Luo, die. As the son of Zhao Wujie and the prince of the Taiji sect, Zhao Ming had mastered the essence of Taiji fist. His fist shot towards Yi Feng, aimed directly at his head. Yi Feng didn't even glance at Zhao Ming. Still with his hands behind his back, he continued to ascend the steps. Yi Feng's indifference only fueled Zhao Ming's anger. You're seeking death. Enraged, Zhao Ming moved even faster, his fist slicing through the air with a crackling sound. Yet Yi Feng still showed no intention of striking back. This Yishio Luo is too arrogant, he doesn't even plan to fight back. Zhao Ming's Taiji fist is not something an ordinary person can block. Yi Qingshan couldn't help but speak up. The others nodded in agreement. Being of the same generation, they naturally understood Zhao Ming's strength. Bang! At that moment, Zhao Ming's fist reached just in front of Yi Feng's head, but it abruptly stopped less than 10 centimeters away. An invisible barrier blocked Zhao Ming's fist, preventing him from advancing even an inch. Ah! In the next instant, Zhao Ming let out a piercing scream, feeling an invisible force rebound against his fists, shattering them instantly. The force sent him flying backward. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhao Ming's body crashed heavily in front of the group of young masters, a sight too gruesome to behold. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, standing frozen in place. They couldn't believe that Zhao Ming had just died like that, without Yi Feng even lifting a finger. As everyone was in shock, Yi Feng stepped forward to face the crowd. Only then did they react, retreating several steps in fear, creating distance between themselves and Yi Feng. Only the group of young masters remained standing their ground, facing Yi Feng directly. Yi Feng glanced at them, speaking indifferently. Do you want to kill me? Yishio Luo, don't be arrogant, I'm here to kill you. Yi Qingshan shouted, shaking his hand as a silver-white spear shot towards Yi Feng like a dragon, accompanied by a whooshing sound. This was the Yi family's spear technique. Both the Yi and Luo families had ancient lineages of spear techniques, and they were originally of the same origin. However, over the years, their traditions diverged through the modifications of powerful practitioners from both families, making them more suited to their own styles. Nevertheless, both the Yi and Luo family spear techniques were extraordinary, considered among the few complete martial arts legacies in the martial world. Facing the spear coming at him, Yi Feng lightly raised his right hand, flicking his fingers against the spear tip, causing it to change direction and pass by him. At the same time, a vast force traveled up the spear shaft into Yi Qingshan's hands. Yi Qingshan felt his hands tremble violently, as if they were about to tear apart. Frightened, he quickly let go. Ding! A sharp sound rang out as the long spear plunged fiercely into the ground behind Yi Feng, embedding itself a foot deep. Seeing the Yi family's spear in the hands of Yi Qingshan being so easily broken by Yi Feng with just a finger, and causing Yi Qingshan to lose his grip, the young people present were all filled with shock. They had not expected Yi Feng to be so formidable. Previously, they thought Zhao Ming's death might have been an accident, a result of him underestimating his opponent, but now, with Yi Qingshan being easily defeated by Yi Feng again, they realized that Yi Feng's strength was absolutely superior to theirs. How is this possible? Yi Qingshan was momentarily stunned, but soon rage filled his mind. He was a member of the Yi family, a standout of the younger generation, and his mastery of the Yi family's spear had kept countless young talents from raising their heads. Yet today, in front of Yi Feng, he had actually lost his grip on the spear due to Yi Feng's finger, which made him utterly furious. His face turned a deep shade of red from shame and anger. I will kill you! Yi Qingshan roared in a mix of shame and fury, rushing swiftly towards the position of the long spear, pulling it forcefully back into his hands. The spear's shadows are overwhelming. With a loud shout from Yi Qingshan, his aura erupted explosively, and the long spear in his hand seemed to come alive. It sent out waves of illusory shadows, like a dense rain of arrows, shooting towards Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng merely waved his hand, and a gust of wind burst forth. The countless spear shadows were instantly blown away. At that moment, Yi Qingshan, holding the long spear, broke through the scattered spear illusions, the spear shooting towards Yi Feng like a dragon, carrying a chilling aura. Yi Feng slightly extended his right hand, reaching for the incoming spear. Is he seeking death, daring to catch Yi Qingshan's spear with his bare hands? The surrounding young masters were all horrified at this scene. Yi Qingshan couldn't help but reveal a smug smile at this moment. His move, the myriad spear illusions, was merely a distraction, a feint. The real killing blow was this spear. As everyone thought Yi Feng was courting death, believing that Yi Qingshan's spear would surely destroy Yi Feng's arm, they saw Yi Feng firmly grasp the incoming spear. The vast power trying to impact Yi Feng's arm was met with an even more surging force from Yi Feng's hand. In an instant, he shattered the power wrapped around the spear. Yi Feng gripped the spear and twisted it forcefully, a tremendous force sweeping towards the spear's body. Wherever it passed, the spear, made of an unknown material, twisted rapidly, cracking inch by inch, rushing towards Yi Qingshan's hands. Yi Qingshan's cold smile froze on his face. He quickly released his grip, but it was already too late. His entire body began to spin rapidly along with the twisting spear. Bang! The spear shattered completely, and Yi Qingshan's body spun down towards the ground. At that moment, Yi Feng moved his hand, and the spearhead was flicked out by him. It pierced through Yi Qingshan's body just as he was about to hit the ground, sending him flying away. After tracing a perfect arc in the air, it plunged into the ground dozens of meters away, disappearing from sight. Yi Qingshan landed, his death a horrific sight. The scene fell into a brief silence. In a very short time, Yi Feng had killed 2 people, both in an instant. He's too strong, let's attack together. Luo Yuan suddenly spoke, the long spear in his hand igniting in fierce flames, charging towards Yi Feng like a fire dragon. Attack! Peng Yu also called out, delivering a fierce punch that whistled through the air towards Yi Feng's left side. The poison young master remained silent, shaking his hand as several poisoned hidden weapons flew towards Yi Feng's back like a dense rain. To the left, Lu Chen had already drawn his long sword, which hummed as it swept out terrifying sword energy towards Yi Feng. Almost simultaneously, they all struck, each attack a terrifying killing move, surrounding Yi Feng in the center. Yet Yi Feng remained unafraid, showing no intention of dodging, standing calmly in place. The first to arrive was a spear that resembled a fire dragon, but it stopped less than 10 centimeters from Yi Feng. An invisible force blocked the spear, preventing it from advancing even an inch. At the same time, the dense hidden weapons from behind were also halted by an invisible force. The same happened on both sides. Thus, a spear, a sword, a fist, and several hidden weapons all came to a halt around Yi Feng, completely obstructed by his protective energy. With such trivial power, you can't even break my defense, yet you wish to kill me? Yi Feng shook his head slightly. The moment his words fell, his protective energy erupted violently, an indescribable vast power surging forth in an instant. The explosive release of extreme power was akin to a high-explosive bomb detonating, a terrifying shockwave sweeping outward. The spear in front was the first to bear the brunt, unable to withstand this immense force, shattering instantly, while Luo Yuan had no time to dodge, being swept away by the terrifying shockwave. Behind, the shockwave instantly sent the dense hidden weapons flying back, all of them returning in reverse. The poison young master at the back could not evade either, becoming riddled with his own hidden weapons. To the right, the nearest punch from Peng Yu shattered instantly, the powerful force tearing him apart. To the left, Lu Chen was the last to strike but the first to react. The moment Yi Feng's protective energy erupted, he quickly retreated. His sword swung rapidly, and countless sword energies condensed into a sword energy net, protecting him in the center. Unfortunately, the power generated by Yi Feng's protective energy was too overwhelming. Just as his sword energy net formed, it was torn apart in less than 3 seconds. However, this was enough to make him proud. Being able to withstand Yifeng's protective energy explosion for 3 seconds was not something just anyone could achieve. Even Yifeng turned to look at Lu Chen in surprise, murmuring, "Lu Bai's sword is quite interesting." Yifeng then glanced at the bodies of the others, speaking indifferently, "Since you sincerely seek death and are willing to be pawns, I shall fulfill your wish." Yifeng had no intention of holding back against these people. Since they had come seeking death, willingly becoming someone else's pawns, he would naturally act as the executioner. Thus, these young elites, renowned in the martial arts world of Long Country, struck together but failed to break Yifeng's protective energy, ultimately being killed in return. The entire square fell into a dead silence once more. All the martial artists from various regions of Xiangxi, along with the heads of various families, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, chilled to the bone. Yi Xiu Luo was too strong. They had initially thought that the offspring and disciples of these big shots would be able to kill Yi Xiu Luo or at least severely injure him. But no one expected that even together, they couldn't break through Yi Xiu Luo's protective energy. "It's your turn now. Whoever wants to kill me, feel free to come forward." Yifeng's gaze swept over all the people from the various families in Xiangxi. Everyone immediately lowered their heads in fear. Some timid individuals were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, losing control of themselves. As he spoke, Yifeng stomped his foot, shattering the bluestone tiles beneath him, sending them flying into the air. With another stomp, countless fragments shot out like bullets, whistling towards the martial artists of the various families in Xiangxi. These martial artists were terrified, all of them starting to flee in a panic. Some attempted to fight back, but their meager strength was utterly insufficient. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, the entire square was filled with a series of muffled sounds, countless blood flowers blooming in midair. Shadows of people kept falling down. This terrifying scene left everyone shocked and trembling, fear reaching its peak. "I was wrong, we were wrong." Some even knelt down and begged for mercy. In no time, more people followed suit, collapsing to the ground, frantically admitting their mistakes. They were truly scared, genuinely terrified, feeling fear deep within their hearts and souls. Yifeng's actions were too shocking, and this was exactly the effect Yifeng wanted. Of course, he was not indiscriminately killing the innocent. The people he killed were all martial artists from various sects or families. By choosing to come here, they represented their willingness to be pawns, to stand against Yifeng. Naturally, Yifeng would not hold back. Furthermore, the martial arts world in Long Country had long been in chaos, and the law enforcement department turned a blind eye to these people. This led to these martial families becoming increasingly brazen, disturbing the secular world. Because the law enforcement department did not take orders from Long Country, but from the outer heaven, Long Country could not directly govern them. Long Jinghua had previously told Yifeng that he wanted Yifeng to take this opportunity to help restore order in Long Country's martial arts world. Yifeng decided to assist Long Jinghua, to help him restore order in Long Country's martial arts world. To reshape the rules and order of Long Country's martial arts world, to help Long Jinghua regain control over it, and to free Long Country's martial arts world from the grasp of the outer heaven. Of course, Yifeng did this also to avenge his grandfather. If he completely reshaped Long Country's martial arts world, it would be equivalent to cutting off the claws of the outer heaven, and the people from the outer heaven would naturally not want to see such a result, and would certainly take action. This way, he could find the people from the outer heaven, following the clues to locate their whereabouts. To restore order in the entire martial arts world, strict measures were needed. What Yifeng thought of as strict measures was very simple. Kill. Kill until they obey, kill until they are terrified, kill until they no longer dare to follow the outer heaven, completely severing ties with it. Seeing that everyone was thoroughly frightened, utterly terrified, Yifeng finally spoke. "Those who do not want to die, from today onwards, break away from the jurisdiction of the Green Willow Manor. Distinguish yourselves from the outer heaven." Someone immediately expressed, yes, my Wang family is willing to distinguish ourselves from the Green Willow Manor. From now on, we will only obey Lord Shura's orders. My Li family is willing to distinguish ourselves from the Green Willow Manor. From now on, we will only obey Lord Shura's orders. My Zhao family. In no time, everyone spoke up. Yifeng said, "It's not about obeying me, but obeying the Long Country War Department." Then, Yifeng pointed at Chen Runan and Yaoshi, saying, "From now on, the Chen family will temporarily take charge of the Long Country War Department overseeing the secular peak of Xiangxi, restraining the secular families. Yaoshi from the Medicine God Valley will temporarily take charge of the entire Xiangxi martial arts world for the Long Country War Department, establishing a new martial arts law enforcement department to maintain order in the martial arts world. From now on, you will be like them, only obeying the orders of the Long Country War Department." Of course, if the Chen family and the Medicine God Valley act as accomplices like the Green Willow Manor before, disturbing the secular world, they can be reported directly to the War Department for removal and to nominate more suitable candidates.
Who agrees? Who opposes? Everyone hurriedly nodded.
In unison, they shouted, "We will strictly obey Lord Shura's orders." Some people were actually very happy inside. Many had long been fed up with the constraints of the Green Willow Manor, which had always treated them as pawns. There was no dignity to speak of. For instance, today, many people were actually unwilling to come here, but because the law enforcement department was dominant, they simply could not refuse its orders. And now Yi Shildewa actually wants them to leave the Green Willow Villa and join the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, coming under its direct jurisdiction.
Moreover, Yi Feng also mentioned that the Medicine God Valley would temporarily establish a new law enforcement department.
If the Medicine God Valley does not perform well, they can directly overthrow it and then re-elect suitable candidates.
This is simply a tremendous opportunity for them. How could they possibly refuse?
Beside Yi Feng, Yao Shi and Chen Runan were also incredibly excited. They never expected Yi Feng would grant them such a significant benefit. However, recalling Yi Feng's earlier words, if they fail to meet expectations, they too would be overthrown. Both of them silently resolved to properly maintain and rectify the entire secular and martial world of Xiangxi. Yi Feng then looked at the two and said, "Remember my words, if you act like the Green Willow Villa, I will personally eliminate you." The two hurriedly replied, "Lord Shura, my Qin family will definitely live up to your expectations. And my Medicine God Valley will surely reshape the entire martial world of Xiangxi." Yi Feng nodded and then called Long Outyen, asking him to send someone to take over the follow-up matters here. After hanging up the phone with Long Outyen, Yi Feng's gaze turned to the grand hall ahead, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He naturally knew that the people from the Green Willow Villa had already left. In fact, he had intentionally let these people go, wanting to see if they would reach out to the people from the outer heaven. More than half an hour later, Luo Peng from the West River War Department arrived.
He was sent by Long Outyen to take over this place.
After giving Luo Peng some instructions, Yi Feng asked him to cooperate with the Chen family to handle the follow-up matters. He then took Yao Shi to the northwest. He needed to return to the northwest to treat his sister. A few hours later, the plane landed at Longcheng Airport in the northwest. Longcheng, located at the far northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, borders 3 countries to the west, has the Dragon Kingdom's interior to the east, the vast desert to the north, and the Kunlun Mountains stretching over 2,000 kilometers to the south.
Longcheng stands at the intersection of the Kunlun Mountains and the desert.
To be precise, the Dragon Kingdom originally did not have a place called Longcheng. It was established as a military base by the War Department to defend against enemy countries. As the military base was established, soldiers' families began to move here, and some locals also relocated, gradually developing this area into a small city. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom ceded the Northwest Province to the Fifth Kingdom, but Yi Feng only wanted this military base and renamed it Longcheng. This was because it was originally the place he was stationed when he served as the God of War of the Northwest Border Army. He had also invested a significant amount of funds here, and over the past 2 years, the area had developed increasingly well.
Its infrastructure and economic conditions were comparable to those of some medium-sized inland cities.
In recent days, Yi Shi returned from the Fifth Kingdom's base and brought some of the Fifth Kingdom's people here, starting large-scale construction and production. After all, from now on, this place would be another base for the Fifth Kingdom, so all facilities needed to be built well to allow the people of the Fifth Kingdom to relocate back in the future. As Yi Feng and Yao Shi exited the airport, they saw several people standing in neat rows at the entrance. All of them were wearing military uniforms of the War Department, their faces filled with excitement as they looked at Yi Feng. One man, with a long scar on his face and a strong build, stepped forward and saluted Yi Feng.
Report! Chen Zilong leads all command officers of the Northwest War Department to welcome the God of War. These people were Yi Feng's subordinates from his time in the Northwest War Department.
Looking at these familiar faces, Yi Feng felt a surge of emotion. Alright, we're all on the same side, no need for this formality. Besides, I'm no longer the God of War of the War Department, so you really don't have to do this. Report, in the hearts of all soldiers in the Northwest, you will always be our God of War. Chen Zilong and the members behind him shouted in unison. Yi Feng, feeling helpless, stepped forward to hug each of them. Boss, it's really great to have you back.
Chen Zilong's eyes were a bit red. The others felt the same way.
When Yi Feng had his accident, they were the ones who felt the most pain and anger. But alas, they were soldiers, and military orders could not be disobeyed. Fortunately, Yi Feng returned safely. Boss, let's go meet the brothers. They all want to welcome you back, but I managed to hold this bunch of rascals back.
Yi Feng nodded.
Soon, Yifeng and Yaoshi were invited into the car by Chen Zilong. The car left the airport and headed towards the city. I never expected that in this plateau, deep in the desert, there would be such a magnificent city, Yaoshi exclaimed as she looked at the city outside the car. As the princess of the Medicine God Valley, Yaoshi had always lived there, and the farthest she had traveled was to a few cities around Xiangxi. Today was her first time venturing this far. Seeing this city standing in the desert naturally filled her with curiosity. Chen Zilong proudly said, "Of course, this is all thanks to my boss. This used to be just a military base, and then the families of our warriors moved here, slowly developing into a small city. But at that time, it was still backward and very inconvenient in many aspects. Until my boss came here, he brought in countless investors, and after a few years of development, this place has become such a modern city. Now the only downside is that there are too few people here." At this point, Chen Zilong suddenly thought of something. He turned to Yifeng and said, "By the way, boss, a few days ago, boss, you brought in over 10,000 people from who knows where, along with many extremely advanced tools and equipment, saying he wanted to help us rebuild the entire Dragon City. But I noticed those people don't seem to be ordinary, they look well trained and are even more capable than our warriors, and those tools and equipment are things we've never even seen before. Boss, who exactly is Boss Yi?" Chen Zilong was actually a bit worried about having over 10,000 people with strength not inferior to their own warriors coming here. It would be a lie to say he wasn't concerned. However, since Yifeng had given him a heads up and the military had also been informed, he didn't stop them. Yifeng smiled and said, "He is my brother." Yifeng knew that the people brought by 11 were all from the 5th Nation's construction department. Even among them, their strength far exceeded that of the Dragon Nation's warriors. Chen Zilong's concern was quite normal. Bringing people here was my idea. The Dragon Nation has already announced that the Northwest Province is mine. I want a Dragon City. In the future, this place will be our home, so I naturally want to build Dragon City well. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, the car, which had been speeding, suddenly slammed to a halt in the middle of the road. Chen Zilong, who was driving, looked at Yifeng in shock. "Boss, you just said that the Northwest Province was allocated to you?" Yifeng nodded, "Yes, but I didn't take the whole Northwest, just Dragon City." Chen Zilong was even more shocked, looking at Yifeng in disbelief. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. Various complex emotions continuously changed on his face. In the backseat, Yaoshi rubbed her slightly aching forehead, puzzled as to why Chen Zilong suddenly braked, causing her to hit her head hard against the seat. Her smooth forehead turned a bit red. She was also curious about Chen Zilong's earlier words. The Dragon Nation actually allocated the Northwest Province to Yifeng, and Yifeng only wanted this city. Moreover, Chen Zilong had just said that the reason this city was so prosperous now was all due to Yifeng bringing in investors. After a long while, Chen Zilong finally recovered from his shock and calmed his emotions. "Then, does that mean you are the lord of the 5th kingdom?" Yifeng nodded. Now the entire Dragon City belonged to him, and Long Jinghua had also said that all the people from the Northwest War Department under his command had been given to him. This time he returned, Yifeng also wanted to bring Chen Zilong and the others into the 5th kingdom, so he naturally wouldn't hide his identity. Boom! Chen Zilong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place for a moment. Behind him, Yaoshi also covered her mouth in shock. Her pretty face, like Chen Zilong's earlier, was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. The 5th kingdom. A name that resonates, a shadow of a tree. How could Chen Zilong not know the great name of the 5th kingdom? It was the strongest force in this world, so powerful that it was revered as a nation by countries around the world. Moreover, just recently, the 5th kingdom, which had been silent for years, suddenly emerged, first annihilating the Yamato country's Yamaguchi-gumi. Then, when besieged by the navies of various countries, the 5th kingdom wiped them all out. After that, Long Guo announced that the entire Northwest Province would be given to the 5th kingdom. For days, they had all been discussing this matter. They had also had internal discussions, fearing that if the people of the 5th kingdom moved into the Northwest, they might be driven away. But what he never expected was that Yifeng was actually the lord of the 5th kingdom. This news was simply earth-shattering for Chen Zilong. He was so shocked that he couldn't calm down for a long time. Yaoshi was the same, although she had always lived in the Medicine God Valley and was somewhat detached from worldly affairs. She had heard of the great name of the 5th kingdom. Especially in recent days, when the 5th kingdom emerged and destroyed the Yamaguchi-gumi, then wiped out the fleets of various countries, this matter had also caused quite a stir in the Medicine God Valley. But she never expected that Yifeng, who had been ridiculed and looked down upon by everyone, was actually the lord of the 5th kingdom. No wonder Yifeng's combat power was so formidable, no wonder he dared to annihilate the Jiang family. No wonder he dared to act recklessly in the martial arts world of Longwa. It turned out everything was because he was the lord of the Fifth Kingdom. After a long time, the two finally understood all the causal relationships. From the moment Yi Feng left Kunlun, why the Fifth Kingdom suddenly emerged, to the subsequent annihilation of the Jiang family, the destruction of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and the recent major events involving the fleets of various countries, all of it made sense. It turned out that all these recent events were instigated by Yi Feng.
Realizing everything, Chen Zilong couldn't help but slap his own forehead. I really am foolish, such a simple matter, I actually didn't think of it. Yao Shi also deeply agreed. At this moment, the way they looked at Yi Feng changed again. It became more respectful, admiring, and even a bit fearful. Yi Feng didn't want this kind of feeling. He patted Chen Zilong's shoulder and said, "Alright, don't make a big deal out of it. It's just an identity, nothing to fuss over. Also, if you are willing, you can join in, then you will see that it really isn't a big deal." Chen Zilong was instantly overjoyed. "Boss, can I really join the Fifth Kingdom?" Yi Feng nodded. "Of course, Longhua has already assigned you over, but I also want to seek your opinions. If you are willing to join, then from now on, you will be a member of the Fifth Kingdom. If you are unwilling, then you will be reassigned elsewhere. I came back this time to discuss this matter with you. After you go back, tell your brothers about this and seek their opinions." Chen Zilong immediately excitedly said, "I think the brothers will be even more excited to hear this news than I am. I believe they will all want to join." Yi Feng said, "But don't make the decision for them. I mean, you must seek each brother's opinion." Chen Zilong hurriedly said, "Yes, boss, I guarantee to complete the task." After the arrangements were made, Chen Zilong started the car and sped towards the city center. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a villa in the city center. 11 had been waiting there for a long time. Yi Feng instructed Chen Zilong before getting out of the car with Yao Shi. "How is everything at home?" Yi Feng asked. 11 replied, "Everything has been arranged." Yi Feng nodded, knowing 11's capabilities. "What about my sister's condition?" 11 responded, "She is stable now, but still unconscious. I brought back a lot of equipment from the base, so there won't be any more accidents. Also, second brother has brought back many doctors and medicinal materials, and they are currently researching the properties of the medicine with Shaoqi. It shouldn't take long to figure it out." While they were talking, they had already entered the villa. The entire villa had been transformed into a fully equipped, advanced treatment room. Through the explosion-proof glass, Yi Feng saw Yi Xiaoxiao, who was still in a coma, but her condition had improved significantly compared to before. "Mr. Yi, may I go in to see your sister?" Yao Shi asked cautiously. "Of course." Soon, after a thorough disinfection by several professional nurses, Yao Shi was taken into the treatment room. 11 then asked, "Boss, Xiaoxiao's parents are almost better now. Do you want to meet them?" Yi Feng nodded. He had only met his sister's adoptive parents once. When he was fleeing back then, he had entrusted his sister to this couple. Soon, 11 brought Yi Feng to another villa at the back. When they reached the door, Yi Feng felt uncertain about how to face the couple. "What's wrong?" 11 looked at Yi Feng in confusion. Yi Feng sighed deeply, "I don't know how to face them. After all, I left my sister with them without saying goodbye, leaving them nothing, and this couple are just ordinary rural people, working hard for a living. It's easy to imagine the great cost they have borne to raise Xiaoxiao over the years. If I had been able to find them myself, they wouldn't have had to suffer such misfortune." In fact, after Yi Feng took over the Fifth Kingdom, he had searched for news about his sister and this couple. But after several attempts, he found nothing. There was no trace of the three of them. Moreover, at that time, the war in the Fifth Kingdom was intense, and he couldn't spare the time to investigate personally. Later, when he joined the border army, he searched several times, even asking the War Department for help, but still found no news. 11 comforted him, "Boss, you can't blame yourself. You had us look for them back then, but our intelligence couldn't find them. Now that I think about it, could it be that those who wanted to target you already knew Princess Xiaoxiao's identity back then, so they deliberately erased all their information, which is why we couldn't find anything? When those people wanted to act against you, they targeted Xiaoxiao and her parents." Yi Feng sighed again, "Although I understand this reasoning, ultimately, this matter is still my fault." Creak! At that moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman with a wrinkled face and graying hair came out. "Child, this is not your fault. In fact, you couldn't find us because we chose to live in hiding and took Xiaoxiao away from her original place." This middle-aged woman was none other than Yi Xiaoxiao's adoptive mother, Su Qingya. Yi Feng quickly apologized to Su Qingya. "Auntie, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for causing you and uncle to suffer such misfortune." Su Qingya came over and held Yi Feng's hand, saying, "Good child, how could I blame you? If it weren't for you, your uncle and I might have already died. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. The more Su Qingya said this, the more uncomfortable Yifeng felt, but he was also deeply moved. Su Qingya seemed to notice Yifeng's guilt. She said, "Child, you don't need to feel guilty. Your uncle and I really love Xiao Xiao. We lost our child when he was young, and those years we were lost and unable to let go. Do you know how happy we were when you gave Xiao Xiao to us back then? To put it bluntly, when you entrusted Xiao Xiao to us and left in a hurry, your uncle and I had selfish thoughts, wanting to take Xiao Xiao far away so you couldn't find her, making her completely our child. And Xiao Xiao was very obedient, always compliant with us, treating us as her real parents. We are truly very happy and satisfied to be Xiao Xiao's parents." Looking at Su Qingya's blissful expression, Yifeng tightly held her hand. "Auntie, from now on, Xiao Xiao and I will be your children." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Su Qingya's eyes, and she nodded vigorously, unconsciously tightening her grip on Yifeng's hand. Over the years, they had spent a very happy and blissful time with Xiao Xiao, completely like a family. Although they couldn't provide Yi Xiao Xiao with a life of wealth and luxury, nor everything that a rich family could offer, they did their utmost to give her everything they could. In these past few years, they had truly lived happily and joyfully. They all hoped they could continue living together like this forever. But fate seemed unwilling to let them have peace. Just as their lives were getting back on track, they encountered such misfortune. Fortunately, Yifeng returned in time to save them. In fact, ever since they woke up and were brought here for comprehensive treatment, they had realized that Yifeng's identity and status were extraordinary. For the past 2 days, they had been worried that now that Yifeng had returned, he might want to take Xiao Xiao away or sever their relationship with her. After all, they clearly knew that Yifeng had entrusted Xiao Xiao to their care, and they had no blood relation with her. Moreover, they could tell that Yifeng was definitely not a child from an ordinary family. They also knew that people from prominent families often rejected their own kin associating with people like them. Because of this, they had been anxious about the situation for the past 2 days, even considering whether to secretly take Xiao Xiao away and find a secluded place to continue living. But unexpectedly, Yifeng not only had no intention of taking Xiao Xiao away or severing their ties, but instead wanted to acknowledge them as her parents together with Xiao Xiao. Good child, good child. Su Qingya, moved, tightly grasped Yifeng's hand, repeatedly saying the words good child. Mother, today is a happy day, don't cry, take me to meet father. Okay. Su Qingya wiped away her tears, revealing a kind smile, and took Yifeng's hand into the room. Inside the room, Du Jiangwo was standing at the door, his eyes red. He had just heard Yifeng's words. Yifeng walked over with a smile and gave Du Jiangwo a hug. Du Jiangwo's eyes turned even redder. Being somewhat honest and dull, he was not good with words and didn't know what to say, only gently patting Yifeng's shoulder. Father, mother, please have a seat. Yifeng helped them sit on the sofa. Then, he solemnly knelt down in front of them. 11 also knelt down in front of them at the same time. Du Jiangwo and his wife were both startled. Just as they were about to help Yifeng and 11 up, Yifeng refused. Father, mother, since you are Xiao Xiao's parents, from now on, you are also my parents. And 11 also said, Father, mother, I am also an orphan. All of us brothers have always regarded the eldest as our dear brother. Since the eldest recognizes you both as parents, then you are also the parents of me and our brothers. I, Yifeng, pay my respects to my parents. I, E11, pay my respects to my parents. Yifeng and 11 simultaneously exclaimed, bowing 3 times to Du Jiangwo and his wife. Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya's eyes instantly turned red, their emotions difficult to express. Having had their child stolen from them, they had always hoped to find their child, but back then, information was not well developed, and human traffickers were everywhere. Every year, countless children were stolen and sold to various places. With no power, no influence, and no money, finding their own child was like searching for a needle in a haystack. After years of searching in vain, they had even lost the meaning of living. It wasn't until Yifeng suddenly appeared and sent Yi Xiao Xiao to them for fostering that they felt life had meaning again. They regained their spirits and raised Yi Xiao Xiao as their own daughter. They never expected that today they would recognize Yifeng and Yi 11 as sons. The two, overwhelmed with emotion, quickly got up to help Yifeng and 11 to their feet. But at that moment, Yi Er, Yi Qi, and the 2 others, Ba Lang and Yaran, also walked in from outside. Almost simultaneously, all 4 knelt down. We pay our respects to our parents. Especially Ba Lang and Yaran, who were now in tears. Having just lost their parents, they had been cared for and comforted by Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya over the past few days, allowing them to feel parental love again. As soon as they arrived at the door and saw Yifeng and 11 recognizing Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo as parents, they naturally had the same thought. As for Yi Er and Yi Qi, like 11, they were also orphans, treating each other as close siblings. Since Yifeng recognized Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo as parents, they naturally regarded them as their parents too. Seeing Yi Er and the others also recognizing them as parents, Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya were even more excited. Good children, quickly, get up. The excited couple hurriedly helped everyone up one by one. After everyone stood up, they all gathered around the couple, a harmonious family. By the way, Yi Feng, have you seen Xiao Xiao? Su Qingya asked with some concern. Yi Feng replied, I have seen her. You two can rest assured, I have found the best doctor and the best medicine, and I will definitely cure Xiao Xiao. Yi Qi also spoke up, yes, I have already analyzed the poison in Xiao Xiao's body, and I am preparing the medicine. It won't be long before Xiao Xiao wakes up. Good, that's great. Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo finally felt at ease. After Yi Er and the others left, Su Qingya took Yi Feng's hand and said, Child, you must cure your sister. She is so sensible. After you entrusted her to us, she knew she might have caused you trouble, so the next day she begged us to move away from where we lived, fearing that your enemies would find us and implicate you in us. Plus, we had our own selfish reasons, so we moved and changed our names, not letting anyone find us. So, this matter is actually our fault to you. If we hadn't done this, perhaps you would have found Xiao Xiao long ago, and she wouldn't have suffered this misfortune. Actually, we should feel guilty. Listening to Su Qingya's words, Yi Feng was deeply moved. After leaving his parents' room, Yi Feng found Yi Qi and the others. Xiao Qi, can the poison in my sister be cured? Yi Qi said, Don't worry, boss, with Miss Yaoxi's help and analysis, I am now fully confident. Now that we have started researching the antidote, it shouldn't be long before we can cure Xiao Xiao's poison. Yi Feng finally felt at ease. He then looked at Yao Shi. Thank you. Yao Shi hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, you are too polite. This is what I should do. You helped me with such a big favor at Yaoshan Valley, so helping you with this little thing is nothing at all. By the way, Mr. Yi, I see that Sister Ye's medical skills are extraordinary. I would like to stay here for a while longer to learn from her. What do you think? Yi Feng replied, Of course, there are no restrictions here, you can stay as long as you want. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi was overjoyed, and a radiant smile appeared on her stunning face. Meanwhile, Yi Qi looked at Yao Shi with a hint of ambiguity. Seemingly aware of Yi Qi's gaze, Yao Shi's face instantly turned red. Yi Feng glanced at the two of them in confusion and turned to leave the pharmacy. Outside, 11 approached with a blueprint in hand. Boss, we need to set up camp here. I've already sent the brothers from the construction department over. Take a look at this planning map for Long City. Yi Feng said, You can handle these matters, just do everything according to your ideas. By the way, where are Qin Tian and his sister? Yi Feng asked again. They have been safely sent back and are currently in the War Department. Also, Chen Zilong just sent a message saying he has informed the brothers in the War Department about our identities. Now they all want to meet you and have you announce their integration into the Fifth Kingdom. Yi Feng nodded, Okay, I'll go over now. Also, help me look into the children who were sold when my parents were taken. 11 replied, I've already sent someone to investigate. It shouldn't be long before we have news. Yi Feng was very satisfied with 11's ability to get things done, as everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Among all the brothers, 11 had the strongest ability to handle matters. Initially, Yi Feng wanted 11 to help manage the affairs of the Fifth Kingdom, but 11 refused, insisting on staying by his side because he loved to fight. Therefore, Yi Feng had to let Yi Er manage the affairs of the Fifth Kingdom while keeping 11 close. From now on, you will be responsible for managing the entire Long City. Upon hearing this, 11 immediately wilted, No, boss, I don't want to be the chief manager. I just want to stay by your side and charge into battle with you. Yi Feng kicked 11 in the butt. What are you talking about? It's time to charge into battle. This matter is settled, otherwise, you would be wasting your talent. Moreover, Long City is our base. We need to manage it well. In fact, Yi Feng was worried about 11's safety. He was now considered an enemy of the world and would have to face countless powerful forces in the future. Ever since 11 was injured in Haichang and almost fell, Yi Feng had decided that 11 should no longer take risks. He wanted him to manage Long City safely for now, and once his strength improved and he had the ability to protect himself, he could go out and experience the world. Since the seals in their bodies were lifted, 11 had become the weakest among the brothers. Alright then. Thank you, boss. 11 understood Yi Feng's thoughts and was very touched. Leaving the villa area, Yi Feng arrived at the Long City War Department. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw all the members of the Northwest War Department lined up neatly in the massive training ground. Every face was filled with intense enthusiasm and admiration. We greet the war god. Over 10,000 voices rang out in unison, shaking the heavens. Yi Feng's gaze swept over everyone present, and seeing those familiar faces filled him with excitement.
Once upon a time, it was these iron-blooded men who fought alongside him against external enemies, making great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom and shouldering the burdens for hundreds of millions of citizens, allowing them to live and work in peace and enjoy a prosperous era. But their achievements were easily erased by some, and some even faced numerous injustices. Yet, despite this, they remained without resentment, steadfastly guarding everyone. Yifeng spoke loudly, "Everyone, I believe Qin Zilong has already informed you of my purpose here, right?
I assume you have all made your choices?" Everyone nodded in unison. Chen Zilong led the way with a loud shout.
"We pay our respects to the Lord Monarch. We pay our respects to the Lord Monarch." Over 10,000 voices rose again, booming like rolling thunder, echoing through the skies. Yifeng said, "Since you all trust me, from now on, you will be members of the Fifth Kingdom." Excited cheers once again filled the air.
"Boss, can I also join the Fifth Kingdom?"
Qin Tian approached, nervously looking at Yifeng. He had previously been Yifeng's subordinate, but after being injured in battle, he chose to retire to avoid dragging his brothers down. Now that his injuries had mostly healed and seeing his brothers join the Fifth Kingdom, he naturally felt envious.
Yifeng smiled, "Of course, I know your abilities well. I was actually going to ask if you wanted to join."
Qin Tian had been his subordinate on the battlefield, and it was also Qin Tian and his sister who had informed him of his sister's whereabouts. In a way, Qin Tian was his sister's savior. He had saved him before and then saved his sister.
How could he not let Qin Tian join? Qin Tian was instantly overjoyed. "That's great. Thank you, boss."
Yifeng patted Qin Tian's shoulder. "Once you're healed, go find 11 and help him manage the entire Dragon City."
"Yes, I promise to complete the task."
That night, Yifeng did not return home but stayed at the War Department to have dinner and drink with his brothers.
The next morning, 11 brought news. There was information about the child sold by human traffickers, Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya.
The child was now in the southeast province. After receiving the news, Yifeng and 11 flew directly from the airport to the southeast province. Along the way, 11 told Yifeng about the child's tragic experiences. The child was stolen by a human trafficking organization shortly after birth and was first sold to a mountain village in the East Province. Not long after being sold, the child fell ill. Due to her rare blood type, the local hospital could not treat her, and the buyer could not afford the high medical costs. The buyer returned to the trafficker to refund the purchase, and the trafficker sold the girl to a wealthy family in the area. That wealthy family could afford the expenses and help treat her illness, but the girl's condition frequently relapsed. Eventually, that family could no longer bear the high costs and sold her to another trafficking organization. This organization then sold the girl to a buyer in the southeast province. Shortly after the buyer acquired the girl, they discovered her severe illness, which was recurrent and could not be cured.
Ultimately, they abandoned her.
Fortunately, she was taken in by an orphanage. However, when she turned 15, she fell ill again, and the orphanage could not afford her medical expenses. The girl, aware of this, chose to leave the orphanage, not wanting to burden them any longer. At 15, sick and still a minor, illiterate and alone, she had to survive in a harsh society.
It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be.
Fortunately, a couple who owned a restaurant was willing to take her in, allowing her to help wash dishes and clean in exchange for a meal. But the good times did not last long. Soon, that restaurant also closed down, and she lost her source of livelihood again. Yet, she continued to rely on her small body, scavenging and doing odd jobs to sustain herself. But fate seemed to favor the unfortunate. Before long, her illness relapsed again. And because her previous illness had never been cured, it led to the failure of various organs. Her time was running out.
"Boss, this is a photo of my little sister."
11 handed the phone to Yifeng, who saw a very cute girl on the screen. From her features, it was clear that the girl resembled Su Qingya.
"Where is she now?" Yifeng asked. 11 shook his head and said, "I just got the news.
After she found out she was sick, she quit her job, and now no one knows where she is. I've already asked Long Outyen to notify the people in Southeast Province to help find her.
Increase the effort.
Even if we have to turn the entire Southeast upside down, we must find her,"
Yifeng instructed.
"Understood." A few hours later, Yifeng and 11 arrived in Tiandong City, under the jurisdiction of the provincial capital of Southeast Province. As soon as they exited the airport, 11 began contacting the people from the Southeast War Department. But the result was that no one answered the calls.
Yifeng asked, "What about the War Department and the officials?"
Long Outyen had already informed them about this matter earlier, asking him to help contact the head of the Southeast War Department to assist in the search.
But now they couldn't reach these people. "No one is answering the phone," 11 said angrily. Just then, as 11 was preparing to call again, a middle-aged police officer approached. You must be the family of Pingyan, right? Yes. Yi Feng nodded eagerly. Hello, I am Officer Wang Dian from the Shiqing Patrol Station. I was the one who provided you with information about Pingyan before. Yi Feng quickly said, thank you. Have you found her yet? Officer Wang shook his head and said, not yet. Tiandong City is very large, and the situation in the old urban area is very complex. Our people have all been dispatched, but that little manpower is simply not enough. What about others? Aren't there others searching? 11 asked. Others? Are there other people searching? Officer Wang looked at Yi Feng and 11 with confusion. I haven't received any news. Only our station received orders from above to help find Pingyan. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng and 11 realized that the people from the Southeast War Department and the officials were not searching at all. It was clearly just a facade, a perfunctory response, pushing the matter onto the local patrol station. This made both of them extremely angry. Yi Feng said directly, contact our people immediately and have them come over. Outsiders are completely unreliable. Understood. Uncle Wang, can you take me to the place where my sister last worked? Sure. Officer Wang nodded and took Yi Feng and 11 into the car. Uncle Wang, can you tell me about my sister? Officer Wang nodded and sighed. Sigh, Pingyan is a good child. It's a pity that heaven has been cruel to her. At first, I didn't know about Pingyan's situation. One day while I was on patrol, I saw this child thrown in a trash can on the street. It was the coldest time, and the child was so frozen that her body was stiff. I took her to the hospital, and after examination, we found out that she had a very serious illness. Later, after a detailed investigation, we learned that she had been trafficked from the East Province to here, and because she was sick, she was abandoned by the buyer. After that, I arranged for her to be placed in an orphanage in our jurisdiction, but when she was 15, her illness relapsed, and the treatment required a huge amount of money. This child is an orphan, and we have never found her biological parents. The orphanage put all its money together, but it still wasn't enough. In the end, we explained the situation to the hospital, and they decided to help treat the child for free. Fortunately, the child was lucky and was stabilized by the hospital, but the subsequent treatment still required a large sum of money. We originally planned to ask a welfare organization for donations, but Pingyan refused. She felt she owed too much to the orphanage and the hospital, and she was afraid she couldn't repay it, so she chose to leave the orphanage secretly and went out to work. Wang Dian's eyes began to redden as he spoke. His voice trembled a bit, but you say, she's just a 15-year-old girl, alone, with no family, no support, barely literate, and sick. Who would want her in society? Later we learned that after she left the orphanage, no one wanted to hire her, so she survived by picking up scraps and selling scrap metal for food, sleeping in bridge tunnels or abandoned factories, or places like toilets at night. Fortunately, the owner of a restaurant she often went to eat at saw how pitiful she was and let her help with cleaning and serving tea, allowing her to have at least one full meal a day, so she wouldn't go hungry. Originally, that restaurant was just a cheap, small place, but later it went completely out of business due to lack of customers, and Pingyan lost her place to live again. Fortunately, by then she was already 16 and could go out to earn some money. After that, she started working as a waitress, handing out flyers, and other jobs that didn't require a diploma. Over the course of 2 years, she held several hundred jobs. Aside from necessary expenses and food, she never spent a single cent on herself, and every day, any extra money she earned from working, she would quietly donate to the hospital, the orphanage, and some welfare organizations. The only time she spent money was when she bought herself a lipstick. At this point, Wang Dian took out a list. This is a record of her donations to the orphanage, the hospital, and some welfare organizations over the years. Yi Feng and 11 looked at it seriously. 1 dime, 2 dimes, 5 dimes, 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, the highest being 50 yuan. All meticulously detailed. Wang Dian said angrily, but despite her kindness, she was insulted by a welfare organization, accused of doing it on purpose. This incident was posted online, and she was cyberbullied by some people. In the end, we stepped in and told everyone the truth, but there were still people saying that Pingyan was deliberately seeking attention, and she faced unprecedented online harassment again. As the situation developed, people learned about Pingyan's tragic life. Many kind-hearted people wanted to adopt Pingyan, and some wanted to donate. At this point, Wang Dian began to choke up, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Just a few days ago, Pingyan's illness relapsed. She went to the hospital, and it was found that her condition had worsened, leading to multiple organ failures. She doesn't have much time left. When we learned about this, we rushed to the hospital, but she refused everyone's goodwill and left quietly on her own. I think she wanted to leave this world quietly by herself. At this point,
Wang Dian's emotions suddenly became uncontrollable, and he shouted, she was so understanding, so strong, but why doesn't heaven want her to live? She was so full of love, so grateful, but why are there still people who are so cruel to her?
So vicious? So slanderous? So insulting and mocking? At this moment, tears streamed down Wang Dian's face uncontrollably.
He choked up again. I registered her household account. She didn't even know her surname, so she named herself Ping'an.
I asked her why.
She said she hoped for peace and health for herself and everyone.
Hope for peace and health for everyone.
In the back, Yifeng and 11 also had tears welling up in their eyes.
The atmosphere was intense.
Yifeng carefully put away the donation forms.
He turned to 11.
Find every single person who has harmed little sister, who has cyberbullied her, and bring them all to me without exception.
11 nodded heavily. Understood.
At this moment, Wang Dian also calmed down and adjusted his emotions. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now.
Yifeng said, thank you, Uncle Wang, for taking care of my little sister back then. I believe good people will eventually be rewarded. Wang Dian nodded, I hope so.
At that moment, the car arrived at a milk tea shop. Wang Dian introduced, this milk tea shop is where Ping'an used to work.
Yifeng nodded and entered the shop with 11.
Upon learning that Yifeng and 11 were Ping'an's brothers, several staff members looked at the two with great suspicion. Fortunately, Wang Dian explained in time, and the staff members finally believed them.
However, they were still very angry.
One staff member, who was closest to Ping'an, pointed at Yifeng and 11 and questioned, you are Ping'an's family, why didn't you protect her? Why did it take you so many years to find her, and only now that she is about to die?
As her brothers, have you fulfilled your responsibilities? Do you have any idea how Ping'an has been living these years?
She is a girl, yet her hands are rougher than those of laborers, covered in thick calluses.
Can you imagine that?
She has countless scars all over her body, and she is a girl in her blooming years, yet she has never used cosmetics. As she spoke, the girl began to cry. The other staff members had red eyes and glared at Yifeng and 11 with indignation.
Who could imagine that the ruler of the most powerful Fifth Kingdom was being scolded by a few waitresses at this moment?
Yet both of them lowered their heads in deep guilt, like children who had done something wrong. Seeing this, Wang Dian hurriedly said, alright, stop for a moment.
Quickly tell us what you know.
The most important thing now is to find Ping'an first. The girl who was closest to Ping'an, named Lili, finally spoke up. I just saw a photo that Ping'an posted on social media.
I don't know if it's useful?
Yifeng quickly grabbed the girl's phone, and on the screen was a selfie of Ping'an with a simple caption, goodbye, I'm going to another world to find my family. Yifeng panicked and hurriedly said to 11, quick, have the tech department track her location.
11 also quickly took out his phone and began notifying the tech department. Meanwhile, Wang Dian urgently said to Lili and the others, do you have Ping'an's contact information?
Quickly help contact her and tell her her family is looking for her. Lili and the others reacted and hurriedly took out their phones to contact Ping'an.
Lili was still replying on social media.
However, despite their various attempts to reach Ping'an, they received no response.
Yifeng anxiously asked, do you know where she usually lives? Or where you think she might go? Everyone began to ponder.
After thinking for a long time, they couldn't come up with any place Ping'an might go. After all, Ping'an had never left with them after work. They had previously thought she might not be very social. It wasn't until Ping'an's situation was exposed a few days ago that they realized it was because she had no place to stay, which was why she didn't go with them. She probably feared they would discover she was living under a bridge or something similar.
Suddenly, Yifeng seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked them, did you think we were bad people when you were so defensive just now? Has someone bullied Ping'an before, or approached her?
Yifeng suddenly recalled that his parents and Xiao Xiao had been taken away because their organs and blood were special. And it seemed that Ping'an's organs and blood were also very special.
This southeastern province was the territory of the Luo family, the stronghold of Luo Tianhong. The Luo family and the Zhang family had a close relationship. This made Yifeng think of a possibility. Lili nodded and said, someone did bully Ping'an before. Who was it?
Lili recalled, there was a customer who came to the shop to buy milk tea while Ping'an was working. The person came in and ordered a cup of milk tea, but the preparation takes some time. As a result, the person became impatient and started to insult Ping'an after waiting less than 20 seconds. Ping'an kept apologizing, but the person directly slapped Ping'an, causing his mouth to bleed. After we called the police, that person hurriedly left.
Wang Dian also spoke up, I know about this incident too.
It was handled by the local authorities, and he mentioned it to me. At that time, I didn't realize the person involved was Ping'an. In the end, that person paid a little for medical expenses.
Lili continued, the next day, we took Ping'an to the hospital, and his condition relapsed. Then he was diagnosed with multiple organ failure in the hospital.
Yi Feng and 11 exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes.
Where is that person now? Uncle Wan, do you know? I'll make a call to check.
When Wang Dayan went out to make the call, 11 also received news.
Boss, we found it. The last location of Ping An's phone signal was here. 11 handed the phone to Yi Feng.
After seeing the specific location, his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light and shot out. This sudden scene left Li Li and several other staff members frozen in place. After a long while, Li Li rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things.
Another staff member looked at 11 in terror.
Who are you guys?
11 explained, don't be nervous, we are martial artists. Martial artists? The few of them were taken aback at first.
Then, as if they had discovered a new world, they excitedly surrounded 11, bombarding him with questions about martial artists. Although they knew there were powerful martial artists in this world, they had never seen one. Outside, Wang Dayan was still stunned, having just witnessed the same scene. It wasn't until a voice came from the phone that he snapped back to reality.
Hello, old Wang. What's up? He quickly asked, who was the person you dealt with before who hit the milk tea shop staff?
The voice on the phone replied, that person is a lowlife from our jurisdiction. We've dealt with him several times.
What did he do now? What's his name? Do you know where he is now? 11 rushed out to ask.
That guy's name is Wang Lu, known as Air Luzi, a complete lowlife and unemployed drifter.
He's probably either at an internet cafe or a billiard hall. What's going on, old Wang? What happened? Wang Dayan hurriedly said, it's urgent. Do you have his contact information? Send it to me.
That guy was so broke when he compensated the milk tea shop staff that he sold his phone just to scrape together the money. I probably can't get in touch with him. I'll help you look for him.
Wang Dayan said, okay, thanks. I'll come find you right away.